Volume 1, Chapter 1 of Clayhanger. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. Volume 1, His Vocation. Chapter 1, The Last of a Schoolboy. Edwin Clayhanger stood on the steep-sloping red-brick canal bridge in the valley between Bursley and its suburb Hillport. In that neighbourhood the Knype and Mersey Canal formed the western boundary of the industrialism of the Five Towns. To the east rose pitheads, chimneys and kilns, tier above tier, dim in their own mists. To the west, Hillport fields, grimed but possessing authentic hedgerows and winding paths, mounted broadly up to the sharp ridge on which stood Hillport Church, a landmark. Beyond the ridge, and partly protected by it from the driving smoke of the Five Towns, lay the fine and ancient Tory borough of Oldcastle, from whose historic middle school Edwin Clayhanger was now walking home. The fine and ancient Tory borough provided education for the whole of the Five Towns, but the relentless ignorance of its prejudices had blighted the district. 100 years earlier, the canal had only been obtained after a vicious parliamentary fight between industry and the fine and ancient borough, which saw in canals a menace to its importance as a centre of traffic. 50 years earlier, the fine and ancient borough had succeeded in forcing the greatest railway line in England to run through unpopulated country 5 miles off instead of through the Five Towns, because it loathed the mere conception of a railway. And now people are inquiring why the Five Towns, with a railway system special to itself, is characterised by a perhaps excessive provincialism. These interesting details have everything to do with the history of Edwin Clayhanger, as they have everything to do with the history of each of the 200,000 souls in the Five Towns. Oldcastle guessed not the vast influences of its sublime stupidity. It was a breezy Friday in July 1872. The canal, which ran north and south, reflected a blue and white sky. Towards the bridge from the north came a long, narrow canal boat roofed with tarpaulins, and towards the bridge from the south came a similar craft, sluggishly creeping. The towing path was a morass of sticky brown mud, for, in the way of rain, that year was breaking the records of a century and a half. 30 yards in front of each boat, an unhappy skeleton of a horse floundered its best in the quagmire. The honest endeavour of one of the animals received a frequent tonic from a bare-legged girl of 7, who heartily curled a whip about its crooked, large-jointed legs. The ragged and filthy child danced in the rich mud around the horse's flanks with the simple joy of one who had been rewarded for good behaviour by the unrestricted use of a whip for the first time. Part 2. Edwin, with his elbows on the stone parapet of the bridge, stared uninterested at the spectacle of the child, the whip, and the skeleton. He was not insensible to the piquancy of the pageant of life, but his mind was preoccupied with grave and heavy matters. He had left school that day, and what his eyes saw as he leaned on the bridge was not a willing beast and a gladdened infant, but the puzzling world and the advance guard of its problems bearing down on him. Slim, gawky, untidy, fair, with his worn black braided clothes, and slung over his shoulders in a bursting satchel the last load of his schoolbooks, and on his bright, rough hair a shapeless cap whose lining protruded behind, he had the extraordinary, wistful look of innocence and simplicity which marks most boys of 16. It seemed rather a shame, it seemed even tragic, that this naive, simple creature, with his straightforward and friendly eyes, so eager to believe appearances, this creature, immaculate of worldly experience, must soon be transformed into a man, wary, incredulous, detracting. Older eyes might have wept at the simplicity of those eyes. This picture of Edwin as a wistful innocent would have made Edwin laugh. He had been 7 years at school, and considered himself a hardened sort of brute, free of illusions, and he sometimes thought that he could judge the world better than most neighbouring mortals. "Hullo, the Sunday," he murmured, without turning his eyes. Another boy, a little younger and shorter, and clothed in a superior untidiness, had somehow got on to the bridge, and was leaning with his back against the parapet which supported Edwin's elbows. His eyes were franker and simpler even than the eyes of Edwin, and his lips seemed to be permanently parted in a good-humoured smile. His name was Charlie Orgreave, but at school he was invariably called the Sunday. Not Sunday, but the Sunday, and nobody could authoritatively explain how he had come by the nickname. Its origin was lost in the prehistoric ages of his childhood. He and Edwin had been chums for several years. They had not sworn fearful oaths of loyalty. They did not constitute a secret society. They had not even pricked forearms and written certain words in blood, for these rites are only performed at Harrow, and possibly at the old Castle High School, which imitates Harrow. Their fellowship meant chiefly that they spent a great deal of time together, instinctively and unconsciously enjoying each other's mere presence, and that in public arguments they always reinforced each other, whatever the degree of intellectual dishonesty thereby necessitated. "I'll bet you mine gets to the bridge first," said the Sunday. With an ingenious movement of the shoulders he arranged himself so that the parapet should bear the weight of his satchel. Edwin Clayhanger slowly turned round, and perceived that the object which the Sunday had appropriated as his was the other canal boat, advancing from the south. "Horse or boat?" asked Edwin. "Boat's nose, of course," said the Sunday. "Well," said Edwin, having surveyed the unconscious competitors, and counting on the aid of the whipping child, "I don't mind laying you 5. "That be damned for a tale," protested the Sunday. "We said we'd never bet less than 10. You know that." "Yes, but..." Edwin hesitatingly drawled. "But what?" "All right, 10, Edwin agreed. "But it's not fair. You've got a rare start on me." "Rats," said the Sunday with finality. In the pronunciation of this word the difference between his accent and Edwin's came out clear. The Sunday's accent was less local. There was a hint of a short E sound in the R, and a briskness about the consonants that Edwin could never have compassed. The Sunday's accent was as carelessly superior as his clothes. Evidently the Sunday had someone at home who had not learnt the art of speech in the Five Towns. Part 3. He began to outline a scheme in which perpendicular expectoration figured, for accurately deciding the winner, and a complicated argument might have ensued about this, had it not soon become apparent that Edwin's boat was going to be handsomely beaten, despite the joyous efforts of the little child. The horse that would die but would not give up was only saved from total subsidence at every step by his indomitable if aged spirit. Edwin handed over the 10 marbles even before the other boat had arrived at the bridge. "Here," he said, "and you may as well have these too," adding 5 more to the 10, all he possessed. They were not the paltry marble of to-day, plaything of infants, but the majestic rinka, black with white spots, the king of marbles in an era when whole populations practised the game. Edwin looked at them half regretfully as they lay in the Sunday's hands. They seemed prodigious wealth in those hands, and he felt somewhat as a condemned man might feel who bequeaths his jewels on the scaffold. Then there was a rattle, and a tumour grew out larger on the Sunday's thigh. The winning boat, long preceded by its horse, crawled under the bridge and passed northwards to the sea, laden with crates of earthenware, and then the loser with the little girl's father and mother and her brothers and sisters and her kitchen, drawing-room and bedroom and her smoking chimney and her memories and all that was hers in the stern of it, slid beneath the boys' downturned faces while the whip cracked away beyond the bridge. They could see between the whitened tarpaulins that the deep belly of the craft was filled with clay. "Where does that there clay come from?" asked Edwin. For not merely was he honestly struck by a sudden new curiosity, but it was meet for him to behave like a man now, and to ask manly questions. "Runcorn," said the Sunday scornfully. "Can't you see it painted all over the boat? Why do they bring clay all the way from Runcorn?" "They don't bring it from Runcorn, they bring it from Cornwall. It comes round by the sea." "See?" he laughed. "Who told you?" Edwin roughly demanded. "Anybody knows that," said the Sunday grandly, but always maintaining his gay smile. "Seems devilish funny to me," Edwin murmured after reflection, "that they should bring clay all that roundabout way just to make crocks of it here. Why should they choose just this place to make crocks in? I always understood—" "Oh, come on," the Sunday cut him short. "It's blessed well 1:00 and after." 4. They climbed the long bank from the canal up to the Manor Farm, at which high point their roads diverged. One path leading direct to Bleak Ridge, where Orgreave lived, and the other zigzagging down through neglected pasturage into Bursley proper. Usually they parted here without a word, taking pride in such Spartan taciturnity, and they would doubtless have done the same this morning also, though it were 50-fold their last walk together as two schoolboys. But an incident intervened. "Hold on," cried the Sunday. To the south of them, 1.5 miles off, in the wreathing mist of the Cauldron Bar ironworks, there was a yellow gleam that even the capricious sunlight could not kill, and then 2 rivers of fire sprang from the gleam and ran in 1,000 delicate and lovely hues down the side of a mountain of refuse. They were emptying a few tons of molten slag at the Cauldron Bar ironworks. The 2 rivers hung slowly dying in the mists of smoke. They reddened and faded, and you thought they had vanished, and you could see them yet, and then they escaped the baffled eye, unless a cloud aided them for a moment against the sun, and their ephemeral but enchanting beauty had expired for ever. "Now," said Edwin sharply. 1 minute 10 seconds, said the Sunday, who had snatched out his watch, an inestimable contrivance with a centre seconds hand. "By Jove, that was a good 'un." A moment later 2 smaller boys, both laden with satchels, appeared over the brow from the canal. "Let's wait a jiff," said the Sunday to Edwin, and as the smaller boys showed no hurry, he bawled out to them across the intervening cinder waste, "Run!" They ran. They were his younger brothers, Johnny and Jimmy. "Take this and hook it," he commanded, passing the strap of his satchel over his head as they came up. In fatalistic silence they obeyed the smiling tyrant. "What are you going to do?" Edwin asked. "I'm coming down your way a bit." "But I thought you said you were peckish." "I shall eat 3 slices of beef instead of my usual brace," said the Sunday carelessly. Edwin was touched, and the Sunday was touched, because he knew he had touched Edwin. After all, this was a solemn occasion, but neither would overtly admit that its solemnity had affected him. Hence first one and then the other began to skim stones with vicious force over the surface of the largest of the 3 ponds that gave interest to the Manor Farm. When they had thus proved to themselves that the day differed in no manner from any other breaking-up day, they went forward. On their left were 2 pit-heads whose double wheels revolved rapidly in smooth silence, and the puffing engine-house and all the trucks and gear of a large ironstone mine. On their right was the astonishing farm, with barns and ricks and cornfields complete, seemingly quite unaware of its forlorn oddness in that foul arena of manufacture. In front, on a little hill in the vast valley, was spread out the Indian red architecture of Bursley. Tall chimneys and rounded ovens, schools, the new Scarlet Market, the grey tower of the old church, the high spire of the evangelical church, the low spire of the church of genuflections, and the crimson chapels, and rows of little red houses with amber chimney pots, and the gold angel of the blackened town hall topping the whole. The sedate reddish browns and reds of the composition, all netted in flowing scarves of smoke, harmonized exquisitely with the chill blues of the checkered sky. Beauty was achieved, and none saw it. The boys descended without a word through the brick-strewn pastures, where a horse or 2 cropped the short grass. At the railway bridge, which carried a branch mineral line over the path, they exchanged a brief volley of words with the working lads who always played pitch and toss there in the dinner hour, and the Sunday added to the collection of swords and stones lodged on the under ledges of the low iron girders. A strange boy. He had sworn to put 10,000 stones on those ledges before he died, or perish in the attempt. Hence Edwin sometimes called him Old Perish in the Attempt. A little farther on, the open gates of a manufactory disclosed 6 men playing the noble game of rinkers on a smooth patch of ground near the weighing machine. These 6 men were Messrs. Ford, Carter and Udall, the 3 partners owning the works, and 3 of their employees. They were celebrated marble players, and the boys stayed to watch them, as, bending with one knee almost touching the earth, they shot the rinkers from their stubby thumbs with a cannon-like force and precision that no boy could ever hope to equal. "By gum," mumbled Edwin involuntarily, when an impossible shot was accomplished, and the bearded shooter, pleased by this tribute from youth, twisted his white apron into a still narrower ring around his waist. Yet Edwin was not thinking about the game. He was thinking about a battle that lay before him, and how he would be weakened in the fight by the fact that in the last school examination Charlie Orgreave, younger than himself by a year, had ousted him from the 2nd place in the school. The report in his pocket said, "Position in class next term, 3rd," whereas he had been 2nd since the beginning of the year. There would, of course, be no next term for him. But the report remained. A youth who has come to grips with that powerful enemy, his father, cannot afford to be handicapped by even such a trifle as a report entirely irrelevant to the struggle. Suddenly Charlie Orgreave gave a curt nod and departed in nonchalant good humour, doubtless considering that to accompany his chum any farther would be to be guilty of girlish sentimentality, and Edwin nodded with equal curtness, and made off slowly into the maze of Bursley. The thought in his heart was, "I'm on my own now. I've got to face it now by myself," and he felt that not merely his father, but the leagued universe was against him. End of Chapter 1, Volume 1.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Volume 1, Chapter 2 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, The Flame. The various agencies which society has placed at the disposal of a parent had been at work on Edwin in one way or another for at least a decade, in order to equip him for just this very day when he should step into the world. The moment must therefore be regarded as dramatic, the first crucial moment of an experiment long and elaborately prepared. Knowledge was admittedly the armour and the weapon of one about to try conclusions with the world, and many people for many years had been engaged in providing Edwin with knowledge. He had received, in fact, a good education, or even, as some said, a thoroughly sound education, assuredly as complete an equipment of knowledge as could be obtained in the county, for the curriculum of the Oldcastle High School was less in accord with common sense than that of the middle school. He knew, however, nothing of natural history, and in particular of himself, of the mechanism of the body and mind through which his soul had to express and fulfill itself. Not one word of information about either physiology or psychology had ever been breathed to him, nor had it ever occurred to anyone around him that such information was needful. And as no one had tried to explain to him the mysteries which he carried about with him inside that fair skin of his, so no one had tried to explain to him the mysteries by which he was hemmed in, either mystically through religion or rationally through philosophy. Never in chapel or at Sunday school had a difficulty been genuinely faced, and as for philosophy, he had not the slightest conception of what it meant. He imagined that a philosopher was one who made the best of a bad job, and he had never heard the word used in any other sense. He had great potential intellectual curiosity, but nobody had thought to stimulate it by even casually telling him that the finest minds of humanity had been trying to systematize the mysteries for quite 25 centuries. Of physical science he had been taught nothing, save a grotesque perversion to the effect that gravity was a force which drew things towards the centre of the earth. In the matter of chemistry, it had been practically demonstrated to him scores of times, so that he should never forget this grand basic truth, that sodium and potassium may be relied upon to fizz flamingly about on a surface of water. Of geology he was perfectly ignorant, though he lived in a district whose whole livelihood depended on the scientific use of geological knowledge, and though the existence of Oldcastle itself was due to a freak of the earth's crust, which geologists call a fault. Geography had been one of his strong points. He was aware of the rivers of Asia in their order, and of the principal products of Uruguay, and he could name the capitals of nearly all the United States. But he had never been instructed for 5 minutes in the geography of his native county, of which he knew neither the boundaries, nor the rivers, nor the terrain characteristics. He could have drawn a map of Orinoco, but he could not have found the Trent in a day's march. He did not even know where his drinking water came from. That geological considerations are the cause of all history had never been hinted to him, nor that history bears immediately upon modern life and bore on his own life. For him, history hung unsupported and unsupporting in the air. In the course of his school career he had several times approached the 19th century, but it seemed to him that for administrative reasons he had always been dragged back into the Middle Ages. Once his form had got as far as the infancy of his own father, and concerning this period he had learned that great dissatisfaction prevailed among the labouring classes, who were led to believe by mischievous demagogues, etc. But the next term he was recoiling around Henry VIII, who was a skilful warrior and politician, but unfortunate in his domestic relations. And so to Elizabeth, than whom few sovereigns have been so much belied, but her character comes out unscathed after the closest examination. History indeed resolved itself into a series of more or less sanguinary events arbitrarily grouped under the names of persons who had to be identified with the assistance of numbers. Neither of the development of national life, nor of the clash of nations, did he really know anything that was not inessential and anecdotic. He could not remember the clauses of Magna Carta, but he knew eternally that it was signed at a place amusingly called Runnymede, and the one fact engraved on his memory about the Battle of Waterloo was that it was fought on a Sunday. And as he had acquired absolutely nothing about political economy or about logic, and was therefore at the mercy of the first agreeable sophistry that might take his fancy by storm, his unfitness to commence the business of being a citizen almost reached perfection. For his personal enjoyment of the earth and air and sun and stars, and of society and solitude, no preparation had been made or dreamt of. The sentiment of nature had never been encouraged in him, or even mentioned. He knew not how to look at a landscape, nor at a sky. Of plants and trees he was as exquisitely ignorant as of astronomy. It had not occurred to him to wonder why the days are longer in summer, and he vaguely supposed that the cold of winter was due to an increased distance of the earth from the sun. Still, he had learnt that Saturn had a ring, and sometimes he unconsciously looked for it in the firmament, as for a tea-tray. Of art and the arts he had been taught nothing. He had never seen a great picture or statue, nor heard great orchestral or solo music, and he had no idea that architecture was an art and emotional, though it moved him in a very peculiar fashion. Of the art of English literature, or of any other literature, he had likewise been taught nothing, but he knew the meaning of a few obsolete words in a few plays of Shakespeare. He had not learnt how to express himself orally in any language, but through hard drilling he was so genuinely erudite in accidence and syntax that he could parse and analyze with superb assurance the most magnificent sentences of Milton, Virgil, and Racine. This skill, together with an equal skill in utilizing the elementary properties of numbers and geometrical figures, was the most brilliant achievement of his long apprenticeship. And now his education was finished. It had cost his father 28 shillings a term, or 4 guineas a year, and no trouble. In younger days his father had spent more money and far more personal attention on the upbringing of a dog. His father had enjoyed success with dogs through treating them as individuals, but it had not happened to him, nor to anybody in authority, to treat Edwin as an individual. Nevertheless, it must not be assumed that Edwin's father was a callous and conscienceless brute, and Edwin a martyr of neglect. Old Clayhanger was, on the contrary, an average, upright, and respectable parent who had given his son a thoroughly sound education, and Edwin had had the good fortune to receive that thoroughly sound education as a preliminary to entering the world. He was very far from realizing the imperfections of his equipment for the grand entry, but still he was not without uneasiness. In particular, the conversation incident to the canal boat wager was disturbing him. It amazed him, as he reflected, that he should have remained to such an advanced age in a state of ignorance concerning the origin of the clay from which the crocks of his native district were manufactured. That the Sunday should have been able to inform him did not cause him any shame, for he guessed from the peculiar, eager tone of voice in which the facts had been delivered that the Sunday was merely retailing some knowledge recently acquired by chance. He knew all the Sunday's tones of voice, and also was well aware that the Sunday's brain was not on the whole better stored than his own. Further, the Sunday was satisfied with his bit of accidental knowledge. Edwin was not. Edwin wanted to know why, if the clay for making earthenware was not got in the 5 Towns, the 5 Towns had become the great seat of the manufacture. Why were not pots made in the south, where the clay came from? He could not think of any answer to this enigma, nor of any means of arriving by himself at an answer. The feeling was that he ought to have been able to arrive at the answer as at the answer to an equation. He did not definitely blame his education, nor did he think clearly about the thing at all. But, as a woman with a vague discomfort dimly fears cancer, so he dimly feared that there might be something fundamentally unsound in this sound education of his. And he had remorse for all the shirking that he had been guilty of during all his years at school. He shook his head solemnly at the immense and nearly universal shirking that continually went on. He could only acquit 3 or 4 boys among the hundreds he had known of the shameful sin, and all that he could say in favour of himself was that there were many worse than Edwin Clayhanger. Not merely the boys, but the masters were sinners. Only 2 masters could he unreservedly respect as having acted conscientiously up to their pretensions, and one of these was an unpleasant brute. All the cleverness, the ingenuities, the fakes, the insincerities, the incapacities, the vanities, and the dishonesties of the rest stood revealed to him, and he judged them by the mere essential force of character alone. A schoolmaster might as well attempt to deceive God as a boy who is watching him every day with the inhuman eye of youth. All this must end now, he said to himself, meaning all that could be included in the word shirk. He was splendidly serious. He was as splendidly serious as a reformer. By a single urgent act of thought, he would have made himself a man and changed imperfection into perfection. He desired, and there was real passion in his desire, to do his best, to exhaust himself in doing his best, in living according to his conscience. He did not know of what he was capable, nor what he could achieve. Achievement was not the matter of his desire, but endeavour, honest and terrific endeavour. He admitted to himself his shortcomings, and he did not underestimate the difficulties that lay before him. But he said, thinking of his father, "Surely he'll see I mean business. Surely he's bound to give in when he sees how much in earnest I am." He was convinced, almost, that passionate faith could move mountainous fathers. "I'll show him," he muttered. And he meant that he would show the world. He was honouring the world. He was paying the finest homage to it. In that head of his, a flame burned that was like an altar fire, a miraculous and beautiful phenomenon, that which nothing is more miraculous nor more beautiful over the whole earth. Whence had it suddenly sprung, that flame, after years of muddy inefficiency, of contentedness with the second-rate and the dishonest? That flame astoundingly burst forth from a hidden, unheeded spark that none had ever thought to blow upon. It bursts forth out of a damp jungle of careless habits and negligence that could not possibly have fed it. There is little to encourage it. The very architecture of the streets shows that environment has done naught for it. Ragged brickwork, walls finished anyhow with saggers and slag, narrow, uneven alleys leading to higgledy-piggledy workshops and kilns, cottages transformed into factories and factories into cottages, clumsily, hastily, because nothing matters so long as it will do. Everywhere something forced to fulfill badly the function of something else. In brief, the reign of the slovenly, makeshift, shameless, filthy, and picturesque. Edwin himself seemed no tabernacle for that singular flame. He was not merely untidy and dirty. At his age, such defects might have excited in a sane observer uneasiness by their absence, but his gestures and his gait were untidy. He did not mind how he walked. All his sprawling limbs were saying, "What does it matter so long as we get there?" The angle of the slatternly bag across his shoulders was an insult to the flame, and yet the flame burned with serene and terrible pureness. It was surprising that no one saw it passing along the mean, black, smoke-palled streets that huddled about St. Luke's Church. Sundry experienced and fat old women were standing or sitting at their cottage doors, one or two smoking cutties. But even they, who in childbed and at gravesides had been at the very core of life for long years, they who saw more than most, could only see a fresh lad passing along, with fair hair and a clear complexion, and gawky knees and elbows, a fierce, rapt expression on his straightforward, good-natured face. Some knew that it was Clayhanger's lad, a nice-behaved young gentleman, and the spitten image of his poor mother. They all knew what a lad is, the feel of his young skin under his duds, the capricious freedom of his movements, his sudden madnesses and shoutings and tendernesses, and the exceeding power of his unconscious, wistful charm. They could divine all that in a glance, but they could not see the mysterious and holy flame of the desire for self-perfection blazing within that tousled head. And if Edwin had suspected that anybody could indeed perceive it, he would have whipped it out for shame, though the repudiation had meant everlasting death. Such is youth in the Five Towns, if not elsewhere. End of Chapter 2, Volume 1.
Book 1, Chapter 3 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Entry into the World. Edwin came steeply out of the cinder-strewn back streets by Woodison Bank, hill in brackets, into Duck Square, nearly at the junction of Trafalgar Road and Wedgwood Street. A few yards down Woodison Bank, cocks and hens were scurrying with necks horizontal from all quarters, and were even flying to the call of a little old woman who threw grain from the top step of her porch. On the level of the narrow pavement stood an immense constable, clad in white trousers, with a gun under his arm for the killing of mad dogs. He was talking to the woman, and their two heads were exactly at the same height. On a pair of small double gates near the old woman's cottage were painted the words, "Steam Printing Works, no admittance except on business." And from as far as Duck Square could be heard the puff-puff which proved the use of steam in this works to which idlers and mere pleasure-seekers were forbidden access. Duck Square was one of the oldest, if the least imposing, of all the public places in Bursley. It had no traffic across it, being only a sloping rectangle, like a vacant lot, with Trafalgar Road and Wedgwood Street for its exterior sides, and no outlet on its inner sides. The buildings on those inner sides were low and humble, and, as it were, withdrawn from the world, the chief of them being the ancient Duck Inn, where the handbell ringers used to meet. But Duck Square looked out upon the very birth of Trafalgar Road, that wide, straight thoroughfare whose name dates it, which had been invented in the lifetime of a few then living, to unite Bursley with Hanbridge. It also looked out upon the birth of several old pack-horse roads, which Trafalgar Road had supplanted. One of these was Woodison Bank, that wound slowly up hill and down dale, apparently always choosing the longest and hardest route to Hanbridge. And another was Aboukir Street, formerly known as Warm Lane, that reached Hanbridge in a manner equally difficult and unhurried. At the junction of Trafalgar Road and Aboukir Street stood the Dragon Hotel, once the great posting-house of the town, from which all roads started. Duck Square had watched coaches and wagons stop at and start from the Dragon Hotel for hundreds of years. It had seen the Dragon rebuilt in brick and stone, with fine bay windows on each story, in early Georgian times. And it had seen even the new structure become old and assume the dignity of age. Duck Square could remember strings of pack mules driven by women, traipsing in zigzags down Woodison Bank and Warm Lane, and occasionally falling with awful smashes of the crockery they carried in the deep, slippery, scarce passable mire of the first slants into the valley. Duck Square had witnessed the slow declension of these roads into mere streets, and slum streets at that, and the death of all mules, and the disappearance of all coaches and all neighing and prancing and whip-cracking romance, while Trafalgar Road, simply because it was straight and broad and easily graded, flourished with toll bars and a couple of pair-horse trams that ran on lines. And many people were proud of those cushioned trams, but perhaps they had never known that coach drivers used to tell each other about the state of the turn at the bottom of Warm Lane, since absurdly renamed in honour of an Egyptian battle, and that Woodison Bank, now unnoticed save by doubtful characters, policemen and schoolboys, was once regularly taken by 4 horses at a canter. The history of human manners is crunched and embedded in the very macadam of that part of the borough, and the burgesses unheedingly tread it down every day, and talk gloomily about the ugly, smoky prose of industrial manufacture. And yet the Dragon Hotel, safely surviving all revolutions by the mighty virtue and attractions of ale, stands before them to remind them of the interestingness of existence. Part 2. At the southern corner of Trafalgar Road and Wedgwood Street, with Duck Square facing it, the Dragon Hotel and Warm Lane to its right, and Woodison Bank creeping inconspicuously down to its left, stood a 3-storey building consisting of house and shop, the frontage being in Wedgwood Street. Over the double-windowed shop was a discreet signboard in gilt letters, D. Clayhanger, printer and stationer. But above the first floor was a later and much larger sign with the single word Steam Printing. All the brickwork of the facade was painted yellow, and had obviously been painted yellow many times. The woodwork of the plate-glass windows was a very dark green approaching black. The upper windows were stumpy, almost square, some dirty and some clean and curtained, with prominent sills and architraves. The line of the projecting spouting at the base of the roof was slightly curved through subsidence. At either end of the roof ridge rose twin chimneys, each with 3 salmon-coloured chimney pots. The gigantic word Steam Printing could be seen from the windows of the Dragon, from the porch of the big Wesleyan chapel higher up the slope, from the Conservative Club and the playground at the top of the slope, and as for Duck Square itself, it could see little else. The left-hand shop window was alluringly set out with the lighter apparatus of writing and reading, and showed incidentally several rosy pictures of ideal English maidens. That to the right was grim and heavy, with ledgers, inks, and variegated specimens of steam printing. Part 3. In the wedge-shaped doorway between the windows stood 2 men, one middle-aged and one old, one bareheaded and the other with a beaver hat, engaged in conversation. They were talking easily, pleasantly, with free gestures, the younger looking down in deferential smiles at the elder, and the elder looking up benignantly at the younger. You could see that, having begun with a business matter, they had quitted it for a topic of the hour. But business none the less went forward. The shop functioned, the presses behind the shop were being driven by steam as advertised, a customer emerged and was curtly nodded at by the proprietor as he squeezed past. A girl with a small flannel apron over a large cotton apron went timidly into the shop. The trickling, calm commerce of a provincial town was proceeding, bit being added to bit and item to item, until at the week's end a series of apparent nothings had swollen into the livelihood of near 60 of people, and nobody perceived how interesting it was, this interchange of activities, this ebb and flow of money, this sluggish rise and fall of reputations and fortunes, stretching out of one century into another and towards a third. Printing had been done at that corner, though not by steam, since the time of the French Revolution. Bibles and illustrated herbals had been laboriously produced by hand at that corner, and hawked on the backs of asses all over the county, and nobody heard romance in the puffing of the hidden steam engine, multiplying catalogues and billheads on the self-same spot at the rate of hundreds an hour. The younger and bigger of the 2 men chatting in the doorway was Darius Clayhanger, Edwin's father, and the first printer to introduce steam into Bursley. His age was then under 45, but he looked more. He was dressed in black, with an ample shirt front and a narrow black cravat tied in an angular bow. The wristbands were almost tight on the wrists, and owing to the shortness of the alpaca coat sleeves, they were very visible, even as Darius Clayhanger stood with his 2 hands deep in the horizontal pockets of his full fall trousers. They were not precisely dirty, these wristbands, nor was the shirt front, nor the turned-down pointed collar, but all the linen looked as though it would scarcely be wearable the next day. Clayhanger's linen invariably looked like that, not dirty and not clean, and further he appeared to wear eternally the same suit, ever on the point of being done for, and never being done for. The trousers always had marked transverse creases, the waistcoat always showed shiningly the outline of every article in the pockets thereof, and it always had a few stains down the front, and never more than a few, and the lowest button insecure. The coat, faintly discoloured round the collar and fretted at the cuffs, fitted him easily and loosely like the character of an old crony. It was as if it had grown up with him and had expanded with his girth. His head was a little bald on the top, but there was still a great deal of mixed brown and greyish hair at the back and the sides, and the moustache, hanging straight down with an effect recalling the mouth of a seal, was plenteous and defiant, a moustache of character, contradicting the full placidity of the badly shaved chin. Darius Clayhanger had a habit, when reflective or fierce, of biting with his upper teeth as far down as he could on the lower lip. This trick added emphasis to the moustache. He stood, his feet in their clumsy boots planted firmly about 16 inches apart, his elbows sticking out, and his head bent sideways, listening to and answering his companion with mien now eager, now roguish, now distinctly respectful. The older man, Mr. Shushion, was apparently very old. He was one of those men of whom one says in conclusion that they are very old. He seemed to be so fully occupied all the time in conducting those physical operations which we perform without thinking of them, that each, in his case, became a feat. He balanced himself on his legs with conscious craft. He directed carefully his shaking and gnarled hand to his beard in order to stroke it. When he collected his thoughts into a sentence and uttered it in his weak, quavering voice, he did something wonderful. He listened closely as though to an imperfectly acquired foreign language, and when he was not otherwise employed, he gave attention to the serious business of breathing. He wore a black silk stock, in a style even more antique than his remarkable headgear, and his trousers were very tight. He had survived into another and a more fortunate age than his own. Part 4. Edwin, his heavy bag on his shoulders, found the doorway blocked by these two. He hesitated with a diffident, charming smile, feeling, as he often did in front of his father, that he ought to apologise for his existence, and yet fiercely calling himself an ass for such a sentiment. Darius Clayhanger nodded at him carelessly, but not without a surprising benevolence, over his shoulder. "This is him," said Darius briefly. Edwin was startled to catch a note of pride in his father's voice. Little Mr. Shushion turned slowly and looked up at Edwin's face, for he was shorter even than the boy, and gradually acquainted himself with the fact that Edwin was the son of his father. "Is this thy son, Darius?" he asked, and his ancient eyes were shining. Edwin had scarcely ever heard anyone address his father by his Christian name. Darius nodded, and then, seeing the old man's hand creeping out towards him, Edwin pulled off his cap and took the hand, and was struck by the hot, smooth brittleness of the skin and the earnest, tremulous weakness of the caressing grasp. Edwin had never seen Mr. Shushion before. "Nay, nay, my boy," trembled the old man. "Don't bare the head to me, not to me. I'm one of the old sort. I'm rare glad to see thee." He kept Edwin's hand and stared long at him with his withered face transfigured by solemn emotion. Slowly he turned towards Darius and pulled himself together. "Thou's begotten a fine lad, Darius, a fine, honest lad." "So, said Darius gruffly, whom Edwin was amazed to see in a state of agitation similar to that of Mr. Shushion's. The men gazed at each other. Edwin looked at the ground and other unresponsive objects. "Edwin," his father said abruptly, "run and ask Big James for the proof of that primitive Methodist hymn paper. There's a good lad." And Edwin hastened through the shadowy shop as if loosed from a captivity, and in passing threw his satchel down on a bale of goods. Part 5. He comprehended nothing of the encounter, neither as to the origin of the old man's status in his father's esteem, nor as to the cause of his father's strange emotion. He regarded the old man impatiently as an aged simpleton, probably over-pious, certainly connected with the primitive Methodists. His father had said, "There's a good lad," almost cajolingly, and this was odd, for though nobody could be more persuasively agreeable than his father when he chose, the occasions when he cared to exert his charm, especially over his children, were infrequent, and getting more so. Edwin also saw something symbolically ominous in his being sent direct to the printing office. It was no affair of his to go to the printing office. He particularly did not want to go to the printing office. However, he met Big James with flowing beard and flowing apron crossing the yard. Big James was brushing crumbs from the beard. "Father wants the proofs of some hymn paper, I don't know what," he said. "I was just coming." "So was I, Mr. Edwin," replied Big James in his magnificent voice, and with his curious, humorous smile. And he held up a sheet of paper in his immense hand and strode majestically on towards the shop. Here was another detail that struck the boy. Always Big James had addressed him as Master Edwin or Master Clayhanger. Now it was Mr. He had left school. Big James was of course aware of that, and Big James had enough finesse and enough gentle malice to change instantly the master to Mr. Edwin was scarcely sure if Big James was not laughing at him. He could not help thinking that Big James had begun so promptly to call him Mr. because the foreman compositor expected that the son of the house would at once begin to take a share in the business. He could not help thinking that his father must have so informed Big James, and all this vaguely disturbed Edwin, and reminded him of his impending battle, and of the complex forces marshalled against him, and his hand, wandering in his pockets, touched that unfortunate report which stated that he had lost one place during the term. Part 6. He lingered in the blue-paved yard across which cloud shadows swept continually, and then Big James came back and spectacularly ascended the flight of wooden steps to the printing office, and disappeared. Edwin knew that he must return to the shop to remove his bag, for his father would assuredly reprimand him if he found it where it had been untidily left. He sidled just like an animal to the doorway, and then slipped up to the counter behind the great mahogany case of artists' materials. His father and the old man were within the shop now, and Edwin overheard that they were discussing a topic that had lately been rife in religious circles, namely Sir Henry Thompson's ingenious device for scientifically testing the efficacy of prayer, known as the prayer gauge. The scheme was to take certain hospitals and to pray for the patients in particular wards, leaving other wards unprayed for, and then to tabulate and issue the results. Mr. Shushion profoundly resented the employment of such a dodge. The mere idea of it shocked him as being blasphemous, and Darius Clayhanger deferentially and feelingly agreed with him, though Edwin had at least once heard his father refer to the topic with the amused and non-committal impartiality of a man who only went to chapel when he specially felt like going. "I've preached in the pulpits of our connection," said Mr. Shushion with solemn quavering emotion, "for over 50 year, as you know, but I ne'er give out another text if primitives had aught to do with such a flouting of the Almighty. Nay, I'd go down to my grave dumb afore God." He had already been upset by news of a movement that was on foot for deferring anniversary sermons from August to September, so that people should be more free to go away for a holiday and collections be more fruitful. What? Put off God's ordinance to enable chapel members to go a-wakesing? Monstrous! Yet September was tried in spite of Mr. Shushion's, and when even September would not work satisfactorily, God's ordinance was shifted boldly to May in order to catch people and their pockets well before the demoralisation incident to holidays. Edwin thought that his father and the mysterious old man would talk for ever, and timorously he exposed himself to obtain possession of his satchel, hoping to escape unseen. But Mr. Shushion saw him and called him and took his hand again. "Eh, my boy," he said, feebly shaking the hand, "I do pray as you'll grow up to be worthy of your father. That's all as I pray for." Edwin had never considered his father as an exemplar. He was a just and unmerciful judge of his father, against whom he had 1,000 grievances. And in his heart he resentfully despised Mr. Shushion, and decided again that he was a simpleton and not a very tactful one. But then he saw a round yellow tear slowly form in the red rim of the old man's eye, and run crookedly down that wrinkled cheek, and his impatient scorn expired. The mere sight of him, Edwin, had brought the old man to weeping, and the tear was so genuine, so convincing, so majestic, that it induced in Edwin a blank humility. He was astounded, mystified, but he was also humbled. He himself was never told, and he never learnt, the explanation of that epic tear. End of Chapter 3, Volume 1. Volume 1, Chapter 4 of Clayhanger, by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, The Child Man. The origin of the tear on the aged cheek of Mr. Shushion's went back about 40 years, and was embedded in the infancy of Darius Clayhanger. The earliest memory of Darius Clayhanger had to do with the capital letters Q, W, and S. Even as the first steam printer in Bursley, even as the father of a son who had received a thoroughly sound middle-class education, he never noticed a capital Q, W, or S without recalling the Widow Susan's school, where he had wonderingly learned the significance of those complicated characters. The school consisted of the entire ground floor of her cottage, namely one room, of which the far corner was occupied by a tiny winding staircase that led to the ancient widow's bedchamber. The furniture comprised a few low forms for scholars, a table and a chair, and there were some brilliant coloured prints on the whitewashed walls. At this school Darius acquired a knowledge of the alphabet, and from the alphabet passed to reading made easy, and then to the Bible. He made such progress that the widow soon singled him out for honour. He was allowed the high and envied privilege of raking the ashes from under the fireplace and carrying them to the ash-pit, which ash-pit was vast and lofty, being the joint production of many cottages. To reach the summit of the ash-pit, and thence to fling backwards down its steep sides all assailants who challenged your supremacy, was a precious joy. The battles of the ash-pit, however, were not battles of giants, as no children had leisure for ash-carrying after the age of 7. A still greater honour accorded to Darius was permission to sit during lessons on the topmost visible step of the winding stair. The Widow Susan, having taught Darius to read brilliantly, taught him to knit, and he would knit stockings for his father, mother, and sister. At the age of 7, his education being complete, he was summoned into the world. It is true that he could neither write nor deal with the multiplication table, but there were always night schools which studious adults of 7 and upwards might attend if business permitted. Further, there was the Sunday school, which Darius had joyously frequented since the age of 3, and which he had no intention of leaving. As he grew older, the Sunday school became more and more enchanting to him. Sunday morning was the morning which he lived for during 6 days. It was the morning when his hair was brushed and combed, and perfumed with a delightful oil, whose particular fragrance he remembered throughout his life. At Sunday school he was petted and caressed. His success at Sunday school was shining. He passed over the heads of bigger boys, and at the age of 6 he was in a Bible class. Upon hearing that Darius was going out into the world, the superintendent of the Sunday school, a grave, whiskered young man of perhaps 30, led him one morning out of the body of the primitive Methodist chapel which served as schoolroom, before and after chapel service, up into the deserted gallery of the chapel, and there seated him on a stair, and knelt on the stair below him, and caressed his head, and called him a good boy, and presented him with an old battered Bible. This volume was the most valuable thing that Darius had ever possessed. He ran all the way home with it, half suffocated by his triumph. Sunday school prizes had not then been invented. The young superintendent of the Sunday school was Mr. Shushion. Part 2. The man Darius was first taken to work by his mother. It was the winter of 1835, January. They passed through the marketplace of the town of Turnhill where they lived. Turnhill lies a couple of miles north of Bursley. One side of the marketplace was barricaded with stacks of coal, and the other with loaves of a species of rye and straw bread. This coal and these loaves were being served out by meticulous and haughty officials, all invisibly braided with red tape, to a crowd of shivering, moaning and weeping wretches, men, women and children, the basis of the population of Turnhill. Although they were all endeavouring to make a noise, they made scarcely any noise, from mere lack of strength. Nothing could be heard under the implacable bright sky but faint ghosts of sound, as though people were sighing and crying from within the vacuum of a huge glass bell. The next morning at 5:30, Darius began his career in earnest. He was mould runner to a muffin maker, a muffin being not a comestible but a small plate fashioned by its maker on a mould. The business of Darius was to run as hard as he could with the mould and a newly created plate adhering thereto into the drying stove. This stove was a room lined with shelves and having a red-hot stove and stovepipe in the middle. As no man of 7 could reach the upper shelves, a pair of steps was provided for Darius, and up these he had to scamper. Each mould with its plate had to be leaned carefully against the wall, and if the soft clay of a newborn plate was damaged, Darius was knocked down. The atmosphere outside the stove was chill, but owing to the heat of the stove, Darius was obliged to work half naked. His sweat ran down his cheeks and down his chest and down his back, making white channels, and lastly it soaked his hair. When there were no moulds to be sprinted into the drying stove and no moulds to be carried less rapidly out, Darius was engaged in clay wedging. That is to say, he took a piece of raw clay, weighing more than himself, cut it in two with a wire, raised one half above his head, and crashed it down with all his force upon the other half, and he repeated the process until the clay was thoroughly soft and even in texture. At a later period it was discovered that a hydraulic machinery could perform this operation more easily and more effectually than the brawny arms of a man of 7. At 8:00 in the evening Darius was told that he had done enough for that day, and that he must arrive at 5 sharp the next morning to light the fire, before his master the muffin maker began to work. When he inquired how he was to light the fire, his master kicked him jovially on the thigh and suggested that he should ask another mould runner. His master was not a bad man at heart, it was said, but on Tuesdays, after Sunday and Saint Monday, masters were apt to be capricious. Darius reached home at 9:15, having eaten nothing but bread all day. Somehow he had lapsed into the child again. His mother took him on her knee and wrapped her sacking apron around his ragged clothes, and cried over him and cried into his supper of porridge, and undressed him and put him to bed. But he could not sleep easily, because he was afraid of being late the next morning. 3. And the next morning, wandering about the yards of the manufactory in a storm of icy sleet a little before 5:00, he learned from a more experienced companion that nobody would provide him with kindling for his fire, that on the contrary everybody who happened to be on the place at that hour would unite to prevent him from getting kindling, and that he must steal it or expect to be thrashed before 6:00. Near them a vast kiln of ware in process of firing showed a white flaming glow at each of its mouths in the black winter darkness. Darius's mentor crept up to the archway of the great hovel which protected his kiln, and pointed like a conspirator to the figure of the guardian fireman dozing near his monster. The boy had the handleless remains of an old spade, and with it he crept into the hovel, dangerously abstracted fire from one of the scorching mouths, and fled therewith, and the fireman never stirred. Then Darius, to whom the mentor kindly lent his spade, attempted to do the same, but being inexpert, woke the fireman, who held him spellbound by his roaring voice, and then flung him like a sack of potatoes bodily into the slush of the yard, and the spade after him. Happily, the mentor, whose stove was now alight, lent fire to Darius, so that Darius's stove too was cheerfully burning when his master came, and Darius was too excited to feel fatigue. By 6 o'clock on Saturday night Darius had earned a shilling for his week's work, but he could only possess himself of the shilling by going to a magnificent public-house with his master, the muffin-maker. This was the first time that he had ever been inside a public-house. The place was crowded with men, women, and children, eating the most lovely hot rolls and drinking beer in an atmosphere exquisitely warm. And behind a high counter a stout jolly man was counting piles and piles and piles of silver. Darius's master, in company with other boys' masters, gave this stout man 4 sovereigns to change, and it was an hour before he changed them. Meanwhile Darius was instructed that he must eat a roll like the rest, together with cheese. Never had he tasted anything so luscious. He had a match with his mentor as to which of them could spin out his roll the longer, honestly chewing all the time, and he won. Someone gave him half a glass of beer. At 7:30 he received his shilling, which consisted of a 6-penny piece and 4 pennies, and leaving the gay public-house pushed his way through a crowd of tearful women with babies in their arms at the doors, and went home. And such was the attraction of the Sunday school that he was there the next morning with scented hair, 2 minutes before the opening. 4. In about a year, Darius's increasing knowledge of the world enabled him to rise in it. He became a handle-maker in another manufactory, and also he went about with the pride of one who could form the letters of the alphabet with a pen. In his new work he had to put a bit of clay between 2 moulds, and then force the top mould onto the bottom one by means of his stomach, which it was necessary to press downwards, and at the same time to wriggle with a peculiar movement. The workman to whom he was assigned, his new master, attached these handles with strange rapid skill to beer mugs. For Darius the labour was much lighter than that of mould running and clay wedging, and the pay was somewhat higher, but there were minor disadvantages. He descended by 20 steps to his toil, and worked in a long cellar which never received any air except by way of the steps and a passage, and never any daylight at all. Its sole illumination was a stove used for drying. The throwers' and the turners' rooms were also subterranean dungeons. When in full activity, all these stinking cellars were full of men, boys, and young women, working close together in a hot twilight. Certain boys were trained contrabandists of beer, and beer came as steadily into the dungeons as though it had been laid on by a main pipe. It was not honourable, even on the part of a young woman, to refuse beer, particularly when the beer happened to arrive in the late afternoon. On such occasions young men and women would often entirely omit to go home of a night, and seasoned men of the world, aged 8, on descending into the dungeons early the next morning, would have a full view of pandemonium, and they would witness during the day salutary scenes of remorse, and proofs of the existence of a profound belief in the homeopathic properties of beer. But perhaps the worst drawback of Darius's new position was the long and irregular hours, due partly to the influences of St. Monday and of the scenes above indicated but not described, and partly to the fact that the employees were on piecework and entirely unhampered by grandmotherly legislation. The result was that 6 days' work was generally done in 4, and as the younger the workman, the earlier he had to start in the morning, Darius saw scarcely enough of his bed. It was not, of course, to be expected that a self-supporting man of the world should rigorously confine himself to an 8-hour day, or even a 12-hour day, but Darius's day would sometimes stretch to 18 and 19 hours, which on hygienic grounds could not be unreservedly defended. 5. One Tuesday evening his master, after 3 days of debauch, ordered him to be at work at 3 o'clock the next morning. He quickly and even eagerly agreed, for he was already intimate with his master's rope lash. He reached home at 10 o'clock on an autumn night, and went to bed and to sleep. He woke up with a start in the dark. There was no watch or clock in the house, from which nearly all the furniture had gradually vanished, but he knew it must be already after 3:00, and he sprang up and rushed out. Of course he had not undressed. His life was too strenuous for mere formalities. The stars shone above him as he ran along, wondering whether, after all, though late, he could by unprecedented effort make the ordained number of handles before his master tumbled into the cellar at 5:00. When he had run a mile, he met some sewage men on their rounds, who in reply to his question told him that the hour was half after midnight. He dared not risk a return to home and bed, for within 2½ hours he must be at work. He wandered aimlessly over the surface of the earth until he came to a tile works, more or less unenclosed, whose primitive ovens showed a glare. He ventured within, and, in spite of himself, sat down on the ground near one of those heavenly ovens. And then he wanted to get up again, for he could feel the strong breath of his enemy, sleep. But he could not get up. In a state of terror he yielded himself to his enemy. Shameful cowardice on the part of a man now aged 9. God, however, is merciful, and sent to him an angel in the guise of a night watchman, who kicked him into wakefulness and off the place. He ran on limping beneath the stellar systems, and reached his work at 4:30. Although he had never felt so exhausted in his long life, he set to work with fury. Useless. When his master arrived, he had scarcely got through the preliminaries. He dully faced his master in the narrow, stifling cellar, lit by candles impaled on nails, and already peopled by the dim figures of boys, girls, and a few men. His master was of taciturn habit, and merely told him to kneel down. He knelt. 2 bigger boys turned hastily from their work to snatch a glimpse of the affair. The master moved to the back of the cellar and took from a box a piece of rope, an inch thick and clogged with clay. At the same moment a companion offered him in silence a tin with a slim neck, out of which he drank deep. It contained a pint of porter, owing on loan from the previous day. When the master came in due course with the rope to do justice upon the sluggard, he found the lad fallen forward and breathing heavily and regularly. Darius had gone to sleep. He was awakened with some violence, but the public opinion of the dungeon saved him from a torn shirt and a bloody back. This was Darius's last day on a pot bank. The next morning he and his went in procession to the Bastille, as the place was called. His father, having been too prominent and too independent in a strike, had been blacklisted by every manufacturer in the district, and Darius, though 9, could not keep the family. End of Volume 1, Chapter 4. Book 1, Chapter 5 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Mr. Shushion's Tear Explained. The Bastille was on the top of a hill about a couple of miles long, and the journey thither was much lengthened by the desire of the family to avoid the main road. They were all intensely ashamed. Darius was ashamed to tears, and did not know why. Even his little sister wept and had to be carried, not because she was shoeless and had had nothing to eat, but because she was going to the Bastille. She had no notion what the place was. It proved to be the largest building that Darius had ever seen, and indeed it was the largest in the district. They stood against its steep sides like flies against a kennel. Then there was rattling of key bunches and the rasping voices of sour officials, who did not inquire if they would like a meal after their stroll. And they were put into a cellar and stripped and washed and dressed in other people's clothes, and then separated amid tears. And Darius was pitched into a large crowd of other boys, all clothed like himself. He now understood the reason for shame. It was because he could have no distinctive clothes of his own, because he had somehow lost his identity. All the boys had a sullen, furtive glance, and when they spoke it was in whispers. In the low room where the boys were assembled there fell a silence, and Darius heard someone whisper that the celebrated boy who had run away and been caught would be flogged before supper. Down the long room ran a long table. Someone brought in 3 candles in tin candlesticks and set them near the end of this table. Then someone else brought in a pickled birch rod, dripping with the salt water from which it had been taken, and also a small square table. Then came some officials and a clergyman, and then, surpassing the rest in majesty, the governor of the Bastille, a terrible man. The governor made a speech about the crime of running away from the Bastille, and when he had spoken for a fair time, the clergyman talked in the same sense. And then a captured tiger, dressed like a boy, with darting fierce eyes, was dragged in by 2 men, and laid face down on the square table, and 4 boys were commanded to step forward and hold tightly the 4 members of this tiger. And his clothes having previously been removed as far as his waist, his breeches were next pulled down his legs. Then the rod was raised, and it descended swishing, and blood began to flow. But far more startling than the blood were the shrill screams of the tiger. They were so loud and deafening that the spectators could safely converse under their shelter. The boys in charge of the victim had to cling hard and grind their teeth in the effort to keep him prone. As the blows succeeded each other, Darius became more and more ashamed. The physical spectacle did not sicken nor horrify him, for he was a man of wide experience, but he had never before seen flogging by lawful authority. Flogging in the workshop was different, a private if sanguinary affair between free human beings. This ritualistic and cold-blooded torture was infinitely more appalling in its humiliation. The screaming grew feebler, then ceased, then the blows ceased, and the unconscious infant, cured of being a tiger, was carried away, leaving a trail of red drops along the floor. Part 2. After this, supper was prepared on the long table, and the clergyman called down upon it the blessing of God, and enjoined the boys to be thankful, and departed in company with the governor. Darius, who had not tasted all day, could not eat. The flogging had not nauseated him, but the bread and the skilly revolted his pampered tastes. Never had he, with all his experience, seen nor smelt anything so foully disgusting. When supper was completed, a minor official interceded with the Almighty in various ways for 10 minutes, and at last the boys were marched upstairs to bed. They all slept in one room. The night also could be set down in words, but must not be, lest the setting down should be disastrous. Darius knew that he was ruined. He knew that he was a workhouse boy for evermore, and that the bright freedom of 16 hours a day in a cellar was lost to him for evermore. He was now a prisoner, branded, hopeless. He would never be able to withstand the influences that had closed around him and upon him. He supposed that he should become desperate, become a tiger, and then... Part 3. But the following afternoon he was forcibly reclothed in his own beautiful and beloved rags, and was pushed out of the Bastille, and there he saw his pale father and his mother and his little sister and another man. And his mother was on her knees in the cold autumn sunshine, and hysterically clasping the knees of the man and weeping. And the man was trying to raise her, and the man was weeping too. Darius wept. The man was Mr. Shushion's. Somehow, in a way that Darius comprehended not, Mr. Shushion's had saved them. Mr. Shushion's, in a beaver tall hat, and with an apron rolled round his waist under his coat, escorted them back to their house, into which some fresh furniture had been brought. And Darius knew that a situation was waiting for his father. And further, Mr. Shushion's, by his immense mysterious power, found a superb situation for Darius himself as a printer's devil. All this because Mr. Shushion, as superintendent of a Sunday school, was emotionally interested in the queer, harsh boy who had there picked up the art of writing so quickly. Such was the origin of the tear that ran down Mr. Shushion's cheek when he beheld Edwin, well-nourished, well-dressed, and intelligent, the son of Darius, the successful steam printer. Mr. Shushion's tear was the tear of the Creator looking upon his creation and marvelling at it. Mr. Shushions loved Darius as only the benefactor can love the benefited. He had been out of the district for over 30 years, and having returned there to die, the wonder of what he had accomplished by merely saving a lad from the certain perdition of a prolonged stay in the workhouse struck him blindingly in the face and dazzled him. Darius had never spoken to a soul of his night in the Bastille. All his infancy was his own fearful secret. His life seen whole had been a miracle, but none knew that except himself and Mr. Shushions. Assuredly Edwin never even faintly suspected it. To Edwin, Mr. Shushions was nothing but a feeble and tedious old man. End of Chapter 5, Volume 1. Volume 1, Chapter 6 of Clayhanger, by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. In the House. To return to Edwin. On that Friday afternoon of the breaking up, he was, in the local phrase, at a loose end. That is, he had no task, no programme, and no definite desires. Not knowing when he started out in the morning whether school would formally end before or after the dinner hour, he had taken his dinner with him as usual, and had eaten it at Oldcastle. Thus, though the family dinner had not begun when he reached home, he had no share in it, partly because he was not hungry, and partly because he was shy about having left school. The fact that he had left school affected him as he was affected by the wearing of a new suit for the first time, or by the cutting of his hair after a prolonged neglect of the barber. It inspired him with a wish to avoid his kind, and especially his sisters Maggie and Clara. Clara might make some facetious remark. Edwin could never forget the Red Indian glee with which Clara had danced around him when, for the first time, and quite unprepared for the exquisite shock, she had seen him in long trousers. There was also his father. He wanted to have a plain talk with his father. He knew that he would not be at peace until he had had that talk. And yet, in spite of himself, he had carefully kept out of his father's way during all the afternoon, save for a moment when, strolling with affected nonchalance up to Darius's private desk in the shop, he had dropped thereon his school report, and strolled off again. Towards 6:00 he was in his bedroom, an attic with a floor very much more spacious than its ceiling, and a window that commanded the slope of Trafalgar Road towards Bleak Ridge. It had been his room, his castle, his sanctuary, for at least 10 years, since before his mother's death of cancer. He did not know that he loved it, with all its inconveniences and makeshifts, but he did love it, and he was jealous for it. No one should lay a hand on it to rearrange what he had once arranged. His sisters knew this, the middle-aged servant knew it. Even his father, with a curt laugh, would humorously acquiesce in the theory of the sacredness of Edwin's bedroom. As for Edwin, he saw nothing extraordinary in his attitude concerning his bedroom, and he could not understand, and he somewhat resented, that the household should perceive anything comic in it. He never went near his sister's bedroom, never wished to go near it, never thought about it. 2. Now he sat idly on the patchwork counterpane of his bed and gazed at the sky. He was feeling a little happier, a little less unsettled, for his stomach was empty, and his mind had begun to fix itself with pleasure on the images of hot toast and jam. He wanted his tea. The manner in which he glanced at his old silver watch proved that. He wished only that before 6:00 struck he could settle upon the necessary changes in his bedroom. A beautiful schooner, which for over a year, with all sails spread, had awaited the breeze in a low dark corner to the right of the window, would assuredly have to be dismissed to the small empty attic. Once that schooner had thrilled him. The slight rake of its masts and the knotted reality of its rigging had thrilled him, and to navigate it had promised the most delicious sensations conceivable. Now one moment it was a toy, as silly as a doll, and the next moment it thrilled him once more, and he could believe again its promises of bliss. And then he knew that it was for ever a vain toy, and he was sad, and his sadness was pleasure. He had already stacked most of his schoolbooks in the other attic. He would need a table and a lamp. He knew not for what precise purpose, but a table and a lamp were necessary to the continuance of his self-respect. The only question was, should he remodel his bedroom, or should he demand the other attic, and plant his flag in it and rule over it in addition to his bedroom? Had he the initiative and the energy to carry out such an enterprise? He was not able to make up his mind, and moreover he could not decide anything until after that plain talk with his father. His sister Clara's high voice sounded outside on the landing or halfway up the attic stairs. "Edwin! Edwin!" "What's up?" he called in answer, rising with a nervous start. The door of the room was unlatched. "You're mighty mysterious in your bedroom," said Clara's voice behind the door. Come in, why don't you come in?" he replied with good-natured impatience. But somehow he could not speak in a natural tone. The mere fact that he had left school that day, and that the world awaited him, and that everybody in the house knew this, rendered him self-conscious. 3. Clara entered with a curious sidelong movement, half winning and half serpentine. She was aged 14, a very fair and very slight girl with a thin face and thin lips, and extraordinarily slender hands, in general appearance fragile. She wore a semicircular comb on the crown of her head, and her abundant hair hung over her shoulders in two tight pigtails. Edwin considered that Clara was harsh and capricious. He had much fault to find with her, but nevertheless the sight of her usually affected him pleasurably, of course without his knowing it, and he never for long sat definitely in adverse judgment upon her. Her gestures had a charm for him which he felt but did not realise, and this charm was similar to his own charm. But nothing would have so surprised him as to learn that he himself had any charm at all. He would have laughed and been ashamed to hear that his gestures and the play of his features had an ingratiating, awkward, and wistful grace. He would have tried to cure that. "Father wants you," said Clara, her hand on the handle of the thin attic door hung with odd garments. Edwin's heart fell instantly, and all the agreeable images of tea vanished from his mind. His father must have read the school report and perceived that Edwin had been beaten by Charlie Orgreave, a boy younger than himself. "Did he send you up for me?" Edwin asked. "No," said Clara, frowning, "but I heard him calling out for you all over. So Maggie told me to run up. Not that I expect any thanks." She put her head forward a little. The episode and Clara's tone showed clearly the nature and force of the paternal authority in the house. It was an authority with the gift of getting its commands anticipated. "All right, I'm coming," said Edwin superiorly. "I know what you want," Clara said teasingly as she turned towards the passage. "What do I want?" "You want the empty attic all to yourself, and a fine state it would be in a month, my word." "How do you know I want the empty attic?" Edwin repelled the onslaught, but he was considerably taken aback. It was a mystery to him how those girls, and Clara in particular, got wind of his ideas before he had even formulated them definitely to himself. It was also a mystery to him how they could be so tremendously interested in matters which did not concern them. "You never mind," Clara gibed, with a smile that was malicious, but charmingly malicious. "I know." She had merely seen him staring into the empty attic, and from that brief spectacle she had, by divination, constructed all his plans. 4. The Clayhanger sitting-room, which served as both dining-room and drawing-room according to the more primitive practices of those days, was over one half of the shop and looked on Duck Square. Owing to its northern aspect, it scarcely ever saw the sun. The furniture followed the universal fashion of horsehair, mahogany, and wool embroidery. There was a piano with a high back, fretted wood over silk pleated in rays from the centre, a bookcase whose lower part was a cupboard, a sofa, and a large leather easy-chair which did not match the rest of the room. This easy-chair had its back to the window and its front legs a little towards the fireplace, so that Mr. Clayhanger could read his newspaper with facility in daytime. At night the light fell a little awkwardly from the central chandelier, and Mr. Clayhanger, if he happened to be reading, would continually shift his chair an inch or two to left or right, backwards or forwards, and would also continually glance up at the chandelier as if accusing it of not doing its best. A common sight in the sitting-room was Mr. Clayhanger balanced on a chair, the table having been pushed away, screwing the newest burner into the chandelier. When he was seated in his easy-chair, the piano could not be played because there was not sufficient space for the stool between the piano and his chair, nor could the fire be made up without disturbing him because the japanned coal-box was on the same side of the hearth-rug as the chair. Thus, when the fire languished and Mr. Clayhanger neglected it, the children had either to ask permission to step over his legs or suggest that he should attend to the fire himself. Occasionally, when he was in one of his gay moods, he would humorously impede the efforts of the fire-maker with his feet, and if the fire-maker was Clara or Edwin, the child would tickle him, which brought him to his senses and forced him to shout, "None of that! None of that!" The position of Mr. Clayhanger's easy-chair, a detail apparently trifling, was in reality a strongly influencing factor in the family life, for it meant that the father's presence obsessed the room, and it could not be altered, for it depended on the window. The window was too small to be quite efficient. When the children reflected upon the history of their childhood, they saw one important aspect of it as a long series of detached hours spent in the sitting-room, in a state of desire to do something that could not be done without disturbing father, and in a state of indecision whether or not to disturb him. If by chance, as sometimes occurred, he chose to sit on the sofa, which was unobtrusive in the corner away from the window between the fireplace and the door, the room was instantly changed into something larger, freer, and less inconvenient. 5. As the hour was approaching 6, Edwin, on the way downstairs, looked in at the sitting-room for his father, but Darius was not there. "Where's father?" he demanded. "I don't know, I'm sure," said Maggie, at the sewing-machine. Maggie was aged 20, dark, rather stout, with an expression at once benevolent and worried. She rarely seemed to belong to the same generation as her brother and sister. She consorted on equal terms with married women, and talked seriously of the same things as they did. Mr. Clayhanger treated her somewhat differently from the other two, yet though he would often bid them accept her authority, he would now and then impair that authority by roughly dressing her down at the meal-table. She was a capable girl. She had much less firmness and much more good nature than she seemed to have. She could not assert herself adequately. She managed very well. Indeed, she had done wonders in filling the place of the mother who had died when Clara was 4 and Edwin 6, and she herself only 10. Responsibility, apprehension, and strained effort had printed their marks on her features, but the majority of acquaintances were more impressed by her good intention than by her capacity. They would call her a nice thing. The discerning minority, while saying with admiring conviction that she was a very fine girl, would regret that somehow she had not the faculty of making the best of herself, of putting her best foot foremost. And would they not heartily stand up for her with the superficial majority? A thin, grey-haired, dreamy-eyed woman hurried into the room, bearing a noisy tray and followed by Clara with a white cloth. This was Mrs. Nixon, the domestic staff of the Clayhanger household for years. Clara and Mrs. Nixon swept Maggie's sewing materials from the corner of the table onto a chair, put Maggie's flower glasses onto the ledge of the bookcase, folded up the green cloth, and began rapidly to lay the tea. Simultaneously, Maggie, glancing at the clock, closed up her sewing-machine and deposited her work in a basket. Clara, leaving the table, stooped to pick up the bits of cotton and white stuff that littered the carpet. The clock struck 6. "Now, Sharpie," she exclaimed curtly to Edwin, who stood hesitatingly with his hands in his pockets, "can't you help Maggie to push that sewing machine into the corner?" "What on earth's up?" he inquired vaguely, but starting forward to help Maggie. "She'll be here in a minute," said Maggie, almost under her breath, as she fitted on the cover of the sewing machine. "Who?" asked Edwin. "Oh, Auntie! I'd forgotten it was her night." "As if anyone could forget!" murmured Clara with sarcastic unbelief. By this time the table was completely set. 6. Edwin wondered mildly, as he often wondered, at the extremely bitter tone in which Clara always referred to their Aunt Clara Hamps, when Mrs Hamps was not there. Even Maggie's private attitude to Auntie Clara was scarcely more Christian. Mrs Hamps was the widowed younger sister of their mother, and she had taken a certain share in the supervision of Darius Clayhanger's domestic affairs after the death of Mrs Clayhanger. This latter fact might account partially, but not wholly, for the intense and steady dislike in which she was held by Maggie, Clara, and Mrs Nixon. Clara hated her own name because she had been called after her auntie. Mr Clayhanger got on excellently with his sister-in-law. He thought highly of her, and was indeed proud to have her for a relative. In their father's presence the girls never showed their dislike of Mrs Hamps. It was a secret pleasure shared between them and Mrs Nixon, and only disclosed to Edwin because the girls were indifferent to what Edwin might think. They casually despised him for somehow liking his auntie, for not seeing through her wiles, but they could count on his loyalty to themselves. "Are you ready for tea, or aren't you?" Clara asked him. She frequently spoke to him as if she was the elder instead of the younger. "Yes," he said, "but I must find father." He went off, but he did not find his father in the shop, and after a few futile minutes he returned upstairs. Mrs Nixon preceded him, carrying the tea-urn, and she told him that his father had sent word into the kitchen that they were not to wait tea for him. End of Chapter 6, Volume 1. Volume 1, Chapter 7 of Clayhanger, by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Auntie Hamps. Mrs Hamps had splendidly arrived. The atmosphere of the sitting-room was changed. Maggie, smiling, wore her second-best black silk apron. Clara, smiling and laughing, wore a clean, long, white pinafore. Mrs Nixon, with her dreamy eyes less vacant than usual, greeted Mrs Hamps effusively, and effusively gave humble thanks for kind inquiries after her health. A stranger might have thought that these women were strongly attached to one another by ties of affection and respect. Edwin never understood how his sisters, especially Maggie, could practise such vast and eternal hypocrisy with his aunt. As for him, his aunt acted on him now as generally like a tonic. Some effluence from her quickened him. He put away the worry in connection with his father, and gave himself up to the physical pleasures of tea. Aunt Clara was a handsome woman. She had been called, but not by men whose manners and code she would have approved, a damned fine woman. Her age was about 40, which at that period, in a woman's habit of mind, was the equivalent of about 50 today. Her latest photograph was considered to be very successful. It showed her standing behind a velvet chair and leaning her large but still shapely bust slightly over the chair. Her forearms, ruffled and braceleted, lay along the fringed back of the chair, and from one negligent hand depended a rose. A heavy curtain came downwards out of nothing into the picture, and the end of it lay coiled and draped on the seat of the chair. The great dress was of slate-coloured silk, with sleeves tight to the elbow, and thence from a ribbon bow, broadening to a wide triangular climax that revealed quantities of lace at the wrists. The pointed ends of the sleeves were picked out with squares of velvet. A short and highly ornamental fringed and looped flounce waved grandly out behind from the waist to the level of the knees, and the stomacher recalled the ornamentation of the flounce, and both the stomacher and flounce gave contrasting value to the severe plainness of the skirt, designed to emphasize the quality of the silk. Round the neck was a lace collarette to match the furniture of the wrists, and the broad ends of the collarette were crossed on the bosom and held by a large jet brooch. Above that you saw a fine regular face, with a firm hard mouth, and a very straight nose and dark eyebrows. Small ears weighted with heavy jet earrings. The photograph could not render the clear perfection of Aunt Clara's rosy skin. She had the colour and the flashing eye of a girl, but it did justice to her really magnificent black hair. This hair was all her own, and the coiffure seemed as ample as a judge's wig. From the low forehead the hair was parted exactly in the middle for about 2 inches. Then plaited bands crossed and recrossed the scalp in profusion, forming behind a pattern exceedingly complicated, and down either side of the head, now behind the ear, now hiding it, now resting on the shoulders, now hanging clear of them, fell long, multitudinous, glossy curls. These curls, one of them in the photograph reached as far as the stomacher, could not have been surpassed in Bursley. She was a woman of terrific vitality. Her dead sister had been nothing in comparison with her. She had a glorious digestion, and was the envy of her brother-in-law, who suffered much from biliousness, because she could eat with perfect impunity hot buttered toast and raw celery in large quantities. Further, she had independent means and no children to cause anxieties. Yet she was always, as the phrase went, bearing up, or as another phrase went, leaning hard. Frances Ridley Havergal was her favourite author, and Frances Ridley Havergal's little book, Lean Hard, was kept on her dressing-table. The girls, however, averred that she never opened it. Aunt Clara's spiritual life must be imagined as a continual, almost physical leaning on Christ. Nevertheless, she never complained, and she was seldom depressed. Her desire and her achievement was to be bright, to take everything cheerfully, to look obstinately on the best side of things, and to instil this religion into others. Part 2. Thus, when it was announced that father had been called out unexpectedly, leaving an order that they were not to wait for him, she said gaily that they had better be obedient and begin, though it would have been more agreeable to wait for father. And she said how beautiful the tea was, and how beautiful the toast, and how beautiful the strawberry jam, and how beautiful the pikelets. She would herself pour some hot water into the slop basin, and put a pikelet on a plate thereon, covered to keep warm for father. She would not hear a word about the toast being a little hard, and when Maggie, in her curious, quiet way, stuck her out that the toast was in fact hard, she said that that precise degree of hardness was the degree which she, for herself, preferred. Then she talked of jams, and mentioned gooseberry jam, whereupon Clara privately put her tongue out with the quickness of a snake to signal to Maggie. "Ours isn't good this year," said Maggie. "I told Auntie we weren't so set up with it a fortnight ago," said Clara simply, like a little angel. "Did you, dear?" Mrs. Hamps exclaimed with great surprise, almost with shocked surprise. "I'm sure it's beautiful. I was quite looking forward to tasting it. Quite. I know what your gooseberry jam is." "Would you like to try it now?" Maggie suggested. "But we've warned you." "Oh, I don't want to trouble you now. We're all so cosy here. Any time." "No trouble, Auntie," said Clara, with her most captivating and innocent smile. "Well, if you talk about warning me, of course I must insist on having some," said Auntie Clara. Clara jumped up, passed behind Mrs. Hamps, making a contemptuous face at those curls as she did so, and ran gracefully down to the kitchen. "Here," she said crossly to Mrs. Nixon, "a pot of that gooseberry, please. A small one will do. She knows it's short of sugar, and so she's determined to try it just out of spite. Nothing will stop her." Clara returned smiling to the tea-table, and Maggie neatly unsealed the jam. And Aunt Clara, with a face beaming with pleasurable anticipation, helped herself circumspectly to a spoonful. "Beautiful," she murmured. "Don't you think it's a bit tart?" Maggie asked. "Oh, no," protestingly. "Don't you?" asked Clara, with an air of delighted deferential astonishment. "Oh, no," Mrs. Hamps repeated. "It's beautiful." She did not smack her lips over it, because she would have considered it unladylike to smack her lips, but by less offensive gestures she sought to convey her unbounded pleasure in the jam. "How much sugar did you put in?" she inquired after a while. "Half and half?" "Yes," said Maggie. "They do say gooseberries were a tiny bit sour this year, owing to the weather," said Mrs. Hamps reflectively. Clara kicked Edwin under the table, as it were viciously, but her delightful, innocent smile, directed vaguely upon Mrs. Hamps, did not relax. Such duplicity passed Edwin's comprehension. It seemed to him purposeless. Yet he could not quite deny that there might be a certain sting, a certain insinuation, in his auntie's last remark. Part 3. Then Mr. Clayhanger entered, blowing forth a long breath as if trying to repulse the oppressive heat of the July afternoon. He came straight to the table with a slightly preoccupied air, quickly, his arms motionless at his sides and slanting a little outwards. Mr. Clayhanger always walked like this, with motionless arms, so that in spite of a rather clumsy and heavy step, the upper part of him appeared to glide along. He shook hands genially with Aunt Clara, greeting her almost as grandiosely as she greeted him, putting on for a moment the grand manner, not without dignity. Each admired the other. Each often said that the other was wonderful. Each undoubtedly flattered the other, made a fuss of the other. Mr. Clayhanger's admiration was the greater. The bitterest thing that Edwin had ever heard Maggie say was, "It's something to be thankful for that she's his deceased wife's sister." And she had said the bitter thing with such quiet bitterness, Edwin had not instantly perceived the point of it. Darius Clayhanger then sat down with a thud, snatched at the cup of tea which Maggie had placed before him, and drank half of it with a considerable indrawing noise. No one asked where or why he had been detained. It was not etiquette to do so. If father had been called away, or had had to go away, or was kept somewhere, the details were out of deference allowed to remain in mystery, respected by curiosity. Father business. All business was sacred. He himself had inculcated this attitude. In a short silence, the sound of the bell that the carman rang before the tram started for Hanbridge floated in through the open window. "There's the tram," observed Auntie Clara, apparently with warm and special interest in the phenomena of the tram. Then another little silence. "Auntie," said Clara, writhing about youthfully on her chair. "Can't you sit still a bit?" the father asked, interrupting her roughly but with good humour. "You'll be falling off the chair in a minute." Clara blushed swiftly and stopped. "Yes, love," Auntie Clara encouraged her. It was as if Auntie Clara had said, "Your dear father is, of course, quite right, more than right, to insist on your sitting properly at table. However, do not take the correction too much to heart. I sympathise with all your difficulties." "I was only going to ask you," Clara went on in a weaker, stammering voice, "if you knew that Edwin's left school to-day." Her archness had deserted her. Mischievous little thing, thought Edwin. Why must she deliberately go and draw attention to that? And he too blushed, feeling as if he owed an apology to the company for having left school. "Oh, yes," said Auntie Clara with eager benevolence. "I've got something to say about that to my nephew." Mr. Clayhanger searched in a pocket of his alpaca and drew forth an open envelope. "Here's the lad's report, Auntie," said he. "Happen you'd like to look at it?" "I should indeed," she replied fervently. "I'm sure it's a very good one." Part 4. She took the paper and assumed her spectacles. Conduct excellent, she read, poring with enthusiasm over the document. And she read again, Conduct excellent. Then she went down the list of subjects, declaiming the number of marks for each. And at the end she read, Position in class next term 3rd. Splendid, Eddie, she exclaimed. I thought you were 2nd, said Clara in her sharp manner. Edwin blushed again and hesitated. Eh, was that, his father demanded. I didn't notice that. 3rd? Charlie Orgreave beat me in the examination, Edwin muttered. Well, that's a pretty howdy-do, said his father. Going down 1, you ought to have been 1st instead of 3rd, and would have been happen if you'd pegged at it. No, I won't have that. I won't have it, Auntie Clara protested, laughingly showing her fine teeth and gazing first at Darius and then at Edwin from under her spectacles, her head being thrown back and the curls hanging far behind. No one shall say that Edwin doesn't work, not even his father while his auntie's about, because I know he does work. And besides, he hasn't gone down. It says position next term, not this term. You were still 2nd today, weren't you, my boy? I suppose so. Yes, Edwin answered, pulling himself together. Well, there you are. Auntie Clara's voice rang triumphantly. She was opening her purse. And there you are, she repeated, popping half a sovereign down in front of him. That's a little present from your auntie on your leaving school. Oh, auntie, he cried feebly. Oh, cried Clara, genuinely startled. Mrs. Hamps was sometimes thus astoundingly munificent. It was she who had given the schooner to Edwin, and her presents of elaborately enveloped and costly toilet soap on the birthdays of the children and at Christmas were massive. Yet Clara always maintained that she was the meanest old thing imaginable. And Maggie had once said that she knew that Auntie Clara made her servant eat dripping instead of butter. To give inferior food to a servant was to Maggie the unforgivable in parsimony. Well, Mr. Clayhanger warningly inquired, what do you say to your aunt? Thank you, auntie, Edwin sheepishly responded, fingering the coin. It was a princely sum, and she had stuck up for him famously in the matter of the report. Strange that his father should not have read the report with sufficient attention to remark the fall to 3rd place. Anyway, that aspect of the affair was now safely over, and it seemed to him that he had not lost much prestige by it. He would still be able to argue with his father on terms not too unequal, he hoped. Part 5. As the tea drew to an end and the plates of toast, bread and butter and tea-cake grew emptier and the slop basin filled, and only Maggie's flowers remained fresh and immaculate amid the untidy debris of the meal, and as Edwin and Clara became gradually indifferent to jam and then inimical to it, and as the sounds of the street took on the softer quality of summer evening, and the first filmy shades of twilight gathered imperceptibly in the corners of the room, and Mr. Clayhanger performed the eructations which signified that he had had enough, so Mrs. Hamps prepared herself for one of her classic outbursts of feeling. Well, she said at last, putting her spoon to the left of her cup as a final indication that seriously she would drink no more. And she gave a great sigh. School over, and the only son going out into the world. How time flies. And she gave another great sigh, implying an immense melancholy due to this vision of the reality of things. Then she remembered her courage, and the device of leaning hard, and all her philosophy. But it's all for the best, she broke forth in a new brave tone. Everything is ordered for the best. We must never forget that. And I'm quite sure that Edwin will be a very great credit to us all, with help from above. She proceeded powerfully in this strain. She brought in God, Christ, and even the Holy Spirit. She mentioned the dangers of the world and the disguises of the devil, and the unspeakable advantages of a good home, and the special goodness of Mr. Clayhanger, and of Maggie, yes, and of her little Clara, and the pride which they all had in Edwin, and the unique opportunities which he had of doing good by example, and also soon by precept, for others younger than himself would begin to look up to him. And again her personal pride in him, and her sure faith in him, and what a solemn hour it was. Nothing could stop her. The girls loathed these exhibitions. Maggie always looked at the table during their progress, and she felt as though she had done something wrong and was ashamed of it. Clara not merely felt like a criminal, she felt like an unrepentant criminal. She blushed, she glanced nervously about the room, and all the time she repeated steadily in her heart a highly obscene word which she had heard at school. This unspoken word, hurled soundlessly but savagely at her aunt in that innocent heart, afforded much comfort to Clara in the affliction. Even Edward, who was more lenient in all ways than his sisters, profoundly deplored these moralizings of his aunt. They filled him with a desire to run fast and far, to be alone at sea, or to be deep somewhere in the bosom of the earth. He could not understand this side of his auntie's individuality. But there was no delivery from Mrs. Hamps. The only person who could possibly have delivered them seemed to enjoy the sinister thraldom. Mr. Clayhanger listened with appreciative and admiring nods. He appeared to be quite sincere. And Edwin could not understand his father either. How simple father must be, he thought vaguely, whereas Clara fatalistically dismissed her father's attitude as only one more of the preposterously unreasonable phenomena which she was constantly meeting in life, and she persevered grimly with her obscene word. Part 6. "Hey," said Mrs. Hamps enthusiastically after a trifling pause. "It does me good when I think what a help you'll be to your father in the business, with that clever head of yours." She gazed at him fondly. Now this was Edwin's chance. He did not wish to be any help at all to his father in the business. He had other plans for himself. He had never mentioned them before, because his father had never talked to him about his future career, apparently assuming that he would go into the business. He had been waiting for his father to begin. Surely, he had said to himself, father's bound to speak to me sometime about what I'm going to do, and when he does I shall just tell him. But his father never had begun, and by timidity, negligence, and perhaps ill luck, Edwin had thus arrived at his last day at school with the supreme question not merely unsolved, but unattacked. Oh, he blamed himself. Any ordinary boy, he thought, would have discussed such a question naturally long ago. After all, it was not a crime, it was no cause for shame, to wish not to be a printer. Yet he was ashamed. Absurd. He blamed himself, but he also blamed his father. Now, however, in responding to his auntie's remark, he could remedy all the past by simply and boldly stating that he did not want to follow his father. It would be unpleasant, of course, but the worst shock would be over in a moment, like the drawing of a tooth. He had merely to utter certain words. He must utter them. They were perfectly easy to say, and they were also of the greatest urgency. "I don't want to be a printer," he mumbled them over in his mind. "I don't want to be a printer." What could it matter to his father whether he was a printer or not? Seconds, minutes seemed to pass. He knew that if he was so inconceivably craven as to remain silent, his self-respect would never recover from the blow. Then, in response to Mrs. Hamps's prediction about his usefulness to his father in the business, he said, with a false, jaunty, unconvincing air, "Well, that remains to be seen." This was all he could accomplish. It seemed as if he had looked death itself in the face and drawn away. "Remains to be seen?" Auntie Clara repeated, with a hint of startled pain, due to this levity. He was mute. No one suspected, as he sat there so boyish, wistful, and uneasily squirming, that he was agonized to the very centre of his being. All the time, in his sweating soul, he kept trying to persuade himself, "I've given them a hint anyhow. I've given them a hint anyhow." Them included everybody at the table. Part 7. Mr. Clayhanger, completely ignoring Edwin's reply to his aunt and her somewhat shocked repetition of it, turned suddenly towards his son and said, in a manner friendly but serious, a manner that assumed everything, a manner that begged the question, unconscious even that there was a question. "I shall be out the better part of tomorrow. I want you to be sure to be in the shop all afternoon. I'll tell you what for downstairs." It was characteristic of him thus to make a mystery of business in front of the women. Edwin felt the net closing about him. Then he thought of one of those poses which often present themselves to youths of his age. "But tomorrow's Saturday," he said, perhaps perkily. "What about the Bible class?" 6 months previously a young minister of the Wesleyan circuit, to whom heaven had denied both a sense of humour and a sense of honour, had committed the infamy of starting a Bible class for big boys on Saturday afternoons. This outrage had appalled and disgusted the boyhood of Wesleyism in Bursley. Their afternoon for games, their only fair afternoon in the desert of the week, to be filched from them and used against them for such an odious purpose as a Bible class. Not only Sunday school on Sunday afternoon, but a Bible class on Saturday afternoon. It was incredible. It was unbearable. It was gross tyranny and nothing else. Nevertheless, the young minister had his way by dint of meanly calling upon parents and invoking their help. The scurvy worm actually got together a class of 12 to 15 boys to the end of securing their eternal welfare, and they had to attend the class, though they swore they never would, and they had to sing hymns, and they had to kneel and listen to prayers, and they had to listen to the most intolerable tedium, and to take notes of it. All this while the sun was shining or the rain was raining on fields and streets and open spaces and ponds. Edwin had been trapped in the snare. His father, after only 3 words from the young minister, had yielded up his son like a burnt sacrifice, and with a casual nonchalance that utterly confounded Edwin. In vain Edwin had pointed out to his elders that a Saturday afternoon of confinement must be bad for his health. His attention had been directed to his eternal health. In vain he had pointed out that on wet Saturday afternoons he frequently worked at his home lessons, which therefore might suffer under the regime of a Bible class. His attention had been directed to the peace which passeth understanding. So he had been beaten, and was secretly twitted by Clara as an abject victim. Hence it was with a keen and peculiar feeling of triumph, of hopelessly cornering the inscrutable generation which a few months ago had cornered him, that he demanded, perhaps perkily, "What about the Bible class?" "There'll be no more Bible classing," said his father, with a mild but slightly sardonic smile, as who should say, "I'm ready to make all allowances for youth, but I must get you to understand, as gently as I can, that you can't keep going to Bible classes for ever and ever." Mrs. Hamps said, "It won't be as if you were at school, but I do hope you won't neglect to study your Bible. But I do hope you'll always find time for that, to your dying day." "Oh, but I say," Edwin began, and stopped. He was beaten by the mere effrontery of the replies. His father and his aunt, the latter of whom at any rate was a firm and confessed religionist, who had been responsible for converting Mr. Clayhanger from primitive Methodism to Wesleyan Methodism, did not trouble to defend their new position by argument. They made no effort to reconcile it with their position of a few months back, when the importance of heavenly welfare far exceeded the importance of any conceivable earthly welfare. The fact was that they had no argument. If God took precedence of knowledge and of health, he took precedence of a peddling shop. That was unanswerable. 8. Edwin was dashed. His faith in humanity was dashed. These elders were not sincere, and as Mrs. Hamps continued to embroider the original theme of her exhortation about the Bible, Edwin looked at her stealthily, and the doubt crossed his mind whether that majestic and vital woman was ever sincere about anything, even to herself, whether the whole of her daily existence, from her getting up to her down-lying, was not a grandiose pretence. Not that he had the least desire to cling to the Bible class, even as an alternative to the shop. No, he was much relieved to be rid of the Bible class. What overset him was the crude illogicality of the new decree, and the shameless tacit admission of previous insincerity. 2 hours later, as he stood idly at the window of his bedroom, Watching the gas lamps of Trafalgar Road wax brighter in the last glooms of twilight, he was still occupied with the sham and the unreason and the lack of scruple suddenly revealed in the life of the elder generation. Unconsciously imitating a trick of his father's when annoyed but calm, he nodded his head several times, and with his tongue against his teeth made the noise which in writing is represented by tsk, tsk. Yet somehow he had always known that it would be so. At bottom he was only pretending to himself to be shocked and outraged. His plans were no further advanced. Indeed, they were put back, for this Saturday afternoon vigil in the shop would be in some sort a symbolic temporary defeat for him. Why had he not spoken out clearly? Why was he always like a baby in presence of his father? The future was all askew for him. He had forgotten his tremendous, serious resolves. The touch of the half-sovereign in his pocket, however, was comforting in a universe of discomfort. End of Volume 1, Chapter 7. Volume 1, Chapter 8 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, In the Shop. "Here, lad," said his father to Edwin as soon as he had scraped up the last crumbs of cheese from his plate at the end of dinner on the following day. Edwin rose obediently and followed him out of the room. Having waited at the top of the stairs until his father had reached the foot, he leaned forward as far as he could with one hand on the rail and the other pressing against the wall, swooped down to the mat at the bottom without touching a single step on the way, and made a rocket-like noise with his mouth. He had no other manner of descending the staircase unless he happened to be in disgrace. His father went straight to the desk in the corner behind the account-book window, assumed his spectacles, and lifted the lid of the desk. "Here," he said in a low voice. "Mr. Enoch Peake is stepping in this afternoon to look at this here." He displayed the proof, an unusually elaborate wedding card, which announced the marriage of Mr. Enoch Peake with Mrs. Louisa Loggerheads. "You know him, as I mean?" "Yes," said Edwin. "The stout man. The Cocknage Gardens man." "That's him. Well, you'll tell him I've been called away. Tell him who ye are. Not but what he'll know. Tell him I think it might be better," Darius's thick finger ran along a line of print, "if we put widow of the late Simon Loggerheads, Esquire, instead of ESQ. See? Otherwise it's all right. Tell him I say as otherwise it's all right. And ask him if he'll have it printed in silver, and how many he wants, and show him this sample envelope. Now do you understand?" "Yes," said Edwin in a tone to convey, not disrespectfully, that there was nothing to understand. Curious how his father had the air of bracing all his intellect as if to a problem. "Then you'll take it to Big James, and he can start Chawner on it. The job's promised for Monday afternoon." "Will Big James be working?" asked Edwin, for it was Saturday afternoon, when, though the shop remained open, the printing office was closed. "They're all on overtime," said Mr. Clayhanger. And then he added in a voice still lower, and with a surreptitious glance at Miss Ingamells, the shopwoman, who was stolidly enfolding newspapers in wrappers at the opposite counter, "See to it yourself now. He won't want to talk to her about a thing like that. Tell him I told you specially. Just let me see how well you can do it." "Right," said Edwin, and to himself superciliously, it might be life or death. "We ought to be doing a lot of business with Enoch Peake later on," Mr. Clayhanger finished in a whisper. "I see," said Edwin, impressed, perceiving that he had perhaps been supercilious too soon. Mr. Clayhanger returned his spectacles to their case, and taking his hat from its customary hook behind him over the job files, consulted his watch and passed round the counter to go. Then he stopped. "I'm going to Manchester," he murmured confidentially, "to see if I can pick up a machine as I've heard of." Edwin was flattered. At the dinner table Mr. Clayhanger had only vouchsafed that he had a train to catch, and would probably not be in till late at night. The next moment he glimpsed Darius through the window, his arms, motionless by his sides and sticking slightly out, hurrying in the sunshine along Wedgwood Street in the direction of Shawport Station. Part 2. So this was business. It was not the business he desired and meant to have, and he was uneasy at the extent to which he was already entangled in it. But it was rather amusing, and his father had really been very friendly. He felt a sense of importance. Soon afterwards Clara ran into the shop to speak to Miss Ingemells. The two chatted and giggled together. "Father's gone to Manchester," he found opportunity to say to Clara as she was leaving. "Why aren't you doing those prizes he told you to do?" retorted Clara, and vanished. She wanted none of Edwin's superior airs. During dinner Mr. Clayhanger had instructed his son to go through the Sunday school prize stock and make an inventory of it. This injunction from the child Clara, which Miss Ingemells had certainly overheard, prevented him as an independent man from beginning his work for at least 10 minutes. He whistled, opened his father's desk and stared vacantly into it, examined the pen nib case in detail, and tore off 2 leaves from the date calendar so that it should be ready for Monday. He had a great scorn for Miss Ingemells, who was a personable if somewhat heavy creature of 28, because she kept company with a young man. He had caught them arm in arm and practically hugging each other one Sunday afternoon in the street. He could see naught but silliness in that kind of thing. The entrance of a customer caused him to turn abruptly to the high shelves where the books were kept. He was glad that the customer was not Mr. Enoch Peake, the expectation of whose arrival made him curiously nervous. He placed the step-ladder against the shelves, climbed up, and began to finger volumes and parcels of volumes. The dust was incredible. The disorder filled him with contempt. It was astounding that his father could tolerate such disorder. No doubt the whole shop was in the same condition. 13 Archie's old desk, he read on a parcel, but when he opened the parcel he found 7 from Jess to Ernest. Hence he had to undo every parcel. However, the work was easy. He first wrote the inventory in pencil, then he copied it in ink, then he folded it and wrote very carefully on the back, because his father had a mania for endorsing documents in the legal manner. "Inventory of Sunday school prize stock." And after an instant's hesitation he added his own initials. Then he began to tie up and restore the parcels and the single volumes. None of all this literature had any charm for him. He possessed 5 or 6 such books, all gilt and chromatic, which had been awarded to him at Sunday school, suitably inscribed, for doing nothing in particular, and he regarded them without exception as frauds upon boyhood. However, Clara had always enjoyed reading them. But lying flat on one of the top shelves he discovered, nearly at the end of his task, an oblong tome which did interest him. Casanova's Architectural Views of European Capitals, with descriptive letterpress. It had an old-fashioned look, and was probably some relic of his father's predecessor in the establishment. Another example of the lack of order which prevailed. Part 3. He took the volume to the retreat of the desk, and there turned over its pages of coloured illustrations. At first his interest in them, and in the letterpress, was less instinctive than deliberate. He said to himself, "Now, if there is anything in me, I ought really to be interested in this, and I must be interested in it." And he was. He glanced carelessly at the clock, which was hung above the shelves of exercise books and notebooks exactly opposite the door. 4:15. The afternoon was quietly passing, and he had not found it too tedious. In the background of the task, which he considered he had accomplished with extraordinary efficiency, his senses noted faintly the continual trickle of customers, all of whom were infallibly drawn to Miss Ingemells' counter by her mere watchful and receptive appearance. He had heard phrases and ends of phrases such as, "No, we haven't anything smaller," "a camel hair brush," "gum but not glue," "Very sorry, sir, I'll speak firmly to the paper boy," and the sound of coins dragged along the counter, the sound of the testing of half a sovereign, the opening and shutting of the till drawer, and occasionally Miss Ingemells exclaiming to herself upon the stupidity of customers after a customer had gone. And once Miss Ingemells crossing angrily to fix the door ajar which some heedless customer had closed. Did they suppose that people didn't want air like other people? And now it was 4:15. Undoubtedly he had a peculiar and pleasant feeling of importance. In another half-minute he glanced at the clock again, and it was 5:15. What hypnotism attracted him towards the artist's materials cabinet, which stood magnificent, complicated, and complete in the middle of the shop like a monument? His father, after one infantile, disastrous raid, had absolutely forbidden any visitation of that cabinet, with its glass case of assorted paints, crayons, brushes, and pencils, and its innumerable long drawers full of paper and cards and wondrous perfectly equipped boxes, and T-squares and set-squares with 100 other contrivances. But of course the order had now ceased to have force. Edwin had left school, and if he was not a man, he was certainly not a boy. He began to open the drawers, at first gingerly, then boldly. After all, it was no business of Miss Ingemells. And to be just, Miss Ingemells made no sort of pretence that it was any business of hers. She proceeded with her own business. Edwin opened a rather large wooden water-colour box. It was marked 5 and 6pence. It seemed to comprise everything needed for the production of the most entrancing and majestic architectural views. And as Edwin took out its upper case and discovered still further marvellous devices and apparatus in its basement beneath, he dimly but passionately saw in his heart bright masterpieces that ought to be the fruit of that box. There was a key to it. He must have it. He would have given all that he possessed for it, if necessary. 4. "Miss Ingemells," he said, and as she did not look up immediately, "I say, Miss Ingemells, how much does father take off in the shilling to auntie when she buys anything?" "Don't ask me, Master Edwin," said Miss Ingemells. "I don't know. How should I know?" "Well then," he muttered, "I shall pay full price for it, that's all." He could not wait, and he wanted to be on the safe side. Miss Ingemells gave him change for his half-sovereign in a strictly impartial manner, to indicate that she accepted no responsibility, and the squaring of Edwin's shoulders conveyed to Miss Ingemells that he advised her to keep carefully within her own sphere, and not to make impertinent inquiries about the origin of the half-sovereign, which he could see intrigued her acutely. He now owned the box. It was not a box of colours, but a box of enchantment. He had had colour boxes before, but nothing to compare with this, nothing that could have seemed magical to anybody wiser than a very small boy. Then he bought some cartridge paper. He considered that cartridge paper would be good enough for preliminary experiments. 5. It was while he was paying for the cartridge paper, he being, as was indeed proper, on the customer's side of the counter, that a heavy loutish boy in an apron entered the shop blushing. Edwin turned away. This was Miss Ingemells' affair. "If you please, Mr. Peake sent me. He canna come in this afternoon. He's got a bit of ratting on. And will Mr. Clayhanger step across to the Dragon tonight after 8 with that there paper, as he knows on?" At the name of Peake, Edwin started. He had utterly forgotten the matter. "Master Edwin," said Miss Ingemells dryly, "you know all about that, don't you?" Clearly she resented that he knew all about that while she didn't. "Oh, yes," Edwin stammered. "What did you say?" It was his first piece of real business. "If you please, Mr. Peake sent me." The messenger blundered through his message again, word for word. "Very well, I'll attend to it," said Edwin as nonchalantly as he could. Nevertheless, he was at a loss what to do, simple though the situation might have seemed to a person with an experience of business longer than Edwin's. Just as 3 hours previously his father had appeared to be bracing all his intellect to a problem that struck Edwin as entirely simple, so now Edwin seemed to be bracing all his intellect to another aspect of the same problem. Time, revenging his father. What, go across to the Dragon and in cold blood demand Mr. Enoch Peake, and then parley with Mr. Enoch Peake as one man with another? He had never been inside the Dragon. He had been brought up in the belief that the Dragon was a place of sin. The Dragon was included in the generic term gin palace, and quite probably in the Siamese twin term gaming saloon. Moreover, to discuss business with Mr. Enoch Peake. Mr. Enoch Peake was as mysterious to Edwin as, say, a Chinese mandarin. Still, business was business, and something would have to be done. He did not know what. Ought he to go to the Dragon? His father had not foreseen the possibility of this development. He instantly decided one fundamental. He would not consult Miss Ingemells. No, nor even Maggie. There remained only Big James. He went across to see Big James, who was calmly smoking a pipe on the little landing at the top of the steps leading to the printing office. Big James showed no astonishment. "You come along o' me to the Dragon tonight, young sir, at 8 o'clock, or as soon after as makes no matter, and I'll see as you see Mr. Enoch Peake. I shall be coming up Woodisun Bank at 8 o'clock, or as soon after as makes no matter. You be waiting for me at the back gates there, and I'll see as you see Mr. Enoch Peake." "Are you going to the Dragon?" "Am I going to the Dragon, young sir?" exclaimed Big James in his majestic voice. End of Chapter 8, Volume 1. Volume 1, Chapter 9 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. The Town. James Yarlett was worthy of his nickname. He stood 6 feet 4.5 inches in height, and his girth was proportionate. He had enormous hands and feet, large features, and a magnificent long dark brown beard. Owing to this beard, his necktie was never seen. But the most magnificent thing about him was his bass voice, acknowledged to be the finest bass in the town, and one of the finest even in Hanbridge, where in his earlier prime James had lived as a news comp on the Staffordshire Signal. He was now a jobbing comp in Bursley, because Bursley was his native town, and because he preferred jobbing. He made the 4th and heaviest member of the celebrated Bursley male glee party, the other 3 being Arthur Smallrice, an old man with a striking falsetto voice, Abraham Heracles, and Jos Ranpick. These men were accustomed to fame, and Big James was the king of them, though the mildest. They sang at dinners, free and easies, concerts, and Martinmas tea meetings. They sang for the glory, and when there was no demand for their services, they sang to themselves for the sake of singing. Each of them was a star in some church or chapel choir, and, except Arthur Smallrice, they all shared a certain elasticity of religious opinion. Big James, for example, had varied in 10 years from Wesleyan through Old Church to Roman Catholic up at Bleakridge. It all depended on niceties in the treatment accorded to him and on the choice of anthems. Moreover, he liked a change. He was what his superiors called a very superior man. Owing to the more careful enunciation required in singing, he had lost a great deal of the Five Towns accent, and one cannot be a compositor for a quarter of a century without insensibly acquiring an education and a store of knowledge far excelling the ordinary. His manner was gentle and perhaps somewhat pompous, as is common with very big men, but you could never be sure whether an extremely subdued humour did not underlie his pomposity. He was a bachelor, aged 45, and lived quietly with a married sister at the bottom of Woodisun Bank, near the National Schools. The wonder was that with all his advantages he had not more deeply impressed himself upon Bursley as an individuality, and not merely as a voice. But he seemed never to seek to do so. He was without ambition, and though curiously careful sometimes about preserving his own dignity, and beyond question sensitive by temperament, he showed marked respect and even humility to the worldly successful. Despite his bigness and simplicity, there was something small about him which came out in odd, trifling details. Thus it was characteristic of Big James to ask Edwin to be waiting for him at the back gates in Woodisun Bank, when he might just as easily have met him at the side door by the closed shop in Wedgwood Street. Edwin, who from mere pride had said nothing to his sisters about the impending visit to the dragon, was a little surprised and dashed to see Big James in broadcloth and a high hat, for he had not dreamed of changing his own everyday suit, nor had it occurred to him that the dragon was a temple of ceremoniousness. Big James looked enormous. The wide lapel of his shining frock-coat was buttoned high up under his beard and curved downwards for a distance of considerably more than a yard to his knees. It was a heroic frock-coat. The sleeves were wide but narrowing at the wrists, and the white wristbands were very tight. The trousers fell in ample folds on the uppers of the gigantic boots. Big James had a way of sticking out his chest and throwing his head back which would have projected the tip of his beard 10 inches forth from his body, had the beard been stiff, but the soft silkiness of the beard frustrated this spectacular phenomenon, which would have been very interesting to witness. Part 2. The pair stepped across Trafalgar Road together. Edwin, though he tried to be sedate, nothing but a frisking morsel by the side of the vast monument. Compared with the architectural grandeur of Mr. Varlett, his thin, supple, free-moving limbs had an almost pathetic appearance of ephemeral fragility. Big James directed himself to the archway leading to the dragon stables, and there he saw an ostler or odd man. Edwin, feeling the imminence of an ordeal, surreptitiously explored a pocket to be sure that the proof of the wedding card was safely there. The ostler raised his reddish eyebrows to Big James. Big James jerked his head to one side, indicating apparently the entire dragon, and simultaneously conveying a query. The ostler paused, immobile an instant, and then shook his insignificant turnip pate. Big James turned away. No word had been spoken. Nevertheless, the men had exchanged a dialogue which might be thus put into words. "I wasn't thinking to see you so soon," from the ostler. "Then nobody of any importance has yet gone into the assembly room?" from Big James. "Nobody worth speaking of, and won't for a while," from the other. "Then I'll take a turn," from Big James. The latter now looked down at Edwin and addressed him in words. "Seemingly we're too soon, Mr. Edwin. What do you say to a turn around the town, playground way? I doubted we should be too soon." Edwin showed alacrity. As a schoolboy it had been definitely forbidden to him to go out at night, and unless sent on a special and hurried errand, he had scarcely seen the physiognomy of the streets after 8 o'clock. He had never seen the playground in the evening, and this evening the town did not seem like the same town. It had become a new and mysterious town of adventure, and yet Edwin was not 50 yards away from his own bedroom. They ascended Duck Bank together, Edwin proud to be with a celebrity of the calibre of Big James, and Big James calmly satisfied to show himself thus formally with his master's son. It appeared almost incredible that those two immortals, so diverse, had issued from the womb practically alike, that a few brief years on the earth had given Big James such a tremendous physical advantage. Several hours' daily submission to the exact regularities of lines of type, and to the unvarying demands of minutely adjusted machines in motion, had stamped Big James' body and mind with the delicate and quasi-finicking preciseness which characterises all compositors and printers, and the continual monotonous performance of similar tasks that employed his faculties while never absorbing or straining them, had soothed and dulled the fever of life in him to a beneficent calm, a calm refined and beautified by the pleasurable exercise of song. Big James had seldom known a violent emotion. He had craved nothing, sought for nothing, and lost nothing. Edwin, like Big James in progress from everlasting to everlasting, was all inchoate, unformed, undisciplined, and burning with capricious fires, all expectant, eager, reluctant, tingling, timid, innocently and wistfully audacious. By taking the boy's hand, Big James might have poetically symbolised their relation. Part 3. "Are you going to sing tonight at the Dragon, Mr. Yarlett?" asked Edwin. He lengthened his step to Big James, controlled his ardent body, and tried to remember that he was a man with a man. "I am, young sir," said Big James. "There is a party of us." "Is it the male glee party?" Edwin pursued. "Yes, Mr. Edwin." "Then Mr. Smallrice will be there." "He will, Mr. Edwin." "Why can Mr. Smallrice sing such high notes?" Big James slowly shook his head as Edwin looked up at him. "I tell you what it is, young sir, it's a gift, that's what it is. Same as I can sing low." "But Mr. Smallrice is very old, isn't he?" "There's a parrot in a cage over at the Duck there as is 85 years old, and that's proved by record kept, young sir." "No," protested Edwin's incredulity politely. "By record kept," said Big James. "Do you often sing at the Dragon, Mr. Yarlett?" "Time was," said Big James, "when some of us used to sing there every night, Sundays excepted, and concerts and what not excepted. Aye, for hours and hours every night, and still do sometimes." "After your work?" "After our work, aye, and often till dawn in summer. 1:00, 2:00, 2:30 every night. But now they say that this new Licensing Act will close every public house in this town at 11:00, and a straight-up 11 at that." "But what do you do it for?" "What do we do it for? We do it to pass the time and the glass, young sir. Not as I should like you to think as I ever drank, Mr. Edwin. 1 quart of ale I take every night and have ever done. No more, no less." "But," Edwin's rapid breaking voice interrupted eagerly the deep majestic tones, "aren't you tired the next day? I should be." "Never," said Big James. "I get up from my bed as fresh as a daisy at 6 sharp, and I've known the nights when my bed ne'er saw me." "You must be strong, Mr. Yarlett, my word!" Edwin exclaimed. These revelations of the habits and prowess of Big James astounded him. He had never suspected that such things went on in the town. "I'm middling. I suppose it's a free and easy at the Dragon to-night, Mr. Yarlett?" "In a manner of speaking," said Big James. "I wish I could stay for it." "And why not?" Big James suggested, and looked down at Edwin with half-humorous incertitude. Edwin shrugged his shoulders superiorly, indicating by instinct, in spite of himself, that possibly Big James was trespassing over the social line that divided them. And yet Big James's father would have condescended to Edwin's grandfather. Only Edwin now belonged to the employing class, whilst Big James belonged to the employed. Already Edwin, whose father had been thrashed by workmen whom a compositor would hesitate to call skilled, already Edwin had the mien natural to a ruler, and Big James, with dignified deference, would submit unresentingly to his attitude. It was the subtlest thing. It was not that Edwin obscurely objected to the suggestion of his being present at the free and easy. It was that he objected, but nicely and with good nature, to any assumption of Big James's right to influence him towards an act that his father would not approve. Instead of saying, "Why not?" Big James ought to have said, "Nobody but you can decide that, as your father's away." James ought to have been strictly impartial. 4. "Well," said Big James, when they arrived at the playground, which lay north of the covered meat market or shambles, "it looks as if they haven't been able to make a start yet at the Blood Tub." His tone was marked by a calm, grand disdain, as of one entertainer talking about another. The Blood Tub, otherwise known as Snaggs, was the centre of nocturnal pleasure in Bursley. It stood almost on the very spot where the jawbone of a whale had once lain, as a supreme natural curiosity. It represented the softened manners which had developed out of the old medievalism of the century. It had supplanted the bear pit and the cockpit. It corresponded somewhat with the ideals symbolised by the new town hall. In the tiny, odorous beer-houses of all the undulating, twisting, reddish streets that surrounded the contiguous open spaces of Duck Bank, the playground, the marketplace, and St. Luke's Square, the folk no longer discussed eagerly what chance on Sunday morning the municipal bear would have against 5 dogs. They had progressed as far as a free library, boxing gloves, rabbit coursing, and the Blood Tub. This last was a theatre with wooden sides and a canvas roof, and it would hold quite a crowd of people. In front of it was a platform and an orchestra, lighted by oil flares that, as Big James and Edwin approached, were gaining strength in the twilight. Leaning against the platform was a blackboard on which was chalked the announcement of 2 plays, The 40 Thieves, author unstated, and Crookshanks the Bottle. The orchestra, after terrific concussions, fell silent, and then a troupe of players in costume, cramped on the narrow trestle boards, performed a sample scene from The 40 Thieves, just to give the crowd in front an idea of the wonders of this powerful work. And 4 thieves passed and repassed behind the screen hiding the doors, and reappeared 9 times as 4 fresh thieves until the tale of 40 was complete. And then old Hammerad, the beloved clown who played the drum, and whose wife kept a barber shop in Buck Row and shaved for a penny, left his drum and did 2 minutes stiff clowning, and then the orchestra burst forth again, and the brazen voice of old Snaggs, in his moleskin waistcoat, easily rode the storm, adjuring the folk to walk up, which some of the folk did do. And lastly the band played God Save the Queen, and the players, followed by old Snaggs, processionally entered the booths. "I lay they come out again," said Big James with grim blandness. "Why?" asked Edwin. He was absolutely new to the scene. "I lay they haven't got 20 couple inside," said Big James. And in less than a minute the troupe did indeed emerge, and old Snaggs expostulated with the dilatory public, respectfully but firmly. It had been a queer year for Mr. Snaggs. Rain had ruined the wakes. Rain had ruined everything. Rain had nearly ruined him. July was obviously not a month in which a self-respecting theatre ought to be open, but Mr. Snaggs had got to the point of catching at straws. He stated that in order to prove his absolute bona fides, the troupe would now give a scene from that world-renowned and unique drama, The Bottle, after which the performance really would commence, since he could not, as a gentleman, keep his kind patrons within waiting any longer. His habit, which emphasised itself as he grew older, was to treat the staring crowd in front of his booth like a family of nephews and nieces. The device was quite useless, for the public's stolidity was impregnable. It touched the heroic. No more granitic and crass stolidity could have been discovered in England. The crowd stood. It exercised no other function of existence. It just stood, and there it would stand until convinced that the gratis part of the spectacle was positively at an end. Part 5. With a ceremonious gesture signifying that he assumed the young sir's consent, Big James turned away. He had displayed to Edwin the poverty and the futility of the Blood Tub. Edwin would perhaps have liked to stay. The scenes enacted on the outer platform were certainly tinged with the ridiculous, but they were the first histrionics that he had ever witnessed, and he could not help thinking, hoping, in spite of his common sense, that within the booth all was different, miraculously transformed into the grand and the impressive. Left to himself, he would surely have preferred an evening at the Blood Tub to a business interview with Mr. Enoch Peake at the Dragon. But naturally he had to scorn the Blood Tub with a scorn equal to the massive and silent scorn of Big James. And on the whole he considered that he was behaving as a man with another man rather well. He sought by depreciatory remarks to keep the conversation at its proper adult level. Big James led him through the marketplace, where a few vegetable, tripe and gingerbread stalls, relics of the day's market, were still attracting customers in the twilight. These slatternly and picturesque groups, beneath their flickering yellow flares, were encamped at the gigantic foot of the town hall porch, as at the foot of a precipice. The monstrous black walls of the town hall rose and were merged in gloom, and the spire of the town hall, on whose summit stood a gold angel holding a gold crown, rose right into the heavens and was there lost. It was marvellous that this town, by adding stone to stone, had upreared this monument, which in expressing the secret nobility of its ideals dwarfed the town. On every side of it the beer-houses, full of a dulled, savage ecstasy of life, gleamed brighter than the shops. Big James led Edwin down through the mysteries of the Cockyard and up along Bug's Gutter, and so back to the Dragon. End of Chapter 9, Volume 1. Volume 1, Chapter 10 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, Free and Easy. When Edwin shyly followed Big James into the assembly room of the Dragon, it already held a fair sprinkling of men, and newcomers continued to drop in. They were soberly and respectably clothed, though a few had knotted handkerchiefs round their necks instead of collars and ties. The occasion was a jollity of the Bursley Mutual Burial Club. This club, a singular example of that dogged private cooperative enterprise which so sharply distinguishes English corporate life from the corporate life of other European countries, had lustily survived from a period when men were far less sure of a decent burial than they were then in the very prosperous early 70s. It had helped to maintain the barbaric fashion of ostentatiously expensive funerals, out of which undertakers and beer sellers made vast sums, but it had also provided a basis of common endeavour and of fellowship, and its respectability was intense and at the same time broad-minded. To be an established subscriber to the burial club was evidence of good character and of social spirit. The periodic jollities of this company of men, whose professed aim was to bury each other, had a high reputation for excellence. Up till a year previously they had always been held at the Duck, in Duck Square opposite. But Mr. Enoch Peake, chairman of the club, had by persistent and relentless chicane, triumphing over immense influences, changed their venue to the Dragon, whose landlady, Mrs. Louisa Loggerheads, he was then courting. It must be stated that Mrs. Louisa's name contained no slur of cantankerousness. It is merely the local word for a harmless plant, the knapweed. He had now won Mrs. Loggerheads after being a widower thrice, and with her the second best house in the town. There were long benches down the room, with forms on either side of them. Big James, not without pomp, escorted a blushing Edwin to the end of one of these tables, near a small raised platform that occupied the extremity of the room. Over this platform was printed a legend, "As a bird is known by its note," and over the legend was a full-rigged ship in a glass case and a pair of antlers. The walls of the room were dark brown, the ceiling grey with soot of various sorts, and the floor tiled red and black and sanded. Smoke rose in spirals from about a score of churchwarden pipes and as many cutties, which were charged from tin pouches and lighted by spills of newspaper from the 3 double gas jets that hung down over the benches. 2 middle-aged women, one in black and the other checked, served beer, porter and stout in mugs and gin in glasses, passing in and out through a side door. The company talked little, and it had not yet begun seriously to drink, but sprawled about in attitudes of restful abeyance, it was smoking religiously, and the flat noise of solemn expectorations punctuated the minutes. Edwin was easily the youngest person present. The average age appeared to be about 50, but nobody's curiosity seemed to be much stirred by his odd arrival, and he ceased gradually to blush. When, however, one of the women paused before him in silent question, and he had to explain that he required no drink because he had only called for a moment about a matter of business, he blushed again vigorously. Part 2. Then Mr. Enoch Peake appeared. He was a short, stout old man with fat hands, a red, minutely wrinkled face, and very small eyes. Greeted with the respect due to the owner of Cocknage Gardens, a sporting resort where all the best foot racing and rabbit coursing took place, he accepted it in somnolent indifference, and immediately took off his coat and sat down in cotton shirt sleeves. Then he pulled out a red handkerchief and his tobacco box and set them on the table. Big James motioned to Edwin. "Evening, Mr. Peake," said Big James, crossing the floor. "And here's a young gent wishful for 2 words with you." Mr. Peake stared vacantly. "Young Mr. Clayhanger," explained Big James. "It's about this card," Edwin began in a whisper, drawing the wedding card sheepishly from his pocket. "Father had to go to Manchester," he added, when he had finished. Mr. Enoch Peake seized the card in both hands and examined it, and Edwin could hear his heavy breathing. Mrs. Louisa Loggerheads, a comfortable, smiling, administrative woman of 50, showed herself at the service door and nodded with dignity to a few of the habitués. "Missus is at door," said Big James to Mr. Peake. "Is her," muttered Mr. Peake, not interrupting his examination of the card. One of the serving women, having removed Mr. Peake's coat, brought a new churchwarden, filled it, and carefully directed the tip towards his tight little mouth. The lips closed on it. Then she lighted a spill and applied it to the distant bowl, and the mouth puffed, and then the woman deposited the bowl cautiously on the bench. Lastly she came with a small glass of sloe gin. Mr. Peake did not move. At length Mr. Peake withdrew the pipe from his mouth and, after an interval, said, "Aye." He continued to stare at the card, now held in one hand. "And is it to be printed in silver?" Edwin asked. Mr. Peake took a few more puffs. "Aye." When he had stared further for a long time at the card, his hand moved slowly with it towards Edwin, and Edwin resumed possession of it. Mrs. Louisa Loggerheads had now vanished. "Missus is gone," said Big James. "Has her?" muttered Mr. Peake. Edwin rose to leave, though unwillingly, but Big James asked him in polite reproach whether he should not stay for the first song. He nodded, encouraged, and sat down. He did not know that the uppermost idea in Big James's mind for an hour past had been that Edwin would hear him sing. Mr. Peake lifted his glass, held it from him, approached his lips towards it, and emptied it at a draught. He then glanced round and said thickly, "Gentlemen all, Mr. Smallrice, Mr. Heracles, Mr. Rumpick, and Mr. Yarlett will now oblige with one of the old favourites." There was some applause, a few coats were removed, and Mr. Peake fixed himself in a contemplative attitude. 3. Ms. Arthur Smallrice, Abraham Heracles, Jos Rawpick, and James Yarlett rose, stepped heavily on to the little platform, and stood in a line with their hands in their pockets. As a bird is known by its note, was hidden by the rampart of their shoulders. They had no music. They knew the music. They had sung it 1,000 times. They knew precisely the effects which they wished to produce and the means of production. They worked together like an inspired machine. Mr. Arthur Smallrice gave a rapid glance into a corner, and from that corner a concertina spoke, one short note. Then began, with no hesitating, shuffling preliminaries, nor mute consultations, the singing of that classic quartet, justly celebrated from Hull to Wigan, and from Northallerton to Lichfield, Loud Ocean's Roar. The thing was performed with absolute assurance and perfection. Mr. Arthur Smallrice did the yapping of the short waves on the foam-veiled rocks, and Big James in fullest grandeur did the long and mighty rolling of the deep. It was majestic, terrific, and overwhelming. Many bars before the close, Edwin was thrilled as by an exquisite and vast revelation. He tingled from head to foot. He had never heard any singing like it, or any singing in any way comparable to it. He had never guessed that song held such possibilities of emotion. The pure and fine essential qualities of the voices, the dizzying harmonies, the fugal calls and responses, the strange relief of the unisons, and above all, the free, natural mien of the singers, proudly aware that they were producing something beautiful that could not be produced more beautifully, conscious of unchallenged supremacy, All this enfevered him to an unprecedented and self-astonished enthusiasm. He murmured under his breath as loud ocean's roar died away and the little voices of the street supervened, "By gad! By gad!" The applause was generous. Edwin stamped and clapped with childlike violence and fury. Mr. Peake slowly and regularly thumped one fist on the bench, puffing the while. Glasses and mugs could be seen but not heard dancing. Mr. Arthur Smallrice, Mr. Abram Harracles, Mr. Jos Rawpick, and Mr. James Yarlett, entirely inattentive to the acclamations, stepped heavily from the platform and sat down. When Edwin caught Big James's eye, he clapped again, reanimating the general approval, and Big James gazed at him with bland satisfaction. Mr. Enoch Peake was now, save for the rise and fall of his great chest, as immobile and brooding as an Indian god. 4. Edwin did not depart. He reflected that, even if his father should come home earlier than the last train, and prove curious, it would be impossible for him to know the exact moment at which his son had been able to have speech with Mr. Enoch Peake on the important matter of business. For aught his father could ever guess, he might have been prevented from obtaining the attention of the chairman of the proceedings until, say, 11 o'clock. Also, he meant to present his conduct to his father in the light of an enterprising and fearless action, showing a marked aptitude for affairs. Mr. Enoch Peake, whom his father was anxious to flatter, had desired his father's company at the Dragon, and to save the situation Edwin had courageously gone instead. That was it. Besides, he would have stayed in any case. His mind was elevated above the fear of consequences. There was some concertina playing, with a realistic imitation of church bells borne on the wind from a distance, and then the Bursley prize handbell ringers, or campanologists, produced a whole family of real bells from under a form, and the ostler and the two women arranged a special table, and the campanologists fixed their bells on it, and themselves around it, and performed a selection of Scotch and Irish airs, without once deceiving themselves as to the precise note which a chosen bell would emit when duly shaken. Singular as was this feat, it was far less so than a young man's performance of the ophicleide, a serpentine instrument that coiled around and about its player, and when breathed into persuasively gave forth prodigious brassy sounds that resembled the night noises of beasts of prey. This item roused the Indian god from his umbilical contemplations, and as the young ophicleide player, somewhat breathless, passed down the room with his brazen creature in his arms, Mr. Enoch Peake pulled him by the jacket-tail. "Eh," said Mr. Enoch Peake, "is that the ophicleide as thy father used to play at the old church?" "Yes, Mr. Peake," said the young man with bright respect. Mr. Peake dropped his eyes again, and when the young man had gone, he murmured to his stomach, "I well knowed it were the ophicleide as his father used to play at the old church." And suddenly starting up, he continued hoarsely, "Gentlemen all, Mr. James Yarlett will now kindly oblige with the Miller of the Dee." And one of the women relighted his pipe and served him with beer. 5. Big James' rendering of the Miller of the Dee had been renowned in the Five Towns since 1852. It was classical, hallowed. It was the only possible rendering of the Miller of the Dee. If the greatest bass in the world had come incognito to Bursley and sung the Miller of the Dee, people would have said, "Ah, but ye should hear Big James sing it." It suited Big James. The sentiments of the song were his sentiments. He expressed them with natural simplicity, but at the same time they underwent a certain refinement at his hands. For even when he sang at his loudest, Big James was refined, natty, and restrained. His instinctive gentlemanliness was invincible and all-pervading, and the real beauty and enormous power of his magnificent voice saved him by its mere distinction from the charge of being finicking. The simple sound of the voice gave pleasure, and the simple production of that sound was Big James's deepest joy. Amid all the expected loud applause, the giant looked naively for Edwin's boyish mad enthusiasm, and felt it, and was thrilled and very glad that he had brought Edwin. As for Edwin, Edwin was humbled that he should have been so blind to what Big James was. He had always regarded Big James as a dull, decent, somewhat peculiar fellow in a dirty apron, who was his father's foreman. He had actually talked once to Big James of the wonderful way in which Maggie and Clara sang, and Big James had been properly respectful. But the singing of Maggie and Clara was less than nothing, the crudest amateurism compared to these public performances of Big James. Even the accompanying concertina was far more cleverly handled than the Clayhanger piano had ever been handled. Yes, Edwin was humbled. And he had a great wish to be able to do something brilliantly himself, he knew not what. The intoxication of the desire for glory was upon him, as he sat amid those shirt-sleeved men, near the brooding Indian god, under a crawling bluish canopy of smoke, gazing absently at the legend, "As a bird is known by its note." After an interval, during which Mr. Enoch Peake was roused more than once, a man with a Lancashire accent recited a poem entitled "The Patent Hairbrushing Machine," the rotary hairbrush being at that time an exceedingly piquant novelty that had only been heard of in the barbers' shops of the Five Towns, though travellers to Manchester could boast that they had sat under it. As the principle of the new machine was easily grasped, and the sensations induced by it easily imagined, the recitation had a success which was indicated by slapping of thighs and great blowings off of mirth. But Mr. Enoch Peake preserved his tranquillity throughout it, and immediately it was over he announced with haste, "Gentlemen all, Miss Florence Simcox, or shall I say Mrs. Offlow, wife of the gentleman who has just obliged, the champion female clog dancer of the Midlands, will now oblige." Part 6. These words put every man whom they surprised into a state of unusual animation, and they surprised most of the company. It may be doubted whether a female clog dancer had ever footed it in Bursley. Several public houses possessed local champions, of a street, of a village, but these were emphatically not women. Enoch Peake had arranged this daring item in the course of his afternoon's business at Cocknage Gardens, Mr. Offlow being an expert in ratting terriers, and Mrs. Offlow happening to be on a tour with her husband through the realms of her championship, a tour which mingled the varying advantages derivable from terriers, recitations, and clogs. The affair was therefore respectable beyond cavil. Nevertheless, when Florence shone suddenly at the service door, the shortness of her red and black velvet skirts, and the undeniable complete visibility of her rounded calves, produced an uneasy and agreeable impression that Enoch Peake, for a chairman of the Mutual Burial Club, had gone rather far, superbly far, and that his moral ascendancy over Louisa Loggerheads must indeed be truly astonishing. Louisa now stood gravely behind the dancer in the shadow of the doorway, and the contrast between her and Florence was in every way striking enough to prove what a wonderful and mysterious man Enoch Peake was. Florence was accustomed to audiences. She was a pretty, doll-like woman, if inclined to amplitude, but the smile between those shaking golden ringlets had neither the modesty, nor the false modesty, nor the docility that Bursley was accustomed to think proper to the face of woman. It could have stared down any man in the place, except perhaps Mr. Peake. The gestures of Mr. Offlow, and her gestures as he arranged and prepared the surface of the little square dancing board that was her throne, showed that he was the husband of Florence Simcox rather than she the wife of Offlow, the reciter and dog fancier. Further, it was his role to play the concertina to her. He had had to learn the concertina, possibly a secret humiliation for one whose judgment in terriers was not excelled in many public houses. Part 7. She danced, and the service doorway showed a vista of open-mouthed scullions. There was no sound in the room save the concertina and the champion clogs. Every eye was fixed on those clogs. Even the little eyes of Mr. Peake quitted the button of his waistcoat and burned like diamond points on those clogs. Florence herself chiefly gazed on those clogs, but occasionally her nonchalant, petulant gaze would wander up and down her bare arms and across her bosom. At intervals, with her ringed fingers, she would lift the short skirt. A nothing, an imperceptibility, half an inch, with glance downcast, and the effect was profound, recondite, inexplicable. Her style was not that of a male clog dancer, but it was indubitably clog dancing, full of marvels to the connoisseur, and to the profane naught but a highly complicated series of wooden noises. Florence's face began to perspire, then the concertina ceased playing, so that an undistracted attention might be given to the supremely difficult final figures of the dance. And thus was rendered back to the people, in the charming form of beauty, that which the instinct of the artist had taken from the sordid ugliness of the people. The clog, the very emblem of the servitude and the squalor of brutalized populations, was changed on the light feet of this favourite into the medium of grace. Few of these men but at some time of their lives had worn the clog, had clattered in it through winter's slush and through the freezing darkness before dawn, to the manufactory and the mill and the mine, whence, after a day of labour under discipline more than military, they had clattered back to their little candle-lighted homes. One of the slatterns behind the doorway actually stood in clogs to watch the dancer. The clog meant everything that was harsh, foul, and desolating. It summoned images of misery and disgust. Yet on those feet that had never worn it seriously, it became the magic instrument of pleasure, waking dulled wits and forgotten aspirations, putting upon everyone an enchantment. And then suddenly the dancer threw up one foot as high as her head, and brought two clogs down together like a double mallet on the board, and stood still. It was over. Mrs. Louisa Loggerheads turned nervously away, pushing her servants in front of her. And when the Society of Mutual Buriers had recovered from the startling, shameless insolence of that last high kick, it gave the rein to its panting excitement, and roared and stamped. Edwin was staggered. The blood swept into his face, a hot tide. He was ravished, but he was also staggered. He did not know what to think of Florence, the champion female clog dancer. He felt that she was wondrous. He felt that he could have gazed at her all night. But he felt that she had put him under the necessity of reconsidering some of his fundamental opinions. For example, he was obliged to admit within himself a lessening of scorn for the attitude towards each other of Miss Ingamells and her young man. He saw those things in a new light, and he reflected, dazzled by the unforeseen chances of existence, "Yesterday I was at school, and to-day I see this." He was so preoccupied by his own intimate sensations that the idea of applauding never occurred to him until he perceived his conspicuousness in not applauding, whereupon he clapped self-consciously. 8. Miss Florence Simcox, somewhat breathless, tripped away with simulated coyness and many curtsies. She had done her task, and as a woman she had to go. This was a gathering of members of the Mutual Burial Club, a masculine company, and not meet for females. The men pulled themselves together, remembering that their proudest quality was a stoic callousness that nothing could overthrow. They refilled pipes, ordered more beer, and resumed the mask of invulnerable solemnity. "Aye," muttered Mr. Enoch Peake. Edwin, with a great effort, rose and walked out. He would have liked to say good night to Big James. He did not deny that he ought to have done so, but he dared not complicate his exit. On the pavement outside, in the warm, damp night, a few loitering listeners stood doggedly before an open window, hearkening, their hands deep in their pockets, motionless. And Edwin could hear Mr. Enoch Peake. "Gentlemen all, Mr. Arthur Smallrise, Mr. Abram Heracles, and Mr. Jos Rampick, and Mr. James Yarlett." End of Chapter 10, Volume 1. Volume 1, Chapter 11 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, Son and Father. Later that evening Edwin sat at a small deal table in the embrasure of the dormer window of the empty attic next to his bedroom. During the interval between tea and the rendezvous with Big James, he had formally planted his flag in that room. He had swept it out with a long brush while Clara stood at the door giggling at the spectacle and telling him that he had no right thus to annex territory in the absence of the overlord. He had mounted a pair of steps and put a lot of lumber through a trap at the head of the stairs into the loft. And he had got a table, a lamp, and a chair. That was all that he needed for the moment. He had gone out to meet Big James with his head quite half full of this vague attic project, but the night sights of Bursley, and especially the music at the Dragon, and still more especially the dancing at the Dragon, had almost expelled the attic project from his head. When he returned unobtrusively into the house and learnt from a disturbed Mrs. Nixon, who was sewing in the kitchen, that he was understood to be in his new attic, and that his sisters had gone to bed, the enchantment of the attic had instantly resumed much of its power over him, and he had hurried upstairs fortified with a slice of bread and half a cold sausage. He had eaten the food absently in gulps while staring at the cover of Cazenove's Architectural Views of European Capitals, abstracted from the shop without payment. Then he had pinned part of a sheet of cartridge paper on an old drawing-board which he possessed, and had sat down. For his purpose the paper ought to have been soaked and stretched on the board with paste, but that would have meant a delay of 7 or 8 hours, and he was not willing to wait. Though he could not concentrate his mind to begin, his mind could not be reconciled to waiting. So he had decided to draw his picture in pencil outline, and then stretch the paper early on Sunday morning. It would dry during chapel. His new box of paints, a cracked T-square, and some India rubber also lay on the table. He had chosen View of the Cathedral of Notre Dame, Paris, from the Pont des Arts. It pleased him by the coloration of the old houses in front of Notre Dame, and the reflections in the water of the Seine, and the elusive blueness of the twin towers amid the pale grey clouds of a Parisian sky. A romantic scene. He wanted to copy it exactly, to recreate it from beginning to end, to feel the thrill of producing each wonderful effect himself. Yet he sat inactive. He sat and vaguely gazed at the slope of Trafalgar Road with its double row of yellow jewels beautifully ascending in fire to the ridge of the horizon, and there losing itself in the deep and solemn purple of the summer night. And he thought how ugly and commonplace all that was, and how different from all that were the noble capitals of Europe. Scarcely a sound came through the open window. Song doubtless still gushed forth at the Dragon, and revellers would not for hours awake the street on their way to the exacerbating atmosphere of home. Part 2. He had no resolution to take up the pencil. Yet after the male glee party had sung Loud Ocean's Roar, he remembered that he had had a most clear and distinct impulse to begin drawing architecture at once, and to do something grand and fine as the singing, something that would thrill people as the singing thrilled. If he had not rushed home instantly, it was solely because he had been held back by the stronger desire to hear more music, and by the hope of further novel and exciting sensations. But Florence, the clog dancer, had easily diverted the seeming powerful current of his mind. He wanted as much as ever to do wondrous things, and to do them soon. But it appeared to him that he must think out first the enigmatic subject of Florence. Never had he seen any female creature as he saw her, and ephemeral images of her were continually forming and dissolving before him. He could come to no conclusion at all about the subject of Florence. Only his boyish pride was gradually being beaten back by an oncoming idea that up to that very evening he had been a sort of rather silly kid with no eyes in his head. It was in order to ignore for a time this unsettling and humiliating idea that finally he began to copy the outlines of the Parisian scene on his cartridge paper. He was in no way a skilled draftsman, but he had dabbled in pencils and colours, and had lately picked up from a handbook the hint that in blocking out a drawing the first thing to do was to observe what points were vertically under what points, and what points horizontal with what points. He seemed to see the whole secret of draftsmanship in this priceless counsel, which indeed, with an elementary knowledge of geometry acquired at school, and the familiarity of his fingers with a pencil, constituted the whole of his technical equipment. All the rest was mere desire. Happily, the architectural nature of the subject made it more amenable than, say, a rural landscape to the use of a T-square and common sense. And Edwin considered that he was doing rather well, until, quitting measurements and rulings, he arrived at the stage of drawing the detail of the towers. Then at once the dream of perfect accomplishment began to fade at the edges, and the crust of faith to yield ominously. Each stroke was a falling away from the ideal, a blow to hope. And suddenly a yawn surprised him, and recalled him to the existence of his body. He thought, "I can't really be tired. It would be absurd to go to bed." For his theory had long been that the notions of parents about bedtime were indeed absurd, and that he would be just as thoroughly reposed after 3 hours' sleep as after 10. And now that he was a man, he meant to practise his theory so far as circumstances allowed. He looked at his watch. It was turned 11:30. A delicious wave of joy and of satisfaction animated him. He had never been up so late within his recollection, save on a few occasions when even infants were allowed to be up late. He was alone, secreted, master of his time and his activity, his mind charged with novel impressions and a congenial work in progress. Alone! It was as if he was spiritually alone in the vast solitude of the night. It was as if he could behold the unconscious forms of all humanity sleeping. This feeling that only he had preserved consciousness and energy, that he was the sole active possessor of the mysterious night, affected him in the most exquisite manner. He had not been so nobly happy in his life, and at the same time he was proud, in a childlike way, of being up so late. 3. He heard the door being pushed open, and he gave a jump and turned his head. His father stood in the entrance to the attic. "Hello, father," he said weakly, ingratiatingly. "What art doing at this time o' night, lad?" Darius Clayhanger demanded. Strange to say, the autocrat was not angered by the remarkable sight in front of him. Edwin knew that his father would probably come home from Manchester on the mail train, which would stop to set down a passenger at Shawport by suitable arrangement, and he had expected that his father would go to bed, as usual on such evenings, after having eaten the supper left for him in the sitting-room. His father's bedroom was next door to the sitting-room. Save for Mrs. Nixon in a distant nook, Edwin had the attic floor to himself. He ought to have been as safe from intrusion there as in the farthest capital of Europe. His father did not climb the attic stairs once in 6 months, so that he had regarded himself as secure. Still, he must have positively forgotten the very existence of his father. He must have been lost. Otherwise he could not but have heard the footsteps on the stairs. "I was just drawing," said Edwin, with a little more confidence. He looked at his father and saw an old man, a man who for him had always been old, generally harsh, often truculent, and seldom indulgent. He saw an ugly, undistinguished, and somewhat vulgar man, far less dignified, for instance, than Big James, a man who had his way by force and scarcely ever by argument, a man whose arguments for or against a given course were simply pitiable, if not despicable. He sometimes indeed thought that there must be a peculiar twist in his father's brain which prevented him from appreciating an adverse point in a debate. He had ceased to expect that his father would listen to reason. Latterly he was always surprised when, as to-night, he caught a glance of mild benevolence on that face. Yet he would never fail to respond to such a mood eagerly, without resentment. It might be said that he regarded his father as he regarded the weather, fatalistically. No more than against the weather would he have dreamed of bearing malice against his father, even had such a plan not been unwise and dangerous. He was convinced that his father's interest in him was about the same as the son's interest in him. His father was nearly always wrapped in business affairs, and seemed to come to the trifling affairs of Edwin with difficulty, as out of an absorbing engrossment. Assuredly he would have been amazed to know that his father had been thinking of him all the afternoon and evening. But it was so. Darius Clayhanger had been nervous as to the manner in which the boy would acquit himself in the bit of business which had been confided to him. It was the boy's first bit of business. Straightforward as it was, the boy might muddle it, might omit a portion of it, might say the wrong thing, might forget. Darius hoped for the best, but he was afraid. He saw in his son an amiable, irresponsible fool. He compared Edwin at 16 with himself at the same age. Edwin had never had a care, never suffered a privation, never been forced to think for himself. Darius might more justly have put it, never been allowed to think for himself. Edwin had lived in cotton wool and knew less of the world than his father had known at half his years, much less. Darius was sure that Edwin had never even come near suspecting the miracles which his father had accomplished. This was true, and not merely was Edwin stupendously ignorant and even pettily scornful of realities, but he was ignorant of his own ignorance. Education! Darius snorted. To Darius it seemed that Edwin's education was like lying down in an orchard in lovely summer and having ripe fruit dropped into your mouth. A cocky infant, a girl. And yet there was something about Edwin that his father admired, even respected, and envied. An occasional gesture, an attitude in walking, an intonation, a smile. Edwin, his own son, had a personal distinction that he himself could never compass. Edwin talked more correctly than his father. He thought differently from his father. He had an original grace. In the essence of his being he was superior to both his father and his sisters. Sometimes, when his father saw him walking along the street, or coming into a room, or uttering some simple phrase, or shrugging his shoulders, Darius was aware of a faint thrill. Pride? Perhaps, but he would never have admitted it. An agreeable perplexity, rather. A state of being puzzled how he, so common, had begotten a creature so subtly aristocratic. Aristocratic was the word. And Edwin seemed so young, fragile, innocent, and defenceless. 4. Darius advanced into the attic. "What about that matter of Enoch Peake's?" he asked, hoping and fearing, really anxious for his son. He defended himself against probable disappointment by preparing to lapse into savage paternal pessimism and disgust at the futility of an offspring nursed in luxury. "Oh, it's all right," said Edwin eagerly. "Mr Peake sent word he couldn't come, and he wanted you to go across to the Dragon this evening. So I went instead." It sounded dashingly capable. He finished the recital and added that of course Big James had not been able to proceed with the job. "And where's the proof?" demanded Darius. His relief expressed itself in a superficial surliness, but Edwin was not deceived. As his father gazed mechanically at the proof that Edwin produced hurriedly from his pocket, he added with a negligent air, "There was a free and easy on at the Dragon, father." "Was there?" muttered Darius. Edwin saw that whatever danger had existed was now over. "And I suppose," said Darius with assumed grimness, "if I hadn't happened to have seen a light from the bottom of the attic stairs, I should never have known aught about all this here." He indicated the cleansed attic, the table, the lamp, and the apparatus of art. "Oh yes, you would, father," Edwin reassured him. Darius came nearer. They were close together, Edwin twisted on the cane chair, and his father almost over him. The lamp smelt and gave off a stuffy warmth. The open window, through which came a wandering air, was a black oblong. The triangular side walls of the dormer shut them intimately in. The house slept. "What art up to?" The tone was benignant. Edwin had not been ordered abruptly off to bed with a reprimand for late hours and silly proceedings generally. He sought the reason in vain. One reason was that Darius Clayhanger had made a grand bargain at Manchester in the purchase of a second-hand printing machine. "I am copying this," he replied slowly, and then all the details tumbled rashly out of his mouth, one after the other. "Oh, father, I found this book in the shop, packed away on a top shelf, and I wanted to borrow it. I only want to borrow it. And I've bought this paint box out of Auntie's half-sovereign. I paid Mrs. Ingemells the full price. I thought I'd have a go at some of these architecture things." Darius glared at the copy. "It's only just started, you know. Them prize books, have you done all that?" "Yes, father." "And put all the prices down as I told you?" "Yes, father." Then a pause. Edwin's heart was beating hard. "I want to do some of these architecture things," he repeated. No remark from his father. Then he said, fastening his gaze intensely on the table, "You know, father, what I should really like to be? I should like to be an architect." It was out. He had said it. "Should ye?" said his father, who attached no importance of any kind to this avowal of a preference. "Well, what you want is a bit of business training for a start, I'm thinking." "Oh, of course," Edwin concurred with pathetic eagerness, and added a piece of information for his father. "I'm only 16, aren't I?" 16 ought to have been in bed this 2 hours and more. Off with ye." Edwin retired in an extraordinary state of relief and happiness. End of Chapter 11, Volume 1. Volume 1, Chapter 12 of Clayhanger, by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, Machinery. Rather more than a week later, Edwin had so far entered into the life of his father's business that he could fully share the excitement caused by an impending solemnity in the printing office. He was somewhat pleased with himself, and especially with his seriousness. The memory of school was slipping away from him in the most extraordinary manner. His only school friend, Charlie Orgreave, had departed with all the multitudinous Orgreaves for a month in Wales. He might have written to the Sunday might have written to him, but the idea of writing did not occur to either of them. They were both still sufficiently childlike to accept with fatalism all the consequences of parental caprice. Orgreave senior had taken his family to Wales. The boys were thus separated, and there was an end of it. Edwin regretted this, because Orgreave senior happened to be a very successful architect, and hence there were possibilities of getting into an architectural atmosphere. He had never been inside the home of the Sunday, nor the Sunday in his. A schoolboy friendship can flourish in perfect independence of home, but he nervously hoped that on the return of the Orgreave regiment from Wales, something favourable to his ambitions, he knew not what, would come to pass. In the meantime he was conscientiously doing his best to acquire a business training, as his father had suggested. He gave himself with an enthusiasm almost religious to the study of business methods. All the force of his resolve to perfect himself went for the moment into this immediate enterprise, and he was sorry that business methods were not more complex, mysterious, and original than they seemed to be. He was also sorry that his father did not show a greater interest in his industry and progress. He no longer wanted to play now. He despised play. His unique wish was to work. It struck him as curious and delightful that he really enjoyed work. Work had indeed become play. He could not do enough work to satisfy his appetite. And after the work of the day, scorning all silly notions about exercise and relaxation, he would spend the evening in his beautiful new attic, copying designs which he would sometimes rise early to finish. He thought he had conquered the gross body, and that it was of no account. Even the desolating failures which his copies invariably proved did not much discourage him. Besides, one of them had impressed both Maggie and Clara. He copied with laborious ardour undiminished, and further he masterfully appropriated Maggie's ticket for the free library, pending the preliminaries to the possession of a ticket of his own, to procure a volume on architecture. From timidity, from a singular false shame, he kept this volume in the attic like a crime. Nobody knew what the volume was. Evidence of a strange trait in his character, a trait perhaps not defensible. He argued with himself that, having told his father plainly that he wanted to be an architect, he need do nothing else aggressive for the present. He had agreed to the suggestion about business training, and he must be loyal to his agreement. He pointed out to himself how right his father was. At 16, one could scarcely begin to be an architect. It was too soon. And a good business training would not be out of place in any career or profession. He was so wrapped up in his days and his nights that he forgot to inquire why earthenware was made in just the 5 Towns. He had grown too serious for trifles, and all in about a week. True, he was feeling the temporary excitement of the printing office, which was perhaps expressed boyishly by the printing staff, but he reckoned that his share of it was quite adult, frowningly superior, and in a strictly business sense justifiable and even proper. Part 2. Darius Clayhanger's printing office was a fine example of the policy of makeshift, which governed and still governs the commercial activity of the 5 Towns. It consisted of the first floor of a nondescript building which stood at the bottom of the irregularly shaped yard behind the house and shop, and which formed the southern boundary of the Clayhanger premises. The antique building had once been part of an old-fashioned pot-works, but that must have been in the 18th century. Kilns and chimneys of all ages, sizes, and tints rose behind it to prove that this part of the town was one of the old manufacturing quarters. The ground floor of the building, entirely inaccessible from Clayhanger's yard, had a separate entrance of its own in an alley that branched off from Woodison Bank, ran parallel to Wedgwood Street, and stopped abruptly at the back gate of a saddler's workshop. In the narrow entry you were like a creeping animal amid the undergrowth of a forest of chimneys, ovens, and high blank walls. This ground floor had been a stable for many years. It was now, however, a baker's storeroom. Once there had been an interior staircase leading from the ground floor to the first floor, but it had been suppressed in order to save floor space, and an exterior staircase constructed with its foot in Clayhanger's yard. To meet the requirement of the staircase, one of the first-floor windows had been transformed into a door. Further, as the staircase came against one of the ground-floor windows, and as Clayhanger's predecessor had objected to those alien windows overlooking his yard, and as numerous windows were anyhow unnecessary to a stable, all the ground-floor windows had been closed up with oddments of brick and tile, giving to the wall a very variegated and checkered appearance. Thus the ground floor and the first floor were absolutely divorced, the former having its entrance and light from the public alley, the latter from the private yard. The first floor had been a printing office for over 70 years. All the machinery in it had had to be manoeuvred up the rickety stairs or put through one of the windows on either side of the window that had been turned into a door. When Darius Clayhanger, in his audacity, decided to print by steam, many people imagined that he would at last be compelled to rent the ground floor or to take other premises. But no, the elasticity of the makeshift policy was not yet fully stretched. Darius, in consultation with a jobbing builder, came happily to the conclusion that he could manage, that he could make things do, by adding to the top of his stairs a little landing for an engine shed. This was done, and the engine and boiler perched in the air. The shaft of the engine went through the wall, the chimney pipe of the boiler ran up straight to the level of the roof ridge, and was stayed with pieces of wire. A new chimney had also been pierced in the middle of the roof for the uses of a heating stove. The original chimneys had been allowed to fall into decay. Finally, a new large skylight added interest to the roof. In a general way, the building resembled a suit of clothes that had been worn during 4 of the 7 ages of man by an untidy husband with a tidy, economical wife, and then given by the wife to a poor relation of a somewhat different figure to finish. All that could be said of it was that it survived and served. But these considerations occurred to nobody. Part 3. Edwin, quite unaware that he was an instrument in the hands of his Auntie Clara's providence, left the shop without due excuse and passed down the long, blue-paved yard towards the printing office. He imagined that he was being drawn thither simply by his own curiosity, a curiosity, however, which he considered to be justifiable and even laudable. The yard showed signs that the unusual had lately been happening there. Its brick pavement, in the narrow branch of it that led to the double gates in Woodison Bank, those gates which said to the casual visitor, "No admittance except on business," was muddy, littered, and damaged, as though a juggernaut had passed that way. Ladders reclined against the walls. Moreover, one of the windows of the office had been taken out of its frame, leaving naught but an oblong aperture. Through this aperture Edwin could see the busy, eager forms of his father, Big James, and Chawner. Through this aperture had been lifted in parts and by the employment of every possible combination of lever and pulley, the printing machine which Darius Clayhanger had so successfully purchased in Manchester on the day of the free and easy at the Dragon. At the top of the flight of steps 2 apprentices, one nearly out of his time, were ministering to the engine, which that morning did not happen to be running. The engine, giving glory to the entire establishment by virtue of the imposing word steam, was a crotchety and capricious thing, constant only in its tendency to break down. No more reliance could be placed on it than on a pampered donkey. Sometimes it would run, and sometimes it would not run, but nobody could safely prophesy its moods. Of the several machines it drove but one, the grand cylinder, the last triumph of the ingenuity of man, and even that had to be started by hand before the engine would consent to work it. The staff hated the engine, except during those rare hours when one of its willing moods coincided with a pressure of business. Then, when the steam was sputtering, and the smoke smoking, and the piston throbbing, and the leathern belt travelling round and round, and the complete building a tremble and a clatter, and an attendant with clean hands was feeding the sheets at one end of the machine, and another attendant with clean hands taking them off at the other, all at the rate of 20 copies per 60 seconds, then the staff loved the engine, and meditated upon the wonders of their modern civilization. The engine had been known to do its 5,000 in an afternoon, and its horsepower was only 1. Part 4. Edwin could not keep out of the printing office. He went inconspicuously, and, as it were by accident, up the stone steps, and disappeared into the interior. When you entered the office, you were first of all impressed by the multiplicity of odours competing for your attention, the chief among them being those of ink, oil, and paraffin. Despite the fact that the door was open and one window gone, the smell and heat in the office on that warm morning were notable. Old sheets of the Manchester Examiner had been pinned over the skylight to keep out the sun, but as these were torn and rent, the sun was not kept out. Nobody, however, seemed to suffer inconvenience. After the odours, the remarkable feature of the place was the quantity of machinery on its uneven floor. Timid employees had occasionally suggested to Darius that the floor might yield one day, and add themselves and all the machinery to the bakers' stores below. But Darius knew that floors never did yield. In the middle of the floor was a huge and heavy heating stove, whose pipe ran straight upwards to the visible roof. The mighty cylinder machine stood to the left hand. Behind was a small, rough-and-ready binding department with a guillotine cutting machine, a cardboard cutting machine, and a perforating machine, trifles by the side of the cylinder, but still each of them formidable masses of metal, heavy enough to crush a horse. The cutting machines might have served to illustrate the French Revolution, and the perforating machine the Holy Inquisition. Then there was what was called in the office the old machine, a relic of Clayhanger's predecessor, and at least 80 years old. It was one of those machines whose worn physiognomies, full of character, show at once that they have a history. In construction it carried solidity to an absurd degree. Its pillars were like the piles of a pier. Once, in a historic rat-catching, a rat had got up one of them, and a piece of smouldering brown paper had done what a terrier could not do. The machine at one period of its career had been enlarged, and the neat seaming of the metal was an ecstasy to the eye of a good workman. Long ago, it was known, this machine had printed a Reform newspaper at Stockport. Now, after thus participating in the violent politics of an age heroic and unhappy, it had been put to printing small posters of auctions and tea meetings. Its movement was double. First, that of a handle to bring the bed under the platen, and second, a lever pulled over to make contact between the type and the paper. It still worked perfectly. It was so solid, and it had been so honestly made, that it could never get out of order nor wear away. And indeed the conscientiousness and skill of artificers in the 18th century are still, through that resistless machine, producing their effect in the 20th. But it needed a strong hand to bestir its smooth, plum-coloured limbs of metal, and a speed of 100 an hour meant gentle perspiration. The machine was loved like an animal. Near this honourable and lumbering survival stood pertly an Empire treadle machine for printing envelopes and similar trifles. It was new and full of natty little devices. It worked with the lightness of something unsubstantial. A child could actuate it, and it would print delicately 1,000 envelopes an hour. This machine, with the latest purchase, which was away at the other end of the room, near the large double-pointed case-rack, completed the tale of machines. That case-rack alone held 50 different founts of type, and there were other case-racks. The lead rack was nearly as large, and beneath the lead rack was a rack containing all those furnitures which helped to hold a form of type together without betraying themselves to the reader of the printed sheet. And under the furniture rack was the random, full of galleys. Then there was a table with a top of solid stone, upon which the forms were bolted up. And there was the ink slab, another solidity, upon which the ink rollers were inked. Rollers of various weightiness lay about, and large heavy cans, and many bottles, and metal galleys, and nameless fragments of metal. Everything contributed to the impression of immense ponderosity exceeding the imagination. The fancy of being pinned down by even the lightest of these constructions was excruciating. You moved about in narrow alleys among upstanding, unyielding, metallic enormities, and you felt fragile and perilously soft. 5. The only unintimidating phenomena in the crowded place were the lie brushes, the dusty job files that hung from the great transverse beams, and the proof sheets that were scattered about. These printed things showed to what extent Darius Clayhanger's establishment was a channel through which the life of the town had somehow to pass. Auctions, meetings, concerts, sermons, improving lectures, miscellaneous entertainments, programs, catalogues, deaths, births, marriages, specifications, municipal notices, summonses, demands, receipts, subscription lists, accounts, rate forms, lists of voters, jury lists, inaugurations, closures, billheads, handbills, addresses, visiting cards, society rules, bargain sales, lost and found notices. Traces of all these matters and more were to be found in that office. It was impregnated with the human interest. It was dusty with the human interest. Its hot smell seemed to you to come off life itself, if the real sentiment and love of life were sufficiently in you. A grand, stuffy, living, seething place with all its metallic immobility. Part 6. Edwin sidled towards the centre of interest, the new machine, which, however, was not a new machine. Darius Clayhanger did not buy more new things than he could help. His delight was to pick up articles that were supposed to be as good as new. Occasionally he would even assert that an object bought second-hand was better than new because it had been broken in, as if it were a horse. Nevertheless, the latest machine was, for a printing machine, nearly new. Its age was 4 years only. It was a demi-Columbian press, similar in conception and movement to the historic old machine that had been through the reform agitation, but how much lighter, how much handier, how much more ingenious and precise in the detail of its working. A beautiful edifice as it stood there, gazed on admiringly by the expert eyes of Darius in his shirt-sleeves, Big James in his royally flowing apron, and Chawner the journeyman compositor, who, with the 2 apprentices outside, completed the staff. Aided by no mechanic more skilled than a day labourer, those men had got the machine piecemeal into the office and had duly erected it. At that day a foreman had to be equal to anything. The machine appeared so majestic there, so solid and immovable, that it might ever have existed where it then was. Who could credit that less than a fortnight earlier it had stood equally majestic, solid and immovable in Manchester? There remained nothing to show how the miracle had been accomplished, except a bandage of ropes round the lower pillars and some pulley tackle hanging from one of the transverse beams exactly overhead. The situation of the machine in the workshop had been fixed partly by that beam above and partly by the run of the beams that supported the floor. The stout roof beam enabled the artificers to handle the great masses by means of the tackle, and as for the floor beams, Darius had so far listened to warnings as to take them into account. Part 7. "Take another impress, James," said Darius, and when he saw Edwin, instead of asking the youth what he was wasting his time there for, he good-humouredly added, "Just watch this, my lad." Darius was pleased with himself, his men, and his acquisition. He was in one of his moods when he could charm, he was jolly, and he held up his chin. 2 days before, so interested had he been in the demi-Columbian, he had actually gone through a bilious attack while scarcely noticing it. And now the whole complex operation had been brought to a triumphant conclusion. Big James inserted the sheet of paper with gentle and fine movements. The journeyman turned the handle, and the bed of the machine slid horizontally forward in frictionless, stately silence. And then Big James seized the lever with his hairy arm, bared to the elbow, and pulled it over. The delicate process was done with minute and level exactitude, adjusted to the 32nd of an inch. The great masses of metal had brought the paper and the type together and separated them again. In another moment Big James drew out the sheet, and the 3 men inspected it, each leaning over it. A perfect impression. "Well," said Darius, glowing, "we've had a bit of luck in getting that up. Never had less trouble. Shows we can do better without those foundry chaps than with 'em. James, ye can have a quart brought in if you're a mind. But I won't have them apprentices drinking. No, I won't. Mrs. Nixon'll give 'em some nettle beer if they fancy it." He was benignant. The inauguration of a new machine deserved solemn recognition, especially on a hot day. It was an event. "An infant in arms could turn this here," murmured the journeyman, toying with the handle that moved the bed. It was an exaggeration, but an excusable, poetic exaggeration. Big James wiped his wrists on his apron. 8. Then there was a queer sound of cracking somewhere, vague, faint, and yet formidable. Darius was standing between the machines and the dismantled window, his back to the latter. Big James and the journeyman rushed instinctively from the centre of the floor towards him. In a second the journeyman was on the window-sill. "What art doing?" Darius demanded roughly, but there was no sincerity in his voice. "The floor!" the journeyman excitedly exclaimed. Big James stood close to the wall. "And what about the floor?" Darius challenged him obstinately. "One of them beams is a-going," stammered the journeyman. "Rubbish!" shouted Darius. But simultaneously he motioned to Edwin to move from the middle of the room, and Edwin obeyed. All four listened with nerves stretched to the tightest. Darius was biting his lower lip with his upper teeth. His humour had swiftly changed to the savage. Every warning that had been uttered for years past concerning that floor was remembered with startling distinctness. Every impatient reassurance offered by Darius for years past suddenly seemed fatuous and perverse. How could any man in his senses expect the old floor to withstand such a terrific strain as that to which Darius had at last dared to subject it? The floor ought by rights to have given way years ago. His men ought to have declined to obey instructions that were obviously insane. These and similar thoughts visited the minds of Big James and the journeyman. As for Edwin, his excitement was on balance pleasurable. In truth, he could not kill in his mind the hope that the floor would yield. The greatness of the resulting catastrophe fascinated him. He knew that he should be disappointed if the catastrophe did not occur. That it would mean ruinous damage to the extent of hundreds of pounds, and enormous worry, did not influence him. His reason did not influence him, nor his personal danger. He saw a large hook in the wall to which he could cling when the exquisite crash came, and pictured a welter of broken machinery and timber 10 feet below him, and the immense pother that the affair would create in the town. 9. Darius would not lose his belief in his floor. He hugged it in mute fury. He would not climb onto the window-sill, nor tell Big James to do so, nor even Edwin. On the subject of the floor he was religious. He was above the appeal of the intelligence. He had always held passionately that the floor was immovable, and he always would. He had finally convinced himself of its omnipotent strength by the long process of assertion and reassertion. When a voice within him murmured that his belief in the floor had no scientific basis, he strangled the voice. So he remained motionless between the window and the machine. No sound, no slightest sound, no tremor of the machine. But Darius's breathing could be heard after a moment. He guffawed sneeringly. "And what next?" he defiantly asked, scowling. "What's amiss with ye all?" He put his hands in his pockets. "Then you mean to tell me as—" The younger apprentice entered from the engine shed. "Get back there!" rolled and thundered the voice of Big James. It was the first word he had spoken, and he did not speak it in frantic, hysteric command, but with a terrible and convincing mildness. The phrase fell on the apprentice like a sandbag, and he vanished. Darius said nothing. There was another cracking sound, louder and unmistakably beneath the bed of the machine, and at the same instant a flake of grimy plaster detached itself from the opposite wall and dropped into pale dust on the floor. And still Darius religiously did not move, and Big James would not move. They might have been under a spell. The journeyman jumped down incautiously into the yard. 10. And then Edwin, hardly knowing what he did, and certainly not knowing why he did it, walked quickly out onto the floor, seized the huge hook attached to the lower pulley of the tackle that hung from the roof beam, pulled up the slack of the rope bandage on the hind part of the machine and stuck the hook into it, then walked quickly back. The hauling rope of the tackle had been carried to the iron ring of a trapdoor in the corner near Big James. This trapdoor, once the outlet of the interior staircase from the ground floor, had been nailed down many years previously. Big James dropped to his knees and tightened and knotted the rope. Another and much louder noise of cracking followed, the floor visibly yielded, and the hind part of the machine visibly sank about 1/4 of an inch. But no more. The tackle held. The strain was distributed between the beam above and the beam below, an equilibrium established. "Out, lad, out!" cried Darius feebly in the wreck, not of his workshop, but of his religion, and Edwin fled down the steps, pushing the mystified apprentices before him, and followed by the men. In the yard, the journeyman, entirely self-centred, was hopping about on one leg and cursing. Part 11. Darius, Big James, and Edwin stared in the morning sunshine at the aperture of the window, and listened. "Nay," said Big James, after an eternity, "he saved it! He saved the old shop! But by gum! By gum!" Darius turned to Edwin and tried to say something, and then Edwin saw his father's face working into monstrous angular shapes, and saw the tears spurt out of his eyes, and was clutched convulsively in his father's shirt-sleeved arms. He was very proud, very pleased, but he did not like this embrace. It made him feel ashamed. He thought how Clara would have sniggered about it and caricatured it afterwards, had she witnessed it. And although he had incontestably done something which was very wonderful and very heroic, and which proved in him the most extraordinary presence of mind, he could not honestly glorify himself in his own heart, because it appeared to him that he had acted exactly like an automaton. He blankly marvelled, and thought the situation agreeably thrilling, if somewhat awkward. His father let him go. Then all Edwin's feelings gave place to an immense stupefaction at his father's truly remarkable behaviour. What? His father emotional? He had begun to revise again his settled views. End of Chapter 12, Volume 1. Volume 1, Chapter 13 of Clayhanger, by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, One Result of Courage. By the next morning a certain tranquillity was restored. It was only in this relative calm that the Clayhanger family and its dependents began to realise the intensity of the experience through which they had passed, and in particular the strain of waiting for events after the printing office had been abandoned by its denizens. The rumour of what had happened and of what might have happened had spread about the premises in an instant, and in another instant all the women had collected in the yard. Even Miss Ingamells had betrayed the sacred charge of the shop. 10 people were in the yard, staring at the window aperture on the first floor and listening for ruin. Some time had elapsed before Darius would allow anybody even to mount the steps. Then the baker, the tenant of the ground floor, had to be fetched. A pleasant, bland man, he had consented in advance to every suggestion. He had practically made Darius a present of the ground floor if Darius possessed the courage to go into it, or to send others into it. The seat of deliberation had then been transferred to the alley behind, and the jobbing builder and carpenters had been fetched, and there was a palaver of tremendous length and solemnity. For hours nothing definite seemed to happen. No one ate or drank, and the current of life at the corner of Trafalgar Road and Wedgwood Street ceased to flow. Boys and men who had heard of the affair, and who had the divine gift of curiosity, gazed in rapture at the no admittance notice on the ramshackle double gates in Woodison Bank. It seemed that they might never be rewarded, but their great faith was justified when a hand-cart bearing several beams 3 yards long halted at the gates and was, after a pause, laboriously pushed past them and round the corner into the alley and up the alley. The alley had been crammed to witness the taking of the beams into the baker's storeroom. If the floor above had decided to yield, the noble, negligent carpenters would have been crushed beneath tons of machinery. At length a forest of pillars stood planted on the ground floor amid the baker's lumber. Every beam was duly supported, and the experts pronounced that calamity was now inconceivable. Lastly, the tackle on the Demi-Columbian had been loosed, and the machine, slightly askew, permitted gently to sink to full rest on the floor, and the result justified the experts. Part 2. By this time people had started to eat, but informally, as it were apologetically, Passover meals. Evening was at hand. The Clayhangers later had met at table. A strange repast. A strange father. The children had difficulty in speaking naturally. And then Mrs. Hamps had come, ebulliently thanking God and conveying the fact that the town was thrilled and standing utterly amazed in admiration before her heroical nephew. And yet she had said ardently that she was in no way amazed at her nephew's coolness. She would have been surprised if he had shown himself even 1 degree less cool. From a long study of his character she had foreknown infallibly that in such a crisis as had supervened he would behave precisely as he had behaved. This attitude of Auntie Hamps, however, though it reduced the miraculous to the ordinary expected, did not diminish Clara's ingenuous awe of Edwin. From a mocker, the child had been temporarily transformed into an unwilling hero-worshipper. Mrs. Hamps having departed, all the family, including Darius, had retired earlier than usual. And now, on meeting his father and Big James and Miss Ingamells in the queer peace of the morning, in the relaxation after tension, and in the complete realization of the occurrence, Edwin perceived from the demeanour of all that by an instinctive action extending over perhaps 5 seconds of time, he had procured for himself a wondrous and apparently permanent respect. Miss Ingamells, when he went vaguely into the freshly watered shop before breakfast, greeted him in a new tone and with startling deference asked him what he thought she had better do in regard to the addressing of a certain parcel. Edwin considered this odd. He considered it illogical, and one consequence of Miss Ingamells' quite sincere attitude was that he despised Miss Ingamells for a moral weakling. He knew that he himself was a moral weakling, but he was sure that he could never bend, never crouch to such a posture as Miss Ingamells. That she was obviously sincere only increased his secret scorn. But his father resembled Miss Ingamells. Edwin had not dreamt that mankind, and especially his father, was characterised by such simplicity. And yet, on reflection, had he not always found in his father a peculiar ingenuousness which he could not but look down upon? His father, whom he met crossing the yard, spoke to him almost as he might have spoken to a junior partner. It was more than odd. It was against nature, as Edwin had conceived nature. He was so superior and lofty, yet without intending it, that he made no attempt to put himself in his father's place. He, in the exciting moments between the first cracking sound and the second, had had a vision of wrecked machinery and timber in an abyss at his feet. His father had had a vision far more realistic and terrifying. His father had seen the whole course of his printing business brought to a standstill, and all his savings dragged out of him to pay for reconstruction and for new machinery. His father had seen loss of life which might be accounted to his negligence. His father had seen, with that pessimism which may overtake anybody in a crisis, the ruin of a career the final frustration of his lifelong daring and obstinacy, and the end of everything. And then he had seen his son suddenly walk forth and save the frightful situation. He had always looked down upon that son as helpless, coddled, incapable of initiative or of boldness. He believed himself to be a highly remarkable man, and existence had taught him that remarkable men seldom or never have remarkable sons. Again and again had he noted the tendency of remarkable men to beget gaping and idle fools. Nevertheless, he had intensely desired to be able to be proud of his son. He had intensely desired to be able, when acquaintances should be sincerely enthusiastic about the merits of his son, to pretend insincerely and with pride only half concealed that his son was quite an ordinary youth. Now his desire had been fulfilled. It had been more than fulfilled. The town would chatter about Edwin's presence of mind for a week. Edwin's act would become historic. It already was historic. And not only was the act in itself wonderful and admirable and epoch-making, but it proved that Edwin, despite his blondness, his finickingness, his hesitations, had grit. That was the point. The lad had grit. There was material in the lad of which much could be made. Add to this the father's mere instinctive gratitude, a gratitude of such unguessed depth that it had prevented him even from being ashamed of having publicly and impulsively embraced his son on the previous morning. Edwin, in his unconscious egoism, ignored all that. 3. "I've just seen Barlow," said Darius confidentially to Edwin. Barlow was the baker. "He's been here afore his rounds. He's willing to sublet me his storeroom. So that'll be all right, eh?" "Yes," said Edwin, seeing that his approval was being sought for. "We must fix that machine plumb again." "I suppose the floor's as firm as rocks now?" Edwin suggested. "Oh, bless you, yes," said his father with a trace of kindly impatience. The policy of makeshift was to continue. The floor having been stayed with oak, the easiest thing and the least immediately expensive thing was to leave matters as they were. When the baker's stores were cleared from his warehouse, Darius could use the spaces between the pillars for lumber of his own, and he could either knock an entranceway through the wall in the yard, or he could open the nailed-down trapdoor and patch the ancient stairway within. Or he could do nothing. It would only mean walking out into Woodison Bank and up the alley each time he wanted to access his lumber. And yet, after the second cracking sound on the previous day, he had been ready to vow to rent an entirely new and common-sense printing office somewhere else, if only he should be saved from disaster that once. But he had not quite vowed, and in any case a vow to oneself is not a vow to the Virgin. He had escaped from a danger, and the recurrence of the particular danger was impossible. Why then commit follies of prudence when the existing arrangement of things would do? 4. That afternoon Darius Clayhanger, with his most mysterious air of business, told Edwin to follow him into the shop. Several hours of miscellaneous consultative pottering had passed between Darius and his compositors round and about the new printing machine, which was once more plumb and ready for action. For considerably over a week Edwin had been on his father's general staff, without any definite task or occupation having been assigned to him. His father had been too excitedly preoccupied with the arrival and erection of the machine to bestow due thought upon the activities proper to Edwin in the complex dailiness of the business. Now he meant at any rate to begin to put the boy into a suitable niche. The boy had deserved at least that. At the desk he opened before him the daily and weekly newspaper book and explained its system. "Let's take the British Mechanic," he said. And he turned to the page where the title British Mechanic was written in red ink. Underneath the title were written the names and addresses of 15 subscribers to the paper. To the right of the names were 13 columns representing a quarter of the year. With his customary laboriousness, Darius described the entire process of distribution. The parcel of papers arrived and was counted, and the name of a subscriber was scribbled in an abbreviated form on each copy. Some copies had to be delivered by the errand boy. These were handed to the errand boy, and a tick made against each subscriber in the column for the week. Other copies were called for by the subscriber, and as each of these was taken away, similarly a tick had to be made against the name of its subscriber. Some copies were paid for in cash in the shop, some were paid in cash to the office boy, some were paid for monthly, some were paid for quarterly, and some, as Darius said grimly, were never paid for at all. No matter what the method of paying, when a copy was paid for, or 13 copies were paid for, a crossing tick had to be made in the book for each copy. Thus, for a single quarter of British mechanic, nearly 200 ticks and nearly 200 crossing ticks had to be made in the book, if the work was properly done. However, it was never properly done, Miss Ingamells being short of leisure, and the errand boy utterly unreliable, and Darius wanted it properly done. The total gross profit on a quarter of British mechanics was less than 5 shillings, and no customers were more exigent and cantankerous as those who bought 1 pennyworth of goods per week and had them delivered free, and received 3 months' credit. Still, that could not be helped. A printer and stationer was compelled by usage to supply papers, and besides, paper subscribers served a purpose as a nucleus of general business. As with the British mechanics, so with 17 other weeklies. The daily papers were fewer, but the accountancy they caused was even more elaborate. For monthly magazines there was a separate book with a separate system. Here the sums involved were vaster, ranging as high as half a crown. Darius led Edwin with patient minuteness through the whole labyrinth. "Now," he said, "you're going to have sole charge of all this." And he said it benevolently, in the conviction that he was awarding a deserved recompense, with the mien of one who was giving dominion to a faithful steward over 10 cities. "Just look into it carefully yourself, lad," he said at last, and left Edwin with a mixed parcel of journals upon which to practise. Before Edwin's eyes flickered hundreds of names, thousands of figures, and tens of thousands of ticks. His heart protested. It protested with loathing. The prospect stretching far in front of him made him feel sick. But something weak and good-natured in him forced him to smile, and to simulate a subdued ecstasy at receiving this overwhelming proof of his father's confidence in him. As for Darius, Darius was delighted with himself and with his son, and he felt that he was behaving as a benignant father should. Edwin had proved his grit, proved that he had that uncommunicable quality, character, and had well deserved encouragement. 5. The next morning, in the printing office, Edwin came upon Big James giving a lesson in composing to the younger apprentice, who in theory had learned his cases. Big James held the composing stick in his great left hand like a matchbox, and with his great right thumb and index picked letter after letter from the case, very slowly in order to display the movement, and dropped them into the stick. In his mild, resonant tones he explained that each letter must be picked up unfalteringly, in a particular way, so that it would drop face upward into the stick, without any intermediate manipulation. And he explained also that the left hand must be held so that the right hand would have to travel to and fro as little as possible. He was revealing the basic mysteries of his craft, and was happy, making the while the broad series of stock pleasantries which have probably been current in composing rooms since printing was invented. Then he was silent, working more and more quickly till his right hand could scarcely be followed in its twinklings, and the face of the apprentice duly spread in marvel. When the line was finished, he drew out the rule, clapped it down on the top of the last row of letters, and gave the composing stick to the apprentice to essay. The apprentice began to compose with his feet, his shoulders, his mouth, his eyebrows, with all his body except his hands, which nevertheless travelled spaciously, far and wide. "It's not in 7 year nor in 70 as you'll learn, young son of a gun," said Big James. And having unsettled the youth to his foundations with a bland thwack across the head, he resumed the composing stick and began again the exposition of the unique, smooth movement which is the root of rapid type-setting. "Here," said Big James, when the apprentice had behaved worse than ever, "Us'll ask Mr. Edwin to have a go. Us'll see what he'll do." And Edwin, sheepish, had to comply. He was in pride bound to surpass the apprentice, and did so. "There," said Big James, "what did I tell you?" He seemed to imply a prophecy that because Edwin had saved the printing office from destruction 2 days previously, he would necessarily prove to be a born compositor. The apprentice deferentially sniggered, and Edwin smiled modestly and awkwardly, and departed without having accomplished what he had come to do. By his own act of cool, nonchalant, unconsidered courage in a crisis, he had, it seemed, definitely proved himself to possess a special aptitude in all branches of the business of printer and stationer. Everybody assumed it. Everybody was pleased. Everybody saw that Providence had been kind to Darius and to his son. The fathers of the town, and the mothers, who liked Edwin's complexion and fair hair, told each other that not every parent was so fortunate as Mr. Clayhanger, and what a blessing it was that the old breed was not after all dying out in those newfangled days. Edwin could not escape from the universal assumption. He felt it round him as a net, which somehow he had to cut. End of Chapter 13, Volume 1. Volume 1, Chapter 14 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, The Architect. One morning Edwin was busy in the shop with his own private minion, the paper boy, who went in awe of him. But this was not the same Edwin, though people who could only judge by features and by the length of trousers and sleeves on legs and arms might have thought that it was the same Edwin, enlarged and corrected. Half a year had passed. The month was February, cold. Mr. Enoch Peake had not merely married Mrs. Louisa Loggerheads, but had died of an apoplexy, leaving behind him Cocknage Gardens, a widow, and his name painted in large letters over the word Loggerheads on the lintel of the Dragon. The steam printer had done the funeral cards, and had gone to the burial of his hopes of business in that quarter. Many funeral cards had come out of the same printing office during the winter, including that of Mr. Udall, the great marble player. It seemed uncanny to Edwin that a marble player, whom he had actually seen playing marbles, should do anything so solemn as expire. However, Edwin had perfectly lost all interest in marbles. Only once in 6 months had he thought of them, and that once through a funeral card. Also, he was growing used to funeral cards. He would enter an order for funeral cards as nonchalantly as an order for butterscotch labels. But it was not deaths and the spectacle of life, as seen from the shop, that had made another Edwin of him. What had changed him was the slow, daily influence of a large number of trifling, habitual duties, none of which fully strained his faculties, and the monotony of them, and the constant, watchful conventionality of his deportment with customers. He was still a youth, very youthful, but you had to keep an eye open for his youthfulness if you wished to find it beneath the little man that he had been transformed into. He now took his watch out of his pocket with an absent gesture and look exactly like his father's, and his tones would be a reflection of those of the last important full-sized man with whom he had happened to have been in contact. And though he had not developed into a dandy, finance forbidding, He kept his hair unnaturally straight, and amiably grumbled to Maggie about his collars every fortnight or so. Yes, another Edwin. Yet it must not be assumed that he was growing in discontent, either chronic or acute. On the contrary, the malady of discontent troubled him less and less. To the paper boy he was a real man. The paper boy accepted him with unreserved fatalism, as Edwin accepted his father. Thus the boy stood passive while Edwin brought business to a standstill by privately perusing the Manchester Examiner. It was Saturday morning, the morning on which the Examiner published its renowned literary supplement. All the children read eagerly the literary supplement, but Edwin, in virtue of his office, got it first. On the first and second pages was the serial story by George MacDonald, W. Clark Russell, or Mrs. Lynn Linton. Then followed readable extracts from new books, and on the fourth page were selected jokes from Punch. Edwin somehow always began with the jokes, and in so doing was rather ashamed of his levity. He would skim the jokes, glance at the titles of the new books, and look at the dialogue parts of the serial, while business and the boy waited. There was no hurry then, even though the year had reached 1873, and people were saying that they would soon be at the middle of the 70s, even though the Licensing Act had come into force, and publicans were predicting the end of the world. Morning papers were not delivered till 10, 11, or 12 o'clock in Bursley, and on Saturdays, owing to Edwin's laudable interest in the best periodical literature, they were apt to be delivered later than usual. Part 2. On this particular morning Edwin was disturbed in his studies by a greater than the paper boy, a greater even than his father. Mr. Osmond Orgreave came stamping his cold feet into the shop, the floor of which was still a little damp from the watering that preceded its sweeping. Mr. Orgreave, though as far as Edwin knew he had never been in the shop before, went straight to the coke stove, bent his knees, and began to warm his hands. In this position he opened an interview with Edwin, who dropped the literary supplement. Miss Ingamells was momentarily absent. "Father in?" "No, sir." Edwin did not say where his father was, because he had received general instructions never to volunteer information on that point. "Where is he?" "He's out, sir." "Oh. Well, has he left any instructions about those specifications for the Shawport Board School?" "No, sir, I'm afraid he hasn't, but I can ask in the printing office." Mr. Orgreave approached the counter smiling. His face was angular, rather stout, and harsh, with a grey moustache and a short grey beard, and yet his demeanour and his voice had a jocular, youthful quality. And this was not the only contradiction about him. His clothes were extremely elegant and nice in detail. The whiteness of his linen would have struck the most casual observer, but he seemed to be perfectly oblivious of his clothes, indeed to show carelessness concerning them. His fingernails were marvellously tended, but he scribbled in pencil on his cuff, and apparently was not offended by a grey mark on his hand due to touching the top of the stove. The idea in Edwin's head was that Mr. Orgreave must put on a new suit of clothes once a week, and new linen every day, and take a bath about once an hour. The man had no ceremoniousness. Thus, though he had never previously spoken to Edwin, he made no preliminary pretence of not being sure who Edwin was. He chatted with him as though they were old friends, and had parted only the day before. He also chatted with him as though they were equals in age, eminence, and wealth. A strange man. "Now look here," he said, as the conversation proceeded. "Those specifications are at the Sytch Chapel. If you could come along with me now, I could give them to you and point out one or two things to you, and perhaps Big James could make a start on them this morning. You see, it's urgent." So he was familiar with Big James. "Certainly," said Edwin, excited. And when he had curtly told the paper boy to do portions of the newspaper job which he had always held the paper boy was absolutely incapable of doing, he sent the boy to find Miss Ingamells, informed her where he was going, and followed Mr. Orgreave out of the shop. 3. "Of course you know Charlie's at school in France," said Mr. Orgreave, as they passed along Wedgwood Street in the direction of St. Luke's Square. He was really very companionable. "Oh, yes," Edwin replied, nervously explosive, and buttoning up his tight overcoat with an important business air. "At least it isn't school, it's a university. Besançon, you know. They take university students much younger there. Oh, he has a rare time, a rare time. Never writes to you, I suppose?" "No." Edwin gave a short laugh. Mr. Orgreave laughed aloud. "And he wouldn't to us either if his mother didn't make a fuss about it. But when he does write, we gather there's no place like Besançon." "Must be splendid," Edwin said thoughtfully. "You and he were great chums, weren't you? I know we used to hear about you every day. His mother used to say that we had Clayhanger with every meal." Mr. Orgreave again laughed heartily. Edwin blushed. He was quite startled, and immensely flattered. What on earth could the Sunday have found to tell them every day about him? He, Edwin Clayhanger, a subject of conversation in the household of the Orgreaves, that mysterious household which he had never entered, but which he had always pictured to himself as being so finely superior. Less than a year ago Charlie Orgreave had been the Sunday, had been old Perish in the attempt, and now he was a student in Besançon University, unapproachable, extraordinarily romantic. And he, Edwin, remained in his father's shop. He had been aware that Charlie had gone to Besançon University, but he had not realised it effectively till this moment. The realisation blew discontent into a flame, which fed on the further perception that evidently the Orgreave family were a gay, jolly crowd of cronies together, not in the least like parents and children. Their home life must be something fundamentally different from his. 4. When they had crossed the windy space of St. Luke's Square and reached the top of the Stitch Bank, Mr. Orgreave stopped an instant in front of the Stitch Pottery and pointed to a large window at the south end that was in process of being boarded up. "At last," he murmured with disgust. Then he said, "That's the most beautiful window in Bursley, and perhaps in the Five Towns. And you see what's happening to it?" Edwin had never heard the word beautiful uttered in quite that tone except by women, such as Auntie Hamps about a baby or a valentine or a sermon. But Mr. Orgreave was not a woman, he was a man of the world, and he was almost the man of the world, and the subject of his adjective was a window. "Why are they boarding it up, Mr. Orgreave?" Edwin asked. "Oh, ancient lights, ancient lights." Edwin began to snigger. He thought for an instant that Mr. Orgreave was being jocular over his head, for he could only connect the phrase ancient lights with the meaner organs of a dead animal, exposed, for example, in tripe shops. However, he saw his ineptitude almost simultaneously with the commission of it, and smothered the snicker in becoming gravity. It was clear that he had something to learn in the phraseology employed by architects. "I should think," said Mr. Orgreave, "I should think they've been at law about that window for 30 years, if not more. Well, it's over now, seemingly." He gazed at the disappearing window. "What a shame." "It is," said Edwin politely. Mr. Orgreave crossed the road and then stood still to gaze at the facade of the Stitch Pottery. It was a long 2-storey building, purest Georgian, of red brick with very elaborate stone facings, which contrasted admirably with the austere simplicity of the walls. The porch was lofty, with a majestic flight of steps narrowing to the doors. The ironwork of the basement railings was unusually rich and impressive. "Ever seen another potworks like that?" demanded Mr. Orgreave, enthusiastically musing. "No," said Edwin. Now that the question was put to him, he never had seen another potworks like that. "There are 1 or 2 pretty fine works in the Five Towns," said Mr. Orgreave, "but there's nothing elsewhere to touch this. I nearly always stop and look at it if I'm passing. Just look at the pointing. The pointing alone." Edwin had to readjust his ideas. It had never occurred to him to search for anything fine in Bursley. The fact was, he had never opened his eyes at Bursley. Dozens of times he must have passed the Stitch Pottery and yet not noticed, not suspected that it differed from any other potworks. He who dreamed of being an architect. "You don't think much of it?" said Mr Orgreave, moving on. "People don't." "Oh yes, I do," Edwin protested, and with such an air of eager sincerity that Mr Orgreave turned to glance at him. And in truth he did think that the Sytch pottery was beautiful. He never would have thought so but for the accident of the walk with Mr Orgreave. He might have spent his whole life in the town, and never troubled himself a moment about the Sytch pottery. Nevertheless, he now, by an act of sheer faith, suddenly, miraculously, and genuinely regarded it as an exquisitely beautiful edifice, on a plane with the edifices of the capitals of Europe, and as a feast for discerning eyes. "I like architecture very much," he added. And this too was said with such feverish conviction that Mr Orgreave was quite moved. "I must show you my new Sytch chapel," said Mr Orgreave gaily. "Oh, I should like you to show it me," said Edwin. But he was exceedingly perturbed by misgivings. Here was he wanting to be an architect, and he had never observed the Sytch pottery. Surely that was an absolute proof that he had no vocation for architecture. And yet now he did most passionately admire the Sytch pottery, and he was proud to be sharing the admiration of the fine, joyous, superior, luxurious, companionable man, Mr Orgreave. 5. They went down the Sytch bank to the new chapel of which Mr Orgreave, though a churchman, was the architect, in that vague quarter of the world between Bursley and Turnhill. The roof was not on, the scaffolding was extraordinarily interesting and confusing. They bent their heads to pass under low portals. Edwin had the delicious smell of new mortar. They stumbled through sand, mud, cinders, and little pools. They climbed a ladder and stepped over a large block of dressed stone. And Mr Orgreave said, "This is the gallery we're in here. You see the scheme of the place now? That hole? Only a flue. Now you see what that arch carries. They didn't like it in the plans because they thought it might be mistaken for a church." Edwin was receptive. "Of course it's a very small affair, but it'll cost less per sitting than any other chapel in your circuit. And I fancy it'll look less like a box of bricks." Mr Orgreave subtly smiled, and Edwin tried to equal his subtlety. "I must show you the elevation some other time, a bit later. What I've been after in it is to keep it in character with the street. Hi, Dan there!" Now Mr Orgreave was calling across the hollow of the chapel to a fat man in corduroys. "Have you remembered those blue bricks?" Perhaps the most captivating phenomenon of all was a little lean-to shed with a real door, evidently taken from somewhere else, and a little stove and a table and a chair. Here Mr Orgreave had a confabulation with the corduroyed man, who was the builder, and they pored over immense sheets of coloured plans that lay on the table, and Mr Orgreave made marks and even sketches on the plans, and the fat man objected to his instructions, and Mr Orgreave insisted, yes, yes, and it seemed to Edwin as though the building of the chapel stood still while Mr Orgreave cogitated and explained. It seemed to Edwin that he was in the creating chamber. The atmosphere of the shed was inexpressibly romantic to him. After the fat man had gone, Mr Orgreave took a clothes brush off a plank that had been roughly nailed on 2 brackets to the wall and brushed Edwin's clothes, and Edwin brushed Mr Orgreave, and then Mr Orgreave, having run his hand through the brush, lightly brushed his hair with it. All this was part of Edwin's joy. "Yes," he said, "I think the idea of that arch is splendid." "You do?" said Mr Orgreave, quite simply and ingenuously pleased and interested. "You see, with the lie of the ground as it is." That was another point that Edwin ought to have thought of by himself, the lie of the ground. But he had not thought of it. Mr Orgreave went on talking. In the shop he had conveyed the idea that he was tremendously pressed for time. Now he had apparently forgotten time. "I'm afraid I shall have to be off," said Edwin timidly, and he made a preliminary movement as if to depart. "And what about those specifications, young man?" asked Mr Orgreave, dryly twinkling. He unlocked a drawer in the rickety table. Edwin had forgotten the specifications as successfully as Mr Orgreave had forgotten time. Throughout the remainder of the day he smelt imaginary mortar. End of Chapter 14, Volume 1. Volume 1, Chapter 15 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, A Decision. The next day, being the day of rest, Mrs. Nixon arose from her nook at 5:30 a.m. and woke Edwin. She did this from good nature, and because she could refuse him nothing, and not under any sort of compulsion. Edwin got up at the first call, though he was in no way remarkable for his triumphs over the pillow. 25 minutes later he was crossing Trafalgar Road and entering the schoolyard of the Wesleyan Chapel. And from various quarters of the town, other young men, of ages varying from 16 to 50, were converging upon the same point. Black night still reigned above the lamplights that flickered in the wind which precedes the dawn, and the mud was frozen. Not merely had these young men to be afoot and abroad, but they had to be ceremoniously dressed. They could not issue forth in flannels and sweater, with a towel round the neck as for a morning plunge in the river. The day was Sunday, though Sunday had not dawned, and the plunge was into the river of intellectual life. Moreover, they were bound by conscience to be prompt. To have arrived late, even 5 minutes late, would have spoilt the whole effect. It had to be 6 o'clock or nothing. The Young Men's Debating Society was a newly formed branch of the multifarious activity of the Wesleyan Methodist Chapel. It met on Sunday because Sunday was the only day that would suit everybody, and at 6 a.m. for two reasons. The obvious reason was that at any other hour its meetings would clash, either with other activities or with the solemnity of Sabbath meals. This obvious reason could not have stood by itself. It was secretly supported by the recondite reason that the preposterous hour of 6 a.m. appealed powerfully to something youthful, perverse, silly, fanatical, and fine in the youths. They discovered the ascetics' joy in robbing themselves of sleep, and in catching chills, and in disturbing households and chapel keepers. They thought it was a great thing to be discussing intellectual topics at an hour when a town that ignorantly scorned intellectuality was snoring in all its heavy brutishness. And it was a great thing. They considered themselves the salt of the earth, or of that part of the earth, and I have an idea that they were. Edwin had joined this society partly because he did not possess the art of refusing, partly because the notion of it appealed spectacularly to the martyr in him, and partly because it gave him an excuse for ceasing to attend the afternoon Sunday school which he loathed. Without such an excuse he could never have told his father that he meant to give up Sunday school. He could never have dared to do so. His father had what Edwin deemed to be a superstitious and hypocritical regard for the Sunday school. Darius never went near the Sunday school, and assuredly in business and in home life he did not practise the precepts inculcated at the Sunday school. And yet he always spoke of the Sunday school with what was to Edwin a ridiculous reverence. Another of those problems in his father's character which Edwin gave up in disgust. Part 2. The society met in a small classroom. The secretary, arch, ascetic, arrived at 5:45 and lit the fire which the chapel keeper, a man with no enthusiasm whatever for flagellation, the hair shirt, or intellectuality, had laid but would not get up to light. The chairman of the society, a little Welshman named Llewellyn Roberts, aged 50, but a youth because a bachelor, sat on a chair at one side of the incipient fire, and some dozen members sat around the room on forms. A single gas jet flamed from the ceiling. Everybody wore his overcoat, and within the collars of overcoats could be seen glimpses of rich neckties. The hats, some glossy, dotted the hat rack which ran along two walls. A hymn was sung, and then all knelt, some spreading handkerchiefs on the dusty floor to protect fine trousers, and the chairman invoked the blessing of God on their discussions. The proper mental and emotional atmosphere was now established. The secretary read the minutes of the last meeting, while the chairman surreptitiously poked the fire with a piece of wood from the lower works of a chair, and then the chairman, as he signed the minutes with a pen dipped in an excise ink bottle that stood on the narrow mantelpiece, said in his dry voice, "I call upon our young friend, Mr. Edwin Clayhanger, to open the debate. Is Bishop Colenso considered as a biblical commentator a force for good?" "I'm a damned fool," said Edwin to himself savagely, as he stood on his feet. But to look at his wistful and nervously smiling face, no one would have guessed that he was thus blasphemously swearing in the privacy of his own brain. He had been entrapped into the situation in which he found himself. It was not until after he had joined the society that he learnt of a rule which made it compulsory from every member to speak at every meeting attended, and for every member to open a debate at least once in a year. And this was not all. The use of notes while the orator was up was absolutely forbidden. A drastic society. It had commended itself to elders by claiming to be a nursery for ready speakers. 3. Edwin had chosen the subject of Bishop Colenso — the ultimate wording of the resolution was not his — because he had been reading about the intellectually adventurous bishop in the Manchester Examiner. And although 11 years had passed since the publication of the first part of the Pentateuch and the book of Joshua critically examined, the Colenso question was only just filtering down to the thinking classes of the Five Towns. It was an actuality in the Five Towns, if in abeyance in London. Even Hugh Miller's The Old Red Sandstone, or New Walks in an Old Field, then over 30 years old, was still being looked upon as dangerously original in the Five Towns in 1873. However, the effect of its disturbing geological evidence that the earth could scarcely have been begun and finished in a little under a week was happily nullified by the suicide of its author. That pistol shot had been a striking proof of the literal inspiration of the Bible. Bishop Colenso had in Edwin an ingenuous admirer. Edwin stammeringly and hesitatingly gave a preliminary sketch of his life, how he had been censured by convocation and deposed from his see by his metropolitan, how the Privy Council had decided that the deposition was null and void, how the ecclesiastical authorities had then circumvented the Privy Council by refusing to pay his salary to the bishop, which Edwin considered mean, how the bishop had circumvented the ecclesiastical authorities by appealing to the Master of the Rolls, who ordered the ecclesiastical authorities to pay him his arrears of income with interest thereon, unless they were ready to bring him to trial for heresy, how the said authorities would not bring him to trial for heresy, which Edwin considered to be miserable cowardice on their part, how the bishop had then been publicly excommunicated without authority, and how his friends, among whom were some very respectable and powerful people, had made him a present of over £3,000. After this graphic historical survey, Edwin proceeded to the Pentateuchal puzzles, and, without pronouncing an opinion thereon, argued that any commentator who was both learned and sincere must be a force for good, as the Bible had nothing to fear from honest inquiry, etc., etc. 5/6 of his speech was coloured by phrases and modes of thought which he had picked up in the Wesleyan community, and the other 6 belonged to himself. The speech was moderately bad, but not inferior to many other speeches. It was received in absolute silence. This rather surprised Edwin, because the tone in which the leading members of the society usually spoke to him indicated that, for reasons which he knew not, they regarded him as a very superior intellect indeed, and Edwin was not entirely ashamed of the quality of his speech. In fact, he had feared worse from himself, especially as, since his walk with Mr. Orgreave, he had been quite unable to concentrate his thoughts on Bishop Colenso at all, and had been exceedingly unhappy and apprehensive concerning an affair that bore no kind of relation to the Pentateuch. 4. The chairman began to speak at once. His function was to call upon the speakers in the order arranged and to sum up before putting the resolution to the vote. But now he produced surprisingly a speech of his own. He reminded the meeting that in 1860 Bishop Colenso had memorialised the Archbishop of Canterbury against compelling natives who had already more than one wife to renounce polygamy as a condition to baptism in the Christian religion. He stated that, though there were young men present who were almost infants in arms at that period, he, for his part, could well remember all the episode, and in particular Bishop Colenso's amazing allegation that he could find no disapproval of polygamy, either in the Bible or in the writings of the ancient Church. He also pointed out that in 1861 Bishop Colenso had argued against the doctrine of eternal punishment. He warned the meeting to beware of youthful indiscretions. Everyone there assembled, of course, meant well and believed what it was a duty to believe, but at the same time... "I shall write father a letter," said Edwin to himself. The idea came to him in a flash like a divine succour, and it seemed to solve all his difficulties unconnected with the subject of debate. 5. The chairman went on crossing T's and dotting I's, and soon even Edwin perceived that the chairman was diplomatically and tactfully, yet very firmly, bent upon saving the meeting from any possibility of scandalising itself and the Wesleyan community. Bishop Colenso must not be approved beneath those roofs. Evidently Edwin had been more persuasive than he dreamt of, and daring beyond precedent. He had meant to carry his resolution if he could, whereas it appeared he ought to have meant to be defeated in the true interests of revealed religion. The chairman kept referring to his young friend the proposer's brilliant brains, and to the grave danger that lurked in brilliant brains, and the inability of brilliant brains to atone for lack of experience. The meeting had its cue. Young man after young man arose to snub Bishop Colenso, to hope charitably that Bishop Colenso was sincere, and to insist that no Bishop Colenso should lead him to the awful abyss of polygamy, and that no Bishop Colenso should deprive him of that unique incentive to righteousness, the doctrine of an everlasting burning hell. Moses was put on his legs again as a serious historian, and the subject of the resolution utterly lost to view. The chairman then remarked that his impartial role forbade him to support either side, and the voting showed 14 against 1. They all sang the doxology, and the chairman pronounced a benediction. The 14 forgave the one as one who knew not what he did, but their demeanour rather too patently showed that they were forgiving under difficulty, and that it would be as well that this kind of youthful temerariousness was not practised too often. Edwin, in the language of the district, was sneaped. Wondering what on earth he after all had said to raise such an alarm, he nevertheless did not feel resentful, only very depressed, about the debate and about other things. He knew in his heart that for him attendance at the meetings of the Young Men's Debating Society was ridiculous. 6. He allowed all the rest to precede him from the room. When he was alone he smiled sheepishly, and also disdainfully. He knew that the chasm between himself and the others was a real chasm, and not a figment of his childish diffidence as he had sometimes suspected it to be. Then he turned the gas out. A beautiful faint silver surged through the window. While the debate was in progress, the sun had been going about its business of the dawn, unperceived. "I shall write a letter," he kept saying to himself. "He'll never let me explain myself properly if I start talking. I shall write a letter. I can write a very good letter, and he'll be bound to take notice of it. He'll never be able to get over my letter." In the schoolyard daylight reigned. The debaters had already disappeared. Trafalgar Road and Duck Bank were empty and silent under rosy clouds. Instead of going straight home, Edwin went past the town hall and through the market-place to the Sytch Pottery. Astounding that he'd never noticed for himself how beautiful the building was. It was a simply lovely building. "Yes," he said, "I shall write him a letter, and this very day too. May I be hung, drawn and quartered if he doesn't have to read my letter tomorrow morning." End of Chapter 15, Volume 1. Volume 1, Chapter 16 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, The Letter. Then there was roast goose for dinner, and Clara amused herself by making silly, facetious faces, furtively, dangerously, under her father's very eyes. The children feared goose for their father, whose digestion was usually unequal to this particular bird. Like many fathers of families in the Five Towns, he had the habit of going forth on Saturday mornings to the butcher's or the poulterer's and buying Sunday's dinner. He was a fairly good judge of a joint, but Maggie considered herself to be his superior in this respect. However, Darius was not prepared to learn from Maggie, and his purchases had to be accepted without criticism. At a given meal, Darius would never admit that anything chosen and bought by him was not perfect. But a week afterwards, if the fact was so, he would of his own accord recall imperfections in that which he had asserted to be perfect. And he would do this without any shame, without any apparent sense of inconsistency or weakness. Edwin noticed a similar trait in other grown-up persons, and it astonished him. It astonished him especially in his father, who, despite the faults and vulgarities which his fastidious son could find in him, always impressed Edwin as a strong man, a man with the heroic quality of not caring too much what other people thought. When Edwin saw his father take a second plateful of goose with the deadly stuffing thereof, Darius simply could not resist it. Like most dyspeptics, he was somewhat greedy. He foresaw an indisposed and perilous father for the morrow, which prevision was supported by Clara's pantomimic antics, and even by Maggie's grave and restrained sigh. Still, he had sworn to write and send the letter, and he should do so. A career, a lifetime, was not to be at the mercy of a bilious attack. Surely. Such a notion offended logic and proportion, and he scorned it away. Part 2. The meal proceeded in silence. Darius, as in duty bound, mentioned the sermon, but neither Clara nor Edwin would have anything to do with the sermon, and Maggie had not been to chapel. Clara and Edwin felt themselves free of piety till 6 o'clock at least, and they doggedly would not respond. And Darius, from prudence, did not insist, for he had arrived at chapel unthinkably late, during the second chant, and Clara was capable of audacious remarks upon occasions. The silence grew stolid, and Edward wondered what the dinner-table of the Orgreaves was like, and he could smell fresh mortar. And he dreamed of a romantic life, he knew not what kind of life, but something different fundamentally from his own. He suddenly understood with sympathy the impulse which made boys run away to sea. He could feel the open sea, he could feel the breath of freedom on his cheek. He said to himself, "Why shouldn't I break this ghastly silence by telling father out loud here that he mustn't forget what I told him that night in the attic? I'm going to be an architect. I'm not going to be any blooming printer. I'm going to be an architect. Why haven't I mentioned it before? Why haven't I talked about it all the time? Because I'm an ass. Because there's no word for what I am. Damn it, I suppose I'm the person to choose what I'm going to be. I suppose it's my business more than his. Besides, he can't possibly refuse me. If I say flatly that I won't be a printer, he's done. This idea of writing a letter is just like me. Coward, coward. What's my tongue for? Can't I talk? Isn't he bound to listen? All I have to do is to open my mouth. He's sitting there, I'm sitting here. He can't eat me. I'm in my rights. Now suppose I start on it as soon as Mrs. Nixon has brought the pudding and pie in." And he waited anxiously to see whether he indeed would be able to make a start after the departure of Mrs. Nixon. Part 3. Hopeless. He could not bring himself to do it. It was strange, it was disgusting. No, he would be compelled to write the letter. Besides, the letter would be more effective. His father could not interrupt the letter by some loud, illogical remark. Thus he salved his self-conceit. He also sought relief in reflecting savagely upon the speeches that had been made against him in the debate. He went through them all in his mind. There was the slimy idiot from Baines, it was in such terms that his thoughts ran, who gloried in never having read a word of Colenso, and called the assembled company to witness that nothing could ever induce him to read such a godless author, going about in the mask of a so-called bishop. But had any of them read Colenso, except possibly Llewellyn Roberts, who in his Welsh way would pretend ignorance, and then come out with a quotation and refer you to the exact page? Edwin himself had read very little of Colenso, and that little only because a customer had ordered the second part of the Pentateuch, and he had stolen it for a night. Colenso was not in the Free Library. What a world! What a debate! Still he could not help dwelling with pleasure on Mr. Roberts' insistence on the brilliant quality of his brains. Astute as Mr. Roberts was, the man was clearly in awe of Edwin's brains. Why? To be honest, Edwin had never been deeply struck by his own brain power, and yet there must be something in it. Of course, he reflected sardonically, my father doesn't show the faintest interest in the debate, yet he knew all about it, and that I had to open it. But he was glad that his father showed no interest in the debate. Clara had mentioned it in the presence of Maggie, with her usual ironic intent, and Edwin had quickly shut her up. 4. In the afternoon, the sitting-room being made uninhabitable by his father's goose-ridden dozes, he went out for a walk. The weather was cold and fine. When he returned, his father also had gone out. The two girls were lolling in the sitting-room. An immense fire, built up by Darius, was just ripe for the beginning of decay, and the room very warm. Clara was at the window, Maggie in Darius's chair, reading a novel of Charlotte M. Yonge's. On the table, open, was a bound volume of the Family Treasury of Sunday Reading, in which Clara had been perusing the chronicles of the Schonberg-Cotta family with feverish interest. Edwin had laughed at her ingenuous absorption in the adventures of the Schonberg-Cotta family, but the fact was that he had found them rather interesting in spite of himself, while pretending the contrary. There was an atmosphere of high, obstinate effort and heroical foreignness about the story which stimulated something secret in him that seldom responded to the provocation of a book. More easily would this secret something respond to a calm evening, or a distant prospect, or the silence of early morning when by chance he looked out of his window. The volume of the Family Treasury, though 5 years old, was a recent acquisition. It had come into the house through the total disappearance of a customer who had left the loose numbers to be bound in 1869. Edwin dropped sideways onto a chair at the table, spread out his feet to the right, pitched his left elbow a long distance to the left, and his head resting on his left hand, turned over the pages with his right hand idly. His eye caught titles such as The Door Was Shut, My Mother's Voice, The Heather Mother, The Only Treasure, Religion and Business, Hope to the End, The Child of Our Sunday School, Satan's Devices, and Studies of Christian Life and Character, Hannah More. Then he saw an article about some architecture in Rome, and he read, In the Sistine picture there is the struggle of a great mind to reduce within the possibilities of art a subject that transcends it. That mind would have shown itself to be greater, truer, at least in its judgment of the capabilities of art, and more reverent to have left it alone. The seriousness of the whole magazine intimidated him into accepting this pronouncement for a moment, though his brief studies in various encyclopedias had led him to believe that the Sistine Chapel, shown in an illustration in Casanova, was high beyond any human criticism. His elbow slid on the surface of the table, and in recovering himself he sent the Family Treasury on the floor, wrong side up, with a great noise. Maggie did not move. Clara turned and protested sharply against this sacrilege, and Edwin, out of mere caprice, informed her that her precious magazine was the most stinking, silly, pious thing that ever was. With haughty and shocked gestures she gathered up the volume and took it out of the room. "I say, Mag," Edwin muttered, still leaning his head on his hand and staring blankly at the wall. The fire dropped a little in the grate. "What is it?" asked Maggie, without stirring or looking up. "Has father said anything to you about me wanting to be an architect?" He spoke with an affectation of dreaminess. "About you wanting to be an architect?" repeated Maggie in surprise. "Yes," said Edwin. He knew perfectly well that his father would never have spoken to Maggie on such a subject, but he wanted to open a conversation. "No fear," said Maggie, and added in her kindest, most encouraging, elder sisterly tone, "Why?" "Oh," he hesitated, drawling. And then he told her a great deal of what was in his mind, and she carefully put the wool marker in her book and shut it, and listened to him, and the fire dropped and dropped comfortably. She did not understand him. Obviously she thought his desire to be an architect exceedingly odd, but she sympathised. Her attitude was soothing and fortifying. After all, he reflected, Maggie's all right. There's some sense in Maggie. He could get on with Maggie. For a few moments he was happy and hopeful. "I thought I'd write him a letter," he said. "You know how he is to talk to." There was a pause. "What do you think?" he questioned. "I should," said Maggie. "Then I shall!" he exclaimed. "How do you think he'll take it?" "Well," said Maggie, "I don't see how he can do aught but take it all right. Depends how you put it, of course." "Oh, you leave that to me," said Edwin with eager confidence. "I shall put it all right. You trust me for that." 5. Clara danced into the room, flowing over with infantile joy. She had been listening to part of the conversation behind the door. "So he wants to be an architect, an architect, architect!" She half sang the word in a frenzy of ridicule. She really did dance, and waved her arms. Her eyes glittered as if in rapture. These singular manifestations of her temperament were caused solely by the strangeness of the idea of Edwin wanting to be an architect. The strange sight of him, with his hair cut short or in a new necktie, affected her in a similar manner. "Clara, go and put your pinafore on this instant," said Maggie. "You know you oughtn't to leave it off." "You needn't be so hoity-toity, miss," Clara retorted. But she moved to obey. When she reached the door she turned again and gleefully taunted Edwin. "And it's all because he went for a walk yesterday with Mr Orgreave. I know, I know. You needn't think I didn't see you, because I did. Architect, architect." She vanished, on all her springs, spitefully graceful. "You might almost think that infernal kid was right bang off her head," Edwin muttered crossly. Still, it was extraordinary how that infernal kid hit on the truth. Maggie began to mend the fire. "Oh, well," murmured Maggie, conveying to Edwin that no importance must be attached to the chit's chittiness. He went up to the next flight of stairs to his attic. Dust on the table of his work attic. Shameful dust. He had not used that attic since Christmas, on the miserable plea that winter was cold and there was no fireplace. He blamed himself for his effeminacy. Where had flown his seriousness, his elaborate plans, his high purposes? A touch of winter had frightened them away. Yes, he blamed himself mercilessly. True it was, as that infernal kid had chanted, a casual half-hour with Mr Orgreave was alone responsible for his awakening. At any rate, for his awakening at this particular moment. Still, he was awake. That was the great fact. He was tremendously awake. He had not been asleep, he had only been half asleep. His intention of becoming an architect had never left him. But through weakness before his father, through a cowardly desire to avoid disturbance and postpone a crisis, he had let the week slide by. Now he was in a groove, in a canyon. He had to get out, and the sooner the better. A piece of paper, soiled, was pinned on his drawing board. 1 or 2 sketches lay about. He turned the drawing-board over so that he might use it for a desk on which to write the letter. But he had no habit of writing letters. In the attic was to be found neither ink, pen, paper, nor envelope. He remembered a broken quire of sermon paper in his bedroom. He had used a few sheets of it for notes on Bishop Colenso. These notes had been written in the privacy and warmth of bed, in pencil. But the letter must be done in ink. The letter was too important for pencil. Assuredly his father would take exception to pencil. He descended to his sister's room and borrowed Maggie's ink and a pen, and took an envelope, tripping like a thief. Then he sat down to the composition of the letter, but he was obliged to stop almost immediately in order to light the lamp. Part 6. This is what he wrote. Dear Father, I dare say you will think it queer me writing you a letter like this, but it is the best thing I can do, and I hope you will excuse me. I dare say you will remember I told you that night when you came home late from Manchester, here in the attic, that I wanted to be an architect. You replied that what I wanted was business experience. If you say that I have not had enough business experience yet, I agree to that, but I want it to be understood that later on, when it is the proper time, I am to be an architect. You know I am very fond of architecture, and I feel that I must be an architect. I feel I shall not be happy in the printing business, because I want to be an architect. I am now nearly 17. Perhaps it is too soon yet for me to be apprenticed to an architect, and so I can go on learning business habits. But I just want it to be understood. I am quite sure you wish me to be happy in life, and I shan't be happy if I'm always regretting that I have not gone in for being an architect. I know I shall like architecture. Your affectionate son, Edwin Clayhanger. Then, as an afterthought, he put the date and his address at the top. He meditated a postscript, asking for a reply, but decided that this was unnecessary. As he was addressing the envelope, Mrs. Nixon called out to him from below to come to tea. He was surprised to find that he had spent over an hour on the letter. He shivered and sneezed. Part 7. During tea he felt himself absurdly self-conscious, but nobody seemed to notice his condition. The whole family went to chapel. The letter lay in his pocket, and he might easily have slipped away to the post office with it, but he had had no opportunity to possess himself of a stamp. There was no need to send the letter through the post. He might get up early and put it among the morning's letters. He had decided, however, that it must arrive formally by the postman, and he would not alter his decision. Hence, after chapel, he took a match, and, creeping into the shop, procured a crimson stamp from his father's desk. Then he went forth by the back way, alone, into the streets. The adventure was not so hazardous as it seemed and as it felt. Darius was incurious by nature, though he had brief fevers of curiosity. Thus the life of the children was a demoralizing mixture of rigid discipline and freedom. They were permitted nothing, but, as the years passed, they might take nearly anything. There was small chance of Darius discovering his son's excursion. In crossing the road from chapel, Edwin had opined to his father that the frost was breaking. He was now sure of it. The mud, no longer brittle, yielded to pressure, and there was a trace of dampness in the interstices of the pavement bricks. A thin raw mist was visible in huge spheres round the street lamps. The sky was dark. The few people whom he encountered seemed to be out upon mysterious errands, seemed to emerge strangely from one gloom and strangely to vanish into another. In the blind black facades of the streets, the public houses blazed invitingly with gas. They alone were alive in the weekly death of the town. And they gleamed everywhere, at every corner. The town appeared to consist chiefly of public houses. He dropped the letter into the box in the marketplace. He heard it fall. His heart beat. The deed was now irrevocable. He wondered what Monday held for him. The quiescent melancholy of the town invaded his spirit, and mingled with his own remorseful sorrow for the unstrenuous past, and his apprehensive solicitude about the future. It was not unpleasant, this brooding sadness, half despondency and half hope. A man and a woman, arm in arm, went by him as he stood unconscious of his conspicuousness under the gas lamp that lit the post office. They laughed the smothered laugh of intimacy to see a tall boy standing alone there, with no overcoat, gazing at naught. Edwin turned to go home. It occurred to him that nearly all the people he met were couples, arm in arm, and he suddenly thought of Florence, the clog dancer. He had scarcely thought of her for months. The complexity of the interests of life and the interweaving of its moods fatigued his mind into an agreeably grave vacuity. End of chapter 16, The Letter. Volume 1, Chapter 17 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, End of a Struggle. It was not one of his official bilious attacks that Darius had on the following day. He only yielded himself up in the complete grand manner when nature absolutely compelled. The goose had not formally beaten him, but neither had he formally beaten the goose. The battle was drawn, and this meant that Darius had a slight headache, a feeling of heavy disgust with the entire polity of the universe, and a disinclination for food. The first and third symptoms he hid as far as possible from pride. At breakfast he toyed with bacon from pride, hating bacon. The children knew from his eyes and his guilty gestures that he was not well, but they dared not refer to his condition. They were bound to pretend that the health of their father flourished in the highest perfection, and they were glad that things were no worse. On the other hand, Edwin had a sneezing cold which he could not conceal, and Darius inimicably inquired what foolishness he had committed to have brought this on himself. Edwin replied that he knew of no cause for it. A deliberate lie. He knew that he had contracted a chill while writing a letter to his father in an unwarmed attic, and had intensified the chill by going forth to post the letter without his overcoat in a raw evening mist. Obviously, however, he could not have stated the truth. He was uncomfortable at the breakfast table, but, after the first few moments, less so than during the disturbed night he had feared to be. His father had neither eaten him, nor jumped down his throat, nor performed any of those unpleasant, miraculous feats which fathers usually do perform when infuriated by filial foolishness. The letter, therefore, had not been utterly disastrous. Sometimes a letter would ruin a breakfast, for Mr. Clayhanger, with no consideration for the success of meals, always opened his post before bite or sup. He had had the letter, and still he was ready to talk to his son in the ordinary grim tone of a goose morrow, which was to the good. Edwin was now convinced that he had done well to write the letter. 2. But as the day passed, Edwin began to ask himself, has he had the letter? There was no sign of the letter in his father's demeanour, which, while not such as to make it credible that he ever had moods of positive gay roguishness, was almost tolerable, considering his headache and his nausea. Letters occasionally were lost in the post or delayed. Edwin thought it would be just his usual bad luck if that particular letter, that letter of all letters, should be lost. And the strange thing is that he could not prevent himself from hoping that it indeed was lost. He would prefer it to be lost rather than delayed. He felt that if the postman brought it by the afternoon delivery, while he and his father were in the shop together, he should drop down dead. The day continued to pass, and did pass, and the shop was closed. "He'll speak to me after supper," said Edwin. But Darius did not speak to him after supper. Darius put on his hat and overcoat and went out, saying no word except to advise the children to be getting to bed, all of them. As soon as he was gone, Edwin took a candle and returned to the shop. He was convinced now that the letter had not been delivered, but he wished to make conviction sure. He opened the desk. His letter was nearly the first document he saw. It looked affrighting, awful. He dared not read it to see whether its wording was fortunate or unfortunate. He departed, mystified. Upstairs in his bedroom he had a new copy of an English translation of Victor Hugo's Notre Dame, which had been ordered by Lawyer Lawton, but would not be called for till the following week, because Lawyer Lawton only called once a fortnight. He had meant to read that book, with due precautions, in bed. But he could not fix attention on it. Impossible for him to follow a single paragraph. He extinguished the candle. Then he heard his father come home. He thought that he scarcely slept all night. 3. The next morning, Tuesday, the girls, between whom and their whispering friend Miss Ingamells something feminine was evidently afoot, left the breakfast table sooner than usual, not without stifled giggles. Upon occasion Maggie would surprisingly meet Clara and Miss Ingamells on their own plane. Since Sunday afternoon she had shown no further interest in Edwin's important crisis. She seemed, so far as he could judge, to have fallen back into her customary state of busy apathy. The man and the young man were alone together. Darius, in his satisfaction of having been delivered so easily from the goose, had taken an extra slice of bacon. Edwin's cold was now fully developed, and Maggie had told him to feed it. "I suppose you got that letter I wrote you, father, about me going in for architecture," said Edwin. Then he blew his nose to hide his confusion. He was rather startled to hear himself saying those bold words. He thought that he was quite calm and in control of his impulses, but it was not so. His nerves were stretched to the utmost. Darius said nothing, but Edwin could see his face darkening, and his lower lip heavily falling. He glowered, though not at Edwin. With eyes fixed on the window, he glowered into vacancy. The pride went out of Edwin's heart. "So you'd leave the printing," muttered Darius, when he'd finished masticating. He spoke in a menacing voice thick with ferocious emotion. "Well," said Edwin, quaking. He thought he had never seen his father so ominously intimidating. He was terrorised as he looked at that ugly and dark countenance. He could not say any more. His voice left him. Thus his fear was physical as well as moral. He reflected, "Well, I expected a row, but I didn't expect it would be as bad as this." And once more he was completely puzzled and baffled by the enigma of his father. 4. He did not hold the key, and even had he held it, he was too young, too inexperienced to have used it. As with gathering passion the eyes of Darius assaulted the window-pane, Darius had a painful intense vision of that miracle, his own career. Edwin's grand misfortune was that he was blind to the miracle. Edwin had never seen the little boy in the Bastille, but Darius saw him always, the infant who had begun life at a rope's end. Every hour of Darius's present existence was really an astounding marvel to Darius. He could not read the newspaper without thinking how wonderful it was that he should be able to read the newspaper. And it was wonderful. It was wonderful that he had 3 different suits of clothes, none of them with a single hole. It was wonderful that he had 3 children, all with complete outfits of good clothes. It was wonderful that he never had to think twice about buying coal, and that he could have more food than he needed. It was wonderful that he was not living in a 2-roomed cottage. He never came into his house by the side entrance without feeling proud that the door gave on to a preliminary passage and not direct into a living-room. He would never lose the idea that a lobby, however narrow, was the great distinguishing mark of wealth. It was wonderful that he had a piano and that his girls could play it and could sing. It was wonderful that he had paid 28 shillings a term for his son's schooling, in addition to book money. 28 shillings a term, and once a penny a week was considered enough, and twopence generous. Through sheer splendid wilful pride he had kept his son at school till the lad was 16, going on 17. 17, not 7. He had had the sort of pride in his son that a man may have in an idle, elegant, and absurdly expensive woman. It even tickled him to hear his son called Master Edwin, and then Mr. Edwin, just as the fine ceremonious manners of his sister-in-law, Mrs. Hamps, tickled him. His marriage, with all its inevitable disillusions, it had been wonderful, incredible. He looked back on it as a miracle. For he had married far above him and had proved equal to the enormously difficult situation. Never had he made a fool of himself. He often took keen pleasure in speculating upon the demeanour of his father, his mother, his little sister, could they have seen him in his purple and in his grandeur. They were all dead, and those days were fading, fading, gone, with their unutterable, intolerable shame and sadness. Intolerable even in memory, and his wife dead too. All that remained was Mr. Shushion's. And then his business. Darius's pride in the achievement of his business was simply indescribable. If he had not built up that particular connection, he had built up another one whose sale had enabled him to buy it, and he was waxing yearly. His supremacy as a printer could not be challenged in Bursley. Steam, a double-windowed shop, a foreman to whom alone he paid 30 shillings a week, 4 other employees, not to mention a domestic servant. How had he done it? He did not know. Certainly he did not credit himself with brilliant faculties. He knew he was not brilliant. He knew that once or twice he had had luck. But he had the greatest confidence in his rough-hewing common sense. The large curves of his career were correctly drawn. His common sense, his slow shrewdness, had been richly justified by events. They had been pitted against foes, and look now at the little boy from the Bastille. 5. To Darius there was no business quite like his own. He admitted that there were businesses much bigger, but they lacked the miraculous quality that his own had. They were not sacred. His was, genuinely. Once, in his triumphant and vain early manhood, he had had a fancy for bulldogs. He had bred bulldogs. And one day he had sacrificed even that great delight at the call of his business. And now no one could guess that he knew the difference between a setter and a mastiff. It was this sacred business, perpetually adored at the secret altar in Darius's heart, this miraculous business, and not another, that Edwin wanted to abandon, with scarcely a word, just casually. True, Edwin had told him one night that he would like to be an architect, but Darius had attached no importance to the boyish remark. Darius had never even dreamed that Edwin would not go into the business. It would not have occurred to him to conceive such a possibility. And the boy had shown great aptitude. The boy had saved the printing office from disaster, and Darius had proved his satisfaction therein, not by words certainly, but beyond mistaking in his general demeanour towards Edwin. And after all that, a letter. Mind you, a letter, proposing with the most damnable insolent audacity that he should be an architect because he would not be happy in the printing business. An architect! Why an architect specially? What in the name of God was there to attract in bricks and mortar? He thought the boy had gone off his head for a space. He could not think of any other explanation. He had not allowed the letter to upset him. By his armour of thick callousness he had protected the tender places in his soul from being wounded. He had not decided how to phrase his answer to Edwin. He had not even decided whether he would say anything at all, whether it would not be more dignified and impressive to make no remark whatever to Edwin, to let him slowly perceive by silence what a lamentable error he had committed. And here was the boy, lightly, cheekily talking at breakfast about going in for architecture. The armour of callousness was pierced. Darius felt the full force of the letter, and as he suffered, so he became terrible and tyrannic in his suffering. He meant to save his business, to put his business before anything, and he would have his own way. He would impose his will, and he would have treated argument as a final insult. All the heavy, obstinate, relentless force of his individuality was now channelled in one tremendous instinct. 6. "Well, what?" he growled savagely as Edwin halted. In spite of his advanced age, Edwin began to cry. Yes, the tears came out of his eyes. "And now you begin blubbing," said his father. "You say naught for 6 months, and then you start writing letters," said his father. "And what's made ye settle on architecting, I'd like to be knowing?" Darius went on. Edwin was not able to answer this question. He had never put it to himself. Assuredly he could not, at the pistol's point, explain why he wanted to be an architect. He did not know. He announced this truth ingenuously. I don't know. I should think not," said his father. "Do you think architecting will be any better than this?" This meant printing. I don't know." "You don't know. You don't know," Darius repeated testily. His testiness was only like foam on the great wave of his resentment. "Mr Orgreave," Edwin began. It was unfortunate, because Darius had had a difficulty with Mr Orgreave, who was notoriously somewhat exacting in the matter of prices. "Don't talk to me about Mr Orgreave!" Darius almost shouted. Edwin didn't. He said to himself, "I'm lost." "What's this business of mine for, if it isn't for you?" asked his father. "Architecting. There's neither sense nor reason in it. Neither sense nor reason." He rose and walked out. Edwin was now sobbing. In a moment his father returned and stood in the doorway. "You've been doing well, I'll say that, and I've shown it. I was beginning to have hopes of you." It was a great deal to say. He departed. "Perhaps if I hadn't stopped his damned old machine from going through the floor, he'd have let me off," Edwin muttered bitterly. "I've been too good. That's what's the matter with me." 7. He saw how fantastic was the whole structure of his hopes. He wondered that he had ever conceived it even wildly possible that his father would consent to architecture as a career. To ask it was to ask absurdly too much of fate. He demolished with a violent and resentful impulse the structure of his hopes, stamped on it angrily. He was beaten. What could he do? He could do nothing against his father. He could no more change his father than the course of a river. He was beaten. He saw his case in its true light. Mrs Nixon entered to clear the table. He turned away to hide his face and strode passionately off. 2 hours elapsed before he appeared in the shop. Nobody asked for him, but Mrs Nixon knew he was in the attic. At noon, Maggie, with a peculiar look, told him that Auntie Hamps had called, and that he was to go and have dinner with her at 1:00, and that his father consented. Obviously Maggie knew the facts of the day. He was perturbed at the prospect of the visit, but he was glad. He thought he could not have lived through a dinner at the same table as Clara. He guessed that his auntie had been made aware of the situation and wished to talk to him. 8. "Your father came to see me in such a state last night," said Auntie Hamps, after she had dealt with his frightful cold. Edwin was astonished by the news. Then, after all, his father had been afraid? After all, perhaps he had yielded too soon. If he had held out, if he had not been a baby... But it was too late. The incident was now closed. Mrs. Hamps was kind but unusually firm in her tone, which reached a sort of benevolent severity. "Your father had such high hopes of you." "Has, I should say. He couldn't imagine what on earth possessed you to write such a letter. And I'm sure I can't. I hope you're sorry. If you'd seen your father last night you would be, I'm sure." "But look here, Auntie," Edwin defended himself, sneezing and wiping his nose. "And he spoke of his desire. Surely he was entitled to ask, to suggest. A son could not be expected to be exactly like his father," and so on. No, she brushed all that aside. She scarcely listened to it. "But think of the business, and just think of your father's feelings." Edwin spoke no more. He saw that she was absolutely incapable of putting herself in his place. He could not have explained her attitude by saying that she had the vast unconscious cruelty which always goes with a perfect lack of imagination. But this was the explanation. He left her, saddened by the obvious conclusion that his auntie, whom he had always supported against his sisters, was part author of his undoing. She had undoubtedly much strengthened his father against him. He had a gleam of suspicion that his sisters had been right, and he wrong about Mrs. Hamps. Wonderful, the cruel, ruthless insight of girls into some things. 9. Not till Saturday did the atmosphere of the Clayhanger household resume the normal. But earlier than that Edwin had already lost his resentment. It disappeared with his cold. He could not continue to bear ill will. He accepted his destiny of immense disappointment. He shouldered it. You may call him weak, or you may call him strong. Maggie said nothing to him of the great affair. What could she have said? And the affair was so great that even Clara did not dare to exercise upon it her peculiar faculties of ridicule. It abashed her by its magnitude. On Saturday Darius said to his son good-humouredly, "Canst be trusted to pay the wages?" Edwin smiled. At 1:00 he went across the yard to the printing office with a little bag of money. The younger apprentice was near the door scrubbing type with potash to cleanse it. The backs of his hands were horribly raw and bleeding with chaps, due to the frequent necessity of washing them in order to serve the machines, and the impossibility of drying them properly. Still, winter was ending now, and he only worked 11 hours a day in an airy room, instead of 19 hours in a cellar, like the little boy from the Bastille. He was a fortunate youth. The journeyman stood idle as often on Saturdays. The length of the journeyman's apron had been reduced by deliberate tearing during the week from 3 feet to about a foot. So imperious and sudden was the need for rags in the processes of printing. Big James was folding up his apron. They all saw that Edwin had the bag, and their faces relaxed. "You're as good as the master now, Mr. Edwin," said Big James, with a ceremonious politeness and a fine gesture, when Edwin had finished paying. "Am I?" he rejoined simply. Everybody knew of the great affair. Big James's words were his gentle intimation to Edwin that everyone knew the great affair was now settled. That night, for the first time, Edwin could read Notre Dame with understanding and pleasure. He plunged with soft joy into the river of the gigantic and formidable narrative. He reflected that after all the sources of happiness were not exhausted. End of chapter 17. Volume 2, Chapter 1 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, His Love. Chapter 1, The Visit. We now approach the more picturesque part of Edwin's career. 7 years passed. Towards the end of April 1880, on a Saturday morning, Janet Orgreave, second daughter of Osmond Orgreave, the architect, entered the Clayhanger shop. All night an April shower lasting 10 hours had beaten with persistent impetuosity against the window panes of Bursley, and hence half the town had slept ill. But at breakfast time the clouds had been mysteriously drawn away, the winds had expired, and those drenched streets began to dry under the caressing peace of bright soft sunshine. The sky was pale blue, of a delicacy unknown to the intemperate climes of the south. Janet Orgreave, entering the Clayhanger shop, brought into it with her the new morning weather. She also brought into it Edwin's fate, or part of it, but not precisely in the sense commonly understood when the word fate is mentioned between a young man and a young woman. A youth stood at the left-hand or fancy counter, very nervous. Miss Ingemells, that was married and the mother of 3 children, and had probably forgotten the difference between demi and post octavos, and this youth had taken her place, and the place of 2 unsatisfactory maids in black who had succeeded her. None but males were now employed in the Clayhanger business, and everybody breathed more freely. Round sound oaths were heard where never oaths had been heard before. The young man's name was Stifford, and he was addressed as Stiff. He was a proof of the indiscretion of prophesying about human nature. He had been the paper boy, the minion of Edwin, and universally regarded as unreliable and almost worthless. But at 16 a change had come over him. He parted his hair in the middle instead of at the side, arrived in the morning at 7:59 instead of at 8:05, and seemed to see the earnestness of life. Everyone was glad and relieved, but everyone took the change as a matter of course. The attitude of everyone to the youth was, "Well, it's not too soon." No one saw a romantic miracle. "I suppose you haven't got the Light of Asia in stock," began Janet Orgreave, after she had greeted the youth kindly. "I'm afraid we haven't, miss," said Stifford. This was an understatement. He knew beyond fear that the Light of Asia was not in stock. "Oh," murmured Janet. "I think you said the Light of Asia." "Yes, the Light of Asia, by Edwin Arnold." Janet had a persuasive, humane smile. Stifford was anxious to have the air of obliging this smile, and he turned round to examine a shelf of prize books behind him, well aware that the Light of Asia was not among them. He knew the Light of Asia, and was proud of his knowledge. That is to say, he knew by the visible and tactual evidence that such a book existed, for it had been ordered and supplied as a Christmas present 4 months previously, soon after its dazzling apparition in the world. "Yes, by Edwin Arnold, Edwin Arnold," he muttered learnedly, running his finger along gilded backs. "It's being talked about a great deal," said Janet, as if to encourage him. "Yes, it is. No, I'm very sorry we haven't it in stock." Stifford faced her again, and leaned his hands wide apart on the counter. "I should like you to order it for me," said Janet Orgreave in a low voice. She asked this exactly as though she were asking a personal favour from Stifford the private individual. Such was Janet's way. She could not help it. People often said that her desire to please and her methods of pleasing were unconscious. These people were wrong. She was perfectly conscious and even deliberate in her actions. She liked to please. She could please easily, and she could please keenly. Therefore she strove always to please. Sometimes when she looked in the mirror and saw that charming good-natured face with its rich vermilion lips, eager to part in a nice warm sympathetic smile, she could accuse herself of being too fond of the art of pleasing. For she was a conscientious girl, and her age being 25, her soul was at its prime, full, bursting with beautiful impulses towards perfection. Yes, she would accuse herself of being too happy, too content, and would wonder whether she ought not to seek heaven by some austerity of scowling. Janet had everything. A kind disposition, some brains, some beauty, considerable elegance and luxury for her station, fine shoulders at a ball, universal love and esteem. Stifford, as he gazed diffidently at this fashionable, superior, and yet exquisitely beseeching woman on the other side of the counter, was in a very unpleasant quandary. She had, by her magic, transformed him into a private individual, and he acutely wanted to earn that smile which she was giving him. But he could not. He was under the obligation to say no to her innocent and delightful request. And yet, could he say no? Could he bring himself to desolate her by a refusal? She had produced in him the illusion that a refusal would indeed desolate her, though she would of course bear it with sweet fortitude. Business was a barbaric thing at times. "The fact is, miss," he said at length in his best manner, "Mr. Clayhanger has decided to give up the new book business. I'm very sorry." Had it been another than Janet, he would have assuredly said with pride, "We have decided." "Really," said Janet, "I see." Then Stifford directed his eyes upon a square glazed structure of ebonized wood that had been insinuated and inserted into the opposite corner of the shop behind the ledger window, and Janet's eyes followed his. "I don't know if," he hesitated. "Is Mr. Clayhanger in?" she demanded, as if wishful to help him in the formulation of his idea, and added, "Or Mr. Edwin?" Deliciously persuasive. 2. The wooden structure was a lair. It had been constructed to hold Darius Clayhanger, but in practice it generally held Edwin, as his father's schemes for the enlargement of the business carried him abroad more and more. It was a device of Edwin's for privacy. Edwin had planned it and seen the plan executed. The theory was that a person concealed in the structure, called the office, was not technically in the shop and must not be disturbed by anyone in the shop. Only persons of authority, Darius and Edwin, had the privilege of the office, and since its occupant could hear every whisper in the shop, it was always for the occupant to decide when events demanded that he should emerge. On Janet's entrance, Edwin was writing in the day-book, "April the 11th, Turnhill Oddfellows, 400 contrib. Cards." He stopped writing. He held himself still like a startled mouse. With satisfaction he observed that the door of the fortress was closed. By putting his nose near the crystal wall he could see through the minute transparent portions of the patterned glass without being seen. He watched Janet's graceful gestures and examined with pleasure the beauties of her half-seasoned toilette. He discerned the modishness of her umbrella handle. His sensations were agreeable and yet disagreeable, for he wished both to remain where he was and to go forth and engage her in brilliant small talk. He had no small talk, except that of the salesman and the tradesman. His tongue knew not freedom, but his fancy dreamed of light, intellectual conversations with fine girls. These dreams of fancy had of late become almost habitual, for the sole reason that he had raised his hat several times to Janet, and once had shaken hands with her and said, "How do you do, Miss Orgreave?" in response to her, "How do you do, Mr. Clayhanger?" Osmond Orgreave, in whom had originated their encounter, had cut across the duologue at that point and spoiled it. But Edwin's fancy had continued it, when he was alone late at night, in a very diverting and witty manner. And now he had her at his disposal. He had only to emerge, and Stiff would deferentially recede, and he could chat with her at ease, starting comfortably from the Light of Asia. And yet he dared not. His faint heart told him in loud beats that he could only chat cleverly with a fine girl when absolutely alone in his room, in the dark. Still he surveyed her. He added her up. He pronounced, with a touch of conventional male patronage, caught possibly from the Liberal Club, that Janet was indubitably a nice girl and a fine girl. He would not admit that he was afraid of her, and that despite all theoretical argufying, he deemed her above him in rank. And if he had known the full truth, he might have regretted that he had not caused the lair to be furnished with a trapdoor, by means of which the timid could sink into the earth. The truth was that Janet had called purposely to inspect Edwin at leisure. The Light of Asia was a mere poetical pretext. The Light of Asia might as easily have been ordered at Hanbridge, where her father and brothers ordered all their books. In fact, more easily. Janet, with all her niceness, with all the reality of her immense good nature, loved as well as anybody a bit of chicane where a man was concerned. Janet's eyes could twinkle as mischievously as her quiet mother's. Mr Orgreave, having in the last 8 months been in professional relations with Darius and Edwin, the Orgreave household had begun discussing Edwin again. Mr Orgreave spoke of him favourably. Mrs Orgreave said that he looked the right sort of youth, but that he had a peculiar manner. Janet said that she should not be surprised if there was something in him. Janet said also that his sister Clara was an impossible piece of goods, and that his sister Maggie was born an old maid. One of her brothers then said that that was just what was the matter with Edwin too. Mr Orgreave protested that he wasn't so sure of that, and that occasionally Edwin would say things that were really rather good. This stimulated Mrs Orgreave's curiosity, and she suggested that her husband should invite the young man to their house. Whereupon Mr Orgreave pessimistically admitted that he did not think Edwin could be enticed. And Janet, piqued, said, "If that's all, I'll have him here in a week." They were an adventurous family, always ready for anything, always on the lookout for new sources of pleasure, full of zest in life. They liked novelties, and hospitality was their chief hobby. They made fun of nearly everybody, but it was not mean fun. Such, and not the Light of Asia, was the cause of Janet's visit. 3. Be it said, to Edwin's shame, that she would have got no further with the family plot that morning had it not been for the chivalry of Stifford. Having allowed his eyes to rest on the lair, Stifford allowed his memory to forget the rule of the shop, and left the counter for the door of the lair, determined that Miss Orgreave should see the genuineness of his anxiety to do his utmost for so sympathetic a woman. Edwin, perceiving the intention from his lair, had to choose whether he would go out or be fetched out. Of course he preferred to go out. But he would never have gone out on his own initiative. He would have hesitated until Janet had departed, and he would then have called himself a fool. He regretted, and I too regret, that he was like that. But like that he was. He emerged with nervous abruptness. "Oh, how do you do, Miss Orgreave?" he said. "I thought it was your voice." After this he gave a little laugh, which meant nothing, certainly not amusement. It was merely a gawky habit that he had unconsciously adopted. Then he took his handkerchief out of his pocket and put it back again. Stifford fell back and had to pretend that nothing interested him less than the interview which he had precipitated. "How do you do, Mr Clayhanger?" said Janet. They shook hands. Edwin wrung Janet's hand, another gawky habit. "I was just going to order a book," said Janet. "Oh yes, The Light of Asia," said Edwin. "Have you read it?" Janet asked. "Yes, that is, a lot of it." "Have you?" exclaimed Janet. She was impressed, because really the perusal of verse was not customary in the town. And her delightful features showed generously the full extent to which she was impressed. An honest, ungrudging appreciation of Edwin's studiousness. She said to herself, "Oh, I must certainly get him to the house." And Edwin said to himself, "No mistake, there's something very genuine about this girl." Edwin said aloud quickly, from an exaggerated apprehensiveness lest she should be rating him too high, "It was quite an accident that I saw it. I never read that sort of thing, not as a rule." Ha! He laughed again. "Is it worth buying?" Now she appealed to him as an authority. She could not help doing so, and in doing so she was quite honest, for her good nature had momentarily persuaded her that he was an authority. "I don't know," Edwin answered, moving his neck as though his collar was not comfortable, but it was comfortable, being at least a size too large. "It depends, you know. If you read a lot of poetry, it's worth buying, but if you don't, it isn't. It's not Tennyson, you know. See what I mean?" "Yes, quite," said Janet, smiling with continued and growing appreciation. The reply struck her as very sagacious. She suddenly saw in a new light her father's hints that there was something in this young man not visible to everybody. She had a tremendous respect for her father's opinion, and now she reproached herself in that she had not attached due importance to what he had said about Edwin. How right father always is, she thought. Her attitude of respect for Edwin was now more securely based upon impartial intelligence than before. It owed less to her weakness for seeing the best in people. As for Edwin, he was saying to himself, "I wish to the devil I could talk to her without spluttering. Why can't I be natural? Why can't I be glib? Some chaps could." And Edwin could be, with some chaps. 4. They were standing close together in the shop, Janet and Edwin, near the cabinet of artists' materials. Janet, after her manner at once frank and reassuring, examined Edwin. She had come on purpose to examine him. She had never been able to decide whether or not he was good-looking, and she could not decide now. But she liked the appeal in his eyes. She did not say to herself that there was an appeal in his eyes. She said that there was something in his eyes. Also, he was moderately tall and he was slim. She said to herself that he must be very well shaped. Beginning at the bottom, his boots were clumsy, his trousers were baggy and even shiny, and they had transverse creases, not to be seen in the trousers of her own menkind. His waistcoat showed plainly the forms of every article in the pockets thereof: watch, penknife, pencil, etc. It was obvious that he never emptied his pockets at night. His collar was bluish-white instead of white, and its size was monstrous. His jacket had worked up at the back of his neck, completely hiding his collar there. The side pockets of his jacket were weighted and bulged with mysterious goods. His fair hair was rough but not curly. He had a moustache so trifling that one could not be sure whether it was a moustache or whether he had been too busy to think of shaving. Janet received all these facts into her brain, and then carelessly let them all slip out again in her preoccupation with his eyes. She said they were sad eyes. The mouth, too, was somewhat sad, she thought, but there was a drawing down of the corners of it that seemed to make gentle fun of its sadness. Janet, perhaps out of her good nature, liked his restless, awkward movements, and the gesture of his hands, of which the articulations were too prominent, and the fingernails too short. "Tom reads rather a lot of poetry," said Janet. "That's my eldest brother." "That might justify you," said Edwin doubtfully. They both laughed. As with Janet, so with Edwin, when he laughed, all the kindest and honestest part of him seemed to rise into his face. "But if you don't supply new books any more?" "Ah," Edwin stuttered, blushing slightly, "that's nothing. I shall be very pleased to get it for you specially, Miss Orgreave. It's father that decided only last month that the new book business was more trouble than it's worth. It was, in a way, but I'm sorry, myself, we've given it up, poor as it was. Of course there are no book buyers in this town, especially now old Lawton's dead. But still, what with one thing or another, there was generally some book on order, and I used to see them. Of course there's no money in it, but still. Father says that people buy less books than they used to, but he's wrong there." Edwin spoke with calm certainty. "I've shown him he's wrong by our Audiobook, but he wouldn't see it." Edwin smiled with a general mild indulgence for fathers. "Well," said Janet, "I'll ask Tom first." "No trouble whatever to us to order it for you, I assure you. I can get it down by return of post." "It's very good of you," said Janet, genuinely persuading herself for the moment that Edwin was quite exceeding the usual bounds of complaisance. She moved to depart. "Father told me to tell you, if I saw you, that the glazing will all be finished this morning," said she. "Up yonder?" Edwin jerked his head to indicate the south, and Janet delicately confirmed his assumption with a slight declension of her waving hat. "Oh, good!" Edwin murmured. Janet held out her hand to be wrung again, and assured him of her gratitude for his offer of taking trouble about the book. And he assured her that it would not be trouble but pleasure. He accompanied her to the doorway. "I think I must come up and have a look at that glazing this afternoon," he said, as she stood on the pavement. She nodded, smiling benevolence and appreciation, and departed round the corner in the soft sunshine. Edwin put on a stern, casual expression for the benefit of Stifford, as who should say, "What a trial these frivolous girls are to a man immersed in affairs!" But Stifford was not deceived. Safe within his lair, Edwin was conscious of quite a disturbing glow. He smiled to himself, a little self-consciously, though alone. Then he scribbled down in pencil, "Light of Asia, Miss J. Orgreave." End of Volume 2, Chapter 1. Volume 2, Chapter 2 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Father and Son After 7 Years. Darius came heavily and breathing heavily into the little office. "Now as all this racketing's over," he said crossly. He meant by racketing the general election, which had just put the Liberal party into power. "I'll thank you to see as all the red and blue ink is cleaned off the rollers and slabs, and the types cleaned too. I've told 'em 10 times if I told 'em once, and as far as I can make out, they've done naught to it yet." Edwin grunted without looking up. His father now was a fattish man, and he had aged quite as much as Edwin. Some of his scanty hair was white, the rest was grey. White hair sprouted about his ears, gold gleamed in his mouth, and a pair of spectacles hung insecurely balanced halfway down his nose. His waistcoat seemed to be stretched tightly over a perfectly smooth hemisphere. He had an air of somewhat gross and prosperous untidiness. Except for the teeth, his bodily frame appeared to have fallen into disrepair, as though he had ceased to be interested in it, as though he had been using it for a long time as a mere makeshift lodging. And this impression was more marked at table. He ate exactly as if throwing food to a wild animal concealed somewhere within the hemisphere, an animal which was never seen, but which rumbled threateningly from time to time in its dark dungeon. Of all this Edwin had definitely noticed nothing save that his father was getting stouter. To Edwin, Darius was exactly the same father, and for Darius, Edwin was still aged 16. They both of them went on living on the assumption that the world had stood still in those 7 years between 1873 and 1880. If they had been asked what had happened during those 7 years, they would have answered, "Oh, nothing particular." But the world had been whizzing ceaselessly from one miracle into another. Board schools had been opened in Bursley, wondrous affairs with ventilation. Indeed, ventilation had been discovered. A Jew had been made master of the rolls, a spectacle at which England shivered, and then, perceiving no sign of disaster, shrugged its shoulders. Irish members had taught the House of Commons how to talk for 24 hours without a pause. The wages of the agricultural labourer had sprung into the air and leapt over the 12-shilling bar into regions of opulence. Moody and Sankey had found and conquered England for Christ. Landseer and Livingstone had died, and the provinces could not decide whether dignity and impudence or the penetration of Africa was the more interesting feat. Herbert Spencer had published his study of sociology, Matthew Arnold his literature and dogma, and Frederick Farrar his life of his Lord. But here the provinces had no difficulty in deciding, for they had only heard of the last. Every effort had been made to explain by persuasion and by force to the working man that trade unions were inimical to his true welfare, and none had succeeded. So stupid was he. The British Army had been employed to put reason into the noddle of a town called Northampton, which was furious because an atheist had not been elected to Parliament. Pullman cars, the Pirates of Penzance, Henry Irving's Hamlet, spelling bees, and Captain Webb's Channel Swim had all proved that there were novelties under the sun. Bishops and archbishops and dissenting ministers had met at Lambeth to inspect the progress of irreligious thought, with intent to arrest it. Princes and dukes had conspired to inaugurate the most singular scheme that ever was, the Curls Society, for bringing beauty home to the people by means of decorative art, gardening, and music. The Bulgarian atrocities had served to give new life to all penny gaffs and blood tubs. The Eurydice and the Princess Alice had foundered in order to demonstrate the uncertainty of existence and the courage of the island race. The 19th century had been started, a little late in the day, and the Referee. Ireland had all but died of hunger, but had happily been saved to enjoy the benefits of coercion. The Young Men's Christian Association had been born again in the splendour of Exeter Hall. Bursley itself had entered on a new career as a chartered borough, with mayor, aldermen, and councillors all in chains of silver. And among the latest miracles were Northampton's success in sending the atheist to Parliament, the infidelity of the Tay Bridge 3 days after Christmas, the catastrophe of Majuba Hill, and the discovery that soldiers objected to being flogged into insensibility for a peccadillo. But, in spite of numerous attempts, nobody had contrived to make England see that her very existence would not be threatened if museums were opened on Sunday, or that nonconformists might be buried according to their own rites without endangering the Constitution. Part 2. Darius was possibly a little uneasy in his mind about the world. Possibly there had just now begun to form in his mind the conviction, in which most men die, that all was not quite well with the world, and that in particular his native country had contracted a fatal malady since he was a boy. He was a printer, and yet the general election had not put sunshine in his heart. And this was strange, for a general election is the brief millennium of printers, especially of steam printers, who for dispatch can beat all rivals. During a general election, the question put by a customer to a printer is not, "How much will it be?" but "How soon can I have it?" There was no time for haggling about price, and indeed to haggle about price would have been unworthy, seeing that every customer, ordinary business being at a standstill, was engaged in the salvation of England. Darius was a Liberal, but a quiet one, and he was patronised by both political parties, blue and red. As a fact, neither party could have done without him. His printing office had clattered and thundered early and late, and more than once had joined the end of one day's work to the beginning of another. And more than once had Big James, with his men and his boy, a regiment increased since 1873, stood like plotters muttering in the yard at 5 minutes to 12 on Sunday evening, waiting for midnight to sound, and Big James had unlocked the door of the office on the newborn Monday, and work had instantly commenced to continue till Monday was nearly dead of old age. Once only had work been interrupted, and that was on a day when, a lot of blue jobs being about, a squad of red fire-eaters had come up the back alley with intent to answer arguments by thwackings and wreckings. But the obstinacy of an oak door had fatigued them. The staff had enjoyed that episode. Every member of it was well paid for overtime. Darius could afford to pay conscientiously. In the printing trade, prices were steadier then than they are now. But already the discovery of competition was following upon the discovery of ventilation. Perhaps Darius sniffed it from a distance and was disturbed thereby. Part 3. For though he was a Liberal in addition to being a printer, and he had voted Liberal, and his party had won, and yet the general election had not put sunshine in his heart. No, the tendency of England worried him. When he read in a paper about the heretical tendencies of Robertson Smith's biblical articles in the Encyclopaedia Britannica, he said to himself that they were of a piece with the rest, and that such things were to be expected in those modern days, and that matters must have come to a pretty pass when even the Encyclopaedia Britannica was infected. Still, he had sold a copy of the new edition. He was exceedingly bitter against Ireland, and also in secret, behind Big James's back, against trade unions. When Edwin came home one night and announced that he had joined the Bursley Liberal Club, Darius lost his temper. Yet he was a member of the club himself. He gave no reason for his fury except that it was foolish for a tradesman to mix himself up with politics. Edwin, however, had developed a sudden interest in politics, and had made certain promises of clerical aid, which promises he kept, saying nothing more to his father. Darius's hero was Sir Robert Peel, simply because Sir Robert Peel had done away with the Corn Laws. Darius had known England before and after the repeal of the Corn Laws, and the difference between the two Englands was so strikingly dramatic to him that he desired no further change. He had only one date, 1846. His cup had been filled then. Never would he forget the scenes of anguishing joy that occurred at midnight of the day before the new Act became operative. From that moment he had finished with progress. If Edwin could only have seen those memories shining in layers deep in his father's heart, and hidden now by all sorts of Pliocene deposits, he would have understood his father better. But Edwin did not see into his father's heart at all, nor even into his head. When he looked at his father he saw nothing but an ugly, stertorous old man, old, that is, to Edwin, with a peculiar and incalculable way of regarding things, and a temper of growing capriciousness. Part 4. Darius was breathing and fidgeting all over him as he sat bent at the desk. His presence overwhelmed every other physical phenomenon. "What's this?" asked Darius, picking up a bit of paper on which Edwin had written the memorandum about the Light of Asia. Edwin explained self-consciously, lamely. When the barometer of Darius's temper was falling rapidly, there was a sign. A small spot midway on the bridge of his nose turned ivory white. Edwin glanced upwards now to see if the sign was there, and it was. He flushed slightly and resumed his work. Then Darius began. "What did I tell you?" he shouted. "What in the name of God's the use of me telling you things? Have I told you not to take any more orders for books, or haven't I? Haven't I said over and over again that I want this shop to be known for wholesale?" he raved. Part 5. Stifford could hear. Any person who might chance to come into the shop would hear. But Darius cared neither for his own dignity nor for that of his son. He was in a passion. The real truth was that this celibate man, who never took alcohol, enjoyed losing his temper. It was his one outlet. He gave himself up almost luxuriously to a passion. He looked forward to it as some men look forward to brandy. And Edwin had never stopped him by some drastic step. At first, years before, Edwin had said to himself, trembling with resentment in his bedroom, "The very next time he humiliates me like that in front of other people, I'll walk out of his damned house and shop, and I swear I won't come back until he's apologised. I'll bring him to his senses. He can't do without me. Once for all, I'll stop it. What? He forces me into his business and then insults me?" But Edwin had never done it. Always it was the very next time. Edwin was not capable of doing it. His father had a sort of moral brute force against which he could not stand firm. He soon recognised this with his intellectual candour. Then he had tried to argue with Darius, to make him see. Worse than futile. Argument simply put Darius beside himself, so that in the end Edwin employed silence and secret scorn as a weapon and as a defence. And somehow, without a word, he conveyed to Stifford and to Big James precisely what his attitude in these crises was, so that he retained their respect and avoided their pity. The outburst still wounded him, but he was wonderfully inured. As he sat writing under the onslaught, he said to himself, "By God, if I ever get the chance, I'll pay you out for this some day." And he meant it. A peep into his mind then would have startled Janet Orgreave, Mrs Nixon, and other persons who had a cult for the wistfulness of his appealing eyes. He steadily maintained silence, and the conflagration burnt itself out. "Are you going to look after the printing shop, or aren't you?" Darius growled at length. Edwin rose and went. As he passed through the shop, Stifford, who had in him the raw material of fine manners, glanced down, but not too ostentatiously, at a drawer under the counter. The printing office was more crowded than ever with men and matter. Some of the composing was now done on the ground floor. The whole organism functioned, but under such difficulties that could not be allowed to continue even by Darius Clayhanger. Darius had finally recognised that. "Oh," said Edwin in a tone of confidential intimacy to Big James, "I see they're getting on with the cleaning. Good. Father's beginning to get impatient, you know. It's the bigger cases that had better be done first." "Right it is, Mr Edwin," said Big James. The giant was unchanged. No sign of grey in his hair, and his cheek was smooth. Apparently his philosophy put him beyond the touch of time. "I say, Mr Edwin," he inquired in his majestic voice, "when are we going to rearrange all this?" He gazed around. Edwin laughed. "Soon," he said. "Won't be too soon," said Big James. End of Volume 2, Chapter 2. Volume 2, Chapter 3 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 2, Chapter 3, The New House. A house stood on a hill, and that hill was Bleak Ridge, the summit of the little billow of land between Bursley and Hanbridge. Trafalgar Road passed over the crest of the billow. Bleak Ridge was certainly not more than 100 feet higher than Bursley, yet people were now talking a lot about the advantage of living up at Bleak Ridge, above the smoke, and out of the town, though it was not more than 5 minutes from the Duck Bank. To hear them talking, one might have fancied that Bleak Ridge was away in the mountains somewhere. The new steam cars would pull you up there in 3 minutes or so, every quarter of an hour. It was really the new steam cars that were to be the making of Bleak Ridge as a residential suburb. It had also been predicted that even Hanbridge men would come to live at Bleak Ridge now. Land was changing owners at Bleak Ridge and rising in price. Complete streets of lobbied cottages grew at angles from the main road, with the rapidity of that plant which pushes out, strangling branches more quickly than a man can run. And these lobbied cottages were at once occupied. Cottage property in the centre of the town depreciated. The land fronting the main road was destined not for cottages but for residences, semi-detached or detached. Osmond Orgreave had a good deal of this land under his control. He did not own it, he hawked it. Like all provincial and most London architects, he was a land broker in addition to being an architect. Before obtaining a commission to build a house, he frequently had to create the commission himself by selling a convenient plot, and then persuading the purchaser that, if he wished to retain the respect of the community, he must put on the plot a house worthy of the plot. The Orgreave family all had expensive tastes, and it was Osmond Orgreave's task to find most of the money needed for the satisfaction of those tastes. He always did find it, because the necessity was upon him. but he did not always find it easily. Janet would say sometimes, "We mustn't be so hard on father this month. Really, lately we've never seen him with his cheque-book out of his hand." Undoubtedly the clothes on Janet's back were partly responsible for the celerity with which building land at Bleakridge was developed, just after the installation of steam cars in Trafalgar Road. (2) Mr Orgreave sold a corner plot to Darius. He had had his eye on Darius for a long time before he actually shot him down, but difficulties connected with the paring of estimates for printing had somewhat estranged them. Orgreave had had to smooth out these difficulties, offer to provide a portion of the purchase money on mortgage from another client, produce a plan for a new house that surpassed all records of cheapness, produce a plan for the transforming of Darius's present residence into business premises, talk poetically about the future of printing in the Five Towns, and lastly demonstrate by digits that Darius would actually save money by becoming a property owner. He had had to do all this and more before Darius would buy. The two were regular cronies for about a couple of months. That is to say, between the payment of the preliminary deposit and the signing of the contract for building the house. But the contract signed, their relations were once more troubled. Orgreave had nothing to fear then, and besides he was using his diplomacy elsewhere. The house went up to the accompaniment of scenes in which only the proprietor was irate. Osmond Orgreave could not be ruffled. He could not be deprived of his air of having done a favour to Darius Clayhanger. His social and moral superiority, his real aloofness, remained absolutely unimpaired. The clear image of him as a fine gentleman was never dulled nor distorted, even in the mind of Darius. Nevertheless, Darius hated the sight of the house ere the house was roofed in, but this did not diminish his pride in the house. He wished he had never set eyes on Ormond Orgreave. Yes, but the little boy from the Bastille was immensely content at the consequences of having set eyes on Osmond Orgreave. The little boy from the Bastille was achieving the supreme peak of greatness. He was about to live away from the business. Soon he would be going down to business of a morning. Soon he would be receiving 2 separate demand notes for rates. Soon he would be on a plane with the vainest earthenware manufacturer of them all. Ages ago he had got as far as a house with a lobby to it. Now it would be a matter of 2 establishments. Beneath all his discontents, moodiness, temper, and biliousness, lay this profound satisfaction of the little boy from the Bastille. Moreover, in any case, he would have been obliged to do something heroic, if only to find the room more and more imperiously demanded by his printing business. 3. On the Saturday afternoon of Janet Orgreave's visit to the shop, Edwin went up to Bleakridge to inspect the house, and in particular the coloured lights in the upper squares of the drawing-room and dining-room windows. He had a key to the unpainted front door, and having climbed over various obstacles and ascended an inclined bending plank, he entered and stood in the square hall of the deserted, damp, and inchoate structure. The house was his father's only in name. In emotional fact it was Edwin's house, because he alone was capable of possessing it by enjoying it. To Darius, to Bursley in general, it was just a nice house of red brick with terracotta facings and red tiles, in the second Victorian style, the style that had broken away from Georgian austerity and first Victorian stucco and smugness, and wandered off vaguely into nothing in particular. To the plebeian in Darius it was, of course, grandiose and vast. To Edwin also, in a less degree. But to Edwin it was not a house, it was a work of art. It was an epic poem. It was an emanation of the soul. He did not realise this. He did not realise how the house had informed his daily existence. All that he knew about himself in relation to the house was that he could not keep away from it. He went and had a look at it nearly every morning before breakfast, when the workmen were fresh and lyrical. When the news came down to the younger generation that Darius had bought land and meant to build on the land, Edwin had been profoundly moved between apprehension and hope. His condition had been one of simple but intense, expectant excitement. He wondered what his own status would be in the great enterprise of house-building. All depended on Mr Orgreave. Would Mr Orgreave, of whom he had seen scarcely anything in 7 years, remember that he was intelligently interested in architecture? Or would Mr Orgreave walk right over him and talk exclusively to his father? He had feared, he had had a suspicion, that Mr Orgreave was an inconstant man. Mr Orgreave had remembered in the handsomest way. When the plans were being discussed, Mr Orgreave, with one word, a tone, a glance, had raised Edwin to the consultative level of his father. He had let Darius see that Edwin was in his opinion worthy to take part in discussions, and quite privately he had let Edwin see that Darius must not be treated too seriously. Darius, who really had no interest in 10,000 exquisitely absorbing details, had sometimes even said with impatience, "Oh, settle it how you like," with Edwin. Edwin's own suggestions never seemed very brilliant, and Mr Orgreave was always able to prove to him that they were inadvisable, but they were never silly, like most of his father's, and he acquired leading ideas that transformed his whole attitude towards architecture. For example, he had always looked on a house as a front wall diversified by doors and windows, with rooms behind it. But when Mr Orgreave produced his first notions for the new house, Edwin was surprised to find that he had not even sketched the front. He had said, "We shall be able to see what the elevations look like when we've decided the plan a bit." And Edwin saw in a flash that the front of a house was merely the expression of the inside of it, merely a result, almost accidental. And he was astounded and disgusted that he, with his professed love of architecture and his intermittent study of it, had not perceived this obvious truth for himself. He never again looked at a house in the old irrational way. Then, when examining the preliminary sketch plan, he had put his finger on a square space and asked what room that was. "That isn't a room, that's the hall," said Mr Orgreave. "But it's square!" Edwin exclaimed. He thought that in houses to be lived in, the hall or lobby must necessarily be long and narrow. Now suddenly he saw no reason why a hall should not be square. Mr Orgreave had made no further remark about halls at the time, but another day, without any preface, he reopened the subject to Edwin in a tone good-naturedly informing, and when he had done, Edwin could see that the shape of the hall depended on the shape of the house, and that halls had only been crushed and pulled into something long and narrow because the disposition of houses absolutely demanded this ugly negation of the very idea of a hall. Again he had to begin to think afresh, to see afresh. He conceived a real admiration for Osmond Orgreave, not more for his original and yet common-sense manner of regarding things than for his aristocratic deportment, his equality to every situation, and his extraordinary skill in keeping his dignity and his distance during encounters with Darius. At the same time, when Darius would grumble savagely that Osmond Orgreave was too clever by half, Edwin could not deny that. Edwin's sisters got a good deal of Mr Orgreave through Edwin. He could never keep Mr Orgreave very long to himself. He gave away a great deal of Mr Orgreave's wisdom without mentioning the origin of the gift. Thus, occasionally Clara would say cuttingly, "I know where you've picked that up. You've picked that up from Mr Orgreave." The young man Benbow, to whom the infant Clara had been so queerly engaged, also received from Edwin considerable quantities of Mr Orgreave. But the fellow was only a decent, dull, pushing, successful ass, and quite unable to assimilate Mr Orgreave, Edwin could never comprehend how Clara, so extremely difficult to please, so carping and captious, could mate herself to a fellow like Benbow. She had done so, however. They were recently married. Edwin was glad that that was over, for it had disturbed him in his attentions to the house. 4. When the house began to go up, Edwin lived in an ecstasy of contemplation. I say with deliberateness and ecstasy. He had seen houses go up before. He knew that houses were constructed brick by brick, beam by beam, lath by lath, tile by tile. He knew that they did not build themselves, and yet, in the vagueness of his mind, he had never imaginatively realized that a house was made with hands, and hands that could err. With its exact perpendiculars and horizontals, its geometric regularities, and its Chinese preciseness of fitting, a house had always seemed to him, again in the vagueness of his mind, as something superhuman. The commonest cornice, the most ordinary pillar of a staircase balustrade, could that have been accomplished in its awful perfection of line and contour by a human being? How easy to believe that it was not made with hands! But now he saw, he had to see. He saw a hole in the ground with water at the bottom, and the next moment that hole was a cellar. Not an amateur cellar, a hole that would do at a pinch for a cellar, but a professional cellar. He appreciated the brains necessary to put a brick on another brick with just the right quantity of mortar in between. He thought the house would never get itself done, one brick at a time, and each brick cost a farthing. Slow, careful, yes, and even finicking. But soon the bricklayers had to stand on plank platforms in order to reach the raw top of the wall that was ever rising above them. The measurements, the rulings, the plumbings, the checkings. He was humbled, and he was enlightened. He understood that a miracle is only the result of miraculous patience, miraculous nicety, miraculous honesty, miraculous perseverance. He understood that there was no golden and magic secret of building. It was just putting one brick on another and against another, but to a hair's breadth. It was just like anything else. For instance, printing. He saw even printing in a new light. And when the first beams were bridged across two walls, the funny thing was that the men's fingers were thick and clumsy. Never could such fingers pick up a pin, and still they would manoeuvre 100 weight of timber to a pin's point. 5. He stood at the drawing-room bay window, of which each large pane had been marked with the mystic sign of a white circle by triumphant glaziers, and looked across the enclosed fragment of clayey field that ultimately would be the garden. The house was at the corner of Trafalgar Road and a side street that had lobbied cottages down its slope. The garden was oblong, with its length parallel to Trafalgar Road, and separated from the pavement only by a high wall. The upper end of the garden was blocked by the first of 3 new houses, which Osmond Orgreave was building in a terrace. These houses had their main fronts on the street. They were quite as commodious as the Clayhangers, but much inferior in garden space. Their bits of flower plots lay behind them. And away behind their flower plots, with double entrance gates in another side street, stretched the grounds of Osmond Orgreave, his house in the sheltered middle thereof. He had got cheaply one of the older residential properties of the district, Georgian, of a recognisable style, relic of the days when manufacturers formed a class entirely apart from their operatives. Even as far back as 1880, any operative might with luck become an employer. The southeast corner of the Clayhanger garden touched the northwest corner of the domains of Orgreave. For a few feet the 2 gardens were actually contiguous, with naught but an old untidy thorn hedge between them. This hedge was to be replaced by a wall that would match the topmost of the lobbied cottages, which bounded the view of the Clayhangers to the east. From the bay window Edwin could see over the hedge, and also through it on to the croquet lawn of the Orgreaves. Croquet was then in its first avatar. Nothing was more dashing than croquet. With rag balls and home-made mallets the Clayhanger children had imitated croquet in their yard in the 70s. The Orgreaves played real croquet. One of them had shone in a tournament at Buxton. Edwin noticed a figure on the gravel between the lawn and the hedge. He knew it to be Janet, by the crimson frock. But he had no notion that Janet had stationed herself in that quarter with intent to waylay him. He could not have credited her with such a purpose. Nor could his modesty have believed that he was important enough to employ the talent of the Orgreaves for agreeable chicane. The fact was that Janet had been espying him for a quarter of an hour. When at length she waved her hand to him, it did not occur to him to suppose that she was waving her hand to him. He merely wondered what peculiar thing she was doing. Then he blushed as she waved again, and he knew, first from the blood in his face, that Janet was making a signal, and that it was to himself that the signal was directed. His body had told his mind. This was very odd. Of course he was obliged to go out, and he went, muttering to himself. End of Chapter 3, Volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 4 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 2, Chapter 4, The Two Gardens. In the full beauty of the afternoon they stood together, only the scraggy hedge between them, he on grass-tufted clay and she on orderly gravel. "Well," said Janet, earnestly looking at him, "how do you like the effect of that window, now it's done?" "Very nice," he laughed nervously. "Very nice indeed." "Father said it was," she remarked. "I do hope Mr Clayhanger will like it too." And her voice really was charged with sympathetic hope. It was as if she would be saddened and cast down if Darius did not approve the window. It was as if she fervently wished that Darius should not be disappointed with the window. The unskilled spectator might have assumed that anxiety for the success of the window would endanger her sleep at nights. She was perfectly sincere. Her power of emotional sympathy was all-embracing and inexhaustible. If she heard that an acquaintance of one of her acquaintances had lost a relative or broken a limb, she would express genuine deep concern with a tremor of her honest and kindly voice. And if she heard the next moment that an acquaintance of one of her acquaintances had come into £5,000, or affianced himself to a sister spirit, her eyes would sparkle with heartfelt joy and her hands clasp each other in sheer delight. "Oh," said Edwin, touched. "It'll be all right for the dad. No fear." "I haven't seen it yet," she proceeded. "In fact, I haven't been in your house for such a long time. But I do think it's going to be very nice. All father's houses are so nice, aren't they?" "Yes," said Edwin, with that sideways shake of the head that in the vocabulary of his gesture signified not dissent but emphatic assent. "You ought to come and have a look at it." He could not say less. "Do you think I could scramble through here?" She indicated the sparse hedge. I know what I'll do. I'll get the steps." She walked off sedately and came back with a small pair of steps, which she opened out on the narrow flower bed under the hedge. Then she picked up her skirt and delicately ascended the rocking ladder till her feet were on a level with the top of the hedge. She smiled charmingly, savouring the harmless escapade and gazing at Edwin. She put out her free hand, Edwin took it, and she jumped. The steps fell backwards, but she was safe. "What a good thing mother didn't see me," she laughed. Her grave, sympathetic, almost handsome face was now alive everywhere with a sort of challenging merriment. She was only pretending that it was a good thing her mother had not seen her, a delicious make-believe. Why, she was as motherly as her mother. In an instant her feet were choosing their way, and carrying her with grace and stateliness across the mire of the unformed garden. She was the woman of the world, and Edwin the raw boy. The harmony and dignity of her movements charmed and intimidated Edwin. Compare her to Maggie. That she was hatless added piquancy. Part 2. They went into the echoing bare house, crunching gravel and dry clay on the dirty new floors. They were alone together in the house, and all the time Edwin was thinking, "I've never been through anything like this before. Never been through anything like this." And he recalled for a second the figure of Florence Simcox, the clog dancer. And below these images and reflections in his mind was the thought, "I haven't known what life is. I've been asleep. This is life." The upper squares of the drawing-room window were filled with small leaded diamond-shaped panes of many colours. It was the latest fashion in domestic glazing. The effect was at once rich and gorgeous. She liked it. "It will be beautiful on this side in the late afternoon," she murmured. "What a nice room!" Their eyes met, and she transmitted to him her joy in his joy at the admirableness of the house. He nodded. "By Jove," he thought, "she's a splendid girl. There can't be many girls knocking about as fine as she is." And when the garden's full of flowers, she breathed in rapture. She was thinking, "Strange, nice boy, he's so romantic. All he wants is bringing out." They wandered to and fro. They went upstairs. They saw the bathroom. They stood on the landing, and the unseen spaces of the house were busy with their echoes. They then entered the room that was to be Edwin's. "Mine," he said self-consciously. "And I see you're having shelves fixed on both sides of the mantelpiece. You're very fond of books, aren't you?" she appealed to him. "Yes," he said judicially. "Aren't they wonderful things?" Her glowing eyes seemed to be expressing gratitude to Shakespeare and all his successors in the dynasty of literature. "That shelving is between your father and me," said Edwin. "The dad doesn't know. It'll go in with the house fittings. I don't expect the dad will ever notice it." "Really?" she laughed, eager to join the innocent conspiracy. "Father invented an excellent dodge for shelving in the hall at our house," she added. "The dear thing's most absurdly proud of it. I'm sure he'd like you to come and see it." "I should like to," Edwin answered diffidently. "Would you come in some evening and see us? Mother would be delighted. We all should." "Very kind of you." In his diffidence he was now standing on one leg. "Could you come tonight? Or tomorrow night?" "I'm afraid I couldn't come tonight or tomorrow night," he answered with firmness. A statement entirely untrue. He had no engagement. He never did have an engagement. But he was frightened, and his spirit sprang away from the idea like a fawn at a sudden noise in the brake, and stood still. He did not suspect that the unconscious gruffness of his tone had repulsed her. She blamed herself for a too brusque advance. "Well, I hope some other time," she said, mild and benignant. "Thanks, I'd like to," he replied more boldly, reassured now that he had heard again the same noise, but indefinitely farther off. She departed, but by the front door, and hatless and dignified, up Trafalgar Road in the delicate sunshine to the next turning. She was less vivacious. He hoped he had not offended her, because he wanted very much not to go in cold blood to the famed mansion of the Orgreaves, but by some magic to find himself within it one night, at his ease, sharing in brilliant conversation. "Oh no," he said to himself, "she's not offended. A fine girl like that isn't offended for nothing at all." He had been invited to visit the Orgreaves. He wondered what his father would say or think. The unexpressed basic idea of the Clayhangers was that the Clayhangers were as good as other folks, be they who they might. Still, the Orgreaves were the Orgreaves. In sheer absence of mind he remounted the muddy stairs. 3. He regarded the shabbiness of his clothes. He had been preoccupied by their defects for a quarter of an hour, Now he examined them in detail, and said to himself, disgusted, that really it was ridiculous for a man about to occupy a house like that to be wearing garments like those. Could he call on the Orgreaves in garments like those? His Sunday suit was not, he felt, in fact, much better. It was newer, less tumbled, but scarcely better. His suits did not cost enough. Finance was at the root of the crying scandal of his career as a dandy. The financial question must be reopened and settled anew. He should attack his father. His father was extremely dependent on him now, and must be brought to see reason. His father who had never seen reason. But the attack must not be made with the weapon of clothes, for on that subject Darius was utterly unapproachable. Whenever Darius found himself in a conversation about clothes, he gave forth the antique and well-tried criticism that as for him, he didn't mind what he wore, because if he was at home everybody knew him, and it didn't matter, and if he was away from home nobody knew him, and it didn't matter. And he always repeated the saying with gusto, as if it was brand new and none could possibly have heard it before. No, Edwin decided that he would have to found his attack on the principle of abstract justice. He would never be able to persuade his father that he lacked any detail truly needful to his happiness. To go into details would be to invite defeat. Of course it would be a bad season in which to raise the financial question. His father would talk savagely in reply about the enormous expenses of house building, house furnishing and removing, and architects' and lawyers' fees. He would be sure to mention the rapacity of architects and lawyers. Nevertheless, Edwin felt that at just this season and no other must the attack be offered, because the inauguration of the new house was to be for Edwin, in a very deep and spiritual sense, the beginning of a new life. He had settled that. The new house inspired him. It was not paradise, but it was a temple. You of the younger generation cannot understand that without imagination. I say that the hot water system of the new house, simple and primitive as it was, affected and inspired Edwin like a poem. There was a cistern room, actually a room devoted to nothing but cisterns, and the main cistern was so big that the builders had had to install it before the roof was put on, for it would never have gone through a door. This cistern, by means of a ball tap, filled itself from the main nearly as quickly as it was emptied. Out of it grew pipes, creeping in secret downwards between inner walls of the house, penetrating everywhere. One went down to a boiler behind the kitchen range and filled it, and as the fire that was roasting the joint heated the boiler, the water mounted again magically to the cistern room and filled another cistern, spherical and sealed, and thence descended on a third journeying to the bath, and to the lavatory basin in the bathroom. All this was marvellous to Edwin. It was romantic. What, a room solely for baths! And a huge painted zinc bath! Edwin had never seen such a thing. And a vast porcelain basin, with tiles all round it, in which you could splash. An endless supply of water on the first floor. At the shop house, every drop of water on the first floor had to be carried upstairs in jugs and buckets, and every drop of it had to be carried down again. No hot water could be obtained until it had been boiled in a vessel on the fire. Hot water had the value of champagne. To take a warm hip bath was an immense enterprise of heating, fetching, decanting, and general derangement of the entire house. And at best the bath was not hot. It always lost its virtue on the stairs and landing. And to splash, one of the most voluptuous pleasures in life, was forbidden by the code. Mrs. Nixon would actually weep at a splashing. Splashing was immoral. It was as wicked as amorous dalliance in a monastery. In the shop-house godliness was child's play compared to cleanliness. And the shop-house was so dark. Edwin had never noticed how dark it was until the new house approached completion. The new house was radiant with light. It had always, for Edwin, the somewhat blinding brilliance which filled the sitting-room of the shop-house only when Duck Bank happened to be covered with fresh snow. And there was a dining-room solely for eating, and a drawing-room. Both these names seemed grand to Edwin, who had never sat in any but a sitting-room. Edwin had never dined, he had merely had dinner. And having dined, to walk ceremoniously into another room. Odd! After all, his father was a man of tremendous initiative. Would he and Maggie be able to do the thing naturally? Then there was the square hall, positively a room. That alone impelled him to a new life. When he thought of it all, the reception rooms, the scientific kitchen, the vast scullery, the 4 large bedrooms, the bathroom, the 3 attics, the cistern-room, murmurous with water, and the water tirelessly, inexhaustibly coursing up and down behind walls, he thrilled to fine impulses. He took courage, he braced himself. The seriousness which he had felt on the day of leaving school revisited him. He looked back across the 7 years of his life in the world and condemned them unsparingly. He blamed no one but Edwin. He had forgiven his father for having thwarted his supreme ambition. Long ago he had forgiven his father, though curiously he had never quite forgiven Mrs. Hamps for her share in the catastrophe. He honestly thought he had recovered from the catastrophe undisfigured, even unmarked. He knew not that he would never be the same man again, and that his lightest gesture and his lightest glance were touched with the wistfulness of resignation. He had frankly accepted the fate of a printer, and in business he was convinced, despite his father's capricious complaints, that he had acquitted himself well. In all the details of the business he considered himself superior to his father, and Big James would invariably act on his secret instructions, given afterwards to counteract some misguided, hasty order of the old man's. It was the emptiness of the record of his private life that he condemned. What had he done for himself? Nothing large, nothing heroic and imposing. He had meant to pursue certain definite courses of study, to become the possessor of certain definite groups of books, to continue his drawing and painting, to practise this, that, and the other, to map out all his spare time, to make rules and to keep them, all to the great end of self-perfecting. He had said, "What does it matter whether I'm an architect or a printer, so long as I improve myself to the best of my powers?" He hated young men who talked about improving themselves. He spurned the Young Men's Mutual Improvement Society, which had succeeded the Debating Society, defunct through over-indulgence in early rising. Nevertheless, in his heart he was far more enamoured of the idea of improvement than the worst prig of them all. He could never for long escape from the dominance of the idea. He might violently push it away, arguing that it could lead to nothing, and was futile and tedious. Back it would come. It had always worried him. And yet he had accomplished nothing. His systems of reading never worked for more than a month at a time, and for several months at a time he simply squandered his spare hours, the hours that were his very own, in a sort of coma of crass stupidity, in which he seemed to be thinking of nothing whatever. He had not made any friends whom he could esteem. He had not won any sort of notice. He was remarkable for nothing. He was not happy. He was not content. He had the consciousness of being a spendthrift of time and of years. A fair quantity of miscellaneous reading, that was all he had done. He was not a student. He knew nothing about anything. He had stood still. Thus he upbraided himself, and against this futility was his courage now braced by the inspiration of the new house, and tightened to a smartening tension by the brief interview with Janet Orgreave. He was going to do several feats at once: tackle his father, develop into a right expert on some subject, pursue his painting, and for the moment this had the chief importance, come out of his shell. He meant to be social, to impress himself on others, to move about, to form connections, to be Edwin Clayhanger, an individuality in the town, to live. Why had he refused Janet's invitation? Mere silliness. The old self nauseated the new. But the next instant he sought excuses for the old self. Wait a bit, there was time yet. He was happy in the stress of one immense and complex resolve. End of Chapter 4, Volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 5 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Volume 2. Clothes. He heard voices below, and his soul seemed to shrink back as if into the recesses of the shell from which it had been peeping. His soul was tremendous in solitude, but even the rumour of society intimidated it. His father and another were walking about the ground floor. The rough voice of his father echoed upwards in all its crudity. He listened for the other voice. It was his Auntie Clara's. Darius, too, had taken his Sunday afternoon for a leisurely visit to the house, and somehow he must have encountered Mrs. Hamps and brought her with him to view. Without giving himself time to dissipate his courage in reflection, he walked to the landing and called down the stairs, "Hello, Auntie!" Why should his tone have been self-conscious, forced? He was engaged in no crime. He had told his father where he was going, and his father had not contradicted his remark that even if both of them happened to be out together, the shop would take no harm under the sole care of Stifford for an hour in the quiet of Saturday afternoon. Mrs. Hamps replied in her coaxing, sweet manner. "What did you leave the front door open for?" his father demanded curtly, and every room in the house heard the question. "Was it open?" he said lamely. Was it open? All Trafalgar Road could have walked in and made themselves at home. Edwin stood leaning with his arms on the rail of the landing. Presently the visitors appeared at the foot of the stairs, and Darius climbed carefully, having first shaken the balustrade to make sure that it was genuine, stout, and well-founded. Mrs. Hamps followed, the fripperies of her elegant bonnet trembling, and her black gown rustling. Edwin smiled at her, and she returned his smile with usurious interest. There was now a mist of grey in her fine hair. "Oh, Edwin," she began, breathing relief on the top stair. "What a beautiful house! Beautiful! Quite perfect! The latest of everything! Do you know what I've been thinking while your dear father has been showing me all this? So that's the bathroom! Bless us! Hot! Cold! Waste! That cupboard under the lavatory's very handy. But what a snare for a careless servant! Maggie will have to look at it every day, or it'll be used for anything and everything. You tell her what her auntie says. I was thinking, if but your mother could have seen it all." Father and son said nothing. Auntie Hamps sighed. She was the only person who ever referred to the late Mrs. Clayhanger. The procession moved on from room to room, Darius fingering and grunting, Mrs. Hamps discovering in each detail the fine flower of utter perfection, and Edwin strolling loosely in the wake of her curls, her mantle, and her abundant black petticoats. He could detect the odour of her kid gloves. It was a peculiar odour that never escaped him, and it reminded him inevitably of his mother's funeral. He was glad that they had not arrived during the visit of Janet Orgreave. In due course Edwin's bedroom was reached, and here Auntie Clara's ecstasy was redoubled. "I'm sure you're very grateful to your father, aren't you, Edwin?" she majestically assumed, when she had admired passionately the window, the door, the pattern of the hearth tiles, and the spaciousness. Edwin could not speak. Inquiries of this nature from Mrs. Hamps paralysed the tongues of the children. They left nothing to be said. A sheepish grin, preceded by an inward mute curse, was all that Edwin could accomplish. How in heaven's name could the woman talk in that strain? His attitude towards his auntie was assuredly hardening with years. "What's all this?" questioned his father suddenly, pointing to upright boards that had been fastened to the walls on either side of the mantelpiece to a height of about 3 feet. Then Edwin perceived the clumsiness of his tactics in remaining upstairs. He ought to have gone downstairs to meet his father and auntie, and left them to go up alone. His father was in an inquisitive mood. "It's for shelves," he said. "Shelves? For my books. It's Mr. Orgreave's idea. He says it'll cost less." "Cost less? Mr. Orgreave's got too many ideas. That's what's the matter with him. He'll idea me into the bankruptcy court if he keeps on." Edwin would have liked to protest against the savagery of the tone, to inquire firmly why, since shelves were necessary for books, and he had books, there need be such a display of ill-temper about a few feet of deal plank. The words were ready, the sentences framed in his mind. But he was silent. The door was locked on these words, but it was not Edwin who had turned the key. It was some force within him over which he had no control. 2. Now, father," intervened Mrs. Hamps. "You know you've said over and over again how glad you are he's so fond of books and never goes out. There isn't a better boy in Bursley, that I will say, and to his face." She smiled like an angel at both of them. You say," Darius remarked curtly, trying to control himself. A few years ago he would never have used such violent demeanour in her presence. "And how much easier these shelves will be to keep clean than a bookcase. No polishing, just a rub and a wipe with a damp cloth now and then, and no dirt underneath. They will do away with 4 corners anyhow. That's what I think of, Poor Maggie, keeping all this clean. There'll be work for 2 women night and day, early and late, and even then. But it's a great blessing to have water on every floor, that it is. And people aren't so particular nowadays as they used to be, I fancy. I fancy that more and more." Mrs. Hamps sighed, cheerfully bearing up. Without a pause she stepped quickly across to Edwin. He wondered what she was at. She merely straightened down the collar of his coat, which, unknown to him, had treacherously allowed itself to remain turned up behind. It had probably been thus misbehaving itself since before dinner, when he had washed. "Now I do like my nephew to be tidy," said Mrs. Hamps affectionately. "I'm very jealous for my nephew." She caressed the shoulders of the coat, and Edwin had to stand still and submit. "Let me see, it's your birthday next month, isn't it?" "Yes, auntie." "Well, I know he hasn't got a lot of money, and I know his father hasn't any money to spare just now, what with all these expenses, the house." "Ye may well say it, sister," Darius growled. "I saw you the day before yesterday. My nephew didn't see me, but his auntie saw him. Oh, never mind where, and I said to myself, I should like my only nephew to have a suit a little better than that when he goes up and down on his father's business. What a change it would be if his old auntie gave him a new suit for a birthday present this year." "Oh, auntie!" She spoke in a lower voice. "You come and see me tomorrow, and I shall have a little piece of paper in an envelope waiting for you, and you must choose something really good. You've got excellent taste, we all know that. And this will be a new start for you, a new year, and a new start, and we shall see how neat and spruce you'll keep yourself in future, 3. It was insufferable, but it was fine. Who could deny that Auntie Clara was not an extraordinary, an original, and a generous woman? What a masterly reproof to both father and son! Perhaps not delicately administered, yet Auntie Clara had lavished all the delicacy of her nature on the administering. To Edwin it seemed like an act of God in his favour. It seemed to set a divine seal on his resolutions. It was the most astonishing and apposite piece of luck that had ever happened to him. When he had lamely thanked the benefactor, he slipped away as soon as he could. Already he could feel the crinkling of the £5 note in his hand. £5! He had never had a suit that cost more than 50 shillings. He slipped away. A great resolve was upon him. Shillitoe closed at 4 o'clock on Saturday afternoons. There was just time. He hurried down Trafalgar Road in a dream, and when he had climbed Duck Bank he turned to the left, and without stopping he burst into Shillitoe's. Not from eagerness to enter Shillitoe's, but because if he had hesitated he might never have entered at all. He might have slunk away to the old undistinguished tailor in St. Luke's Square. Shillitoe was the stylish tailor. Shillitoe made no display of goods, scorning such paltry devices. Shillitoe had wire blinds across the lower part of his window, and on the blinds in gold, "Gentleman's tailor and outfitter, breeches maker." Above the blind could be seen a few green cardboard boxes. Shillitoe made breeches for men who hunted. Shillitoe's lowest price for a suit was notoriously 4 guineas. Shillitoe's was the resort of the fashionable youth of the town and district. It was a terrific adventure for Edwin to enter Shillitoe's. His nervousness was painful. He seemed to have a vague idea that Shillitoe might sneer at him. However, he went in. The shop was empty. He closed the door as he might have closed the door of a dentist's. He said to himself, "Well, I'm here." He wondered what his father would say on hearing that he had been to Shillitoe's, and what would Clara have said had she been at home. Then Shillitoe in person came forward from the cutting-out room, and Shillitoe's tone and demeanour reassured him. End of Chapter 5, Volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 6 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Volume 2. Janet loses her bet. Accident, that is to say a chance somewhat more fortuitous than the common hazards which we group together and call existence, pushed Edwin into the next stage of his career. As on one afternoon in late June he was turning the corner of Trafalgar Road to enter the shop, he surprisingly encountered Charlie Orgreave, whom he had not seen for several years. And when he saw this figure, at once fashionably and carelessly dressed, his first thought was one of deep satisfaction that he was wearing his new Shillitoe suit of clothes. He had scarcely worn the suit at all, but that afternoon his father had sent him over to Hanbridge about a large order from Bostock's, the recently established drapers there, whose extravagant advertising had shocked and pained the commerce of the Five Towns. Darius had told him to titivate himself, a most startling injunction from Darius, and thus the new costly suit had been, as it were, officially blessed, and henceforth could not be condemned. "How do, Teddy?" Charlie greeted him. "I have just been in to see you at your shop." Edwin paused. "Hullo, the Sunday," he said quietly, and he kept thinking, as his eyes noted details of Charlie's raiment, "It's a bit of luck I've got these clothes on." And he was in fact rather sorry that Charlie probably paid no real attention to clothes. The new suit had caused Edwin to look at everybody's clothes, had caused him to walk differently and to put his shoulders back, and to change the style of his collars, had made a different man of Edwin. "Come in, will you?" Edwin suggested. They went into the shop together. Stifford smiled at them both, as if to felicitate them on the chance which had brought them together. "Come in here," said Edwin, indicating the small office. "The lion's den, eh?" observed the Sunday. He, as much as Edwin, was a little tongue-tied and nervous. "Sit down, will you?" said Edwin, shutting the door. "No, take the armchair. I'll absquatulate on the desk. I'd no idea you were down. When did you come?" "Last night. Last train. Just a freak, you know." 2. They were within a foot of each other in the ebonised cubicle. Edwin's legs were swinging a few inches away from the armchair. His hat was at the back of his head, and Charlie's hat was at the back of Charlie's head. This was their sole point of resemblance. As Edwin surreptitiously examined the youth who had once been his intimate friend, he experienced the half-sneering awe of the provincial for the provincial who has become a Londoner. Charlie was changed. Even his accent was changed. He and Edwin belonged to utterly different worlds now. They seldom saw the same scenes or thought the same things. But of course they were obliged by loyalty to the past to pretend that nothing was changed. "You've not altered much," said Edwin. And indeed, when Charlie smiled, he was almost precisely the old Sunday, despite his metropolitan mannerisms. And there was nothing whatever in his figure or deportment to show that he had lived for several years in France and could chatter in a language whose verbs had 4 conjugations. After all, he was less formidable than Edwin might have anticipated. "You have, anyhow." Edwin grinned self-consciously. "I suppose you've got this place practically in your own hands now," said Charlie. "I wish I was on my own, I can tell you that." An instinctive gesture from Edwin made Charlie lower his voice in the middle of a sentence. The cubicle had the appearance, but not the reality, of being private. "Don't you make any mistake," Edwin murmured. He who depended on his aunt's generosity for clothes, the practical ruler of the place. Still, he was glad that Charlie supposed that he ruled, even though the supposition might be mere small talk. "You're in that hospital, aren't you?" "Bart's." "Bart's, is it? Yes, I remember. I expect you aren't thinking of settling down here." Charlie was about to reply in accents of disdain. "Not me." But his natural politeness stayed his tongue. "I hardly think so," he said. "Too much competition here." "So there is everywhere, for the matter of that." The disillusions of the young doctor were already upon Charlie. And yet people may be found who will assert that in those days there was no competition, that competition had been invented during the past 10 years. "You needn't worry about competition," said Edwin. "Why not?" "Why not, man? Nothing could ever stop you from getting patients," with that smile. "You'll simply walk straight into anything you want." "You think so?" Charlie affected an ironic incredulity, but he was pleased. He had met the same theory in London. "Well, you didn't suppose degrees and things had anything to do with it, did you?" said Edwin, smiling a little superiorly. He felt with pleasure that he was still older than the Sunday, and it pleased him also to be able thus to utilise ideas which he had formed from observation, but which by diffidence and lack of opportunity he had never expressed. "All a patient wants is to be smiled at in the right way," he continued, growing bolder. "Just look at 'em." "Look at who?" "The doctor's here." He dropped his voice further. "Do you know why the dad's gone to heave?" "Gone to heave, has he? Left or who is it?" "Yes. I don't say heave isn't clever, but it's his look that does the trick for him." "You seem to go about noticing things. Any charge?" Edwin blushed and laughed. Their nervousness was dissipated. Each was reassured of the old basis of decency in the other. 3. "Look here," said Charlie, "I can't stop now." "Hold on a bit. I only called to tell you that you've simply got to come up tonight." "Come up where?" "To our place. You've simply got to." The secret fact was that Edwin had once more been under discussion in the house of the Orgreaves, and Osmond Orgreave had lent Janet a shilling so that she might bet Charlie a shilling that he would not succeed in bringing Edwin to the house. The understanding was that if Janet won, her father was to take 6pence of the gain. Janet herself had failed to lure Edwin into the house. He was so easy to approach and so difficult to catch. Janet was slightly piqued. As for Edwin, he was postponing the execution of all his good resolutions until he should be installed in the new house. He could not achieve highly difficult tasks under conditions of expectancy and derangement. The whole Clayhanger premises were in a suppressed state of being packed up. In a week the removal would occur. Until the removal was over and the new order was established, Edwin felt that he could still conscientiously allow his timidity to govern him, and so he had remained in his shell. The sole herald of the new order was the new suit. "Oh, I can't come. Not tonight." "Why not?" "We're so busy." "Bosh to that." "Some other night." No, I'm going back tomorrow. Must. Now look here, old man, come on. I shall be very disappointed if you don't. Edwin wondered why he could not accept and be done with it, instead of persisting in a sequence of insincere and even lying hesitations. But he could not. "That's all right," said Charlie, as if clinching the affair. Then he lowered his voice to a scarce audible confidential whisper. "Fine girl staying up there just now." His eyes sparkled. "Oh, at your place?" Edwin adopted the same cautious tone. Stifford outside strained his ears. In vain. The magic word girl had in an instant thrown the shop into agitation. The shop was no longer provincial. It became a part of the universal. "Yes, haven't you seen her about?" "No, who is she?" "Oh, a friend of Janet's. Hilda Lessways, her name is. I don't know much of her myself." "Bit of all right, is she?" Edwin tried in a whisper to be a man of vast experience and settled views. He tried to whisper as though he whispered about women every day of his life. He thought that these Londoners were terrific on the subject of women, and he did his best to reach their level. He succeeded so well that Charlie, who as a man knew more of London than of the provinces, thought that after all London was nothing in comparison to the seeming quiet provinces. Charlie leaned back in his chair, drew down the corners of his mouth, nodded his head knowingly, and then quite spoiled the desired effect of doggishness by his delightfully candid smile. Neither of them had the least intention of disrespect towards the fine girl who was on their lips. 4. Edwin said to himself, "Is it possible that he's come down specially to see this Hilda?" He thought enviously of Charlie as a free bird of the air. "What's she like?" Edwin inquired. "You come up and see," Charlie retorted. "Not tonight," said the fawn, in spite of Edwin. "You come tonight, or I perish in the attempt," said Charlie in his natural voice. This phrase from their schooldays made them both laugh again. They were now apparently as intimate as ever they had been. "All right," said Edwin. "I'll come." "Sure?" "Yes." "Come for a sort of supper at 8. "Oh!" Edwin drew back. "Supper? I didn't... Suppose I come after supper for a bit?" "Suppose you don't," Charlie snorted, sticking his chin out. "I'm off now. Must." They stood a moment together at the door of the shop in the declining warmth of the summer afternoon, mutually satisfied. "So long. So long." The Sunday elegantly departed. Edwin had given his word, and he felt as he might have felt had surgeons just tied him to the operating table. Nevertheless, he was not ill-pleased with his own demeanour in front of Charlie, and he liked Charlie as much as ever. He should rely on Charlie as a support during this adventure into the worldly regions peopled by fine girls. He pictured this Hilda as being more romantic and strange than Janet Orgreave. He pictured her as mysteriously superior, and he was afraid of his own image of her. At tea, in the dismantled sitting-room, though he was going out to supper, he ate quite as much tea as usual, from sheer poltroonery. He said as casually as he could, "By the way, Charlie Orgreave called this afternoon." "Did he?" said Maggie. "He's off back to London tomorrow. He would have me slip up there tonight to see him." "And shall you?" "I think so," said Edwin, with an appearance of indecision. "I may as well." It was the first time that there had ever been question of him visiting a private house, except his aunt's, at night. To him the moment marked an epoch, the inception of freedom, but the phlegmatic Maggie showed no sign of excitement. Clara would have gone into a fit, he reflected. And his father only asked a casual question about Charlie. End of Chapter 6, Volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 7 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 2, Chapter 7, Lane End House. Here was another of those impressive square halls on the other side of the suddenly opened door of Lane End House. But Edwin was now getting accustomed to square halls. Nevertheless, he quaked as he stood on the threshold. An absurd young man. He wondered whether he would ever experience the sensation of feeling authentically grown up. Behind him, in the summer twilight, lay the large oval lawn, and the gates which once had doubtless marked the end of Manor Lane, now Oak Street. And actually he had an impulse to rush back upon his steps and bring on himself eternal shame. The servant, however, primly held him with her eyes alone, and he submitted to her sway. "Mr. Charles in?" he required glumly, affecting nonchalance. The servant bowed her head with a certain condescending deference, as who should say, "Do not let us pretend that they are not expecting you." A door to the right opened, Janet was revealed, and behind her, Charlie. Both were laughing. There was a sound of a piano. As soon as Charlie caught sight of Edwin, he exclaimed to Janet, "Where's my bob?" "Charlie!" she protested, checking her laughter. "Why, what have I said?" Charlie inquired with mock innocence, perceiving that he had been indiscreet, and trying to remedy his rash mistake. "Surely I can say bob." Edwin understood nothing of this brief passage. Janet, ignoring Charlie and dismissing the servant with an imperceptible sign, advanced to the visitor. She was dressed in white, and Edwin considered her to be extraordinarily graceful, dignified, sweet, and welcoming. There was a peculiar charm in the way in which her skirts half reluctantly followed her along the carpet, causing beautiful curves of drapery from the waist. And her smile was so warm and so sincere. For the moment she really felt that Edwin's presence in the house satisfied the keenest of her desires, and of course her face generously expressed what she felt. "Well, Miss Orgreave," Edwin grinned, "here I am, you see." "And we're delighted," said Janet simply, taking his hand. She might have amiably teased him about the protracted difficulties of getting him. She might have hinted an agreeable petulance against the fact that the brother had succeeded where the sister had failed. Her sisterly manner to Charlie a little earlier had perhaps shown flashes of such thoughts in her mind. But no, in the presence of Edwin, Janet's extreme good nature forgot everything save that he was there, a stranger to be received and cherished. "Here, give us that tile," said Charlie. "Beautiful evening," Edwin observed. "Oh, isn't it!" breathed Janet in ecstasy, and gazed from the front door into the western sky. "We were out on the lawn, but mother said it was damp." "It wasn't," she laughed. "But if you think it's damp, it is damp, isn't it? Will you come and see mother? Charlie, you can leave the front door open." Edwin said to himself that she had all the attractiveness of a girl and of a woman. She preceded him towards the door to the right. Charlie hovered behind, on springs. Edwin, nervously pulling out his handkerchief and putting it back, had a confused vision of the hall, full of little pictures, plates, stools, rugs, and old sword sheaths. There seemed to him to be far more knick-knacks in that hall than in the whole of his father's house. Mr Orgreave's ingeniously contrived bookshelves were simply overlaid and smothered in knick-knacks. Janet pushed at the door, and the sound of the piano suddenly increased in volume. Two. There was no cessation of the music as the three entered. As it were, beneath the music, Mrs Orgreave, a stout and faded, calm lady, greeted him kindly. "Mr Edwin." She was shorter than Janet, but Edwin could see Janet in her movements and in her full lips. "Well, Edwin," said Osmond Orgreave, with lazy and distinguished good nature, shaking hands. Jimmy and Johnny, now aged 19 and 18 respectively, were in the room. Johnny was reading. Their blushing awkwardness in salutation and comic effects, to be curtly benevolent in the manner of clubmen, somewhat eased the tension in Edwin. They addressed him as Clayhanger. The eldest and the youngest child of the family sat at the piano in the act of performing a duet. Tom, pale, slight, near-sighted, and wearing spectacles, had reached the age of 32, and was junior partner in a firm of solicitors at Hanbridge. Bursley seldom saw him. Alicia had the delightful gawkiness of 12 years. One only of the 7 children was missing. Marion, aged 30, and married in London, with 2 little babies. Marion was adored by all her brothers and sisters, and most by Janet, who during the visits of the married sister fell back with worshipping joy into her original situation of second daughter. Edwin, Charles, and Janet sat down on a sofa. It was not until after a moment that Edwin noticed an ugly young woman who sat behind the players and turned over the pages of music for them. Surely that can't be his wonderful Hilda, Edwin thought. In the excitement of arrival he had forgotten the advertised Hilda. Was that she? The girl could be no other. Edwin made the reflection that all men make. Well, it's astonishing what other fellows like. And having put down Charlie several points in his esteem, he forgot Hilda. Evidently loud and sustained conversation was not expected nor desired while the music lasted, and Edwin was glad of this. It enabled him to get his breath and his bearings in what was to him really a tremendous ordeal, and in fact he was much more agitated than even he imagined. The room itself abashed him. Everybody, including Mr Orgreave, had said that the Clayhanger drawing-room with its bay window was a fine apartment, but the Orgreave drawing-room had a bay window and another large window. It was twice as big as the Clayhangers, and of an interesting irregular shape. Although there were in it 2 unoccupied expanses of carpet, it nevertheless contained what seemed to Edwin immense quantities of furniture of all sorts. Easy-chairs were common and everywhere. Several bookcases rose to the low ceiling. Dozens and dozens of pictures hid the walls. Each corner had its little society of objects. Cushions and candlesticks abounded. The piano was a grand, and Edwin was astounded to see another piano, a small upright in the farther distance. There were even 2 fireplaces with 2 mirrors, 2 clocks, 2 sets of ornaments, and 2 embroidered screens. The general effect was of extraordinary lavish profusion, of wilful, splendid, careless extravagance. Yet the arm of the sofa on which Edwin leaned was threadbare in 2 different places. The room was faded and worn, like its mistress. Like its mistress, it seemed to exhale a silent and calm authority based on historic tradition. And the room was historic. It had been the theatre of history. For 25 years, ever since Tom was 7, it had witnessed the adventurous domestic career of the Orgreaves. So quiet superficially, so exciting in reality. It was the drawing-room of a man who had consistently used immense powers of industry for the satisfaction of his prodigal instincts. It was the drawing-room of a woman whose placidity no danger could disturb, and who cared for nothing if only her husband was amused. Spend and gain, and for a change, gain and spend. That was the method. Work till sheer exhaustion beat you, plan, scheme, devise, satisfy your curiosity and your other instincts, experiment, accept risks, buy first, order first, pledge yourself first, and then split your head in order to pay and to redeem. When chance aids you to accumulate, let the pile grow out of mere perversity, and then scatter it royally. Play heartily. Play with the same intentness as you work. Live to the utmost instant, and to the last flicker of energy. Such was the spirit of Osmond Orgreave, and the spirit which reigned in the house generally, if not in every room of the house. 3. For each child had its room, except Jimmy and Johnny, who shared one. And each room was the fortress of an egoism, the theatre of a separate drama, mysterious and sacred from the others. Jimmy could not remember having been in Janet's room. It was forbidden by Alicia, who was jealous of her sole right of entree. Nobody would have dreamed of violating the chamber of Jimmy and Johnny to discover the origin of peculiar noises that puzzled the household at 7 o'clock in the morning. As for Tom's castle, it was a legend to the younger children. It was supposed to be wondrous. All the children had always cost money, and a great deal of money, until Marion had left the family in deep gloom for her absence, and Tom, with a final wrench of a vast sum from the willing but wincing father, had settled into a remunerative profession. Tom was now keeping himself and repaying the weakened parent. The rest cost more and more every year as their minds and bodies budded and flowered. It was endless, it was staggering, it would not bear thinking about. The long and varied chronicle of it was somehow written on the drawing-room as well as on the faces of the father and mother. On the drawing-room, which had the same dignified, childlike, indefatigable, invincible, jolly expression as its owners. Threadbare in places, and why not? The very identical Turkish carpet at which Edwin gazed in his self-consciousness, on that carpet Janet, the queenly and mature, had sprawled as an infant, while her mother, a fresh, previous Janet of less than 30, had cooed and said incomprehensible foolishness to her. Tom was patriarchal because he had vague memories of an earlier drawing-room, misted in far antiquity. Threadbare, by heaven, its mere survival was magnificent. I say that it was a miraculous drawing-room. Its chairs were humanized, its little cottage piano that nobody ever opened now unless Tom had gone mad on something for 2 pianos, because it was so impossibly tinny. The cottage piano could humanly recall the touch of a perfect baby when Marion, the wife, sat down to it. Marion was one of your silly, sentimental, nice things. On account of its associations, she really preferred the cottage piano to the grand. The 2 carpets were both resigned, grim old humanities, used to dirty heels and not caring, or pretending not to care. What did the curtains know of history? Naught. They were always new. They could not last. But even the newest curtains would at once submit to the influences of the room and take on something of its physiognomy, and help to express its comfortableness. You could not hang a week in front of one of those windows without being subtly informed by the tradition of adventurous happiness that presided over the room. It was that, a drawing-room in which a man and a woman and boys and girls had been on the whole happy, if often apprehensive. 4. The music began to engage Edwin's attention. It was music of a kind quite novel to him. Most of it had no meaning for him, but at intervals some fragment detached itself from the mass and stood out beautiful. It was as if he were gazing at a stage in gloom, but lighted momentarily by fleeting rays that revealed a lovely detail and were bafflingly cut off. Occasionally he thought he noticed a recurrence of the same fragment. Murmurs came from behind the piano. He looked cautiously. Alicia was making faces of alarm and annoyance. She whispered, "Oh dear, it's no use. We're all wrong, I'm sure." Tom kept his eyes on the page in front of him, doggedly playing. Then Edwin was conscious of dissonances, and then the music stopped. "Now, Alicia," her father protested mildly, "you mustn't be nervous." "Nervous?" exclaimed Alicia. "Tom's just as nervous as I am, so he needn't talk." She was as red as a cock's crest. Tom was not talking. He pointed several times violently to a place on Alicia's half of the open book. She was playing the bass part. "There, there." The music recommenced. "She's always nervous like that," Janet whispered kindly, "when anyone's here. But she doesn't like to be told." "She plays splendidly," Edwin responded. "Do you play?" Janet shook her head. "Yes, she does," Charlie whispered. "Keep on, darling. You're at the end now." Edwin heard a low, stern voice. That must be the voice of Hilda. A second later he looked across and surprised her glance, which was intensely fixed on himself. She dropped her eyes quickly. He also. Then he felt by the nature of the chords that the piece was closing. The music ceased. Mr Orgreave clapped his hands. "Bravo! Bravo!" "Why," cried Charlie to the performers, "you weren't within 10 bars of each other." And Edwin wondered how Charlie could tell that. As for him, he did not know enough of music to be able to turn over the pages for others. He felt himself to be an ignoramus among a company of brilliant experts. "Well," said Mr Orgreave, "I suppose we may talk a bit now. It's more than our place is worth to breathe aloud while these Rubinsteins are doing Beethoven." He looked at Edwin, who grinned. "Oh, my word!" smiled Mrs Orgreave, supporting her hand. "Beethoven, is it?" Edwin muttered. He was acquainted only with the name, and had never heard it pronounced as Mr Orgreave pronounced it. "One symphony a night," Mr Orgreave said with irony. "And we're only at the second, it seems. 7 more to come. What do you think of that, Edwin?" "Very fine." "Let's have the Lost Chord, Janet," Mr Orgreave suggested. There was a protesting chorus of "Oh, Dad!" "Very well, very well," the father murmured, acting humility. "I'm snubbed." Tom had now strolled across the room, smiling to himself and looking at the carpet in an effort to behave as one who had done nothing in particular. "How d'ye do, Clayhanger?" he greeted Edwin, and grasped his hand in a feverish clutch. "You must excuse us. We aren't used to audiences. That's the worst of being rotten amateurs." Edwin rose. "Oh!" he deprecated. He had never spoken to Tom Orgreave before, but Tom seemed ready to treat him at once as an established acquaintance. Then Alicia had to come forward and shake hands. She could not get a word out. "Now, baby," Charlie teased her. She tossed her mane and found refuge by her mother's side. Mrs Orgreave caressed the mane into order. "This is Miss Lessways. Hilda, Mr Edwin Clayhanger." Janet drew the dark girl towards her as the latter hovered uncertainly in the middle of the room, her face forced into the look of elaborate negligence conventionally assumed by every self-respecting person who waits to be introduced. She took Edwin's hand limply, and failed to meet his glance. Her features did not soften. Edwin was confirmed in the impression of her obdurate ugliness. He just noticed her olive skin and black eyes and hair. She was absolutely different in type from any of the Clayhangers. The next instant she and Charlie were talking together. Edwin felt the surprised relief of one who has plunged into the sea and discovers himself fairly buoyant on the threatening waves. "Janet," asked Mrs Orgreave, "will supper be ready?" In the obscurer corners of the room grey shadows gathered furtively, waiting their time. 5. "Seen my latest, Charlie?" asked Tom in his thin voice. "No, what is it?" Charlie replied. The younger brother was flattered by this proof of esteem from the elder, but he did his best by casualness of tone to prevent the fact from transpiring. All the youths were now standing in a group in the middle of the drawing-room. Their faces showed pale and more distinct than their bodies in the darkening twilight. Mrs Orgreave, her husband, and the girls had gone into the dining-room. Tom Orgreave, with the gestures of a precisian, drew a bunch of keys from his pocket and unlocked a rosewood bookcase that stood between the 2 windows. Jimmy winked to Johnny, and included Edwin in the fellowship of the wink, which meant that Tom was more comic than Tom thought, with his locked bookcases and his simple vanities of a collector. Tom collected books. As Edwin gazed at the bookcase, he perceived that it was filled mainly with rich bindings. And suddenly all his own book-buying seemed to him petty and pitiful. He saw books in a new aspect. He had need of no instruction, of no explanation. The amorous care with which Tom drew a volume from the bookcase was enough in itself to enlighten Edwin completely. He saw that a book might be more than reading matter, might be a bibelot, a curious jewel, to satisfy the lust of the eye and of the hand. He instantly condemned his own few books as being naught. He was ashamed of them. Each book in that bookcase was a separate treasure. "See this, my boy," said Tom, handing to Charlie a calf-bound volume with a crest on the sides. 6 volumes. Picked them up at Stafford. Assizes, you know. It's the Wilbraham crest. I never knew they'd been selling their library." Charlie accepted the book with respect. Its edges were gilt, and the paper thin and soft. Edwin looked over his shoulder and saw the title page of Victor Hugo's Notre Dame de Paris in French. The volume had a most romantic, foreign, even exotic air. Edwin desired it fervently, or something that might rank equal with it. "How much did they stick you for this lot?" asked Charlie. Tom held up one finger. "£1?" Charlie wanted to be sure. Tom nodded. "Cheap as dirt, of course," said Tom. "Binding's worth more than that. Look at the other volumes. Look at them." "Pity it's only a second edition," said Charlie. "Well, damn it, man, one can't have everything." Charlie passed the volume to Edwin, who fingered it with the strangest delight. Was it possible that this exquisitely delicate and uncustomary treasure, which seemed to exhale all the charm of France and the savour of her history, had been found at Stafford? He had been to Stafford himself. He had read Notre Dame himself, but in English, out of a common book like any common book, not out of a bibelot. "You've read it, of course, Clayhanger," Tom said. "Oh," Edwin answered humbly, "only in a translation." Yet there was a certain falseness in his humility, for he was proud of having read the work. What sort of a duffer would he have appeared had he been obliged to reply no? "You ought to read French in French," said Tom, kindly authoritative. "Can't," said Edwin. "Bosh!" Charlie cried. "You were always spiffing in French. You could simply knock spots off me." "And do you read French in French the Sunday?" Edwin asked. "Well," said Charlie, "I must say it was Thomas put me up to it. You simply begin to read, that's all. What you don't understand you miss. But you soon understand. You can always look at a dictionary if you feel like it. I usually don't." "I'm sure you could read French easily in a month," said Tom. "They always gave a good grounding at Oldcastle. There's simply nothing in it." "Really?" Edwin murmured, relinquishing the book. "I must have a shot. I never thought of it." And he never thought of reading French for pleasure. He had construed Xavier de Maistre, Voyage autour de ma chambre, for marks, assuredly not for pleasure. "Are there any books in this style to be got on that bookstall in Hanbridge Market?" he inquired of Tom. "Sometimes," said Tom, wiping his spectacles. "Oh yes." It was astounding to Edwin how blind he had been to the romance of existence in the Five Towns. "It's all very well," observed Charlie reflectively, fingering one or two of the other volumes. "It's all very well, and Victor Hugo is Victor Hugo. But you can say what you like, there's a lot of this that'll bear skipping, your worships." "Not a line!" said a passionate, vibrating voice. The voice so startled and thrilled Edwin that he almost jumped as he looked round. To Edwin it was dramatic. It was even dangerous and threatening. He had never heard a quiet voice so charged with intense emotion. Hilda Lessways had come back to the room, and she stood near the door, her face gleaming in the dusk. She stood like an Amazonian defender of the aged poet. Edwin asked himself, can anyone be so excited as that about a book? The eyes, lips, and nostrils were a revelation to him. He could feel his heart beating. But the girl strongly repelled him. Nobody else appeared to be conscious that anything singular had occurred. Jimmy and Johnnie sidled out of the room. "Oh, indeed!" Charlie directed his candid and yet faintly ironic smile upon Hilda Lessways. "Don't you think some of it's dullish, Teddy?" Edwin blushed. "Well, yes," he answered, honestly judicial. "Mrs Orgreave wants to know when you're coming to supper," said Hilda, and left. Tom was relocking the bookcase. End of Chapter 7, Volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 8 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, The Family Supper. "Now, father, let's have a bottle of wine, eh?" Charlie vociferously suggested. Mr Orgreave hesitated. "You'd better ask your mother." "Really, Charlie," Mrs Orgreave began. "Oh yes!" Charlie cut her short. "Right you are, Martha." The servant, who had stood waiting for a definite command during this brief conflict of wills, glanced interrogatively at Mrs Orgreave, and perceiving no clear prohibition in her face, departed with a smile to get the wine. She was a servant of sound prestige, and had the inexpressible privilege of smiling on duty. In her time she had fought lively battles of repartee with all the children from Charlie downwards. Janet humoured Martha, and Martha humoured Mrs Orgreave. The whole family, save absent Marion, was now gathered in the dining-room, another apartment on whose physiognomy were written in cipher the annals of the vivacious tribe. Here the curtains were drawn, and all the interest of the room centred on the large white gleaming table, about which the members stood or sat under the downward radiance of a chandelier. Beyond the circle illuminated by the shaded chandelier could be discerned dim forms of furniture and of pictures, with a glint of high light here and there burning on the corner of some gold frame. Mr and Mrs Orgreave sat at either end of the table. Alicia stood by her father with one arm half round his neck. Tom sat near his mother. Janet and Hilda sat together, flanked by Jimmy and Johnny, who stood, having pushed chairs away. Charlie and Edwin stood opposite. The table seemed to Edwin to be heaped with food, cold and yet rich remains of bird and beast. A large fruit pie, opened, another intact, some puddings, cheese, sandwiches, raw fruit. At Janet's elbow were cups and saucers and a pot of coffee. A large glass jug of lemonade shone nearby. Plates, glasses and cutlery were strewn about irregularly. The effect upon Edwin was one of immense and careless prodigality. It intoxicated him. It made him feel that a grand profuseness was the finest thing in life. In his own home the supper consisted of cheese, bread and water, save on Sundays when cold sausages were generally added to make a feast. But the idea of the price of living as the Orgreaves lived seriously startled the prudence in him. Imagine that expense always persisting, day after day, night after night. There were certainly at least 4 in the family who bought clothes at Shillitoe's, and everybody looked elaborately costly, except Hilda Lessways, who did not flatter the eye. But equally they all seemed quite unconscious of their costliness. "Now, Charlie, darling, you must look after Mr Edwin," said Mrs Orgreave. "She never calls us darling," said Johnny, affecting disgust. "She will as soon as you've left home," said Janet, ironically soothing. "I do. I often do," Mrs Orgreave asserted. "Much oftener than you deserve." "Sit down, Teddy," Charlie enjoined. "Oh, I'm all right, thanks," said Edwin. "Sit down," Charlie insisted, using force. "Do you talk to your poor patients in that tone?" Alicia inquired from the shelter of her father. "Here I come down specially to see them," Charlie mused aloud as he twisted the corkscrew into the cork of the bottle, unceremoniously handed to him by Martha. "And not only they don't offer to pay my fares, but they grudge me a drop of claret." Plop! He grimaced as the cork came out. "And my last night too. Hilda, this is better than coffee, as St Paul remarked on a famous occasion. Pass your glass." "Charlie," his mother protested, "I'll thank you to leave St Paul out." "Charlie, your mother will be boxing your ears if you don't mind," his father warned him. "I'll not have it," said his mother, shaking her head in a fashion that she imagined to be harsh and forbidding. 2. Towards the close of the meal Mr Orgreave said, "Well, Edwin, what does your father say about Bradlaugh?" "He doesn't say much," Edwin replied. "Let me see, does he call himself a Liberal?" "He calls himself a Liberal," said Edwin, shifting on his chair. "Yes, he calls himself a Liberal, but I'm afraid he's a regular old Tory." Edwin blushed, laughing, as half the family gave way to more or less violent mirth. "Father's a regular old Tory too," Charlie grinned. "Oh, I'm sorry," said Edwin. "Yes, father's a regular old Tory," agreed Mr Orgreave. "Don't apologise, don't apologise. I'm used to these attacks. I've been nearly kicked out of my own house once, but someone has to keep the flag flying." It was plain that Mr Orgreave enjoyed the unloosing of the hurricane which he had brought about. Mrs Orgreave used to say that he employed that particular tone from a naughty love of mischief. In a moment all the boys were upon him, except Jimmy, who, out of sheer intellectual snobbery, as the rest averred, supported his father. Atheistical Bradlaugh had been exciting the British public to disputation for a long time, and the Bradlaugh question happened to be acute. In that very week the Northampton member had been committed to custody for outraging Parliament and released, and it was known that Gladstone meant immediately to bring in a resolution for permitting members to affirm, instead of taking oath by appealing to a god. Than this complication of theology and politics, nothing could have been better devised to impassion an electorate which had but two genuine interests, theology and politics. The rumour of the feverish affair had spread to the most isolated communities. People talked theology and people talked politics, who had till then only felt silently on these subjects. In loquacious families Bradlaugh caused dissension and division, more real perhaps than apparent, for not all Bradlaugh's supporters had the courage to avow themselves such. It was not easy, at any rate, it was not easy in the Five Towns, for a timid man, in reply to the question, "Are you in favour of a professed free thinker sitting in the House of Commons?" to reply, "Yes, I am." There was something shameless in that word "professed." If the free thinker had been ashamed of his free thinking, if he had sought to conceal it in phrases, the implication was that the case might not have been so bad. This was what astonished Edwin, the candour with which Bradlaugh's position was upheld in the dining-room of the Orgreaves. It was as if he were witnessing deeds of wilful, perilous daring. But the conversation was not confined to Bradlaugh, for Bradlaugh was not a perfect test for separating Liberals and Tories. Nobody in the room, for example, was quite convinced that Mr Orgreave was anti-Bradlaugh. To satisfy their instincts for father baiting, the boys had to include other topics, such as Ireland and the proposal for Home Rule. As for Mr Orgreave, he could and did always infuriate them by refusing to answer seriously. The fact was that this was his device for maintaining his prestige among the turbulent mob. Dignified and brilliantly clever as Osmond Orgreave had the reputation of being in the town, he was somewhat outshone in cleverness at home, and he never put the bar of his dignity between himself and his children. Thus he could only keep the upper hand by allowing hints to escape from him of the secret amusement roused in him by the comicality of the spectacle of his filial enemies. He had one great phrase which he would drawl out at them with the accents of a man who is trying politely to hide his contempt. "You'll learn better as you get older." 3. Edwin, who said little, thought the relationship between father and sons utterly delightful. He had not conceived that parents and children ever were or could be on such terms. "Now, what do you say, Edwin?" Mr Orgreave asked. "Are you a... Charlie, pass me that bottle." Charlie was helping himself to another glass of wine. The father, the two elder sons, and Edwin alone had drunk of the wine. Edwin had never tasted wine in his life, and the effect of half a glass on him was very agreeable and strange. "Oh, Dad, I just want to..." Charlie objected, holding the bottle in the air above his glass. "Charlie," said his mother, "do you hear your father?" "Pass me that bottle," Mr Orgreave repeated. Charlie obeyed, proclaiming himself a martyr. Mr Orgreave filled his own glass, emptying the bottle, and began to sip. "This will do me more good than you, young man," he said. Then turning again to Edwin, "Are you a Bradlaugh man?" And Edwin, uplifted, said, "All I say is, you can't help what you believe. You can't make yourself believe anything. And I don't see why you should either. There's no virtue in believing." "Hooray!" cried the sedate Tom. "No virtue in believing? Oh, Mr Edwin, Mr Edwin!" This sad expostulation came from Mrs Orgreave. "Don't you see what I mean?" he persisted vivaciously, reddening. But he could not express himself further. "Hooray!" repeated Tom. Mrs Orgreave shook her head with grieved good nature. "You mustn't take mother too seriously," said Janet, smiling. "She only puts on that expression to keep worse things from being said. She's only pretending to be upset. Nothing could upset her, really. She's past being upset. She's been through so much, haven't you, poor dear?" In looking at Janet, Edwin caught the eyes of Hilda blazing on him fixedly. Her head seemed to tremble, and he glanced away. She had added nothing to the discussion, and indeed Janet herself had taken no part in the politics, content merely to advise the combatants upon their demeanour. "So you're against me too, Edwin?" Mr Orgreave sighed with mock melancholy. "Well, this is no place for me." He rose, lifted Alicia and put her into his armchair, and then went towards the door. "You aren't going to work, are you, Osmond?" his wife asked, turning her head. "I am," said he. He disappeared amid a wailing chorus of "Oh, Dad!" End of Volume 2, Chapter 8. Volume 2, Chapter 9 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. In the Porch. When the front door of the Orgreaves interposed itself that night between Edwin and a little group of gas-lit faces, he turned away towards the warm gloom of the garden in a state of happy excitement. He had left fairly early, despite protests, because he wished to give his father no excuse for a spectacular display of wrath. Edwin's desire for a tranquil existence was growing steadily. But now that he was in the open air, he did not want to go home. He wanted to be in full possession of himself, at leisure and in freedom, and to examine the treasure of his sensations. "It's been rather quiet," the Orgreaves had said. "We generally have people dropping in." Quiet! It was the least quiet evening he had ever spent. He was intoxicated, not with wine, though he had drunk wine. A group of well-intentioned philanthropists, organised into a powerful society for combating the fearful evils of alcoholism, had seized Edwin at the age of 12 and made him bind himself with solemn childish signature and ceremonies never to taste alcohol save by doctor's orders. He thought of this pledge in the garden of the Orgreaves. "Damned rot," he murmured, and dismissed the pledge from his mind as utterly unimportant, if not fatuous. No remorse. The whole philosophy of asceticism inspired him at that moment with impatient scorn. It was the hope of pleasure that intoxicated him, the vision which he had had of the possibilities of being really interested in life. He saw new avenues towards joy, and the sight thereof made him tingle, less with the desire to be immediately at them than with the present ecstasy of contemplating them. He was conscious of actual physical tremors and agreeable smartings in his head, electrical disturbances. But he did not reason, he felt. He was passive, not active. He would not even just then attempt to make new plans. He was in a beatitude, his mouth unaware that it was smiling. Part 2. Behind him was the lighted house, in front the gloom of the lawn ending in shrubberies and gates, with a street lamp beyond. And there was silence, save for the vast furnace breathings coming over undulating miles which the people of the Five Towns, hearing them always, never hear. A great deal of diffused light filtered through the cloudy sky. The warm wandering airs were humid on the cheek. He must return home. He could not stand dreaming all the night in the garden of the Orgreaves. To his right uprose the great rectangular mass of his father's new house, entirely free of scaffolding, having all the aspect of a house inhabited. It looked enormous. He was proud of it. In such an abode, and so close to the Orgreaves, what could he not do? Why go to gaze on it again? There was no common sense in doing so. And yet he felt, "I must have another glance at it before I go home." From his attitude towards it, he might have been the creator of that house. That house was like one of his more successful drawings. When he had done a drawing that he esteemed, he was always looking at it. He would look at it before running down to breakfast, and after breakfast, instead of going straight to the shop, he would rush upstairs to have still another look at it. The act of inspection gave him pleasure. So with the house. Strange superficially, but the simple explanation was that for some things he had the eyes of love. Yes, in his dancing and happy brain the impulse to revisit the house was not to be conquered. The few battered yards of hedge between his father's land and that of Mr Orgreave seemed more passable in the night. He crunched along the gravel, stepped carefully with noiseless foot on the flower bed, and then pushed himself right through the frail bushes, forgetting the respect due to his suit. The beginning of summer had dried the sticky clay of the new garden. Paths had already been traced on it, and trenches cut for the draining of the lawn that was to be. Edwin in the night saw the new garden finished, mellow, blooming with such blossoms as were sold in St Luke's market. He had scarcely ever seen flowers growing in the mass. He saw himself reclining in the garden with a rare and beautiful book in his hand, while the sound of Beethoven's music came to him through the open window of the drawing-room. In so far as he saw Maggie at all, he saw her somehow mysteriously elegant and vivacious. He did not see his father. His fancy had little relation to reality, but this did not mar his pleasure. Then he saw himself talking over the hedge wittily to amiable and witty persons in the garden of the Orgreaves. 3. He had not his key to the new house, but he knew a way of getting into it through the cellar. No reason in doing so. Nevertheless, he must get into it, must localise his dream in it. He crouched down under the blank east wall, and feet foremost disappeared slowly as though the house were swallowing him. He stood on the stillage of the cellar and struck a match. Immense and weird, the cellar, and the doorless doorway leading to the cellar steps seemed to lead to affrighting matters. He was in the earth, in it, with the smells of damp mortar and of bricks, and of the earth itself about him. And above him rose the house, a room over him, and a room over that, and another over that, and then the chimney cowl up in the sky. He jumped from the stillage and went quickly to the doorway and saw the cellar steps. His heart was beating. He trembled. He was afraid, exquisitely afraid, acutely conscious of himself amid the fundamental mysteries of the universe. He reached the top of the steps as the match expired. After a moment he could distinguish the forms of things in the hall, even the main features of the pattern of the tiles. The small panes in the glazed front door, whose varied tints repeated those of the drawing-room window in daytime, now showed a uniform dull grey, lifeless. The cellar was formidable below, and the stairs curved upwards into the formidable. But he climbed them. The house seemed full of inexplicable noises. When he stopped to listen, he could hear scores of different infinitesimal sounds. His spine thrilled as if a hand delicate and terrible had run down it in a caress. All the unknown of the night and of the universe was pressing upon him, but it was he alone who had created the night and the universe. He reached his room, the room in which he meant to inaugurate the new life and the endeavour towards perfection. Already, after his manner, he had precisely settled where the bed was to be, and where the table, and all the other objects of his world. There he would sit and read rare and beautiful books in the original French. And there he would sit to draw. And to the right of the hearth over bookshelves would be such and such a picture, and to the left of the hearth over bookshelves such and such another picture. Only now he could not dream in the room as he had meant to dream, because beyond the open door was the empty landing and the well of the stairs and all the terror of the house. The terror came and mingled with the delicious sensations that had seized him in the solitude of the garden of the Orgreaves. No, never had he been so intensely alive as then. He went cautiously to the window and looked forth. Instantly the terror of the house was annihilated. It fell away, was gone. He was not alone in his fancy-created universe. The reassuring illusion of reality came back like a clap of thunder. He could see a girl insinuating herself through the gap in the hedge which he had made 10 minutes earlier. 4. "What the deuce is she after?" he muttered. He wondered whether if she happened to glance upwards she would be able to see him. He stood away a little from the window, but as in the safer position he could no longer distinguish her, he came again close to the glass. After all, there could be no risk of her seeing him. And if she did see him, the fright would be hers, not his. Having passed through the hedge, she stopped, bent down, leaning backward and to one side, and lifted the hem of her skirt to examine it. Possibly it was torn. Then she dropped it. By that black, tight skirt and by something in her walk he knew she was Hilda. He could not decipher her features. She moved towards the new house very slowly, as if she had emerged for an aimless nocturnal stroll. Strange and disquieting creature. He peered as far as he could leftwards to see the west wall of Lane End House. In a window of the upper floor a light burned. The family had doubtless gone to bed or were going, and she had wandered forth solitary and was trespassing in his garden. Cheek! If ever he got an opportunity he should mysteriously tease her on the subject of illegal night excursions. Yes, he should be very witty and ironic. Nothing but cheek. He was confirmed in his hostility to her. She had no charm, and yet the entire Orgreave family was apparently infatuated about her. Her interruption on behalf of Victor Hugo seemed to be savage. Girls ought not to use that ruthless tone. And her eyes were hard, even cruel. She was less feminine than masculine. Her hair was not like a girl's hair. She still came on until the projecting roof of the bay window beneath him hid her from sight. He would have opened his window and leaned out to glimpse her could he have done so without noise. Where was she? In the garden porch? She did not reappear. She might be capable of getting into the house. She might even then actually be getting into the house. She was queer, incalculable. Supposing that she was in the habit of surreptitiously visiting the house and had found a key to fit one of the doors. Or supposing that she could push up a window. She would doubtless mount the stairs and trap him. Absurd, these speculations, as absurd as a nightmare. But they influenced his conduct. He felt himself forced to provide against the wildest hazards. Abruptly he departed from the bedroom and descended the stairs, stamping, clumping, with all possible noise. In addition he whistled. This was to warn her to fly. He stopped in the hall until she had had time to fly, and then he lit a match as a signal which surely no carelessness could miss. He could have gone direct by the front door into the street, so leaving her to her odd self, but instead he drew back the slip catch of the garden door and opened it, self-consciously humming a tune. She was within the porch. She turned deliberately to look at him. He could feel his heartbeats. His cheeks burned, and yet he was chilled. "Who's there?" he asked, but he did not succeed, to his own satisfaction, in acting alarmed surprise. "Me," said Hilda, challengingly, rudely. "Oh," he murmured, at a loss. "Did you want me? Did anyone want me?" "Yes," she said. "I just wanted to ask you something." She paused. He could not see her scowling, but it seemed to him that she must be. He remembered that she had rather thick eyebrows, and that when she brought them nearer together by a frown, they made almost one continuous line, the effect of which was not attractive. "Did you know I was in here?" "Yes, that's my bedroom window over there. I've left the gas up. And I saw you get through the hedge, so I came down. They'd all gone off to bed except Tom, and I told him I was just going a walk in the garden for a bit. They never worry me, you know. They let me alone. I knew you'd got into the house by the light." "But I only struck a match a second ago," he protested. "Excuse me," she said coldly. "I saw a light quite 5 minutes ago." "Oh yes," he apologised. "I remember. When I came up the cellar steps." "I dare say you think it's very queer of me," she continued. "Not at all," he said quickly. "Yes, you do," she bitterly insisted. "But I want to know. Did you mean it when you said, at supper, that there's no virtue in believing?" "Did I say there was no virtue in believing?" he stammeringly demanded. "Of course you did," she remonstrated. "Do you mean to say you can say a thing like that and then forget about it? If it's true, it's one of the most wonderful things that were ever said. And that's why I wanted to know if you meant it, or whether you were only saying it because it sounded clever. That's what they're always doing in that house, you know, being clever." Her tone was invariably harsh. "Yes," he said simply, "I meant it. Why?" "You did?" Her voice seemed to search for insincerity. "Well, thank you, that's all. It may mean a new life to me. I'm always trying to believe, always. Aren't you?" "I don't know," he mumbled. "How do you mean?" "Well, you know," she said, as if impatiently smashing his pretence of not understanding her. "But perhaps you do believe." He thought he detected scorn for a facile believer. "No," he said, "I don't. And it doesn't worry you. Honestly, don't be clever. I hate that." "No," he said. "Don't you ever think about it?" "No, not often." "Charlie does." "Has he told you?" So she talks to the Sunday too, he reflected. "Yes, but of course I quite see why it doesn't worry you, if you honestly think there's no virtue in believing." "Well," said Edwin, "is there?" The more he looked at it through her eyes, the more wonderful profundities he discovered in that remark of his, which at the time of uttering it had appeared to him a simple platitude. It went exceedingly deep in many directions. "I hope you're right," she replied. Her voice shook. 5. There was silence. To ease the strain of his self-consciousness, Edwin stepped down from the stone floor of the porch to the garden. He felt rain, and he noticed that the sky was very much darker. "By Jove," he said, "it's beginning to rain, I do believe." "I thought it would," she answered. A squall of wind suddenly surged rustling through the high trees in the garden of the Orgreaves, and the next instant threw a handful of wild raindrops on his cheek. "You'd better stand against the other wall," he suggested. "You'll catch it there if it keeps on." She obeyed. He returned to the porch, but remained in the exposed portion of it. "Better come here," she said, indicating somehow her side. "Oh, I'm all right." "You needn't be afraid of me," she snapped. He grinned awkwardly, but said nothing, for he could not express his secret resentment. He considered the girl to be of exceedingly unpleasant manners. "Would you mind telling me the time?" she asked. He took out his watch, but peer as he might, he could not discern the position of the hands. "Half a second," he said, and struck a match. The match was blown out before he could look at the dial, but by its momentary flash he saw Hilda pressed against the wall. Her lips were tight, her eyes blazing, her hands clenched. She frowned. She was pale, and especially pale by contrast with the black of her plain, austere dress. "If you'll come into the house," he said, "I can get a light there." The door was ajar. "No, thanks," she declined. "It doesn't really matter what time it is, does it? Good night." He divined that she was offering her hand. He clasped it blindly in the dark. He could not refuse to shake hands. Her hand gave his a feverish and lingering squeeze, which was like a contradicting message in the dark night, as though she were sending through her hand a secret denial of her spoken accents and her frown. He forgot to answer her "good night." A trap rattled furiously up the road. Yes, only 6 yards off, on the other side of the boundary wall, was the public road, and he standing hidden there in the porch with this girl whom he had seen for the first time that evening. It was the mail cart rushing to Knype. She did not move. She had said good night and shaken hands, and yet she remained. They stood speechless. Then, without warning, after perhaps a minute that seemed like 10 minutes, she walked away slowly into the rain. And as she did so, Edwin could just see her straightening her spine and throwing back her shoulders with a proud gesture. "I say, Miss Lessways," he called in a low voice. But he had no notion of what he wanted to say. Only her departure had unlocked his throat. She made no sign. Again he grinned awkwardly, a little ashamed of her, and a little ashamed of himself, because neither had behaved as woman or man of the world. After a short interval he followed in her steps as far as the gap in the hedge, which he did not find easily. There was no sign of her. The gas burned serenely in her bedroom, and the window was open. Then he saw the window close up a little, and an arm in front of the drawn blind. The rain had apparently ceased. 6. "Well, that's an eye-opener, that is," he murmured, and thereby expressed the situation. Of all the damned impudence! He somewhat overstated his feelings because he was posing a little to himself. An accident that sooner or later happens to every man. And she'll go back and make out to Master Tom that she's just had a stroll in the garden. Garden, indeed! And yet they're all so fearfully stuck on her. He nodded his head several times reflectively, as if saying, "Well, well, what next?" And he murmured aloud, "So that's how they carry on, is it?" He meant, of course, women. He was very genuinely astounded. But the chief of all his acute sensations in that moment was pride, sheer pride. He thought what 99 men out of 100 would have thought in such circumstances. "She's taken a fancy to me." Useless to call him a conceited coxcomb, from disgust that he did not conform to a sentimentally idealistic standard. He thought, "She's taken a fancy to me." And he was not a conceited coxcomb. He exulted in the thought. Nothing had ever before so startled and uplifted him. It constituted the supreme experience of his career as a human being. The delightful and stimulating experience of his evening in the house of the Orgreaves sank into unimportance by the side of it. The new avenues towards joy which had been revealed to him appeared now to be quite unexciting paths. He took them for granted. And he forgot the high and serious mood of complex emotion in which he had entered the new house. Music and the exotic flavours of a foreign language seemed a little thing, in comparison with the feverish hand-clasp of the girl whom he so peculiarly disliked. The lifeless hand which he had taken in the drawing-room of the Orgreaves could not be the same hand as that which had closed intimately on his under the porch. She must have 2 right hands. And even more base than his coxcombry, he despised her because it was he, Edwin, to whom she had taken a fancy. He had not sufficient self-confidence to justify her fancy in his own eyes. His argument actually was that no girl worth having could have taken a fancy to him at sight. Thus he condemned her for her faith in him. As for his historic remark about belief, well, there might or might not be something in that. Perhaps there was something in it. One instant he admired it, and the next he judged it glib and superficial. Moreover, he had conceivably absorbed it from a book. But even if it were an original epigrammatic pearl, was that an adequate reason for her following him to an empty house at dead of night? Of course, an overwhelming passion might justify such behaviour. He could recall cases in literature. Yes, he had got so far as to envisage the possibility of overwhelming passion. Then all these speculations disconcertingly vanished, and Hilda presented herself to his mind as a girl intensely religious, who would shrink from no unconventionality in the pursuit of truth. He did not much care for this theory of Hilda, nor did it convince him. "Imagine marrying a girl like that!" he said to himself disdainfully, and he made a catalogue of her defects of person and of character. She was severe, satiric, merciless. And I suppose, if I were to put my finger up, thus ran on his despicable ideas. Janet Orgreave now. Janet had every quality that he could desire, that he could even think of. Janet was balm. "You needn't be afraid," that unpleasant girl had said, and he had only been able to grin in reply. Still, pride, intense masculine pride. There was one thing he had liked about her, that straightening of the spine and setting back of the shoulders as she left him. She had in her some tinge of the heroic. He quitted the garden, and as soon as he was in the street he remembered that he had not pulled to the garden door of the house. "Dash the confounded thing!" he exploded, returning. But he was not really annoyed. He would not have been really annoyed even if he had had to return from halfway down Trafalgar Road. Everything was a trifle save that a girl had run after him under such romantic circumstances. The circumstances were not strictly romantic, but they so seemed to him. Going home he did not meet a soul. Only in the middle distance of one of the lower side streets he espied a policeman. Trafalgar Road was a solitude of bright and forlorn gas lamps and dark, excluding facades. Suddenly he came to the corner of Wedgwood Street. He had started from Bleakridge. He had arrived at home. The interval between these two events was a perfect blank, save for the policeman. He could not recall having walked all the way down the road, and as he put the key into the door, he was not in the least disturbed by the thought that his father might not have gone to bed. He went upstairs with a certain swaggering clatter, as who should say to all sleepers and bullies, "You be damned, I don't care for any of you. Something's happened to me." And he mused, if anybody had told me this afternoon that before midnight I should... End of Volume 2, Chapter 9. Volume 2, Chapter 10 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, The Centenary. It was immediately after this that the Centenary, mispronounced in every manner conceivable, began to obsess the town. Superior and aloof persons like the Orgreaves had for weeks heard a good deal of vague talk about the Centenary from people whom intellectually they despised, and had condescended to the Centenary as an amiable and excusable affair which lacked interest for them. They were wrong. Edwin had gone further, and had sniffed at the Centenary to everyone except his father, and Edwin was especially wrong. On the antepenultimate day of June he first uneasily suspected that he had committed a fault of appraisement. That was when his father brusquely announced that by request of the mayor all places of business in the town would be closed in honour of the Centenary. It was the centenary of the establishment of Sunday schools. Edwin hated Sunday schools. Nay, he venomously resented them, though they had long ceased to incommode him. They were connected in his memory with atrocious tedium, pietistic insincerity, and humiliating contacts. At the bottom of his mind he still regarded them as a malicious device of parents for wilfully harassing and persecuting inoffensive, helpless children. And he had a particular grudge against them because he alone of his father's offspring had been chosen for the nauseating infliction. Why should his sisters have been spared and he doomed? He became really impatient when Sunday schools were under discussion, and from mere irrational annoyance he would not admit that Sunday schools had any good qualities whatever. He knew nothing of their history and wished to know nothing. Nevertheless, when the day of the Centenary dawned, and dawned in splendour, he was compelled, even within himself, to treat Sunday schools with more consideration. And in fact, for 2 or 3 days previously, the gathering force of public opinion had been changing his attitude from stern hatred to a sort of half-hearted derision. Now the derision was mysteriously transformed into an inimical respect. By what? By he knew not what. By something without a name in the air which the mind breathes. He felt it at 6 o'clock ere he arose. Lying in bed he felt it. The day was to be a festival. The shop would not open, nor the printing office. The work of preparing for the removal would be suspended. The way of daily life would be quite changed. He was free. That was, nearly free. He said to himself that of course his excited father would expect him to witness the celebrations and to wear his best clothes, and that was a bore. But therein he was not quite honest, for he secretly wanted to witness the celebrations and to wear his best clothes. His curiosity was hungry. He admitted what many had been asserting for weeks, that the Centenary was going to be a big thing, and his social instinct wished him to share in the pride of it. "It's a grand day!" exclaimed his father, cheerful and all glossy, as he looked out on Duck Square before breakfast. "It'll be rare and hot." And it was a grand day, one of the dazzling, spectacular blue and gold days of early summer. And Maggie was in finery, and Edwin too. Useless for him to pretend that a big thing was not afoot, and his father in a white waistcoat. Breakfast was positively talkative, though the conversation was naught but a repeating and repeating of what the arrangements were, and of what everybody had decided to do. The three lingered over breakfast because there was no reason to hurry. And then even Maggie left the sitting-room without a care, for though Clara was coming for dinner, Mrs Nixon could be trusted. Mrs Nixon, if she had time, would snatch half an hour in the afternoon to see what remained to be seen of the show. Families must eat, and if Mrs Nixon was stopped by duty from assisting at this Centenary, she must hope to be more at liberty for the next. Part 2. At 9:00, in a most delicious mood of idleness, Edwin strolled into the shop. His father had taken down one shutter from the doorway and slanted it carelessly against another on the pavement. A blind man or a drunkard might have stumbled against it and knocked it over. The letters had been hastily opened. Edwin could see them lying in disorder on the desk in the little office. The dust sheets thought the day was Sunday. He stood in the narrow aperture and looked forth. Duck Square was a shimmer of sunshine. The Dragon and the Duck and the other public house at the top corner seemed, as usual, stolidly confident in the thirst of populations. But the borough dining-rooms next door, but one to the corner of Duck Square and Wedgwood Street, were not as usual. The cart of Doy the butcher had halted laden in front of the borough dining-rooms, and the anxious proprietor, attended by his two little daughters, aproned and sleeved for hard work in imitation of their stout, perspiring mother, was accepting unusual joints from it. Ticklish weather for meat. You could see that from the man's gestures. Even on ordinary days, those low-ceilinged dining-rooms, stretching far back from the street in a complicated vista of interiors, were apt to be crowded, for the quality of the eightpenny dinner could be relied upon. Edwin imagined what a stifling, deafening inferno of culinary odours and clatter there would be at 1:00, at 2:00. 3 hokey-pokey ice-cream hand-carts, one after another, turned the corner of Trafalgar Road and passed in front of him along Wedgwood Street. 3! The men pushing them, one an Italian, seemed to wear nothing but shirt and trousers, with a straw hat above and vague slippers below. The steam cart lumbered up out of the valley of the road and climbed Duck Bank, throwing its enormous shadow to the left. It was half full of bright frocks and suits. An irregular current of finery was setting into the gates of the Wesleyan School yard at the top of the bank, and ceremoniously bedecked individuals of all ages hurried in this direction and in that, some with white handkerchiefs over flowered hats, a few beneath parasols. All the town's store of Sunday clothes was in use. The humblest was crudely gay. Pawnbrokers had full tills and empty shops for 24 hours. Then a procession appeared out of Moorthorne Road, from behind the Wesleyan chapel keeper's house, and as it appeared it burst into music. First a purple banner upheld on crimson poles with gilded lance points, then a brass band in full note, and then children, 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 little, middling, and big. As the procession curved down into Trafalgar Road, it grew in stature until, towards the end of it, the children were as tall as the adults, who walked fussily as hens, proudly as peacocks on its flank. And last came a railway lorry on which dozens of tiny infants had been penned, and the horses of the lorry were ribboned and their manes and tails tightly plaited. On that grand day they could not be allowed to protect themselves against flies. They were sacrificial animals. A power not himself drew Edwin to the edge of the pavement. He could read on the immense banner, "Moorthorne St. John's Sunday School." These, then, were church folk, and indeed the next moment he descried a curate among the peacocks. The procession made another curve into Wedgwood Street on its way to the supreme rendezvous in St. Luke's Square. The band blared, the crimson cheeks of the trumpeters sucked in and out, the drum man leaned backwards to balance his burden, and banged. Every soul of the variegated company, big and little, was in a perspiration. The staggering bearers of the purple banner, who held the great poles in leathern sockets slung from the shoulders, and their acolytes before and behind, who kept the banner upright by straining at crimson halyards, sweated most of all. Every foot was grey with dust, and the dark trousers of boys and men showed dust. The steamy whiff of humanity struck Edwin's nostrils. Up hill and down dale the procession had already walked over 2 miles, yet it was alert, joyous, and expectant, a chattering procession. From the lorry rose a continuous faint shriek of infantile voices. Edwin was saddened as by pathos. I believe that as he gazed at the procession waggling away along Wedgwood Street, he saw Sunday schools in a new light. And that was the opening of the day. There were to be dozens of such processions. Some would start only in the town itself, but others were coming from the villages like Red Cow, 5 sultry miles off. 3. A young woman under a sunshade came slowly along Wedgwood Street. She was wearing a certain discreet amount of finery, but her clothes did not fit well, and a thin mantle was arranged so as to lessen as much as possible the obviousness of the fact that she was about to become a mother. The expression of her face was discontented and captious. Edwin did not see her until she was close upon him, and then he immediately became self-conscious and awkward. "Hello, Clara," he greeted her with his instinctive warm transient smile, holding out his hand sheepishly. It was a most extraordinary and amazing thing that he could never regard the ceremony of shaking hands with a relative as other than an affectation of punctilio. Happily he was not wearing his hat. Had it been on his head he would never have taken it off, and yet would have cursed himself for not doing so. "We are grand!" exclaimed Clara, limply taking his hand and dropping it as an article of no interest. In her voice there was still some echo of former sprightliness. The old Clara in her had not till that moment beheld the smart and novel curves of Edwin's Shillitoe suit, and the satiric cry came unbidden from her heart. Edwin gave an uneasy laugh, which was merely the outlet for his disgust. Not that he was especially disgusted with Clara, for indeed marriage had assuaged a little the tediousness of some of her mannerisms, even if it had taken away from her charm. He was disgusted more comprehensively by the tradition, universal in his class and in most classes, according to which relatives could not be formally polite to one another. He obeyed the tradition as slavishly as anyone, but often said to himself that he would violate the sacred rule if only he could count on a suitable response. He knew that he could not count on a suitable response, and he had no mind to be in the excruciating position of one who, having started God Save the Queen at a meeting, finds himself alone in the song. Why could not he and Clara behave together as, for instance, he and Janet Orgreave would behave together, with dignity, with worldliness, with mutual deference? But no, it was impossible, and would ever be so. They had been too brutally intimate, and the result was irremediable. "She's got no room to talk about personal appearance anyway," he thought sardonically. There was another extraordinary and amazing thing. He was ashamed of her condition. He could not help the feeling. In vain he said to himself that her condition was natural and proper. In vain he remembered the remark of the sage that a young woman in her condition was the most beautiful sight in the world. He was ashamed of it, and he did not think it beautiful, he thought it ugly. It worried him. What, his sister? Other men's sisters, yes, but his? He forgot that he himself had been born. He could scarcely bear to look at Clara. Her face was thin and changed in colour. Her eyes were unnaturally lustrous and large, bold and fatigued. She looked ill, really ill, and she was incredibly unornamental. And this was she whom he could remember as a graceful child. and it was all perfectly correct and even laudable. So much so that young Clara undoubtedly looked down now, as from a superior height, upon both himself and Maggie. "Where's father?" she asked. "Just shut my sunshade." "Oh, somewhere about. I expect he'll be along in a minute." "Albert coming?" He followed her into the shop. "Albert?" she protested, shocked. "Albert can't possibly come till 1 o'clock. Didn't you know he's one of the principal stewards in St. Luke's Square? He says we aren't to wait dinner for him if he isn't prompt." "Oh," Edwin replied, and put the sunshade on the counter. Clara sat down heavily on a chair and began to fan herself with a handkerchief. In spite of the heat of exercise, her face was of a pallid yellow. "I suppose you're going to stay here all morning?" Edwin inquired. "Well," said Clara, "you don't see me walking up and down the streets all morning, do you? Albert said I was to be sure and go upstairs at once and not move. He said there'd be plenty to see for a long time yet from the sitting-room window, and then afterwards I could lie down." "Albert said, Albert said." Clara's intonation of this frequent phrase always jarred on Edwin. It implied that Albert was the supreme fount of wisdom and authority in Bursley, whereas to Edwin Albert was in fact a mere tedious, self-important manufacturer in a small way, with whom he had no ideas in common. A decent fellow at bottom, the fastidious Edwin was bound to admit to himself by reason of slight glimpses which he had had of Albert's uncouth good nature, but pietistic, overbearing, and without humour. "Where's Maggie?" Clara demanded. "I think she's putting her things on," said Edwin. "But didn't she understand I was coming early?" Clara's voice was querulous, and she frowned. "I don't know," said Edwin. He felt that if they remained together for hours he and Clara would never rise above this plane of conversation, personal, factual, perfectly devoid of wide interest. They would never reach an exchange of general ideas. They never had done. He did not think that Clara had any general ideas. "I hear you're getting frightfully thick with the Orgreaves," Clara observed, with a malicious accent and smile, as if to imply he was getting frightfully above himself, and, simultaneously, that the Orgreaves were, after all, no better than other people. "Who told you that?" He walked towards the doorway uneasily. The worst was that he could not successfully pretend that these sisterly attacks were lost on him. "Never mind who told me," said Clara. Her voice took on a sudden charming roguish quality, and he could hear again the girl of 14. His heart at once softened to her. The impartial and unmoved spectator that sat somewhere in Edwin, as in everybody who possesses artistic sensibility, watching his secret life as from a conning tower, thought how strange this was. He stared out into the street. And then a face appeared at the aperture left by the removed shutter. It was Janet Orgreave's, and it hesitated. Edwin gave a nervous start. 4. Janet was all in white again, and her sunshade was white, with regular circular holes in it to let through spots of sunlight which flecked her face. Edwin had not recovered from the blow of her apparition just at that moment, when he saw Hilda Lessways beyond her. Hilda was slate-coloured and had a black sunshade. His heart began to thump. It might have been a dramatic and dangerous crisis that had suddenly come about, and to Edwin the situation did in fact present itself as critical. His sister behind, and these two so different girls in front. Yet there was nothing critical in it whatsoever. He shook hands as in a dream, wondering what he should do, trying to summon out of himself the man of the world. "Do come in," he urged them, hoping they would refuse. "Oh no, we mustn't come in," said Janet, smiling gratefully. Hilda did not smile. She had not even smiled in shaking hands, and she had shaken hands without conviction. Edwin heard a hurried step in the shop, and then the voice of Maggie, maternal and protective, in a low exclamation of surprise. "You dear!" And then the sound of a smacking kiss, and Clara's voice, thin, weak, and confiding. "Yes, I've come." "Come upstairs, do," said Maggie imploringly. "Come and be comfortable." Then steps ceasing to be heard as the sisters left the shop at the back. The solicitude of Maggie for Clara during the last few months had seemed wonderful to Edwin, as also Clara's occasional childlike acceptance of it. "But you must come in," he said more boldly to the visitors, asking himself whether either Janet or Hilda had caught sight of his sisters in the gloom of the shop. They entered, Hilda stiffly. Each with the same gesture closed her parasol before passing through the slit between the shutters into the deep shade. But whereas Janet smiled with pleasant anticipation as though she was going into heaven, Hilda wrinkled her forehead when her parasol would not subside at the first touch. Janet talked of the Centenary, said they had decided only that morning to come down into the town and see whatever was to be seen, said with an angelic air of apologising to the Centenary that up at Lane End House they had certainly been underestimating its importance and its interest as a spectacle, said that it was most astonishing to see all the shops closed, and Edwin interjected vague replies, pulling the chair out of the little ebonised cubicle so that they could both sit down, and Hilda remained silent, and Edwin's thoughts were diving darkly beneath Janet's chatter as in a deep sea beneath light waves. He heard and answered Janet with a minor part of his being that functioned automatically. "She's a caution," reflected the main Edwin, obsessed in secret by Hilda Lessways. Who could have guessed by looking at her that only 3 evenings before she had followed him in the night to question him, to squeeze his hand, and to be rude to him? Did Janet know? Did anyone? No. He felt sure that he and she had the knowledge of that interview to themselves. She sat down glum, almost glowering. She was no more worldly than Maggie and Clara were worldly. Than they, she had no more skill to be sociable, and in appearance she was scarcely more stylish. But she was not as they, and it was useless vindictively to disparage her by pretending that she was. She could be passionate concerning Victor Hugo. She was capable of disturbing herself about the abstract question of belief. He had not heard her utter a single word in the way of common girlish conversation. The doubt again entered his mind whether indeed her visit to the porch of the new house had been due to a genuine interest in abstract questions, and not to a fancy for himself. Yes, he reflected, that must have been it. In 2 days his pride in the affair had lost its first acuteness, though it had continued to brighten every moment of his life, and though he had not ceased to regret that he had no intimate friend to whom he could recount it in solemn and delicious intimacy. Now, philosophically, he stamped on his pride as on a fire, and he affected to be relieved at the decision that the girl had been moved by naught but a sort of fanaticism. But he was not relieved by the decision. The decision itself was not genuine. He still clung to the notion that she had followed him for himself. He preferred that she should have taken a fancy to him, even though he discovered no charm in her, no beauty, no solace, nothing but matter for repulsion. He wanted her to think of him in spite of his distaste for her, to think of him hopelessly. "You are an ass," murmured the impartial watcher in the conning tower. And he was. But he did not care. It was agreeable thus to be an ass. His pride flared up again, and instead of stamping he blew on it. "By Jove," he thought, eyeing her slyly, "I'll make you show your hand. You see if I don't. You think you can play with me, but you can't." He was as violent against her as if she had done him an injury instead of having squeezed his hand in the dark. Was it not injurious to have snapped at him when he refused her invitation to stand by her against the wall in the porch? "You needn't be afraid." Janet would never have said such a thing. If only she resembled Janet. During all this private soliloquising, Edwin's mien of mild nervousness never hardened to betray his ferocity, and he said nothing that might not have been said by an innocuous idiot. The paper boy, arrayed richly, slipped apologetically into the shop. He had certain packets to take out for delivery, and he was late. Edwin nodded to him distantly. The conversation languished. Then the head of Mr Orgreave appeared in the aperture. The architect seemed amused. Edwin could not understand how he had ever stood in awe of Mr Orgreave, who, with all his distinction and expensiveness, was the most companionable person in the world. "Oh, father," cried Janet, "what a deceitful thing you are! Do you know, Mr Edwin, he pooh-poohed us coming down. He said he was far too busy for such childish things as centenaries. And look at him!" Mr Orgreave, whose suit, hat and necktie were a harmony of elegant greys, smiled with paternal ease and swung his cane. "Come along now, don't let's miss anything. Come along. Now, Edwin, you're coming, aren't you?" "Did you ever see such a child?" murmured Janet, adoring him. Edwin turned to the paper boy. "Just find my father before you go," he commanded. "Tell him I've gone, and ask him if you are to put the shutter up." The paper boy respectfully promised obedience, and Edwin was glad that the forbidding Hilda was there to witness his authority. Janet went out first. Hilda hesitated, and Edwin, having taken his hat from its hook in the cubicle, stood attending her at the aperture. He was sorry that he could not run upstairs for a walking stick. At last she seemed to decide to leave, yet left with apparent reluctance. Edwin followed, giving a final glance at the boy who was tying a parcel hurriedly. Mr Orgreave and his daughter were 10 yards off, arm in arm. Edwin fell into step with Hilda Lessways. Janet looked round and smiled and beckoned. "I wonder," said Edwin to himself, "what the devil's going to happen now? I'll take my oath she stayed behind on purpose." Well, this swaggering audacity was within. Without, even a skilled observer could have seen nothing but a faint, sheepish smile. And his heart was thumping again. End of Volume 2, Chapter 10. Volume 2, Chapter 11 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. The Bottom of the Square. Another procession, that of the Old Church Sunday School, came up, with standards floating and drums beating, out of the steepness of Woodison Bank, and turned into Wedgwood Street, which thenceforward was loosely thronged by procession and sightseers. The importance of the festival was now quite manifest, for at the end of the street could be seen St Luke's Square, massed with human beings in movement. Osmond Orgreave and his daughter were lost to view in the brave crowd, but after a little Edwin distinctly saw Janet Sunshade leave Wedgwood Street at the corner of the Wedgwood Institution and bob slowly into the Cock Yard, which was a narrow thoroughfare leading to the market-place and the town hall, and so to the top of St Luke's Square. He said nothing, and kept straight on along Wedgwood Street past the covered market. "I hope you didn't catch cold in the rain the other night," he remarked, grimly as he thought. "I should have thought it would have been you who were more likely to catch cold," Hilda replied in her curt manner. She looked in front of her. The words seemed to him to carry a double meaning. Suddenly she moved her head, glanced full at him for an instant, and glanced behind her. "Where are they?" she inquired. "The others? Aren't they in front? They must be somewhere about." Unless she also had marked their deviation into the Cock Yard, why had she glanced behind her in asking where they were? She knew as well as he that they had started in front. He could only deduce that she had been as willing as himself to lose Mr Orgreave and Janet. Just then an acquaintance raised his hat to Edwin in acknowledgment of the lady's presence, and he responded with pride. Whatever his private attitude to Hilda, he was undeniably proud to be seen in the streets with a disdainful, aloof girl unknown to the town. It was an experience entirely new to him, and it flattered him. He desired to look long at her face, to examine her expression, to make up his mind about her, but he could not, because they were walking side by side. The sole manifestation of her that he could judge was her voice. It was a remarkable voice, rather deep, with a sort of chiselled intonation. The cadences of it fell on the ear softly and yet ruthlessly, and when she had finished speaking, you became aware of silence, as after a solemn utterance of destiny. What she happened to have been saying seemed to be immaterial to the effect, which was physical, vibratory. 2. At the border of St. Luke's Square, junction of 8 streets, true centre of the town's traffic and the sole rectangular open space enclosed completely by shops, they found a line of constables which yielded only to processions and to the bearers of special rosettes. The square, as it was called by those who inhabited it, had been chosen for the historic scene of the day because of its preeminent claim and suitability. The least of its advantages, its slope, from the top of which it could be easily dominated by a speaker on a platform, would alone have secured for it the honours of the Centenary. As the police cordon closed on the procession from the old church, definitely dividing the spectators from the spectacle, it grew clear that the spectators were in the main a shabby lot, persons without any social standing, unkempt idlers, good-for-nothings, wastrels, clay, white-and pot-girls, who had to work even on that day, and who had run out for a few moments in their flannel aprons to stare, and a few score ragamuffins whose parents were too poor or too careless to make them superficially presentable enough to figure in a procession. Nearly the whole respectability of the town was either fussily marshalling processions or gazing down at them in comfort from the multitudinous open windows of the square. The leads over the projecting windows of Baines, the chief drapers, were crowded with members of the ruling caste. And even within the square it could be seen between the towering backs of constables that the spectacle itself was chiefly made up of indigents bedecked. The thousands of perspiring children, penned like sheep and driven to and fro like sheep by anxious and official rosettes, nearly all had the air of poverty decently putting the best face on itself. They were nearly all, beneath their vague sense of importance, wistful with the resigned fatalism of the young and of the governed. They knew not precisely why they were there, but merely that they had been commended to be there, and that they were hot and thirsty, and that for weeks they had been learning hymns by heart for this occasion, and that the occasion was glorious. Many of the rosettes themselves had a poor, driven look. None of these bought suits at Shillitoe's nor millinery at Baines. None of them gave orders for printing, nor had preferences in the form of ledgers, nor held views on Victor Hugo, nor drank wine, nor yearned for perfection in the art of social intercourse. To Edwin, who was just beginning to touch the planes of worldliness and of dilettantism in art, to Edwin, with the mysterious and haughty creature at his elbow, they seemed to have no more in common with himself and her than animals had. And he wondered by virtue of what decree he, in the Shillitoe suit, and the grand house waiting for him up at Bleakridge, had been lifted up to splendid ease above the squalid and pitiful human welter. 3. Such musings were scarcely more than subconscious in him. He stood now a few inches behind Hilda, and above these thoughts, and beneath the stir and strident glitter and noise of the crawling ant-heap, his mind was intensely occupied with Hilda's ear and her nostril. He could watch her now at leisure, for the changeful interest of the scene made conversation unnecessary and even inept. What a lobe! What a nostril! Every curve of her features seemed to express a fine, arrogant acrimony and harsh truculence. At any rate, she was not half alive. She was alive in every particle of herself. She gave off antipathies as a liquid gives off vapour. Moods passed across her intent face like a wind over a field. Apparently she was so rapt as to be unaware that her sunshade was not screening her. Sadness prevailed among her moods. The mild Edwin said secretly, "By Jove, if I had you to myself, my lady, I'd soon teach you a thing or two." He was quite sincere too. His glance, roving, discovered Mrs. Hamps above him, 10 feet over his head, at the corner of the Baines' balcony. He flushed, for he perceived that she must have been waiting to catch him. She was at her most stately and most radiant, wonderful in lavender, and she poured out on him the full opulence of a proud recognition. Everybody should be made aware that Mrs. Hamps was greeting her adored nephew, who was with a lady friend of the Orgreaves. She leaned slightly from her cane chair. "Isn't it a beautiful sight?" she cried. Her voice sounded thin and weak against the complex din of the square. He nodded, smiling. "Oh, I think it's a beautiful sight!" she cried, once more ecstatic. People turned to see whom she was addressing. But though he nodded again, he did not think it was a beautiful sight. He thought it was a disconcerting sight, a sight vexatious and troublesome, and he was in no way tranquillised by the reflection that every town in England had the same sight to show at that hour. And moreover, anticipating their next interview, he could in fancy plainly hear his Aunt Clara saying, with hopeless longing benignancy, "Oh, Edwin, how I do wish I could have seen you in the square, bearing your part!" Hilda seemed to be oblivious of Mrs. Hamps's ejaculations, but immediately afterwards she straightened her back with a gesture that Edwin knew, and staring into his eyes said, as it were resentfully, "Well, they evidently aren't here," and looked with scorn among the sightseers. It was clear that the crowd contained nobody of the rank and stamp of the Orgreaves. "They may have gone up to the Cock Yard, if you know where that is," said Edwin. "Well, don't you think we'd better find them somehow?" Chapter 11, Volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 12 of Clayhanger, by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, The Top of the Square. In making the detour through the Cock Yard to reach St. Luke's Square again at the top of it, the only members of the Orgreave clan whom they encountered were Jimmy and Johnny, who, on hearing of the disappearance of their father and Janet, merely pointed out that their father and Janet were notoriously always getting themselves lost, owing to gross carelessness about whatever they happened to be doing. The youths then departed, saying that the Bursley show was nothing, and that they were going to Hanbridge. They conveyed the idea that Hanbridge was the only place in the world for self-respecting men of fashion. But before leaving they informed Edwin that a fellow at the corner of the square was letting out rather useful barrels on lease. This fellow proved to be an odd jobman who had been discharged from the Duke of Wellington vaults in the market-place for consistently intemperate language, but whose tongue was such that he had persuaded the landlord on this occasion to let him borrow 12 stout empty barrels, and the police to let him dispose them on the pavement. Every barrel was occupied, and, perceiving this, Edwin at once became bold with the barrel-man. He did not comfortably fancy himself perched prominent on a barrel with Hilda Lessways by his side, but he could enjoy talking about it, and he wished to show Hilda that he could be as dashing as those young sparks Jimmy and Johnny. "Now, mister," shouted the barrel-man thickly, in response to Edwin's airy remark, "these 'ere 2 chaps'll shunt off for the price of a quart." He indicated a couple of barrel tenants of his own tribe, who instantly jumped down, touching their soiled caps. They were part of the barrel-man's machinery for increasing profits. Edwin could not withdraw. His very cowardice forced him to be audacious. By the time he had satisfied the clawing greed of 3 dirty hands, the 2 barrels had cost him a shilling. Hilda's only observation was, as Edwin helped her to the plateau of the barrel, "I do wish they wouldn't spit on their money." All barrels being now let to bona fide tenants and paid for, the 3 men sidled hastily away in order to drink luck to Sunday schools in the Duke of Wellington's entire. And Edwin, mounting the barrel next to Hilda's, was thinking, "I've been done over that job. I ought to have got them for 6pence. He saw how expensive it was, going about with delicately nurtured women. Never would he have offered a barrel to Maggie, and even had he done so, Maggie would assuredly have said that she could make shift well enough without one. "It's simply perfect for seeing!" exclaimed Hilda as he achieved her altitude. Her tone was almost cordial. He felt surprisingly at ease. 2. The whole square was now suddenly revealed as a swarming mass of heads, out of which rose banners and pennons that were cruder in tint even than the frocks and hats of the little girls and the dresses and bonnets of their teachers. The men, too, by their neckties, scarves, and rosettes, added colour to colour. All the windows were chromatic with the hues of bright costumes, and from many windows and from every roof that had a flagstaff, flags waved heavily against the gorgeous sky. At the bottom of the square the lorries with infants had been arranged, and each looked like a bank of variegated flowers. The principal bands, that is to say, all the bands that could be trusted, were collected round the red baize platform at the top of the square, and the vast sun-reflecting euphoniums, trumpets, and comets made a glittering circle about the officials and ministers and their wives and women. All denominations for one day only fraternised effusively together on that platform, for princes of the royal house and the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Lord Mayor of London had urged that it should be so. The primitive Methodist's parson discovered himself next but one to Father Milton, who on any other day would have been a popish priest, and whose wooden substitute for a wife was the Queen on a chessboard. And on all these the sun blazed torridly. And almost in the middle of the square an immense purple banner bellied in the dusty breeze, saying in large gold letters, "The blood of the Lamb," together with the name of some Sunday school which Edwin from his barrel could not decipher. Then a hoary, white-tied notability on the platform raised his mighty arm very high, and a bugle called, and a voice that had filled fields in exciting times of religious revival floated in thunder across the enclosed square, easily dominating it. "Let us sing!" And the conductor of the eager massed band set them free with a gesture, and after they had played a stave, a small stentorian choir at the back of the platform broke forth, and in a moment the entire multitude, at first raggedly, but soon in good unison, was singing: "Rock of ages, cleft for me, let me hide myself in thee. Let the water and the blood from thy riven side which flowed be of sin the double cure. Cleanse from guilt and make me pure." The volume of sound was overwhelming. Its crashing force was enough to sweep people from barrels. Edwin could feel moisture in his eyes, and he dared not look at Hilda. "Why the deuce do I want to cry?" he asked himself angrily, and was ashamed. And at the beginning of the second verse, when the glittering instruments blared forth anew, and the innumerable voices, high and loud, infantile and aged, flooded swiftly over their brassy notes, subduing them, the effect on Edwin was the same again. A tightening of the throat and a squeezing down of the eyelids. Why was it? Through a mist he read the words, "The blood of the Lamb," and he could picture the riven trunk of a man dying, and a torrent of blood flowing therefrom, and people like his Auntie Clara and his brother-in-law Albert plunging ecstatically into the liquid in order to be white. The picture came again in the third verse, the red fountains and the frantic bathers. Then the notability raised his arm once more and took off his hat, and all the males on the platform took off their hats, and presently every boy and man in the square had uncovered his head to the strong sunshine. and at last Edwin had to do the same, and only the policemen, by virtue of their high office, could dare to affront the majesty of God. And the reverberating voice cried, "O most merciful Lord, have pity upon us. We are brands plucked from the burning," and continued for several minutes to descant upon the theme of everlasting torture by incandescence and thirst, nominally addressing a deity, but in fact preaching to his audience. He announced that even for the veriest infant on a lorry there was no escape from the eternal fires save by complete immersion in the blood, and he was so convinced and convincing that an imaginative nose could have detected the odour of burnt flesh. And all the while the great purple banner waved insistently, "The blood of the Lamb." 3. When the prayer was finished for the benefit of the little ones, another old and favourite hymn had to be sung. None but the classical lyrics of British Christianity had found a place in the programme of the great day. Guided by the orchestra, the youth of Bursley, and the maturity thereof, chanted with gusto, "There is a fountain filled with blood, drawn from Emmanuel's veins, and sinners plunged beneath that flood lose all their guilty stains. Dear dying Lamb, thy precious blood." Edwin, like everybody, knew every line of the poem. With the purple banner waving there, a bloody motto, he foresaw each sanguinary detail of the verse ere it came to him from the shrill childish throats. And a phrase from another hymn jumped from somewhere in his mind, just as William Cowper's ended and a speech commenced. The phrase was "India's coral strand." In thinking upon it, he forgot to listen to the speech. He saw the flags, banners, and pennons floating in the sunshine and in the heavy breeze. He felt the reverberation of the tropic sun on his head. He saw the crowded humanity of the square, attired in its crude primary colours. He saw the great brass serpentine instruments gleaming. He saw the red dais. He saw, bursting with infancy, the immense cams to which were attached the fantastically plaited horses. He saw the venerable zealots on the dais, raving lest after all the institutions whose centenary they had met to honour should not save these children from hopeless and excruciating torture for ever and ever. He saw those majestic purple folds in the centre embroidered with the legend of the blood of the mystic paschal Lamb. He saw the meek, stupid, and superstitious faces, all turned one way, all for the moment under the empire of one horrible idea, all convinced that the consequences of sins could be prevented by an act of belief, all gloating over inexhaustible tides of blood. And it seemed to him that he was not in England any longer. It seemed to him that in the dim cellars under the shambles behind the town hall, where he had once been, there dwelt, squatting, a strange and savage God who would blast all those who did not enter his presence dripping with gore, be they child or grandfather. It seemed to him that the drums were tom-toms and bains a bazaar. He could fit every detail of the scene to harmonise with a vision of India's coral strand. There was no mist before his eyes now. His sight was so clear that he could distinguish his father at a window of the bank, at the other top corner of the square. Part of his mind was so idle that he could wonder how his father had contrived to get there, and whether Maggie was staying at home with Clara. But the visualisation of India's coral strand in St. Luke's Square persisted. A phrase in the speech loosed some catch in him, and he turned suddenly to Hilda, and in an intimate half-whisper murmured, "More blood." "What?" she harshly questioned, but he knew that she understood. "Well," he said audaciously, "look at it. It only wants the Ganges at the bottom of the square." No one heard save she, but she put her hand on his arm protestingly. "Even if we don't believe," said she, not harshly but imploringly, "we needn't make fun. We don't believe." That new tone of entreaty she had comprehended without explanation. She was a weird woman. Was there another creature, male or female, to whom he would have dared to say what he had said to her? He had chosen to say it to her because he despised her, because he wished to trample on her feelings. She roused the brute in him, and perhaps no one was more astonished than himself to witness the brute stirring. Imagine saying to the gentle and sensitive Janet, "It only wants a Ganges at the bottom of the square." He could not. They stood silent, gazing and listening, and the sun went higher in the sky and blazed down more cruelly. And then the speech ended, and the speaker wiped his head with an enormous handkerchief, and the multitude, led by the brazen instruments, which in a moment it overpowered, was singing to a solemn air. "When I survey the wondrous cross on which the Prince of Glory died, my richest gain I count but loss, and pour contempt on all my pride." Hilda shook her head. "What's the matter?" he asked, leaning towards her from his barrel. "That's the most splendid religious verse ever written," she said passionately. "You can say what you like. It's worth while believing anything if you can sing words like that and mean them." She had an air of restrained fury. But fancy exciting herself over a hymn! "Yes, it is fine, that is," he agreed. "Do you know who wrote it?" she demanded menacingly. "I'm afraid I don't remember," he said. The hymn was one of his earliest recollections, but it had never occurred to him to be curious as to its authorship. Her lips sneered. "Dr. Watts, of course," she snapped. He could hear her, beneath the tremendous chanting from the square, repeating the words to herself with her precise and impressive articulation. End of Volume 2, Chapter 12. Volume 2, Chapter 13 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. The Oldest Sunday School Teacher. From the elevation of his barrel, Edwin could survey, in the lordly and negligent manner of people on a height, all the detail of his immediate surroundings. Presently, in common with Hilda and the other aristocrats of barrels, he became aware of the increased vivacity of a scene which was passing at a little distance, near a hokey-pokey barrow. The chief actors in the affair appeared to be a young policeman, the owner of the hokey-pokey barrow, and an old man. It speedily grew into one of those episodes which, occurring on the outskirts of some episode immensely greater, draw too much attention to themselves, and thereby outrage the sense of proportion residing in most plain men, and especially in most policemen. "Give him a ha'porth of oaky," said a derisive voice. "He hasn't got a tooth in his head, but it wants no chewing, oaky doesna." There was a general guffaw from the little rabble about the barrow. "Aye, give us some of that," said the piping, silly voice of the old man. "But I mun get to that there platform, I'm telling ye." "I'm telling all of ye." He made a senile plunge against the body of the policeman, as against a moveless barricade, and then his hat was awry, and it fell off, and somebody lifted it into the air with a neat kick, so that it dropped on the barrow. All laughed. The old man laughed. "Now, old sodger," said the hot policeman curtly, "none of this, none of this. I advise ye civilly to be quiet. That's what I advise ye. You can't go on the platform without a ticket." "Nay," piped the old man, "don't I tell ye I lost it down the sitch?" "And where's your rosette?" "Never had any rosette," the old man replied. "I'm the oldest Sunday school teacher in the Five Towns. Aye, 50 years and more since I was super at Turnhill Primitive Sunday School, and all Turnhill knows it. And I've got to get on that there platform. I'm the oldest Sunday school teacher in the Five Towns, and I was super—" Two ribald youngsters intoned "Super, super," and another person unceremoniously jammed the felt hat on the old man's head. "It's nowt to me if you was 40 supers," said the policeman with menacing disdain. "I've got my orders, and I'm not here to be knocked about. Where did ye have your last drink?" "No wine, no beer, nor spirituous liquors have I tasted for 61 years, come Martinmas," whimpered the old man. and he gave another lurch against the policeman. "My name's Shushions," and he repeated in a frantic treble, "My name's Shushions." "Go and bury thyself, old gaffer," a Herculean young collier advised him. "Why," murmured Hilda, with a sharp frown, "that must be poor old Mr Shushions from Turnhill, and they're guying him. You must stop it. Something must be done at once." She jumped down feverishly, and Edwin had to do likewise. He wondered how he should conduct himself so as to emerge creditably from the situation. He felt himself, and had always felt himself, to be the last man in the world capable of figuring with authority in a public altercation. He loathed public altercations. The name of Shushions meant nothing to him. He had forgotten it, if indeed he had ever wittingly heard it, and he did not at first recognise the old man. Descended from the barrel, he was merely an item in the loose-packed crowd. As, in the wake of Hilda, he pushed with false eagerness between stubborn shoulders, he heard the band striking up again. 2. Approaching, he saw that the old man was very old. And then memory stirred. He began to surmise that he had met the wizened face before, that he knew something about it, and the face brought up a picture of the shop door and of his father standing beside it a long time ago. He recalled his last day at school. Yes, of course, this was the old man named Shushions, some sort of an acquaintance of his father's. This was the old man who had wept a surprising tear at the sight of him, Edwin. The incident was so far off that it might have been recorded in history books. He had never seen Mr Shushions since, and the old man was changed, nearly out of recognition. The old man had lived too long. He had survived his dignity. He was now nothing but a bundle of capricious and obstinate instincts, set in motion by ancient souvenirs remembered at hazard. The front of his face seemed to have given way in general collapse. The lips were in a hollow, the cheeks were concave, the eyes had receded, and there were pits in the forehead. The pale, silvery, straggling hairs might have been counted. The wrinkled skin was of a curious brown yellow, and the veins, instead of being blue, were outlined in Indian red. The impression given was that the flesh would be unpleasant and uncanny to the touch. The body was bent, and the neck eternally cricked backward in the effort of the eyes to look up. Moreover, the old man was in a state of neglect. His beard alone proved that. His clothes were dirty and had the air of concealing dirt. And he was dressed with striking oddness. He wore boots that were not a pair. His collar was only fastened by one button behind. The ends oscillated like wings. He had forgotten to fasten them in front. He had forgotten to put on a necktie. He had forgotten the use of buttons on all his garments. He had grown down into a child again, but Providence had not provided him with a nurse. Worse than these merely material phenomena was the mumbling, toothless gibber of his shrill protesting, the glassy look of idiocy from his fatigued eyes, and the inane smile and impotent frown that alternated on his features. He was a horrible and offensive old man. He was Time's obscene victim. Edwin was revolted by the spectacle of the younger men baiting him. He was astonished that they were so short-sighted as not to be able to see the image of themselves in the old man, so imprudent as not to think of their own future, so utterly brutalised. He wanted, by the simple force of desire, to seclude and shelter the old man, to protect the old man not only from the insults of stupid and crass bullies, but from the old man himself, from his own fatuous senility. He wanted to restore to him, by a benevolent system of pretences, the dignity and the self-respect which he had innocently lost, and so to keep him decent to the eye, if not to the ear, until death came to repair its omission. And it was for his own sake, for the sake of his own image, as much as for the sake of the old man, that he wanted to do this. 3. All that flashed through his mind and heart in a second. "I know this old gentleman, at least I know him by sight," Hilda was saying to the policeman. He's very well known in Turnhill as an old Sunday school teacher, and I'm sure he ought to be on that platform." Before her eye and her precise and haughty voice, which had no trace of the local accent, the young policeman was secretly abashed, and the louts fell back sheepishly. "Yes, he's a friend of my father's, Mr. Clayhanger, printer," said Edwin behind her. The old man stood blinking in the glare. The policeman, ignoring Hilda, glanced at Edwin and touched his cap. "His friends hadn't ought to let him out like this, sir. Just look at him," he sneered, and added, "I'm on point duty. If you ask me, I should say his friends ought to take him home." He said this with a peculiar, mysterious emphasis, and looked furtively at the louts for moral support in sarcasm. They encouraged him with grins. "He must be got on to the platform somehow," said Hilda, and glanced at Edwin as if counting absolutely on Edwin. "That's what he's come for. I'm sure it means everything to him." "Aye," the old man droned. "I was super when we had to teach 'em their alphabet and give 'em a crust to start with. Many's the man walking about in these towns in purple and fine raiment as I taught his letters to, and his spellings, aye, and his multiplication table in them days." "That's all very well, miss," said the policeman, "but who's going to get him to the platform? He'll be dropping in a sunstroke afore ye can say knife." "Can't we?" She gazed at Edwin appealingly. "Tak him into the pub," growled the collier, audacious. At the same moment 2 rosettes bustled up authoritatively. One of them was the burly Albert Benbow. For the first time Edwin was conscious of genuine pleasure at the sight of his brother-in-law. Albert was a born rosette. "What's all this? What's this? What is it?" he said sharply. "Hello! What? Mr. Shushion's!" He bent down and looked close at the old man. "Where you been, old gentleman?" He spoke loud in his ear. "Everybody's been asking for you. Service is well nigh over, but you must come up." The old man did not appear to grasp the significance of Albert's patronage. Albert turned to Edwin and winked, not only for Edwin's benefit, but for that of the policeman, who smiled in a manner that infuriated Edwin. "Queer old stick," Albert murmured. "No doing anything with him. He's quarrelled with everyone at Turnhill. That's why he wanted to come to us. And of course we weren't going to refuse the oldest Sunday school teacher in the 5 Towns. He's a catch. Come along, old gentleman." Mr. Shushions did not stir. "Now, Mr. Shushions," Hilda persuaded him in a voice exquisitely mild, and with a lovely gesture she bent over him. "Let these gentlemen take you up to the platform. That's what you've come for, you know." The transformation in her amazed Edwin, who could see the tears in her eyes. The tableau of the little silly old man looking up, and Hilda looking down at him, with her lips parted in a heavenly invitation, and one gloved hand caressing his greenish black shoulder, and the other mechanically holding the parasol aloft, this tableau was imprinted for ever on Edwin's mind. It was a vision blended in an instant, and in an instant dissolved. But for Edwin it remained one of the epochal things of his experience. Hilda gave Edwin her parasol and quickly fastened Mr. Shushion's collar, and the old man consented to be led off between the 2 rosettes. The bands were playing the Austrian hymn. "Like to come up with your young lady friend?" Albert whispered to Edwin importantly as he went. "Oh, no, thanks." Edwin hurriedly smiled. "Now, old gentleman," he could hear Albert adjuring Mr. Shushions, and he could see him broadly winking to the other rosettes and embracing the yielding crowd in his wink. Thus the doddering old fool who had given his youth to Sunday schools when Sunday schools were not patronised by princes, archbishops, and lord mayors, when Sunday schools were the scorn of the intelligent and had sometimes to be held in public houses for lack of better accommodation, thus was he taken off for a show and a museum curiosity by indulgent and shallow Samaritans, who had not even the wit to guess that he had sown what they were reaping. And Darius Clayhanger stood oblivious at a high window of the Sacred Bank, and Edwin, who all unconscious owed the very fact of his existence to the doting imbecile, regarded him chiefly as a figure in a tableau, as the chance instrument of a woman's beautiful revelation. Mr. Shushion's sole crime against society was that he had forgotten to die. 4. Hilda Lessways would not return to the barrels. She was taciturn, and the only remark which she made bore upon the advisability of discovering Janet and Mr. Orgreave. They threaded themselves out of the moving crowd and away from the hokey-pokey stall and the barrels into the tranquillity of the market-place, where the shadow of the gold angel at the top of the town hall spire was a mere squat shapeless stain on the irregular paving stones. The sound of the festival came diminished from the square. "You're very fond of poetry, aren't you?" Edwin asked her, thinking among many other things of her observation upon the verse of Isaac Watts. "Of course," she replied disagreeably. "I can't imagine anybody wanting to read anything else." She seemed to be ashamed of her kindness to Mr. Shushions, and to wish to efface any impression of amiability that she might have made on Edwin. But she could not have done so. "Well," he said to himself, "there's no getting over it. You're the biggest caution I've ever come across." His condition was one of various agitation. Then, just as they were passing the upper end of the Cock Yard, which was an archway, Mr. Orgreave and Janet appeared in the archway. "We've been looking for you everywhere. And so have we. What have you been doing? What have you been doing?" Father and daughter were gay. They had not seen much, but they were gay. Hilda Lessways and Edwin were not gay, and Hilda would characteristically make no effort to seem that which she was not. Edwin, therefore, was driven by his own diffidence into a nervous light loquacity. He began the tale of Mr. Shushions, and Hilda punctuated it with stabs of phrases. Mr. Orgreave laughed. Janet listened with eager sympathy. "Poor old thing! What a shame!" said Janet. But to Edwin, with the vision of Hilda's mercifulness in his mind, even the sympathy of Janet for Mr. Shushions had a quality of uncomprehending, facile condescension which slightly jarred on him. The steam car loitered into view, discharged 2 passengers, and began to manoeuvre for the return journey. "Oh, do let's go home by car, father!" cried Janet. "It's too hot for anything." Edwin took leave of them at the car steps. Janet was the smiling incarnation of loving kindness. Hilda shook hands grudgingly. Through the windows of the car he saw her sternly staring at the advertisements of the interior. He went down the Cock Yard into Wedgwood Street, whence he could hear the bands again and see the pennons. He thought, "This is a funny way of spending a morning," and wondered what he should do with himself till dinner-time. It was not yet 12:15. Still the hours had passed with extraordinary speed. He stood aimless at the corner of the pavement, and people who, having had their fill of the sun and the spectacle in the square, were strolling slowly away, saw a fair young man in a stylish suit, evidently belonging to the aloof classes, gazing at nothing whatever, with his hands elegantly in his pockets. End of Chapter 13, Volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 14 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, Money. Things sometimes fall out in a surprising way, and the removal of the Clayhanger household from the corner of Duck Square to the heights of Bleakridge was diversified by a circumstance which Edwin, the person whom alone it concerned, had not in the least anticipated. It was the Monday morning after the Centenary. Foster's largest furniture van, painted all over with fine pictures of the van itself, travelling by road, rail, and sea, stood loaded in front of the shop. One van had already departed, and this second one, in its crammed interior, on its crowded roof, on a swinging platform beneath its floor, and on a posterior ledge supported by rusty chains, contained all that was left of the furniture and domestic goods which Darius Clayhanger had collected in half a century of ownership. The moral effect of Foster's activity was always salutary, in that Foster would prove to any man how small a space the acquisitions of a lifetime could be made to occupy when the object was not to display, but to pack them. Foster could put all your pride onto 4 wheels, and Foster's driver would crack a whip and be off with the lot of it, as though it were no more than a load of coal. The pavement and the road were littered with straw, and the straw straggled into the shop and heaped itself at the open side door. One large brass saucepan lay lorn near the doorstep, a proof that Foster was human. For everything except that saucepan a place had been found. That saucepan had witnessed sundry ineffectual efforts to lodge it, and had also suffered frequent forgetfulness. A tin candlestick had taken refuge within it, and was trusting for safety to the might of the obstinate vessel. In the sequel, the candlestick was pitched by Edwin on to the roof of the van, and Darius Clayhanger, coming fussily out of the shop, threw a question at Edwin, and then picked up the saucepan and went off to Bleakridge with it, thus making sure that it would not be forgotten, and demonstrating to the town that he, Darius, was at last flitting into his grand new house. Even weighted by the saucepan in which Mrs. Nixon had boiled 100 of jam, he still managed to keep his arms slanted outwards and motionless, retaining his appearance of a rigid body that swam smoothly along on mechanical legs. Darius, though putting control upon himself, was in a state of high complex emotion, partly due to apprehensiveness about the violent changing of the habits of a quarter of a century, and partly due to nervous pride. Maggie and Mrs. Nixon had gone to the new house half an hour earlier to devise encampments therein for the night, for the Clayhangers would definitely sleep no more at the corner of Duck Square. The rooms in which they had eaten and slept and lain awake and learnt what life and what death was were to be transformed into workshops and stores for an increasing business. The premises were not abandoned empty. The shop had to function as usual on that formidable day, and the printing had to proceed. This had complicated the affair of the removal, but it had helped everybody to pretend in an adult and sedate manner that nothing in the least unusual was afoot. Edwin loitered on the pavement with his brain all tingling, and excitedly incapable of any consecutive thought whatever. It was his duty to wait. 2 of Foster's men were across in the vaults of the Dragon, and the rest were at Bleakridge with the first and smaller van. Only one of Foster's horses was in the dropped double shafts, and even he had his nose towards the van and in a nose-bag. 2 others were to come down soon from Bleakridge to assist. Part 2. A tall, thin, grey-bearded man crossed Trafalgar Road from Aboukir Street. He was very tall and very thin, and the peculiarity of his walk was that the knees were never quite straightened, so that his height was really greater even than it seemed. His dark suit and his boots and hat were extraordinarily neat. You could be sure at once that he was a person of immutable habits. He stopped when, out of the corner of his eye, whose gaze was always precisely parallel to the direction of his feet, he glimpsed Edwin. Deflecting his course, he went close to Edwin, and, addressing the vacant air immediately over Edwin's pate, he said in a mysterious confidential whisper, "When are you coming in for that money?" He spoke as though he was anxious to avoid, by a perfect air of nonchalance, arousing the suspicions of some concealed emissary of the Russian secret police. Edwin started. "Oh!" he exclaimed. "Is it ready?" "Yes, waiting." "Are you going to your office now?" "Yes." Edwin hesitated. "It won't take a minute, I suppose. I'll slip along in 2 jiffs. I'll be there almost as soon as you are." "Bring a receipt stamp," said the man, and resumed his way. He was the secretary of the Bursley and Turnhill Permanent £50 Benefit Building Society, one of the most solid institutions of the district. and he had been its secretary for decades. No stories of the defalcation of other secretaries of societies, no rumours as to the perils of the system of the more famous Star Bouquet building societies, ever bred a doubt in Bursley or Turnhill of the eternal soundness of the Bursley and Turnhill Permanent £50 Benefit Building Society. You could acquire a share in it by an entrance fee of 1 shilling, and then you paid 18p per week for 10 years, making something less than £40, and then, after an inactive period of 3 months, the society gave you £50, and you began therewith to build a house, if you wanted a house, and if you were prudent, you instantly took out another share. You could have as many shares as you chose. Though the society was chiefly nourished by respectable artisans with stiff chins, nobody in the district would have considered membership to be beneath him. The society was an admirable device for strengthening an impulse towards thrift, because once you had put yourself into its machinery, it would stand no nonsense. Prosperous tradesmen would push their children into it, and even themselves. This was what had happened to Edwin in the dark past before he had left school. Edwin had regarded the trick with indifference at first, because, except the opening half-crown, his father had paid the subscriptions for him until he left school and became a wage-earner. Thereafter he had regarded it as simple parental madness. His whole life seemed to be nothing but a waste of Friday evenings on which he went to the Society's office between 7 and 9 to pay the club. The social origin of any family in Bursley might have been decided by the detail, whether it referred to the society as the building society or as the club. Artisans called it the club because it did resemble an old-fashioned benefit club. Edwin had invariably heard it called club at home, and he called it club, and he did not know why. 3. On 10,000 Friday evenings, as it seemed to him, he had gone into the gas-lit office with the wire blinds in the Cock Yard, and the procedure never varied. Behind a large table sat 2 gentlemen, the secretary and a subordinate, who was, however, older than the secretary. They had enormous ledgers in front of them, and at the lower corners of the immense pages was a transverse crease, like a mountain range on the left and like a valley on the right, caused by secretarial thumbs in turning over. On the table were also large metal inkstands and wooden money coffers. The 2 officials both wore spectacles, and they both looked above their spectacles when they talked to members across the table. They spoke in low tones. They smiled with the most scrupulous politeness. They never wasted words. They counted money with prim and efficient gestures, ringing gold with the mien of judges inaccessible to human emotions. They wrote in the ledgers and on the membership cards in a hand astoundingly regular and discreetly flourished. The pages of the ledgers had the mystic charm of ancient manuscripts and the finality of decrees of fate. Apparently the scribes never made mistakes, but sometimes they would whisper in colloquy, and one, without leaning his body, would run a finger across the ledger of the other. Their fingers knew intimately the geography of the ledgers, and moved as though they could have found a desired name, date, or number in the dark. The whole ceremony was impressive. It really did impress Edwin, as he would wait his turn among the 3 or 4 proud and respectable members that the going and coming seemed always to leave in the room. The modest blue-yellow gas, the vast table and ledgers, and the 2 sober heads behind, the polite murmurings, the rustle of leaves, the chink of money, the smooth sound of elegant pens, all this made something not merely impressive but beautiful, something that had a true if narrow dignity, something that ministered to an ideal if a low one. But Edwin had regarded the operation as a complete loss of the money whose payment it involved. 10 years! It was an eternity. And even then his father would have some preposterous suggestion for rendering useless the unimaginable £50. Meanwhile, the weekly deduction of 18 pence from his miserable income was an exasperating strain. And then one night the secretary had told him that he was entering on his last month. If he had possessed any genuine interest in money he would have known for himself, but he did not, and then the payments had ceased. He had said nothing to his father. And now the share had matured, and there was the unimaginable sum waiting for him. He got his hat and a stamp and hurried to the Cock Yard. The secretary, in his private room now, gave him 5 notes as though the notes had been naught but tissue paper, and he accepted them in the same inhuman manner. The secretary asked him if he meant to take out another share, and from sheer moral cowardice he said that he did mean to do so. And he did so, on the spot. And in less than 10 minutes he was back at the shop. Nothing had happened there. The other horses had not come down from Bleak Ridge, and the men had not come out of the Dragon. But he had £50 in his pocket, and it was lawfully his. A quarter of an hour earlier he positively could not have conceived the miracle. 4. 2 days later, on the Wednesday evening, Edwin was in his new bedroom overlooking his father's garden, with a glimpse of the garden of Lane End House. His chamber for him was palatial, and it was at once the symbol and the scene of his new life. A stranger entering would have beheld a fair-sized room, a narrow bed, 2 chairs, an old-fashioned table, a new wardrobe, an old dressing-table, a curious carpet and hearthrug, low bookshelves on either side of the fireplace, and a few prints and drawings, not all of them framed, on the distempered walls. A stranger might have said in its praise that it was light and airy, but a stranger could not have had the divine vision that Edwin had. Edwin looked at it and saw clearly and with the surest conviction that it was wonderful. He stood on the hearthrug with his back to the hearth, bending his body concavely and then convexly, with the idle, easy sinuousness of youth, and he saw that it was wonderful. As an organic whole it was wonderful. Its defects were qualities. For instance, it had no convenience for washing, but with a bathroom a few yards off, who would encumber his study — it was a study — with washing apparatus? He had actually presented his old ramshackle washstand to the attic, which was to be occupied by Miss Nixon's niece, a girl engaged to aid her aunt in the terrible work of keeping clean a vast mansion. And the bedroom could show 1 or 2 details that in a bedroom were luxurious. Chief of these were the carpet, the hearthrug, and the table. Edwin owed them to a marvellous piece of good fortune. He had feared, and even Maggie had feared, that their father would impair the practical value and the charm of the new house by parsimony in the matter of furniture. The furniture in the domestic portion of the old dwelling was quite inadequate for the new one, and scarcely fit for it either. Happily Darius had heard of a house full of furniture for sale at Oldcastle by private treaty, and in a wild adventurous hour he had purchased it, exceedingly cheap. Edwin had been amazed at his luck. He accepted the windfall as his own private luck when he first saw the bought furniture in the new house before the removal. Out of it he had selected the table, the carpet, and the rug for his bedroom, and none had demurred. He noticed that his father listened to him in affairs of the new house as to an individuality whose views demanded some trifle of respect. Beyond question his father was proving himself to possess a mind equal to the grand situation. What with the second servant and the furniture, Edwin felt that he would not have to blush for the house, no matter who might enter it to spy it out. As for his own room, he would not object to the Sunday seeing it. Indeed, he would rather like the Sunday to see it on his next visit. Already it was in nearly complete order, for he had shown a singular callous disregard for the progress of the rest of the house, against which surprising display of selfishness both Maggie and Mrs. Nixon had glumly protested. The truth was that he was entirely obsessed by his room. It had disabled his conscience. When he had oscillated on his heels and toes for a few moments with his gaze on the table, he faced about and stared in a sort of vacant beatitude at the bookshelves to the left hand. Those to the right hand were as yet empty. Twilight was deepening. 5. He heard his father's heavy and clumsy footstep on the landing. The old man seemed to wander uncertainly a little, and then he pushed open Edwin's door with a brusque movement and entered the room. The two exchanged a look. They seldom addressed each other save for an immediate practical purpose, and they did not address each other now. But Darius ejaculated, as he glanced around. They had no intimacy. Darius never showed any interest in his son as an independent human being with a developing personality, though he might have felt such an interest, and Edwin was never conscious of a desire to share any of his ideas or ideals with his father, whom he was content to accept as a creature of inscrutable motives. Now he resented his father's incursion. He considered his room as his castle, whereof his rightful exclusive dominion ran as far as the doormat, and to placate his pride Darius should have indicated by some gesture or word that he admitted being a visitor on sufferance. It was nothing to Edwin that Darius owned the room and nearly everything in it. He was generally nervous in his father's presence, and his submissiveness only hid a spiritual independence that was not less fierce for being restrained. He thought Darius a gross fleshly organism, as he indeed was, and he privately objected to many paternal mannerisms of eating, drinking, breathing, eructation, speech, deportment, and garb. Further, he had noted and felt the increasing moroseness of his father's demeanour. He could remember a period when Darius had moods of grim gaiety, displaying rough humour. These moods had long ceased to occur. "So this is how you fix yourself up," Darius observed. "Yes," Edwin smiled, not moving from the hearthrug, and not ceasing to oscillate on heels and toes. "Well, I'll say this. You've got a goodish notion of looking after yourself, when you can spare a few minutes to do a bit downstairs." This sentence was sarcastic and required no finishing. "I was just coming," said Edwin, and to himself, "What on earth does he want here, making his noises?" With youthful lack of imagination and of sympathy, he quite failed to perceive the patent fact that his father had been drawn into the room by the very same instinct which had caused Edwin to stand on the hearthrug in an idle bliss of contemplation. It did not cross his mind that his father too was during these days going through wondrous mental experiences, that his father too had begun a new life, that his father too was intensely proud of the house, and found pleasure in merely looking at it, and looking at it again, and at every corner of it. A glint of gold attracted the eye of Darius to the second shelf of the left-hand bookcase, and he went towards it with the arrogance of an autocrat whose authority recognises no limit. 14 fine calf-backed volumes stood on that shelf in a row. 12 of them were uniform, the other 2 odd. These books were taller and more distinguished than any of their neighbours. Their sole possible rivals were 6 garishly bound middle school prizes, machine-tooled and to be mistaken for treasures only at a distance of several yards. Edwin trembled, and loathed himself for trembling. He walked to the window. "What be these?" Darius inquired. "Oh, some books I've been picking up." 6. That same morning Edwin had been to the St. Luke's Covered Market to buy some apples for Maggie, who had not yet perfected the organisation necessary to a house-mistress who does not live within half a minute of a large central source of supplies, and to his astonishment he had observed that one of the interior shops was occupied by a second-hand bookseller with an address at Hanbridge. He had never noticed the shop before, or if he had noticed it, he had despised it. But the chat with Tom Orgreave had awakened in him the alertness of a hunter. The shop was not formally open, Wednesday's market being only half a market. The shopkeeper, however, was busy within. Edwin loitered. Behind the piles of negligible sermons, pietisms, keepsakes, schoolbooks, and Aristotles tied up in red twine, these last, he could descry in the farther gloom actual folios and quartos. It was like seeing the gleam of nuggets on the familiar slopes of Mao Cop, which is the Five Towns mountain. The proprietor, an extraordinarily grimy man, invited him to examine. He could not refuse. He found Byron's Childe Harold in one volume and Don Juan in another, both Royal Octavo editions, slightly stained but bound in full calf. He bought them. He knew that to keep his resolutions he must read a lot of poetry. Then he saw Voltaire's prose tales in 4 volumes in French, an enchanting Didot edition, with ink as black as Hades and paper as white as snow, also bound in full calf. He bought them. And then the proprietor showed him, in 8 similar volumes, Voltaire's Dictionnaire Philosophique. He did not want it, but it matched the tales and it was impressive to the eye. And so he bought the other 8 volumes. The total cost was 17 shillings. He was intoxicated, and he was frightened. What a nucleus for a collection of real books, of treasures! Those volumes would do no shame even to Tom Orgreave's bookcase, and they had been lying in the covered market of all places in the universe. Blind, how blind he had been to the possibilities of existence! Laden with a bag of apples in one hand and a heavy parcel of books in the other, he had had to go up to dinner in the car. It was no matter, he possessed riches. The car stopped specially for him at the portals of the new house. He had introduced the books into the new house surreptitiously because he was in fear despite his acute joy. He had pushed the parcel under the bed. After tea he had passed half an hour in gazing at the volumes, as at precious contraband. Then he had ranged them on the shelf and had gazed at them for perhaps another quarter of an hour. And now his father, with the infallible nose of fathers for that which is no concern of theirs, had lighted upon them and was peering into them, and fingering them with his careless, brutal hands that could not differentiate between a ready reckoner and a treasure. As the light failed, he brought one of them and then another to the window. He muttered, Voltaire. Byron. And how much did they ask you for these? 15 shillings, said Edwin in a low voice. Here, take it, said his father, relinquishing a volume to him. He spoke in a queer, hard voice and instantly left the room. Edwin followed him shortly and assisted Maggie to hang pictures in that wilderness, the drawing-room. Supper was eaten in silence, and Maggie looked askance from her father to her brother, both of whom had a strained demeanour. End of chapter 14. Money. Volume 2, Chapter 15 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. The Insult. The cold bath, the early excursion into the oblong of meadow that was beginning to be a garden, the brisk, stimulating walk down Trafalgar Road to business, all these novel experiences which for a year Edwin had been anticipating with joyous eagerness as bliss final and sure, had lost their savour on the following morning. He had been ingenuous enough to believe that he would be happy in the new house, that the new house somehow meant the rebirth of himself and his family. Strange delusion. The bath splashings and the other things gave him no pleasure, because he was saying to himself all the time, there's going to be a row this morning, there's going to be a regular shindy this morning. Yet he was accustomed to his father's scenes. Not a word at breakfast, for which indeed Darius was very late, but a thick cloud over the breakfast table. Maggie showed that she felt the cloud. So did even Mrs. Nixon. The niece alone, unskilled in the science of meteorology, did not notice it, and was pertly bright. Edwin departed before his father, hurrying. He knew that his father, starting from the luxurious books, would ask him brutally what he meant by daring to draw out his share from the club without mentioning the affair, and particularly without confiding to his safe custody the whole sum withdrawn. He knew that his father would persist in regarding the £50 as sacred, as the Ark of the Covenant, and on the basis of the alleged outrage would build one of those cold furies that seemed to give him so perverse a delight. On the other hand, despite his father's peculiar intonation of the names of Edwin's authors, Voltaire and Byron, he did not fear to be upbraided for possessing himself of loose and poisonous literature. It was a point to his father's credit that he never attempted any kind of censorship. Edwin never knew whether this attitude was the result of indifference or due to a grim sporting instinct. There was no sign of trouble in the shop until noon. Darius was very busy superintending the transformation of the former living rooms upstairs into supplementary workshops, and also the jobbing builder was at work according to the plans of Osmond Orgreave. But at 12:05, just before Stifford went out to his dinner, Darius entered the ebonised cubicle and said curtly to Edwin, who was writing there, "Show me your book." This demand surprised Edwin. His book was the shop sales book. He was responsible for it, and for the petty cash book, and for the shop till. His father's private cash book was utterly unknown to him, and he had no trustworthy idea of the financial totality of the business. But the management of the shop till gave him the air of being in his father's confidence, accustomed him to the discipline of anxiety, and also somewhat flattered him. He produced the book. The last complete page had not been added up. "Add this," said his father. Darius himself added up the few lines on the incomplete page. "Stiff!" he shouted. "Bring me the sales slip." The amounts of sales conducted by Stifford himself were written on a slip of paper, from which Edwin transferred the items at frequent intervals to the book. "Go to your dinner," said Darius to Stifford when he appeared at the door of the cubicle with the slip. "It's not quite time yet, sir." "Go to your dinner, I tell you." Stifford had 3/4 of an hour for his dinner. 2. Darius combined the slip with the book and made a total. "Petty cash," he muttered shortly. Edwin produced the petty cash book, a volume of very trifling importance. "Now bring me the till." Edwin went out of the cubicle and brought the till, which was a large and battered japanned cash box with a lid in 2 independent parts, from its well-concealed drawer behind the fancy counter. Darius counted the coins in it and made calculations on blotting paper, breathing stertorously all the time. "What on earth are you trying to get at?" Edwin asked with innocent familiarity. He thought that the club share crisis had been postponed by one of his father's swift, strange caprices. Darius turned on him, glaring. "I'm trying to get at where you got the brass from to buy them there books as I saw last night. Where did ye get it from? There's nowt wrong here, unless you're mighty lot cleverer than I take ye for. Where did you get it from? You don't mean to tell me as you saved it up?" Edwin had had some shocks in his life. This was the greatest. He could feel his cheeks and his hands growing dully hot, and his eyes smarting, and he was suddenly animated by an almost murderous hatred and an inexpressible disgust for his father, who, in the grossness of his perceptions and his notions, had imagined his son to be a thief. "Loathsome beast," he thought savagely. "I'm waiting," said his father. "I've drawn my club money," said Edwin. For an instant the old man was at a loss. Then he understood. He had entirely forgotten the maturing of the club share, and assuredly he had not dreamed that Edwin would accept and secrete so vast a sum as £50 without uttering a word. Darius had made a mistake, and a bad one. But in those days fathers were never wrong. Above all, they never apologised. In Edwin's wicked act of concealment, Darius could choose new and effective ground, and he did so. "And what does mean by doing that and saying nowt? Sneaking "What do you mean by calling me a thief?" Edwin and Darius were equally startled by this speech. Edwin knew not what had come over him, and Darius, never having been addressed in such a dangerous tone by his son, was at a loss. "I never called you a thief." "Yes, you did. Yes, you did," Edwin nearly shouted now. "You starve me for money until I haven't got sixpence to bless myself with. You couldn't get a man to do what I do for twice what you pay me. And then you call me a thief. And then you jump down my throat because I spend a bit of money of my own," he snorted. He knew that he was quite mad, but there was a strange drunken pleasure in this madness. "Hold your tongue, lad," said Darius as stiffly as he could. But Darius, having been unprepared, was intimidated. Darius vaguely comprehended that a new and disturbing factor had come into his life. "Make a less row," he went on more strongly. "Do you want all the street to hear?" "I won't make a less row. You make as much noise as you want, and I'll make as much noise as I want," Edwin cried, louder and louder. And then, in bitter scorn, "Thief, indeed!" "I never called you—" "Let me out!" Edwin shouted. They were very close together. Darius saw that his son's face was all drawn. Edwin snatched his hat off its hook, pushed violently past his father, and, sticking his hands deep in his pockets, strode into the street. 3. In 4 minutes he was hammering on the front door of the new house. Maggie opened in alarm. Edwin did not see how alarmed she was by his appearance. "What? Father thinks I've been stealing his damned money!" Edwin snapped in a breaking voice. The statement was not quite accurate, but it suited his boiling anger to put it in the present tense instead of in the past. He hesitated an instant in the hall, throwing a look behind at Maggie, who stood entranced with her hand on the latch of the open door. Then he bounded upstairs and shut himself in his room with a tremendous bang that shook the house. He wanted to cry, but he would not. Nobody disturbed him till about 2:00, when Maggie knocked at the door and opened it without entering. "Edwin, I've kept your dinner hot." "No, thanks." He was standing with his legs wide apart on the hearth-rug. "Father's had his dinner and gone." "No, thanks." She closed the door again. Chapter 15. The Insult. Volume 2, Chapter 16 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. The Sequel. "I say, Edwin," Maggie called through the door. "Well, come in," he replied gruffly. And as he spoke he sped from the window, where he was drumming on the pane, to the hearthrug, so that he should have the air of not having moved since Maggie's previous visit. He knew not why he made this manoeuvre, unless it was that he thought vaguely that Maggie's impression of the seriousness of the crisis might thereby be intensified. She stood in the doorway, evidently placatory and sympathetic, and behind her stood Mrs. Nixon, in a condition of great mental turmoil. "I think you'd better come and have your tea," said Maggie firmly, and yet gently. She was soft and stout, and incapable of asserting herself with dignity. But she was his elder, and there were moments when an unusual, scarce perceptible quality in her voice would demand from him a particular attention. He shook his head and looked sternly at his watch, in the manner of one who could be adamant. He was astonished to see that the hour was 6:15. "Where is he?" he asked. "Father? He's had his tea and gone back to the shop. Come along." "I must wash myself first," said Edwin gloomily. He did not wish to yield, but he was undeniably very hungry indeed. Mrs. Nixon could not leave him alone at tea, worrying him with offers of specialities to tempt him. He wondered who had told the old thing about the affair. Then he reflected that she had probably heard his outburst when he entered the house. Possibly the pert, nice niece also had heard it. Maggie remained sewing at the bow window of the dining-room while he ate a plenteous tea. "Father said I could tell you that you could pay yourself an extra half-crown a week wages from next Saturday," said Maggie suddenly, when she saw he had finished. It was always Edwin who paid wages in the Clayhanger establishment. He was extremely startled by this news, with all that it implied of surrender and of pacific intentions, but he endeavoured to hide what he felt, and only snorted. "He's been talking, then. What did he say?" "Oh, not much. He told me I could tell you if I liked." "It would have looked better of him if he'd told me himself," said Edwin, determined to be ruthless. Maggie offered no response. 2. After about a quarter of an hour he went into the garden and kicked stones in front of him. He could not classify his thoughts. He considered himself to be perfectly tranquillised now. But he was mistaken. As he idled in the beautiful August twilight near the garden front of the house, catching faintly the conversation of Mrs Nixon and her niece as it floated through the open window of the kitchen round the corner, together with quiet soothing sounds of washing up, he heard a sudden noise in the garden porch and turned swiftly. His father stood there. Both of them were off guard. Their eyes met. "Had your tea?" Darius asked in an unnatural tone. "Yes," said Edwin. Darius, having saved his face, hurried into the house, and Edwin moved down the garden with heart sensibly beating. The encounter renewed his agitation. And at the corner of the garden, over the hedge which had been repaired, Janet entrapped him. She seemed to have sprung out of the ground. He could not avoid greeting her, and in order to do so he had to dominate himself by force. She was in white. She appeared always to wear white on fine summer days. Her smile was exquisitely benignant. "So you're installed," she began. They talked of the removal, she asking questions and commenting, and he giving brief replies. "I'm all alone to-night," she said in a pause, "except for Alicia. Mother and father and the boys are gone to a fete at Longshaw." "And Miss Lessways?" he inquired self-consciously. "Oh, she's gone," said Janet. "She's gone back to London. Went yesterday." "Rather sudden, isn't it?" "Well, she had to go." "Does she live in London?" Edwin asked, with an air of indifference. "She does just now. I only ask because I thought from something she said she came from Turnhill way." "Her people do," said Janet. "Yes, you may say she's a Turnhill girl." "She seems very fond of poetry," said Edwin. "You've noticed it?" Janet's face illuminated the dark. "You should hear her recite." "Recites, does she?" "You'd have heard her that night you were here. But when she knew you were coming she made us all promise not to ask her." "Really?" said Edwin. "But why?" "She didn't know me. She'd never seen me." "Oh, she might have just seen you in the street. In fact, I believe she had." "But that wasn't the reason," Janet laughed. "It was just that you were a stranger. She's very sensitive, you know." "Yes," he admitted. 3. He took leave of Janet somehow and went for a walk up to Toft End, where the wind blows. His thoughts were more complex than ever in the darkness. So she had made them all promise not to ask her to recite when he was at the Orgreaves'. She had seen him, previous to that, in the street, and had obviously discussed him with Janet. And then, at nearly midnight, she had followed him to the new house. And on the day of the Centenary she had manoeuvred to let Janet and Mr Orgreave go in front. He did not like her. She was too changeable, too dark and too light. But it was exciting. It was flattering. He saw again and again her gesture as she bent to Mr Shushion's, and the straightening of her spine as she left the garden porch on the night of his visit to the Orgreaves'. Yet he did not like her. Her sudden departure, however, was a disappointment. It was certainly too abrupt. Probably very characteristic of her. Strange day. He had been suspected of theft. He had stood up to his father. He had remained away from the shop, and his father's only retort was to give him a rise of 1/2 a crown a week. "The old man must have had a bit of a shock," he said to himself, grimly vain. "I lay I don't hear another word about that £50. Yes, amid his profound resentment there was some ingenuous vanity at the turn which things had taken, and he was particularly content about the rise of 1/2 a crown a week because that relieved him from the most difficult of all the resolutions, the carrying out of which was to mark the beginning of the new life. It settled the financial question, for the present at any rate. It was not enough, but it was a great deal from his father. He was ashamed that he could not keep his righteous resentment pure from this gross satisfaction at an increase of income. The fineness of his nature was thereby hurt. But the gross satisfaction would well up in his mind. And in the night, with the breeze on his cheek and the lamps of the Five Towns curving out below him, he was not unhappy, despite what he had suffered and was still suffering. He had a tingling consciousness of being unusually alive. 4. Later, in his bedroom, shut in and safe and independent, with the new blind drawn and the gas fizzing in its opaline globe, he tried to read Don Juan. He could not. He was incapable of fixity of mind. He could not follow the sense of a single stanza. Images of his father and of Hilda Lessways mingled with reveries of the insult he had received and the triumph he had won, and all the confused wonder of the day and evening engaged his thoughts. He dwelt lovingly on the supreme disappointment of his career. He fancied what he would have been doing, and where he would have been then, if his appalling father had not made it impossible for him to be an architect. He pitied himself, but he saw the material of happiness ahead, in the faithful execution of his resolves for self-perfecting. And Hilda had flattered him. Hilda had given him a new conception of himself. A tiny idea arose in his brain that there was perhaps some slight excuse for his father's suspicion of him. After all, he had been secretive. He trampled on that idea, and it arose again. He slept very heavily and woke with a headache. A week elapsed before his agitation entirely disappeared, and hence before he could realise how extreme that agitation had been. He was ashamed of having so madly and wildly abandoned himself to passion. End of chapter 16, volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 17 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, Challenge and Response. Time passed like a ship across a distant horizon which moves, but which does not seem to move. One Monday evening Edwin said that he was going round to Lane End House. He had been saying so for weeks and hesitating. He thoroughly enjoyed going to Lane End House. There was no reason why he should not go frequently and regularly. And there were several reasons why he should. Yet his visitings were capricious because his nature was irresolute. That night he went, sticking a hat carelessly on his head and his hands deep into his pockets. Down the slope of Trafalgar Road, in the biting November mist, between the 2 rows of gas lamps that flickered feebly into the pale gloom, came a long straggling band of men who also, to compensate for the absence of overcoats, stuck hands deep into pockets and strode quickly. With reluctance they divided for the passage of the steam car and closed growling together again on its rear. The Potters were on strike, and a Bursley contingent was returning in embittered silence from a mass meeting at Hanbridge. When the sound of the steam car subsided, as the car dipped over the hilltop on its descent towards Hanbridge, nothing could be heard but the tramp of the procession on the road. Edwin hurried down the side street and in a moment rang at the front door of the Orgreaves. He nodded familiarly to the servant who opened, stepped onto the mat, and began contorting his legs in order to wipe the edge of his boot soles. "Quite a stranger, sir," said Martha, bridling and respectfully aware of her attractiveness for this friend of the house. "Yes," he laughed. "Anybody in?" "Well, sir, I'm afraid Miss Janet and Miss Alicia are out." "And Mr. Tom?" "Mr. Tom's out, sir." "He pretty nearly always is now, sir." The fact was that Tom was engaged to be married, and the servant indicated by a scarcely perceptible motion of the chin that fiancés were and ever would be all the same. "And Mr. John and Mr. James are out too, sir." They also were usually out. They were both assisting their father in business, and sought relief from his gigantic conception of a day's work by evening diversions at Hanbridge. These two former noisy Liberals had joined the Hanbridge Conservative Club because it was a club, and had a billiard table that could only be equalled at the Five Towns Hotel at Knype. "And Mr. Orgreave?" "He's working upstairs, sir. Mrs. Orgreave's got her asthma, and so he's working upstairs." "Well, tell them I've called." Edwin turned to depart. "I'm sure Mr. Orgreave would like to know you're here, sir," said the maid firmly. "If you'll just step into the breakfast-room." That maid did as she chose with visitors for whom she had a fancy. 2. She conducted him to the so-called breakfast-room and shut the door on him. It was a small chamber behind the drawing-room, and shabbier than the drawing-room. In earlier days the children had used it for their lessons and hobbies, and now it was used as a sitting-room when mere cosiness was demanded by a decimated family. Edwin stooped down and mended the fire. Then he went to the wall and examined a framed watercolour of the old Sytch pottery, which was signed with his initials. He had done it, aided by a photograph and by Johnny Orgreave in details of perspective, and by dint of pre-prandial frequentings of the Sytch, as a gift for Mrs. Orgreave. It always seemed to him to be rather good. He then bent to examine bookshelves. Like the hall, the drawing-room, and the dining-room, this apartment too was plenteously full of everything, and littered over with the apparatus of various personalities. Only from habit did Edwin glance at the books. He knew their backs by heart, and books in quantity no longer intimidated him. Despite his grave defects as a keeper of revolves, despite his paltry trick of picking up a newspaper or periodical and reading it all through out of sheer vacillation and mental sloth before starting serious perusals, despite the human disinclination which he had to bracing himself and keeping up the tension in a manner necessary for the reading of long and difficult works, and despite sundry ignominious backslidings into original sluggishness, still he had accomplished certain literary adventures. He could not enjoy Don Juan, expecting from it a voluptuous and daring grandeur. He had found in it nothing whatever that even roughly fitted into his idea of what poetry was, but he had had a passion for Childe Harold, many stanzas of which thrilled him again and again, bringing back to his mind what Hilda Lessways had said about poetry. And further, he had a passion for Voltaire. In Voltaire also he had been deceived, as in Byron. He had expected something violent, arid, closely argumentative, and he found gaiety, grace, and really the funniest jokes. He could read Candide almost without a dictionary, and he had intense pride in doing so, and for some time afterwards Candide and La Princesse de Babylone and a few similar witty trifles were the greatest stories in the world for him. Only a faint reserve in Tom Orgreave's responsive enthusiasm made him cautiously reflect. He could never be intimate with Tom, because Tom somehow never came out from behind his spectacles, but he had learnt much from him, and in especial a familiarity with the less difficult of Bach's preludes and fugues, which Tom loved to play. Edwin knew not even the notes of music, and he was not sure that Bach gave him pleasure. Bach affected him strangely. He would ask for Bach out of a continually renewed curiosity, so that he could examine once more and yet again the sensations which the music produced, and the habit grew. As regards the fugues, there could be no doubt that, the fugue begun, a desire was thereby set up in him for the resolution of the confusing problem created in the first few bars, and that he waited, with a pleasant and yet a trying anxiety, for the indications of that resolution, and that the final, reassuring and utterly tranquilizing chords gave him deep joy. When he innocently said that he was glad when the end came of a fugue, all the Orgreaves laughed heartily, but after laughing Tom said that he knew what Edwin meant, and quite agreed. 3. It was while he was glancing along the untidy and crowded shelves with sophisticated eye that the door brusquely opened. He looked up, mildly expecting a face familiar, and saw one that startled him, and heard a voice that aroused disconcerting vibrations in himself. It was Hilda Lessways. She had in her hand a copy of the Signal. Over 15 months had gone since their last meeting, but not since he had last thought of her. Her features seemed strange. His memory of them had not been reliable. He had formed an image of her in his mind, and had often looked at it, and he now saw that it did not correspond with the reality. The souvenir of their brief intimacy swept back upon him. Incredible that she should be there, in front of him, and yet there she was. More than once, after reflecting on her, he had laughed and said lightly to himself, "Well, the chances are I shall never see her again. Funny girl." But the recollection of her gesture with Mr Shushion's prevented him from dismissing her out of his head with quite that lightness. "I'm ordered to tell you that Mr Orgreave will be down in a few minutes," she said. "Hullo!" he exclaimed. "I'd no idea you were in Bursley." "Came to-day," she replied. How odd, he thought, that I should call like this on the very day she comes. But he pushed away that instinctive thought with the rational thought that such a coincidence could not be regarded in any way significant. They shook hands in the middle of the room, and she pressed his hand while looking downwards with a smile, and his mind was suddenly filled with the idea that during all those months she had been existing somewhere, under the eye of someone, intimate with someone, and constantly conducting herself with a familiar freedom that doubtless she would not use to him. And so she was invested for him with mysteriousness. His interest in her was renewed in a moment, and in a form much more acute than its first form. Moreover, she presented herself to his judgment in a different aspect. He could scarcely comprehend how he had ever deemed her habitual expression to be forbidding. In fact, he could persuade himself now that she was beautiful, and even nobly beautiful. From one extreme he flew to the other. She sat down on an old sofa, he remained standing, and in the midst of a little conversation about Mrs Orgreave's indisposition and the absence of the members of the family — she said she had refused an invitation to go with Janet and Alicia to Hillport — she broke the thread and remarked, "You would have known I was coming if you'd been calling here recently." She pushed her feet near the fender and gazed into the fire. "Ah, but you see, I haven't been calling recently." She raised her eyes to his. "I suppose you've never thought about me once since I left," she fired at him. An audacious and discomposing girl. "Oh yes, I have," he said weakly. What could you reply to such speeches? Nevertheless, he was flattered. "Really, but you've never inquired about me?" "Yes, I have." "Only once?" "How do you know?" "I asked Janet." Damn her, he said to himself, but pleased with her. And aloud, in a tone suddenly firm, "That's nothing to go by." "What isn't?" "The number of times I've inquired." He was blushing. 4. In the smallness of the room, sitting as it were at his feet on the sofa, surrounded and encaged by 100 domestic objects and by the glow of the fire and the radiance of the gas, she certainly did seem to Edwin to be an organism exceedingly mysterious. He could follow with his eye every fold of her black dress. He could trace the waving of her hair, and watch the play of light in her eyes. He might have physically hurt her, he might have killed her, she was beneath his hand, and yet she was most bafflingly withdrawn, and the essence of her could not be touched nor got at. Why did she challenge him by her singular attitude? Why was she always saying such queer things to him? No other girl, he thought in the simplicity of his inexperience, would ever talk as she talked. He wanted to test her by being rude to her. Damn her, he thought to himself again. Supposing I took hold of her and kissed her? I wonder what sort of a face she'd pull then. And a moment ago he had been appraising her as nobly beautiful. A moment ago he had been dwelling on the lovely compassion of her gesture with Mr. Shushion's. This quality of daring and naughty enterprise had never before shown itself in Edwin, and he was surprised to discover in himself such impulses. But then the girl was so provocative, and somehow the sight of the girl delivered him from an excessive fear of consequences. He said to himself, "I'll do something or I'll say something before I leave her tonight, just to show her." He screwed up his resolution to the point of registering a private oath that he would indeed do or say something. Without a solemn oath he could not rely upon his valour. He knew that whatever he said or did in the nature of a bold advance would be accomplished clumsily. He knew that it would be unpleasant. He knew that inaction suited much better his instinct for tranquillity. No matter, all that was naught. She had challenged, and he had to respond. Besides, she allured. And after her scene with him in the porch of the new house, had he not the right? A girl who had behaved as she did that night cannot effectively contradict herself. "I was just reading about this strike," she said, rustling the newspaper. "You've soon got into local politics." "Well," she said, "I saw a lot of the men as we were driving from the station. I should think I saw 2,000 of them. So of course I was interested. I made Mr Orgreave tell me all about it." "Will they win?" "It depends on the weather," he smiled. She remained silent and grave. "I see," she said, leaning her chin on her hand. At her tone he ceased smiling. She said, "I see," and she actually had seen. "You see," he repeated, "if it was June instead of November. But then it isn't June. Wages are settled every year in November. So if there is to be a strike, it can only begin in November." "But didn't the men ask for the time of year to be changed?" "Yes," he said, "but you don't suppose the masters were going to agree to that, do you?" He sneered masculinely. "Why not?" "Because it gives them such a pull." "What a shame!" Hilda exclaimed passionately. "And what a shame it is that the masters want to make the wages depend on selling prices. Can't they see that selling prices ought to depend on wages?" Edwin said nothing. She had knocked suddenly out of his head all ideas of flirting, and he was trying to reassemble them. "I suppose you're like all the rest?" she questioned gloomily. "How like all the rest?" "Against the men. Mr Orgreave is, and he says your father is very strongly against them." "Look here," said Edwin, with an air of resentment as to which he himself could not have decided whether it was assumed or genuine. "What earthly right have you to suppose that I'm like all the rest?" "I'm very sorry," she surrendered. "I knew all the time you weren't." With her face still bent downwards, she looked up at him, smiling sadly, smiling roguishly. "Father's against them," he proceeded, somewhat deflated. And he thought of all his father's violent invective, and of Maggie's bland acceptance of the assumption that workmen on strike were rascals. How different the excellent, simple Maggie from this feverish creature on the sofa! "Father's against them, and most people are, because they broke the last arbitration award. But I'm not my father. If you ask me, I'll tell you what I think. Workmen on strike are always in the right. At bottom, I mean. You've only got to look at them in a crowd together. They don't starve themselves for fun." He was not sure if he was convinced of the truth of these statements, but she drew them out of him by her strange power, and when he had uttered them they appeared fine to him. "What does your father say to that?" "Oh," said Edwin uneasily. "Him and me, we don't argue about these things." "Why not?" "Well, we don't." "You aren't ashamed of your own opinions, are you?" she demanded, with a hint in her voice that she was ready to be scornful. "You know all the time I'm not." He repeated the phrase of her previous confession with a certain acrimonious emphasis. "Don't you?" he added curtly. She remained silent. "Don't you?" he said more loudly. And as she offered no reply, he went on, marvelling at what was coming out of his mouth. "I'll tell you what I'm ashamed of. "I'm ashamed of seeing my father lose his temper. So you know." She said, "I never met anybody like you before. No, never." At this he really was astounded and most exquisitely flattered. "I might say the same of you," he replied, sticking his chin out. "Oh no," she said, "I'm nothing." The fact was that he could not foretell their conversation even 10 seconds in advance. It was full of the completely unexpected. He thought to himself, "You never know what a girl like that will say next." But what would he say next? 5. They were interrupted by Osmond Orgreave with his "Well, Edwin!" jolly, welcoming, and yet slightly quizzical. Edwin could not look him in the face without feeling self-conscious. Nor dared he glance at Hilda to see what her demeanour was like under the good-natured scrutiny of her friend's father. "We thought you'd forgotten us," said Mr Orgreave. "But that's always the way with neighbours." He turned to Hilda. "It's true," he continued, jerking his head at Edwin. "He scarcely ever comes to see us except when you're here." "Steady on," Edwin murmured. "Steady on, Mr Orgreave." And hastily he asked a question about Mrs Orgreave's asthma, and from that the conversation passed to the doings of the various absent members of the family. "You've been working as usual, I suppose," said Edwin. "Working!" laughed Mr Orgreave. "I've done what I could with Hilda there. Instead of going up to Hillport with Janet, she would stop here and chatter about strikes." Hilda smiled at him benevolently, as at one to whom she permitted everything. "Mr Clayhanger agrees with me," she said. "Oh, you needn't tell me," protested Mr Orgreave. "I could see you were as thick as thieves over it." He looked at Edwin. "Has she told you she wants to go over a printing works?" "No," said Edwin. "But I shall be very pleased to show her over ours any time." She made no observation. "Look here," said Edwin suddenly, "I must be off. I only slipped in for a minute, really." He did not know why he said this, for his greatest wish was to probe more deeply into the tantalising psychology of Hilda Lessways. His tongue, however, had said it, and his tongue reiterated it when Mr Orgreave urged that Janet and Alicia would be back soon, and that food would then be partaken of. He would not stay. Desiring to stay, he would not. He wished to be alone, to think. Clearly Hilda had been talking about him to Mr Orgreave and to Janet. Did she discuss him and his affairs with everybody? Nor would he, in response to Mr Orgreave's suggestion, promise definitely to call again on the next evening. He said he would try. Hilda took leave of him nonchalantly. He departed. And as he made the half-circuit of the misty lawn on his way to the gates, he muttered in his heart, where even he himself could scarcely hear, "I swore I'd do something and I haven't. Well, of course, when she talked seriously like that, what could I do?" But he was disgusted with himself and ashamed of his namby-pambiness. He strolled thoughtfully up Oak Street and down Trafalgar Road, and when he was near home another wayfarer saw him face right about and go up Trafalgar Road and disappear at the corner of Oak Street. The Orgreave servant was surprised to see him at the front door again when she answered a discreet ring. "I wish you'd tell Miss Lessways I want to speak to her a moment, will you?" "Miss Lessways?" "Yes." What an adventure! "Certainly, sir. Will you come in?" She shut the door. "Ask her to come here," he said, smiling with deliberate confidential persuasiveness. She nodded with a brighter smile. The servant vanished, and Hilda came. She was as red as fire. He began hurriedly. "When will you come and look over our works?" "Tomorrow? I should like you to come." He used a tone that said, "Now don't let's have any nonsense. You know you want to come." She frowned frankly. There they were in the hall like a couple of conspirators, but she was frowning. She would not meet him half-way. He wished he had not permitted himself this caprice. What importance had a private oath? He felt ridiculous. "What time?" she demanded, and in an instant transformed his disgust into delight. "Any time." His heart was beating with expectation. "Oh no, you must fix the time." "Well, after tea. Say between 6:30 and 7:15. That do?" She nodded. "Good," he murmured. "That's all, thanks. Good night." He hastened away with a delicate photograph of the palm of her hand printed in minute sensations on the palm of his. "I did it anyhow," he muttered loudly in his heart. At any rate, he was not ashamed. At any rate, he was a man. The man's face was burning, and the damp, noxious chill of the night only caressed him agreeably. End of chapter 17, volume 2. Volume 2, chapter 18 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, Curiosity. He was afraid that, from some obscure motive of propriety or self-protection, she would bring Janet with her, or perhaps Alicia. On the other hand, he was afraid that she would come alone. That she should come alone seemed to him, in spite of his reason, too brazen. Moreover, if she came alone, would he be equal to the situation? Would he be able to carry the thing off in a manner adequate? He lacked confidence. He desired the moment of her arrival, and yet he feared it. His heart and his brain were all confused together in a turmoil of emotion which he could not analyse or define. He was in love. Love had caught him and had affected his vision so that he no longer saw any phenomenon as it actually was. Neither himself nor Hilda, nor the circumstances which were uniting them. He could not follow a train of thought. He could not remain of one opinion, nor in one mind. Within himself he was perpetually discussing Hilda and her attitude. She was marvellous, but was she? She admired him, but did she? She had shown cunning, but was it not simplicity? He did not even feel sure whether he liked her. He tried to remember what she looked like, and he positively could not. The one matter on which he could be sure was that his curiosity was hotly engaged. If he had had to state the case in words to another, he would not have gone further than the word curiosity. He had no notion that he was in love. He did not know what love was. He had not had sufficient opportunity of learning. Nevertheless, the processes of love were at work within him. Silently and magically, by the force of desire and of pride, the refracting glass was being specially ground which would enable him, which would compel him, to see an ideal Hilda when he gazed at the real Hilda. He would not see the real Hilda any more unless some cataclysm should shatter the glass. And he might be likened to a prisoner on whom the gate of freedom is shut for ever, or to a stricken sufferer of whom it is known that he can never rise again and go forth into the fields. He was as somebody to whom the irrevocable had happened, and he knew it not. None knew, none guessed. All day he went his ways, striving to conceal the whirring preoccupation of his curiosity, a curiosity which he thought showed a fine masculine dash, and succeeded fairly well. The excellent simple Maggie alone remarked in secret that he was slightly nervous and unnatural. But even she, with all her excellent simplicity, did not divine his victimhood. At 6:00 he was back at the shop from his tea. It was a wet, chill night. On the previous evening he had caught cold, and he was beginning to sneeze. He said to himself that Hilda could not be expected to come on such a night, but he expected her. When the shop clock showed 6:30, he glanced at his watch, which also showed 6:30. Now at any instant she might arrive. The shop door opened, and simultaneously his heart ceased to beat. But the person who came in, puffing and snorting, was his father, who stood within the shop while shaking his soaked umbrella over the exterior porch. The draught from the shiny dark street and square struck cold, and Edwin responsively sneezed. And Darius Clayhanger upbraided him for not having worn his overcoat, and he replied with foolish unconvincingness that he had got a cold, that it was nothing. Darius grunted his way into the cubicle. Edwin remained in busy idleness at the right-hand counter. Stifford was tidying the contents of drawers behind the fancy counter, and the fizzing gas-burners, inevitable accompaniment of night at the period, kept watch above. Under the heat of the stove, the damp marks of Darius Clayhanger's entrance disappeared more quickly than the minutes ran. It grew almost impossible for Edwin to pass the time. At moments when his father was not stirring in the cubicle, and Stifford happened to be in repose, he could hear the ticking of the clock, which he could not remember ever having heard before, except when he mounted the steps to wind it. At 7:15 he said to himself that he gave up hope, while pretending that he never had hoped, and that Hilda's presence was indifferent to him. If she came not that day, she would probably come some other day. What could it matter? He was very unhappy. He said to himself that he should have a long night's reading, but the prospect of reading had no savour. He said, "No, I shan't go in to see them to-night. I shall stay in and nurse my cold and read." This was mere futile bravado, for the impartial spectator in him, though far less clear-sighted and judicial now than formerly, foresaw with certainty that if Hilda did not come he would call at the Orgreaves'. At 7:05 he was miserable. He had decided to hope until 7:05. He made it 7 in despair. Then there were signs of a figure behind the misty glass of the door. The door opened. It could not be she. Impossible that it should be she, but it was she. She had the air of being a miracle. 2. His feelings were complex and contradictory, flitting about and crossing each other in his mind with astounding rapidity. He wished she had not come, because his father was there, and the thought of his father would intensify his self-consciousness. He wondered why he should care whether she came or not. After all, she was only a young woman who wanted to see a printing works. At best she was not so agreeable as Janet. At worst she was appalling. And moreover, he knew nothing about her. He had a glimpse of her face as, with a little tightening of the lips, she shut her umbrella. What was there in that face, judged impartially? Why should he be to so absurd a degree curious about her? He thought how exquisitely delicious it would be to be walking with her by the shore of a lovely lake on a summer evening, pale hills in the distance. He had this momentary vision by reason of a coloured print of the silver strand of a Scottish lock which was leaning in a gilt frame against the artist's materials cabinet, and was marked 12 and 6. During the day he had imagined himself with her in all kinds of beautiful spots and situations. But the chief of his sensation was one of exquisite relief. She had come. He could wreak his hungry curiosity upon her. Yes, she was alone. No Janet, no Alicia. How had she managed it? What had she said to the Orgreaves? That she should have come alone and through the November rain in the night affected him deeply. It gave her the quality of a heroine of high adventure. It was as though she had set sail unaided in a frail skiff on a formidable ocean to meet him. It was inexpressibly romantic and touching. She came towards him, her face sedately composed. She wore a small hat, a veil, and a mackintosh, and black gloves that were splashed with wet. Certainly she was a practical woman. She had said she would come, and she had come. Sensibly, but how charmingly protected against the shocking conditions of the journey. There is naught charming in a mackintosh, and yet there was in this mackintosh something in the contrast between its harshness and her fragility. The veil was supremely charming. She had half lifted it, exposing her mouth. The upper part of her flushed face was caged behind the bars of the veil. Behind those bars her eyes mysteriously gleamed. Spanish. No exaggeration in all this. He felt every bit of it honestly, as he stood at the counter in thrilled expectancy. By virtue of his impassioned curiosity, the terraces of Granada and the mantillas of senoritas were not more romantic than he had made his father's shop and her dripping mackintosh. He tried to see her afresh. He tried to see her as though he had never seen her before. He tried desperately once again to comprehend what it was in her that piqued him, and he could not. He fell back from the attempt. Was she the most wondrous, or was she commonplace? Was she deceiving him, or did he alone possess the true insight? Useless. He was baffled. Far from piercing her soul, he could scarcely even see her at all. That is, with intelligence. And it was always so when he was with her. He was in a dream, a vapour. He had no helm, his faculties were not under control. She robbed him of judgment. And then the clear tones of her voice fell on the listening shop. "Good evening, Mr. Clayhanger. What a night, isn't it? I hope I'm not too late." Firm, business-like syllables, and she straightened her shoulders. He suffered. He was not happy. Whatever his feelings, he was not happy in that instant. He was not happy because he was wrung between hope and fear, alike divine. But he would not have exchanged his sensations for the extremest felicity of any other person. They shook hands. He suggested that she should remove her mackintosh. She consented. He had no idea that the effect of the removal of the mackintosh would be so startling as it was. She stood intimately revealed in her frock. The mackintosh was formal and defensive. The frock was intimate and acquiescent. Darius blundered out of the cubicle, and Edwin had a dreadful moment introducing her to Darius and explaining their purpose. Why had he not prepared the ground in advance? His pusillanimous cowardice again. However, the directing finger of God sent a customer into the shop, and Edwin escaped with his Hilda through the aperture in the counter. 3. The rickety building at the back of the premises, which was still the main theatre of printing activities, was empty save for Big James, the hour of 7 being past. Big James was just beginning to roll his apron round his waist in preparation for departure. This happened to be one of the habits of his advancing age. Up till a year or two previously he would have taken off his apron and left it in the workshop. But now he could not confide it to the workshop. He must carry it about him until he reached home and a place of safety for it. When he saw Edwin and a young lady appear in the doorway, he let the apron fall over his knees again. As the day was only the 2nd of the industrial week, the apron was almost clean, and even the office towel, which hung on a roller somewhat conspicuously near the door, was not offensive. A single gas jet burned. The workshop was in the languor of repose after toil, which had officially commenced at 8 a.m. The perfection of Big James's attitude, an attitude symbolised by the letting down of his apron, helped to put Edwin at ease in the original and difficult circumstances. "Good evening, Mr. Edwin." "Good evening, miss," was all that the man actually said with his tongue, but the formality of his majestic gestures indicated in the most dignified way his recognition of a sharp difference of class and his exact comprehension of his own role in the affair. He stood waiting. He had been about to depart, but he was entirely at the disposal of the company. "This is Mr. Yarlett, our foreman," said Edwin. And to Big James, "Miss Lessways has just come to look round." Hilda smiled. Big James suavely nodded his head. "Here are some of the types," said Edwin, because a big case was the object nearest him, and he glanced at Big James. In a moment the foreman was explaining to Hilda in his superb voice the use of the composing stick, and he accompanied the theory by a beautiful exposition of the practice. Edwin could stand aside and watch. Hilda listened and looked with an extraordinary air of sympathetic interest, and she was so serious, so adult. But it was the quality of sympathy, he thought, that was her finest, her most attractive. It was either that or her proud independence, as of a person not accustomed to bend to the will of others, or to go to others for advice. He could not be sure. No, her finest quality was her mystery. Even now, as he gazed at her comfortably, she baffled him. All her exquisite little movements and intonations baffled him. Of one thing, however, he was convinced, that she was fundamentally different from other women. There was she, and there was the rest of the sex. For appearance's sake he threw in short phrases now and then, to which Big James, by his mere deportment, gave the importance of the words of a master. "I suppose you printers did something special among yourselves to celebrate the 400th anniversary of the invention of printing?" said Hilda suddenly, glancing from Edwin to Big James. And Big James and Edwin glanced at one another. Neither had ever heard of the 400th anniversary of the invention of printing. In a couple of seconds Big James's downcast eye had made it clear that he regarded this portion of the episode as master's business. "When was that? Let me see," Edwin foolishly blurted out. "Oh, some years ago, 2 or 3, perhaps 4. "I'm afraid we didn't," said Edwin, smiling. "Oh," said Hilda slowly. "I think they made a great fuss of it in London." She relented somewhat. "I don't really know much about it, but the other day I happened to be reading the New History of Printing. You know Cranswick's, isn't it?" "Oh yes," Edwin concurred, though he had never heard of Cranswick's New History of Printing either. He knew that he was not emerging creditably from this portion of the episode, but he did not care. The whole of his body went hot and then cold as his mind presented the simple question: why had she been reading the history of printing? Could the reason be any other than her interest in himself? Or was she a prodigy among young women who read histories of everything in addition to being passionate about verse? He said that it was ridiculous to suppose that she would read a history of printing solely from interest in himself. Nevertheless, he was madly happy for a few moments, and, as it were, staggered with joy. He decided to read a history of printing at once. Big James came to the end of his expositions of the craft. The stove was dying out, and the steam boiler cold. Big James regretted that the larger machines could not be seen in action, and that the place was getting chilly. Edwin began to name various objects that were lying about with their functions, but it was evident that the interest of the workshop was now nearly exhausted. Big James suggested that if Miss could make it convenient to call, say on the next afternoon, she could see the large new Columbia in motion. Edwin seized the idea and beautified it, and on this he wavered towards the door. And she followed, and Big James, in dignity, bowed them forth to the elevated porch and began to rewind his flowing apron once more. They pattered down the dark steps, now protected with felt roofing, and ran across 6 feet of exposed yard into what had once been Mrs Nixon's holy kitchen. 4. After glancing at sundry minor workshops in delicious propinquity and solitude, they mounted to the first floor, where there was an account book ruling and binding shop, the site of the old sitting-room and the girls' bedroom. In each chamber Edwin had to light a gas, and the corridors and stairways were traversed by the ray of matches. It was excitingly intricate. Then they went to the attics, because Edwin was determined that she should see all. There he found the forgotten candle. "I used to work here," he said, holding high the candle. "There was no other place for me to work in." They were in his old work attic, now piled with stocks of paper wrapped up in posters. "Work? What sort of work?" "Well, reading, drawing, you know. At that very table." To be sure, there the very table was, thick with dust. It had been too rickety to deserve removal to the heights of Bleak Ridge. He was touched by the sight of the table now. though he saw it at least once every week. His existence at the corner of Duck Square seemed now to have been beautiful and sad, seemed to be far off and historic, and the attic seemed unhappy in its present humiliation. "But there's no fireplace," murmured Hilda. "I know," said Edwin. "But how did you do in winter?" "I did without." He had in fact been less of a martyr than those 3 telling words would indicate. Nevertheless, it appeared to him that he really had been a martyr, and he was glad. He could feel her sympathy and her quiet admiration vibrating through the air towards him. Had she not said that she had never met anybody like him? He turned and looked at her. Her eyes glittered in the candlelight with tears too proud to fall. Solemn and exquisite bliss. Profound anxiety and apprehension. He was an arena where all the sensations of which a human being is capable struggled in blind confusion. Afterwards he could recall her visit only in fragments. The next fragment that he recollected was the last. She stood outside the door in her mackintosh. The rain had ceased. She was going. Behind them he could feel his father in the cubicle, and Stifford arranging the toilette of the shop for the night. "Please don't come out here," she enjoined, half in entreaty, half in command. Her solicitude thrilled him. He was on the step, she was on the pavement, so that he looked down at her with the sodden, light-reflecting slope of Duck Square for a background to her. "Oh, I'm all right." "Well, you'll come to-morrow afternoon?" "No, you aren't all right. You've got a cold and you'll make it worse. And this isn't the end of winter, it's the beginning. I think you're very liable to colds." "No," he said, enchanted, beside himself in an ecstasy of pleasure. "I shall expect you to-morrow about 3. "Thank you," she said simply. "I'll come." They shook hands. "Now do go in." She vanished round the corner. All evening he neither read nor spoke. End of Chapter 18, Volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 19 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, A Catastrophe. At 2:30 on the following afternoon he was waiting for the future in order to recommence living. During this period, to a greater extent even than the average individual, in average circumstances, he was incapable of living in the present. Continually he looked either forward or back. All that he had achieved, or that had been achieved for him, the new house with its brightness and its apparatus of luxury, his books, his learning, his friends, his experience, not long since regarded by him as the precious materials of happiness, all had become negligible trifles, nothings, devoid of import. The sole condition precedent to a tolerable existence was now to have sight and speech of Hilda Lessways. He was intensely unhappy in the long stretches of time which separated one contact with her from the next, and in the brief moments of their companionship he was far too distraught, too apprehensive, too desirous, too puzzled, to be able to call himself happy. Seeing her apparently did naught to assuage the pain of his curiosity about her. Not his curiosity concerning the details of her life or of her person, for these scarcely interested him, but his curiosity concerning the very essence of her being. At 7:00 on the previous day he had esteemed her visit as possessing a decisive importance which covered the whole field of his wishes. The visit had occurred, and he was not a whit advanced. Indeed, he had retrograded, for he was less content and more confused and more preoccupied. The medicine had aggravated the disease. Nevertheless, he awaited a second dose of it, in the undestroyed illusion of its curative property. In the interval he had behaved like a very sensible man. Without appetite he had still forced himself to eat, lest his relatives should suspect. Short of sleep, he had been careful to avoid yawning at breakfast, and had spoken in a casual tone of Hilda's visit. He had even said to his father, "I suppose the big Columbia will be running off those overseer notices this afternoon?" And on the old man asking why he was thus interested, he had answered, "Because that girl, Miss Lessways, thought of coming down to see it. For some reason or other she's very keen on printing, and as she's such a friend of the Orgreaves..." Nobody, he considered, could have done that better than he had done it. And now that girl, Miss Lessways, was nearly due. He stood behind the counter again, waiting. He could not apply himself to anything. He could scarcely wait. He was in a state that approached fever, if not agony. To exist from 2:30 to 3:00 equalled in anguish the dreadful inquietude that comes before a surgical operation. He said to himself, "If I keep on like this, I shall be in love with her one of these days." He would not and could not believe that he already was in love with her, though the possibility presented itself to him. "No," he said, "you don't fall in love in a couple of days. You mustn't tell me," in a wise, superior, slightly scornful manner. "I dare say there's nothing in it at all," he said uncertainly, after having strongly denied throughout that there was anything in it. The recollection of his original antipathy to Hilda troubled him. She was the same girl. She was the same girl who had followed him at night into his father's garden and merited his disdain. She was the same girl who had been so unpleasant, so sharp, so rudely disconcerting in her behaviour, and he dared not say that she had altered. And yet now he could not get her out of his head. And although he would not admit that he constantly admired her, he did admit that there were moments when he admired her passionately, and deemed her unique and above all women. Whence the change in himself? How to justify it? The problem was insoluble, for he was intellectually too honest to say lightly that originally he had been mistaken. He did not pretend to solve the problem. He looked at it with perturbation and left it. The consoling thing was that the Orgreaves had always expressed high esteem for Hilda. He leaned on the Orgreaves. He wondered how the affair would end. It could not indefinitely continue on its present footing. How indeed would it end? Marriage? He apologised to himself for the thought. But just for the sake of argument, supposing the affair went so far that one day he told her... Men did such things. Young men. No. Besides, she wouldn't. It was absurd. No such idea, really. And then the frightful worry there would be with his father about money, and so on. And the telling of Clara and of everybody. No, he simply could not imagine himself married, or about to be married. Marriage might happen to other young men, but not to him. His case was special somehow. He shrank from such formidable enterprises. The mere notion of them made him tremble. 2. He brushed all that away impatiently, pettishly. The intense and terrible longing for her arrival persisted. It was now 3:25. His father would be down soon from his after-dinner nap. Suddenly the door opened, and he saw the Orgreaves' servant, with a cloak over her white apron and hands red with cold, and also he saw disaster, like a ghostly figure following her. His heart sickeningly sank. Martha smiled and gave him a note, which he smilingly accepted. "Miss Lessways asked me to come down with this," she said confidentially. She was a little breathless, and she had absolutely the manner of a singing chambermaid in light opera. He opened the note, which said, "Dear Mr. Clayhanger, so sorry I can't come to-day. Yours, H.L." Nothing else. It was scrawled. "It's all right, thanks," he said, with an even brighter smile to the messenger, who nodded and departed. It all occurred in an instant. 3. A Catastrophe. He suffered then as he had never suffered. His was no state approaching agony. It was agony itself, black and awful. She was not coming. She had not troubled herself to give a reason, nor to offer an excuse. She merely was not coming. She had showed no consideration for his feelings. It had not happened to her to reflect that she would be causing him disappointment. Disappointment was too mild a word. He had been building a marvellously beautiful castle, and with a thoughtless, careless stroke of the pen she had annihilated all his labour. She had almost annihilated him. Surely she owed him some reason, some explanation. Had she the right to play fast and loose with him like that? What a shame! He sobbed violently in his heart, with an excessive and righteous resentment. He was innocent, he was blameless, and she tortured him thus. He supposed that all women were like her. What a shame! He pitied himself for a victim. And there was no glint of hope anywhere. In half an hour he would have been near her, with her, guiding her to the workshop, discussing the machine with her, and savouring her uniqueness, feasting on her delicious and adorable personality. "So sorry I can't come today. She doesn't understand. She can't understand," he said to himself. "No woman, however cruel, would ever knowingly be so cruel as she has been. It isn't possible." Then he sought excuse for her, and then he cast the excuse away angrily. She was not coming. There was no ground beneath his feet. He was so exquisitely miserable that he could not face a future of even 10 hours ahead. He could not look at what his existence would be till bedtime. The blow had deprived him of all force, all courage. It was a wanton blow. He wished savagely that he had never seen her. No, he could not call on the Orgreaves that night. He could not do it. She might be out, and then... His father entered and began to grumble. Both Edwin and Maggie had known since the beginning of dinner that Darius was quaking on the precipice of a bad bilious attack. Edwin listened to the rising storm of words. He had to resume the thread of his daily life. He knew what affliction was. End of Chapter 19, Volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 20 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20, The Man. But he was young. Indeed, to men of 50, men just twice his age, he seemed a mere boy, and incapable of grief. He was so slim, and his limbs were so loose, and his hair so fair, and his gestures often so naive, that few of the mature people who saw him daily striding up and down Trafalgar Road could have believed him to be acquainted with sorrow like their sorrows. The next morning, as it were in justification of these maturer people, his youth arose and fought with the malady in him, and if it did not conquer, it was not defeated. On the previous night, after hours of hesitation, he had suddenly walked forth and gone down Oak Street and pushed open the garden gates of the Orgreaves and gazed at the facade of the house, not at her window, because that was at the side, and it was all dark. The Orgreaves had gone to bed. He had expected it. Even this perfectly futile reconnaissance had calmed him. While dressing in the bleak sunrise, he had looked at the oval lawn of the Orgreaves' garden and had seen Johnnie idly kicking a football on it. Johnnie had probably spent the evening with her, and it was nothing to Johnnie. She was there, somewhere between him and Johnnie, within 50 yards of both of them, mysterious and withdrawn as ever, busy at something or other, and it was naught to Johnnie. By the thought of all this the woe in him was strengthened and embittered. Nevertheless his youth, aided by the astringent quality of the clear dawn, still struggled sturdily against it, and he ate 6 times more breakfast than his suffering and insupportable father. At 1:30, it was Thursday and the shop closed at 2:00, he had put on courage like a garment and decided that he would see her that afternoon or night, or perish in the attempt. And as the remembered phrase of the Sunday passed through his mind, he inwardly smiled and thought of school, and felt old and sure. 2. At 5 minutes to 2, as he stood behind the eternal counter in his eternal dream, he had the inexpressible and delectable shock of seeing her. He was shot by the vision of her as by a bullet. She came in, hurried and preoccupied, apparently full of purpose. "Have you got a Bradshaw?" she inquired, after the briefest greeting, gazing at him across the counter through her veil, as though imploring him for Bradshaw. "I'm afraid we haven't one left," he said. "You see, it's getting on for the end of the month. I could... No, I suppose you want it at once." "I want it now," she replied. "I'm going to London by the 6 express, and what I want to know is whether I can get on to Brighton tonight. They actually haven't a Bradshaw up there," half in scorn, half in levity, "and they said you'd probably have one here. So I ran down." "They'd be certain to have one at the Tiger," he murmured, reflecting. The Tiger! Evidently she did not care for the idea of the Tiger. "What about the railway station?" "Yes, or the railway station. I'll go up there with you now, if you like, and find out for you. I know the head porter. We're just closing. Father's at home. He's not very well." She thanked him, relief in her voice. In a minute he had put his hat and coat on and given instructions to Stifford, and he was climbing Duck Bank with Hilda at his side. He had forgiven her. Nay, he had forgotten her crime. The disaster, with all its despair, was sponged clean from his mind like writing off a slate, and as rapidly. It was effaced. He tried to collect his faculties and savour the new sensations. But he could not. Within him all was incoherent, wild, and distracting. 5 minutes earlier, and he could not have conceived the bliss of walking with her to the station. Now he was walking with her to the station, and assuredly it was bliss. And yet he did not fully taste it. Though he would not have loosed her for £1,000,000, her presence gave an even crueller edge to his anxiety and apprehension. London! Brighton! Would she be that night in Brighton? He felt helpless and desperate. And beneath all this was the throbbing of a strange, bitter joy. She asked about his cold and about his father's indisposition. She said nothing of her failure to appear on the previous day, and he knew not how to introduce it neatly. He was not in control of his intelligence. They passed Snaggs' Theatre, and from its green wooden walls came the obscure sound of humanity in emotion. Before the mean and shabby portals stood a small crowd of ragged urchins. Posters printed by Darius Clayhanger made white squares on the front. "It's a meeting of the men," said Edwin. "They're losing, aren't they?" He shrugged his shoulders. "I expect they are." She asked what the building was, and he explained. "They used to call it the Blood Tub," he said. She shivered. "The Blood Tub?" "Yes, melodrama and murder and gore, you know." "How horrible!" she exclaimed. "Why are people like that in the Five Towns?" "It's our form of poetry, I suppose," he muttered, smiling at the pavement, which was surprisingly dry and clean in the feeble sunshine. "I suppose it is," she agreed heartily, after a pause. "But you belong to the Five Towns, don't you?" he asked. "Oh yes, I used to." At the station the name of Bradshaw appeared to be quite unknown. But Hilda's urgency impelled them upwards from the head porter to the ticket clerk, and from the ticket clerk to the station master, and at length they discovered, in a stuffy, stove-heated room, with a fine view of a shored ruck and a pit-head, that on Thursday evenings there was a train from Victoria to Brighton at 11:30. Hilda seemed to sigh relief, and her demeanour changed. But Edwin's uneasiness was only intensified. Brighton, which he had never seen, was in another hemisphere for him. It was mysterious, like her. It was part of her mystery. What could he do? His curse was that he had no initiative. Without her relentless force he would never have penetrated even as far as the stuffy room where the unique Bradshaw lay. It was she who had taken him to the station, not he her. How could he hold her back from Brighton? 3. When they came again to the blood tub, she said, "Couldn't we just go and look? I've got plenty of time, now I know exactly how I stand." She halted and glanced across the road. He could only agree to the proposition. For himself, a peculiar sense of delicacy would have made it impossible for him to intrude his prosperity upon the deliberations of starving artisans on strike and stricken, and he wondered what the Potters might think or say about the invasion by a woman. But he had to traverse the street with her and enter with an air of masculine protectiveness. The urchins stood apart to let them in. Snaggs, dimly lit by a few glazed apertures in the roof, was nearly crammed by men who sat on the low benches and leaned standing against the side walls. In the small and tawdry proscenium, behind a worn picture of the Bay of Naples, were silhouetted the figures of the men's leader and of several other officials. The leader was speaking in a quiet, mild voice. The other officials were seated on Windsor chairs. The smell of the place was nauseating, and yet the atmosphere was bitingly cold. The warm-wrapped visitors could see rows and rows of discoloured backs and elbows and caps and stringy kerchiefs. They could almost feel the contraction of thousands of muscles in an involuntary effort to squeeze out the chill from all these bodies. Not a score of overcoats could be discerned in the whole theatre, and many of the jackets were thin and ragged. But the officials had overcoats, and the visitors could almost see, as it were in rays, the intense fixed glances darting from every part of the interior and piercing the upright figure in the centre of the stage. "Some method of compromise," the leader was saying in his persuasive tones. A young man sprang up furiously from the middle benches. "To hell with compromise!" he shouted in a tigerish passion. "Haven't us had £40 from Ameriky?" "Order! Order!" some protested fiercely. But one voice cried, "Pitch the bastard out, neck and crop!" Hands clawed at the interrupter and dragged him with extreme violence to the level of the bench, where he muttered like a dying volcano. Angry growls shot up here and there, snappish, menacing, and bestial. "It is quite true," said the leader soothingly, "that our comrades at Trenton have collected £40 for us. But £40 would scarcely pay for a loaf of bread for one man in every 10 on strike." There was more interruption. The dangerous growls continued in running explosions along the benches. The leader, ignoring them, turned to consult with his neighbour, and then faced his audience and called out more loudly, "The business of the meeting is at an end." The entire multitude jumped up, and there was stretching of arms and stamping of feet. The men nearest to the door now perceived Edwin and Hilda, who moved backwards as before a flood. Edwin seized Hilda's arm to hasten her. "Lads," bawled an old man's voice from near the stage, "let's sing Rock of Ages." A frowning and hirsute fellow near the door, with the veins prominent on his red forehead, shouted hoarsely, "Rock of Ages be buggered!" and shifting his hands into his pockets he plunged for the street, head foremost and chin sticking out murderously. Edwin and Hilda escaped at speed and recrossed the road. The crowd came surging out of the narrow neck of the building and spread over the pavements like a sinister liquid. But from within the building came the lusty song of Rock of Ages. "It's terrible," Hilda murmured after a silence. "Just to see them is enough. I shall never forget what you said." "What was that?" he inquired. He knew what it was, but he wished to prolong the taste of her appreciation. "That you've only got to see the poor things to know they're in the right. Oh, I've lost my handkerchief, unless I've left it in your shop. It must have dropped out of my muff." 4. The shop was closed. As with his latchkey he opened the private door, and then stood on one side for her to precede him into the corridor that led to the back of the shop, He watched the stream of operatives scattering across Duck Bank and descending towards the square. It was as if he and Hilda, being pursued, were escaping. And as Hilda, stopping an instant on the steps, saw what he saw, her face took a troubled expression. They both went in, and he shut the door. "Turn to the left," he said, wondering whether the big Columbia machine would be running for her to see if she chose. "Oh, this takes you to the shop, does it? How funny to be behind the counter." He thought she spoke self-consciously in the way of small talk which was contrary to her habit. "Here's my handkerchief," she cried with pleasure. It was on the counter, a little white wisp in the grey sheeted gloom. Stifford must have found it on the floor and picked it up. The idea flashed through Edwin's head. Did she leave her handkerchief on purpose so that we should have to come back here? The only illumination of the shop was from the 3 or 4 diamond-shaped holes in the upper part of as many shutters. No object was at first quite distinct. The corners were very dark. All merchandise not in drawers or on shelves was hidden in pale dust cloths. A chair, wrong side up, was on the fancy counter, its back hanging over the front of the counter. Hilda had wandered behind the other counter, and Edwin was in the middle of the shop. Her face in the twilight had become more mysterious than ever. He was in a state of emotion, but he did not know to what category the emotion belonged. They were alone. Stifford had gone for the half-holiday. Darius, sickly, would certainly not come near. The printers were working as usual in their place, and the clanking whir of a treadle machine overhead agitated the ceiling. But nobody would enter the shop. His excitement increased, but did not define itself. There was a sudden roar in Duck Square, and then cries. "What can that be?" Hilda asked low. "Some of the strikers," he answered, and went through the doors to the letter hole in the central shutter, lifted the flap and looked through. A struggle was in progress at the entrance to the Duck Inn. One man was apparently drunk, others were jeering on the skirts of the lean crowd. "It's some sort of fight among them," said Edwin loudly, so that she could hear in the shop. But at the same instant he felt the wind of the door swinging behind him, and Hilda was silently at his elbow. "Let me look." Assuredly her voice was trembling. He moved as little as possible and held the flap up for her. She bent and gazed. He could hear various noises in the square, but she described nothing to him. After a long while she withdrew from the hole. "A lot of them have gone into the public house," she said. "The others seem to be moving away. There's a policeman. What a shame," she burst out passionately, "that they have to drink to forget their trouble." She made no remark upon the strangeness of starving workmen being able to pay for beer sufficient to intoxicate themselves, nor did she comment, as a woman, on the misery of the wives and children at home in the slums and the cheap cottage rows. She merely compassionated the men in that they were driven to brutishness. Her features showed painful pity, masking disgust. She stepped back into the shop. "Do you know," she began in a new tone, "you've quite altered my notion of poetry. What you said as we were going up to the station." "Really?" He smiled nervously. He was very pleased. He would have been astounded by this speech from her, a professed devotee of poetry, if in those instants the capacity for astonishment had remained to him. "Yes," she said, and continued, frowning and picking at her muff. "But you do alter my notions. I don't know how it is." "So this is your little office?" The door of the cubicle was open. "Yes, go in and have a look at it." "Shall I?" She went in. He followed her. And no sooner was she in than she muttered, "I must hurry off now." Yet a moment before she seemed to have infinite leisure. "Shall you be at Brighton long?" he demanded, and scarcely recognised his own accents. "Oh, I can't tell. I've no idea. It depends." "How soon shall you be down our way again?" She only shook her head. "I say, you know," he protested. "Good-bye," she said, quavering. "Thanks very much." She held out her hand. "But..." He took her hand. His suffering was intolerable. It was torture of the most exquisite kind. Her hand pressed his. Something snapped in him. His left hand hovered shaking over her shoulder, and then touched her shoulder, and he could feel her left hand on his arm. The embrace was clumsy in its instinctive and unskilled violence, but its clumsiness was redeemed by all his sincerity and all hers. His eyes were within 6 inches of her eyes, full of delicious shame, anxiety, and surrender. They kissed. He had amorously kissed a woman. All his past life sank away, and he began a new life on the impetus of that supreme and final emotion. It was an emotion that in its freshness, agitating and divine, could never be renewed. He had felt the virgin answer of her lips on his. She had told him everything. She had yielded up her mystery in a second of time. Her courage in responding to his caress ravished and amazed him. She was so unaffected, so simple, so heroic. And the cool, delicate purity of those lips, and the faint feminine odour of her flesh and even of her stuffs. Dreams and visions were surpassed. He said to himself in the flood tide of masculinity, "My God, she's mine!" And it seemed incredible. 5. She was sitting in the office chair, he on the desk. She said in a trembling voice, "I should never have come to the Five Towns again if you hadn't." "Why not?" "I couldn't have stood it. I couldn't." She spoke almost bitterly, with a peculiar smile on her twitching lips. To him it seemed that she had resumed her mystery, that he had only really known her for one instant, that he was bound to a woman entrancing, noble, but impenetrable. And this in spite of the fact that he was close to her, touching her, tingling to her in the confined crepuscular intimacy of the cubicle. He could trace every movement of her breast as she breathed, and yet she escaped the inward searching of his gaze. But he was happy. He was happy enough to repel all anxieties and inquietudes about the future. He was steeped in the bliss of the miracle. This was but the 4th day, and they were vowed. "It was only Monday," he began. "Monday!" she exclaimed. "I have thought of you for over a year." She leaned towards him. "Didn't you know? Of course you did. You couldn't bear me at first." He denied this, blushing, but she insisted. "You don't know how awful it was for me yesterday when you didn't come," he murmured. "Was it?" she said under her breath. "I had some very important letters to write." She clasped his hand. There it was again. She spoke just like a man of business, immersed in secret schemes. "It's awfully funny," he said. "I scarcely know anything about you, and yet—" "I'm Janet's friend," she answered. Perhaps it was the delicatest reproof of imagined distrust. "And I don't want to," he went on. "How old are you?" 24, she answered sweetly, acknowledging his right to put such questions. "I thought you were." "I suppose you know I've got no relatives," she said, as if relenting from her attitude of reproof. "Fortunately, father left just enough money for me to live on." "Must you go to Brighton?" She nodded. "Where can I write to?" "It will depend," she said, "but I shall send you the address tomorrow. I shall write you before I go to bed, whether it's tonight or tomorrow morning." "I wonder what people will say." "Please tell no one yet," she pleaded. "Really, I should prefer not. Later on it won't seem so sudden. People are so silly." "But shan't you tell Janet?" She hesitated. "No, let's keep it to ourselves till I come back." "When shall you come back?" "Oh, very soon. I hope in a few days now, but I must go to this friend at Brighton. She's relying on me." It was enough for him, and indeed he liked the idea of a secret. "Yes, yes," he agreed eagerly. There was the sound of another uproar in Duck Square. It appeared to roll to and fro thunderously. She shivered. The fire was dead out in the stove, and the chill of night crept in from the street. "It's nearly dark," she said. "I must go. I have to pack." "Oh dear, dear, those poor men! Somebody will be hurt." "I'll walk up with you," he whispered, holding her in ownership. "No, it will be better not. Let me out." "Really?" "Really. But who'll take you to Knype Station?" "Janet will go with me." She rose reluctantly. In the darkness they were now only dim forms to each other. He struck a match that blinded them, and expired as they reached the passage. When she had gone, he stood hatless at the open side door. Right at the top of Duck Bank he could discern, under the big lamp there, a knot of gesticulating and shouting strikers menacing two policemen. And farther off, in the direction of Moorthorne Road, other strikers were running. The yellow-lit blinds of the Duck Inn across the square seemed to screen a house of impenetrable conspiracies and debaucheries, and all that grim, perilous background only gave to his emotions a further intensity, troubling them to still stranger ecstasy. He thought, "It has happened to me too now, this thing that is at the bottom of everyone's mind. I've kissed her. I've got her. She's marvellous, marvellous. I couldn't have believed it. But is it true? Has it happened?" It passed his credence. "By Jove, I absolutely forgot about the ring. That's a nice howdy-do." He saw himself married. He thought of Clara's grotesque antics with her tedious babe. And he thought of his father, and of vexations. But that night he was a man. She, Hilda, with her independence and her mystery, had inspired him with a full pride of manhood, and he discovered that one of the chief attributes of a man is an immense tenderness. End of Volume 2, Chapter 20, The Man. Volume 2, Chapter 21 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21, The Marriage. He was more proud and agitated than happy. The romance of the affair and its secrecy made him proud. The splendid qualities of Hilda made him proud. It was her mysteriousness that agitated him, and her absence rendered him unhappy in his triumph. During the whole of Friday he was thinking, "Tomorrow is Saturday, and I shall have her address and a letter from her." He decided that there was no hope of a letter by the late post on Friday, but as the hour of the last post drew nigh, he grew excited, and was quite appreciably disappointed when it brought nothing. The fear which had always existed in little, then waxed into enormous dread, that Saturday's post also would bring nothing. His manoeuvres in the early twilight of Saturday morning were complicated by the fact that it had not been arranged whether she should write to the shop or to the house. However, he prepared for either event by having his breakfast at 7:00, on the plea of special work in the shop. He had finished it at 7:30, and was waiting for the postman, whose route he commanded from the dining-room window. The postman arrived. Edwin, with false calm, walked into the hall, saying to himself that if the letter was not in the box, it would be at the shop. But the letter was in the box. He recognised her sprawling hand on the envelope through the wirework. He snatched the letter and slipped upstairs with it like a fox with a chicken. It had come then. The letter safely in his hands, he admitted more frankly that he had been very doubtful of its promptitude. 59 Preston Street, Brighton, 1 a.m. Dearest, this is my address. I love you. Every bit of me is absolutely yours. Write me. H.L. That was all. It was enough. Its tone enchanted him. Also it startled him. But it reminded him of her lips. He had begun a letter to her. He saw now that what he had written was too cold in the expression of his feelings. Hilda's note suddenly and completely altered his views upon the composition of love letters. Every bit of me is absolutely yours. How fine, how untrammelled, how like Hilda. What other girl could or would have written such a phrase? More than ever was he convinced that she was unique. The thrill divine quickened in him again, and he rose eagerly to her level of passion. The romance, the secrecy, the mystery, the fever. He walked down Trafalgar Road with the letter in his pocket, and once he pulled it out to read it in the street. His discretion objected to this act, but Edwin was not his own master. Stifford, hurrying in exactly at 8, was somewhat perturbed to find his employer's son already installed in the cubicle, writing by the light of gas, as the shutters were not removed. Edwin had finished and stamped his first love letter just as his father entered the cubicle. Owing to dyspeptic accidents, Darius had not set foot in the cubicle since it had been sanctified by Hilda. Edwin, leaving it, glanced at the old man's back and thought disdainfully, "Ah, you little know, you rhinoceros, that less than 2 days ago she and I on that very spot." As soon as his father had gone to pay the morning visit to the printing shops, he ran out to post the letter himself. He could not be contented until it was in the post. Now, when he saw men of about his own class and age in the street, he would speculate upon their experiences in the romance of women. And it did genuinely seem to him impossible that anybody else in a town like Bursley could have passed through an episode so exquisitely strange and beautiful as that through which he was passing. Yet his reason told him that he must be wrong there. His reason, however, left him tranquil in the assurance that no girl in Bursley had ever written to her affianced, "I love you. Every bit of me is absolutely yours." Hilda's second letter did not arrive till the following Tuesday, by which time he had become distracted by fears and doubts. Yes, doubts. No rational being could have been more loyal than Edwin, but these little doubts would keep shooting up and withering away. He could not control them. The second letter was nearly as short as the first. It told him nothing save her love, and that she was very worried by her friend's situation, and that his letters were a joy. She had had a letter from him each day. In his reply to her second, he gently implied between 2 lines that her letters lacked quantity and frequency. She answered, "I simply cannot write letters. It isn't in me. Can't you tell that from my handwriting? Not even to you. You must take me as I am." She wrote each day for 3 days. Edwin was one of those who learn quickly by the acceptance of facts, and he now learnt that profound lesson that an individual must be taken or left in entirety, and that you cannot change an object merely because you love it. Indeed, he saw in her phrase, "You must take me as I am," the accents of original and fundamental wisdom, springing from the very roots of life, and he submitted. At intervals he would say resentfully, "But surely she could find 5 minutes each day to drop me a line. What's 5 minutes?" But he submitted. Submission was made easier when he co-ordinated with Hilda's idiosyncrasy the fact that Maggie, his own unromantic sister, could never begin to write a letter with less than from 12 to 24 hours bracing of herself to the task. Maggie would be saying and saying, "I really must write that letter. Dear me, I haven't written that letter yet." His whole life seemed to be lived in the post, and postmen were the angels of the creative spirit. His unhappiness increased with the deepening of the impression that the loved creature was treating him with cruelty. Time dragged. At length he had been engaged a fortnight. On Thursday a letter should have come. It came not. Nor on Friday, nor Saturday. On Sunday it must come. But it did not come on Sunday. He determined to telegraph to her on the Monday morning. His loyalty, though valorous, needed aid against all those pricking battalions of ephemeral doubts. On the Sunday evening he suddenly had the idea of strengthening himself by a process that resembled boat burning. He would speak to his father. His father's mentality was the core of a difficulty that troubled him exceedingly, and he took it into his head to attack the difficulty at once, on the spot. Part 2. For years past Darius Clayhanger had not gone to chapel on Sunday evening. In the morning he still went fairly regularly, but in the evening he would now sit in the drawing-room, generally alone, to read. On weekdays he never used the drawing-room, where indeed there was seldom a fire. He had been accustomed to only one living-room, and save on Sunday, when he cared to bend the major part of his mind to the matter, he scorned to complicate existence by utilising all the resources of the house which he had built. His children might do so, but not he. He was proud enough to see to it that his house had a drawing-room, and too proud to employ the drawing-room, except on the ceremonious day. After tea, at about 6:15, when chapel-goers were hurriedly pulling gloves on, he would begin to establish himself in a saddle-backed, ear-flapped, easy chair, with the Christian News and an ivory paper-knife as long and nearly as deadly as a scimitar. The Christian News was a religious weekly of a new type. It belonged to a Mr. James Bott, and it gave to God and to the mysteries of religious experience a bright and breezy actuality. Darius's children had damned it for ever on its first issue, in which Clara had found, in a report of a very important charitable meeting, the following words. Among those present were the Prince of Wales and Mr. James Bott. Such is the hasty and unjudicial nature of children that this single sentence finished the career of the Christian News with the younger generation. But Darius liked it, and continued to like it. He enjoyed it. He would spend an hour and a half in reading it. And further, he enjoyed cutting open the morsel. Once, when Edwin, in hope of more laughter, had cut the pages on a Saturday afternoon, and his father had found himself unable to use the paper-knife on Sunday evening, there had been a formidable inquiry. "Who's been meddling with my paper?" Darius saved the paper even from himself until Sunday evening. Not till then would he touch it. This habit had flourished for several years. It appeared never to lose its charm, and Edwin did not cease to marvel at his father's pleasure in a tedious monotony. It was the hallowed rite of reading the Christian News that Edwin disturbed in his sudden and capricious resolve. Maggie and Mrs. Nixon had gone to chapel, for Mrs. Nixon, by reason of her years, bearing, mantle, and reputation, could walk down Trafalgar Road by the side of her mistress on a Sunday night without offence to the delicate instincts of the town. The niece, engaged to be married at an age absurdly youthful, had been permitted by Mrs. Nixon the joy of attending evensong at the Bleakridge Church on the arm of a male, but under promise to be back at 7:45 to set supper. The house was perfectly still when Edwin came all on fire out of his bedroom and slid down the stairs. The gas burned economically low within its stained glass cage in the hall. The drawing-room door was unlatched. He hesitated a moment on the mat, and he could hear the calm ticking of the clock in the kitchen and see the red glint of the kitchen fire against the wall. Then he entered, looking and feeling apologetic. His father was all curtained in, his slippered feet on the fender of the blazing hearth, his head cushioned to a nicety, the long paper-knife across his knees. And the room was really hot and in a glow of light. Darius turned, and lowering his face, gazed at Edwin over the top of his new gold-rimmed spectacles. "Not gone to chapel?" he frowned. "No." "I say, father, I just wanted to speak to you." Darius made no reply, but shifted his glance from Edwin to the fire, and maintained his frown. He was displeased at the interruption. Edwin failed to shut the door at the first attempt, and then banged it in his nervousness. In spite of himself, he felt like a criminal. Coming forward, he leaned his loose, slim frame against a corner of the old piano. 3. "Well?" Darius growled impatiently, even savagely. They saw each other not once a week, but at nearly every hour of every day, and they were surfeited of the companionship. "Supposing I wanted to get married?" This sentence shot out of Edwin's mouth like a bolt, and as it flew he blushed very red. In the privacy of his mind he was horribly swearing. "So that's it, is it?" Darius growled again, and he leaned forward and picked up the poker, not as a menace, but because he too was nervous. As an opposer of his son, he had never quite the same confidence in himself since Edwin's historic fury at being suspected of theft, though apparently their relations had resumed the old basis of bullying and submission. "Well," Edwin hesitated, he thought. "After all, people do get married. It won't be a crime." "Who's been running after?" Darius demanded inimically. Instead of being softened by this rumour of love, by this hint that his son had been passing through wondrous secret hours, he instinctively and without any reason hardened himself and transformed the news into an offence. He felt no sympathy, and it did not occur to him to recall that he too had once thought of marrying. He was a man whom life had brutalised about half a century earlier. "I was only thinking," said Edwin clumsily. The fool had not sense enough even to sit down. "I was only thinking, suppose I did want to get married?" "Who's been running after?" "Well, I can't rightly say there's anything what you may call settled. In fact, nothing was to be said about it at all at present, but it's Miss Lessways, father. Hilda Lessways, you know." "Her as came in the shop the other day?" "Yes." "How long's this been going on?" Edwin thought of what Hilda had said. "Oh, over a year." He could not possibly have said 4 days. "Mind you, this is strictly QT. Nobody knows a word about it. Nobody. But of course I thought I'd better tell you. You'll say nothing?" He tried wistfully to appeal as one loyal man to another, but he failed. There was no ray of response on his father's gloomy features, and he slipped back insensibly into the boy whose right to an individual existence had never been formally admitted. Something base in him, something of that baseness which occasionally actuates the oppressed, made him add, "She's got an income of her own. Her father left money." He conceived that this would placate Darius. "I know all about her father," Darius sneered with a short laugh. "And her father's father. Well, lad, you'll go your own road." He appeared to have no further interest in the affair. Edwin was not surprised, for Darius was seemingly never interested in anything except his business. And he thought how strange, how nigh to the incredible the old man's demeanour was. "But about money, I was thinking," he said, uneasily shifting his pose. "What about money?" "Well," said Edwin, endeavouring and failing to find courage to put a little sharpness into his tone, "I couldn't marry on 17 and 6 a week, could I?" At the age of 25, at the end of the 9 years' experience in the management and the accountancy of a general printing and stationery business, Edwin was receiving 17 shillings and sixpence for a 65-hour week's work. The explanation being that on his father's death the whole enterprise would be his, and that all money saved was saved for him. Out of this sum he had to pay 10 shillings a week to Maggie towards the cost of board and lodging, so that 3 half-crowns remained for his person and his soul. Thus he could expect no independence of any kind until his father's death, and he had a direct and powerful interest in his father's death. Moreover, all his future and all unpaid reward of his labours in the past hung hazardous on his father's goodwill. If he quarrelled with him, he might lose everything. Edwin was one of the few odd-minded persons who did not regard this arrangement as perfectly just, proper, and in accordance with sound precedent. But he was helpless. His father would tell him, and did tell him, that he had fought no struggles, suffered no hardship, had no responsibility, and that he was simply coddled from head to foot in cotton wool. "I say you must go your own road," said his father. "But at this rate I should never be able to marry." "Do you reckon," asked Darius, with mild, cold scorn, "as you getting married will start your services worth 1 penny more to my business?" And he waited an answer with the august calm of one who is aware that he is unanswerable. But he might with equal propriety have tied his son's hands behind him, and then diverted himself by punching his head. "I do all I can," said Edwin meekly. "And what about getting orders?" Darius questioned grimly. "Didn't I offer you 2.5% on all new customers you got yourself? And how many have you got? Not one. I give you a chance to make extra money, and you don't take it. You'd sooner go running about after girls." This was a particular grievance of the father against the son, that the son brought no grist to the mill in the shape of new orders. "But how can I get orders?" Edwin protested. "How did I get 'em? How do I get 'em? Somebody has to get 'em." The old man's lips were pressed together, and he waved the Christian news slightly in his left hand. 4. In a few minutes both their voices had risen. Darius, savage, stooped to replace with the shovel a large burning coal that had dropped on the tiles and was sending up a column of brown smoke. "I'll tell you what I shall do," he said, controlling himself bitterly. "It's against my judgment, but I shall put you up to £1 a week at the New Year, if all goes well, of course. And it's good money, let me add." He was entirely serious and almost sincere. He loathed paying money over to his son. He was convinced that in an ideal world sons would toil gratis for their fathers, who lodged and fed them and gifted them with a reversion of excellent businesses. "But what good's £1 a week?" Edwin demanded with the querulousness of one who is losing hope. "What good's £1 a week?" Darius repeated, hurt and genuinely hurt. "Let me tell you that in my time young men married on £1 a week, and glad to. £1 a week!" He finished with a sardonic exclamation. "I couldn't marry Miss Lessways on £1 a week," Edwin murmured in despair, his lower lip hanging. "I thought you might perhaps be offering me a partnership by this time." Possibly in some mad hour a thought so wild had indeed flitted through his brain. "Did you?" rejoined Darius, and in the fearful grimness of the man's accents was concealed all his intense and egotistic sense of possessing in absolute ownership the business which the little boy out of the Bastille had practically created. Edwin did not and could not understand the fierce strength of his father's emotion concerning the business. Already, in tacitly agreeing to leave Edwin the business after his own death, Darius imagined himself to be superbly benevolent. "And then there would be house furnishing and so on," Edwin continued. "What about that £50?" Darius curtly inquired. Edwin was startled. Never since the historic scene had Darius made the slightest reference to the proceeds of the building society's share. "I haven't spent all of it," Edwin muttered. Do what he would with his brain, the project of marriage and house tenancy and a separate existence obstinately presented itself to him as fantastic and preposterous. Who was he to ask so much from destiny? He could not feel that he was a man. In his father's presence he never could feel that he was a man. He remained a boy, with no rights, moral or material. "And if ye say she's got money of her own," Darius remarked, and was considerably astonished when the boy walked straight out of the room and closed the door. It was his last grain of common sense that took Edwin in silence out of the room. Miserable, despicable baseness! Did the old devil suppose that he would be capable of asking his wife to find the resources which he himself could not bring? He was to say to his wife, "I can only supply £1 a week, but as you've got money, it won't matter." The mere notion outraged him so awfully that if he had stayed in the room there would have been an altercation and perhaps a permanent estrangement. As he stood furious and impotent in the hall, he thought, with his imagination quickened by the memory of Mr. Shushion's, "When you're old and I've got you," he clenched his fists and his teeth, "when I've got you and you can't help yourself, by God it'll be my turn." And he meant it. 5. He seized his overcoat and hat and, putting them on anyhow, strode out. The kitchen clock struck 7:30 as he left. Chapel-goers would soon be returning in a thin procession of 2s and 3s up Trafalgar Road. To avoid meeting acquaintances, he turned down the side street towards the old road, which was a continuation of Aboukir Street. There he would be safe. Letting his overcoat fly open, he thrust his hands into the pockets of his trousers. It was a cold night of mist. Humanity was separated from him by the semi-transparent blinds of the cottage windows, bright squares in the dark and enigmatic facades of the street. He was alone. All along he had felt and known that this disgusting crisis would come to pass. He had hoped against it, but not with faith, and he had no remedy for it. What could he immediately and effectively do? He was convinced that his father would not yield. There were frequent occasions when his father was proof against reason, when his father seemed genuinely unable to admit the claim of justice, and this occasion was one of them. He could tell by certain peculiarities of tone and gesture. £1 a week! Assuming that he cut loose from his father in a formal and confessed separation, he might not for a long time be in a position to earn more than £1 a week. A clerk was worth no more, and except as responsible manager of a business, he could only go into the market as a clerk. In the Five Towns, how many printing offices were there that might at some time or another be in need of a manager? Probably not one. They were all of modest importance, and directed personally by their proprietary heads. His father was one of the largest. No, his father had nurtured and trained in him a helpless slave. And how could he discuss such a humiliating question with Hilda? Could he say to Hilda, "See here, my father won't allow more than £1 a week. What are we to do?" In what terms should he telegraph to her tomorrow? He heard the rapid, firm footsteps of a wayfarer overtaking him. He had no apprehension of being disturbed in his bitter rage, but a hand was slapped on his shoulder and a jolly voice said, "Now, Edwin, where's this road leading you to on a Sunday night?" It was Osmond Orgreave, who, having been tramping for exercise in the high regions beyond the Loop railway line, was just going home. "Oh, nowhere in particular," said Edwin feebly. "Working off Sunday dinner, eh?" "Yes," and Edwin added casually to prove there was nothing singular in his mood, "Nasty night." "You must come in a bit," said Mr Orgreave. "Oh no," he shrank away. Now," said Mr Orgreave masterfully. "You've got to come in, so you may as well give up first as last. Janet's in. She's like you and me. She's a bad lot. Hasn't been to church." He took Edwin by the arm, and they turned into Oak Street at the lower end. Edwin continued to object, but Mr Orgreave, unable to scrutinise his face in the darkness, and not dreaming of an indiscretion, rode over his weak negatives, horse and foot, and drew him by force into the garden, and in the hall took his hat away from him and slid his overcoat from his shoulders. Mr Orgreave, having accomplished a lot of forbidden labour on that Sabbath, was playful in his hospitality. "Prisoner, take charge of him," exclaimed Mr Orgreave shortly, as he pushed Edwin into the breakfast-room and shut the door from the outside. Janet was there, exquisitely welcoming, unconsciously pouring balm from her eyes, but he thought she looked graver than usual. Edwin had to enact the part of a man to whom nothing had happened. He had to behave as though his father was the kindest and most reasonable of fathers, as though Hilda wrote fully to him every day, as though he were not even engaged to Hilda. He must talk, and he scarcely knew what he was saying. "Heard lately from Miss Lessways?" he asked lightly, or as lightly as he could. It was a splendid effort. Impossible to expect him to start upon the weather or the strike. He did the best he could. Janet's eyes became troubled. Speaking in a low voice, she said, with a glance at the door, "I suppose you've not heard. She's married." He did not move. 6. Married? Yes, it is rather sudden, isn't it? Janet tried to smile, but she was exceedingly self-conscious. "To a Mr. Cannon. She's known him for a very long time, I think." "When?" "Yesterday. I had a note this morning. It's quite a secret yet. I haven't told father and mother, but she asked me to tell you if I saw you." He thought her eyes were compassionate. Mrs. Orgreave came smiling into the room. "Well, Mr. Edwin, it seems we can only get you in here by main force." "Are you quite better, Mrs. Orgreave?" He rose to greet her. He had by some means or other to get out. "I must just run home a second," he said after a moment. "I'll be back in 3 minutes." But he had no intention of coming back. He would have told any lie in order to be free. In his bedroom, looking at himself in the glass, he could detect on his face no sign whatever of suffering or of agitation. It seemed just an ordinary, mild, unmoved face. And this too he had always felt and known would come to pass, that Hilda would not be his. All that romance was unreal. It was not true. It had never happened. Such a thing could not happen to such as he was. He could not reflect. When he tried to reflect, the top of his head seemed as though it would fly off. Cannon. She was with Cannon somewhere at that very instant. She had specially asked that he should be told. And indeed he had been told before even Mr. and Mrs. Orgreave. Cannon. She might at that very instant be in Cannon's arms. It could be said of Edwin that he fully lived that night. Fate had at any rate roused him from the coma which most men called existence. Simple Maggie was upset because, from Edwin's absence and her father's demeanour at supper, she knew that her menfolk had had another terrible discussion, and since her father offered no remark as to it, she guessed that this one must be even more serious than the last. There was one thing that Edwin could not fit into any of his theories of the disaster which had overtaken him, and that was his memory of Hilda's divine gesture as she bent over Mr. Shushion's on the morning of the Centenary. End of Volume 2, Chapter 21.